the girl failed to transform into a dragon and became a small snake in the mortal world. During hibernation, she was almost smashed into a meat pie by someone, which made her furious and ready to bite him to death. However, she suddenly discovered that the man was emitting a strong dragon aura. She had heard before during her cultivation that mortal emperors carried dragon aura, protected by the will of heaven, and interfering with their lives would bring endless karmic retribution. As a Jiao in its original form, failing to transform into a dragon and being reborn as a snake was a lifeline given by the will of heaven. If she harmed the man without reason, heaven would probably not spare her. However, disturbing her hibernation could not be easily forgiven either. With these thoughts in mind, Moyao retracted the venom sacs on her fangs. She decided not to kill him, but a few bites wouldn't hurt. Yet, she unexpectedly found the man's blood to be sweet, so she simply sucked until she was full. However, after sucking, the man's breathing weakened slightly, and thunderous sounds were heard from above. It was clear that if the man died, heaven would surely hold her accountable. During Moyao's guilty conscience, it suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. It gathered various life-saving herbs, then squeezed out juice from its snake body to heal the man. Some thorny herbs even cut its flesh. Feeling resentful, it sucked blood every day to replenish its strength, repeating this cycle for 3 days. However, the man's condition worsened, even showing a hint of lifelessness, when a thunderbolt suddenly struck from above. Mo Yao was startled, knowing that if the thunderbolt hit it, it would be destroyed. In the end, it gritted its teeth and transferred its few remaining cultivation to the man. If it survived, it would double it back. If it died, it would eat his flesh. With these thoughts, it gradually fell asleep. When Jingchen woke up, he saw a black snake coiled around his chest. What's going on? Did he fall into a snake pit? Previously, he was chased by a man in black, fell off a cliff, and thought he was doomed this time, but unexpectedly woke up. He looked at the seemingly sleeping black snake, with congealed blood clots and the smell of herbs on its body, and several piles of dried herb residues nearby. With no one around in this desolate wilderness, could it be that he was saved by a snake? However, he then shook his head with a bitter smile. If a snake could save him, wouldn't it become a spirit? At this moment, Moyao faintly opened his eyes, and then locked eyes with the man. Jingchen's body stiffened, and his alertness instantly soared. Moyao's tongue hissed as he moved, finally waking up. Just woke up and a little hungry. Its gaze fell on Jingchen's wrist, with a hint of drooling. Jingchen saw the snake tense up. Could it be that the snake wanted to eat him? But he couldn't move his body, only able to watch as the black snake's fangs pierced into his wrist. Jingchen was shocked to discover that the snake was actually sucking his blood. Upon closer inspection, he found similar blood holes on both wrists, so this was not a venomous snake, but one that had been drinking his blood all along. Moye gave him a glare, saying, "So what if it drank a little of your blood? Is there a need to stare at me with such murderous eyes?" Strangely, Jingchen seemed to vaguely understand the snake's intentions. "How many days have I been unconscious?" he asked instinctively, but then chuckled bitterly. The snake could understand his words to some extent, perhaps possessing some spiritual energy, but that didn't mean it could give him any answers. However, the next moment, he was shocked to see Moya draw a 4 on the ground with its tail tip. After finishing the drawing, it twisted its body and made a hissing sound twice. Was it going to find something for him to eat, considering that it was its food reserve after all? Jingchen couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Could this little snake have truly become a spirit? Moyao's wound was very painful, and the weather was cold. But if that person didn't eat, it wouldn't have much blood to drink. After some time, Jingchen saw the snake coming back. He saw that the blood on its wound had dried up, and there were some wild fruits and herbs rolled up on its tail. At this moment, Jingchen's heart trembled slightly, as he unexpectedly felt a human sigh from a small snake. The snake curled wild fruits around its tail and brought them to his lips, then crushed herbs with its body and applied them to his wound. Jingchen was surprised. No wonder the snake had so many wounds and a strong medicinal smell on its body. The reason was here. It turned out that the snake saved him. Moyao saw him finish eating the wild fruits and then hissed twice, showing its fangs. Jingchen understood instantly. "You want to suck blood?" Moyao nodded, and before he could say anything, it bit him. However, the person's blood was still too little, so it needed to eat more. After drinking blood, it wanted to sleep again, and its gaze fell on Jingchen's chest. So under Jingchen's gaze, it slowly slid to his chest and curled up to sleep. The corners of Jingchen's lips couldn't help but twitch, wondering if this little snake was treating his chest as a bed. In the next 2 days, Jingchen's injuries also recovered somewhat. In the meantime, Moya brought back a wild chicken, but Jingchen was in a dilemma. He had nothing on him, so how could he deal with this wild chicken? He knew that snakes usually swallow their prey whole, but this wild chicken was obviously too big for Moya, and it couldn't swallow it at all. So, the two of them could only face each other, while the little snake hissed in dissatisfaction. In order to drink more blood, it insisted on pushing the wild chicken towards him. This was the prey it had guarded for 2 days with great difficulty. Jingchen was somewhat helpless and gently placed his hand on the snake's head. Mo Yao felt that this person was overstepping their bounds. How could she, as the snake ancestor, allow someone to casually touch her? However, considering that this person was its reserve food, it cooperated by gently rubbing against his palm. Jing Chen's heart stirred slightly, wishing he had a knife. This was alive and couldn't be eaten. Hearing this, Mo Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. It knew where the sword was, but it wasn't sure if Jing Chen would use the sword against it. It had once trusted humans, only to be betrayed during the tribulation to transform into a dragon. In this life, it had no intention of interacting with humans. If it weren't for the benefits of the blood on this person's body, he might have turned into a pile of bones by now. In the following days, Jingchen would always observe the surrounding environment nearby, but Moya did not follow, because it knew that this person would leave sooner or later, and there would be no blood to drink when that happened, so it had to focus on cultivating diligently. However, on this day, Jingchen returned with blood all over his body, holding a sword in his hand, approaching like a killing god step by step. Moya immediately became alert upon seeing this, wondering if this person would forget his gratitude once he had a sword. Mo Jiao's eyes stood up, and the atmosphere was steeply heavy with killing intent. Clunk! Jing Xiaochen threw down the sword in his hand, his footsteps carrying a hint of stumbling. Xiang Mo Jiao walked over, his voice low and warm. Little snake, are you afraid? Mo Jiao? Wanha Chinese. What's going on? Mo Jiao remained vigilant and she didn't see until Jing Xiaochen approached her. Jing Xiaochen had changed into a pitch-black outfit that looked a bit ill-fitting on his tall body. He carried a handled pheasant in his other hand. He reaches out to touch Mojang's head being dodged by Mojang. He looked at the blood all over his hands and let out a bitter smile. This blood is indeed a bit dirty. After saying that, he put down the mountain chicken and turned around to walk out. What's going on? What did he go for? Inkpot's heart remained lifted. It was only after about a quarter of an hour or so that Jing Xiaochen came back again, holding dry firewood in his hands as he walked next to Mo Jiao. Then Mo Jiao watched as he skillfully built a fire, added wood, and finally roasted the pheasant on it. Only then did he stretch out his white hands and then touched the head of Mo Jiao. Boss 6. The ink slinger looked puzzled. A hint of a smile flashed under Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Have you ever eaten cooked food? Shouldn't have eaten it. He suddenly remembered that this snake was in the mountains and should have been here for a long time. She was just a snake, and there was a big chance that she didn't even know what cooked food was. So what did she used to eat? Bugs, rats, birds and animals? Anyway, he hadn't seen her eat anything. At most she was drinking his blood. There was no salt, but the pheasant meat smelled delicious from the grill. Mo Jiao blinked, shifting her own gaze from the stunning face to the fire. In the past, she had followed that human to eat some cooked food. Those cooked food contained spiritual qi, but it was hard to eat. After eating it a few times she didn't like it anymore. But right now she didn't care if there was an aura or not. Filling her stomach was the most important thing. She eyed the meat, but Jing Xiaochen's heart felt a pang of irony. In the middle of nowhere, he didn't die and was saved by a snake. But just a short time ago, he found people outside searching for him, and those people had his old men in them. But I didn't expect to be turned against them now. His eyes slowly settled into a pool of thick ink, then slowly moved to the body of the inkpot. But man, sometimes people are not as good as animals. At least as far as he was concerned now. People were killing him and animals were saving him. Feeling the sudden change in Jing Xiaochen's aura, Mo Jiao turned her head to look at him. His lips smiled under the lamplight and his eyes were gentle. You can't eat it until later. It's not cooked yet. Ever since Jing Xiaochen had made barbecued chicken, Mo Jiao had fallen in love with the flavor. The wound on Jing Xiaochen's body had split open again because he went out that day. So Mo Jiao let Jing Xiaochen rest inside the cave while she drank her fill of blood and went out to look for prey. Jing Xiaochen knew that the little snake was extraordinary and agreed. The ink slinger probably knew where the prey was, and as soon as she was out of the cave she wandered west. To the west past are deep mountains with plenty of prey and equally large ferocious beasts. Wanha Yonghua. In the past, when she didn't eat meat, they had a well-watered relationship. But now she was bound to go that way in order to eat meat. But today was fine. She didn't feel any traces of those ferocious beasts along the way, and she hunted a mountain chicken and a rabbit. By mid-afternoon, she rolled her grouse and rabbits and headed back. Just a short distance from the cave entrance, she heard the sounds of a violent fight. Someone else is coming. The ink slinger found a place to set his prey down, then hurried that way. Earlier, When she had gone out alone, she had met a couple of people who had come looking for her. She took advantage of their defenses and bit them, and the snake venom took hold of them and they quickly died. She hadn't gone out 2 days before. Her reserves had gone out on their own, and had been through a nasty battle, presumably with the same people who had come looking for him. She was out alone today. For one thing, to give the reserve a rest, his wound was splitting. Secondly, she was afraid of being chased again, so she came out alone, not realizing that she was still found by those people. As she passed, the reserve stumbled with the sword clutched in his hand. He's got blood all over him. At this moment, he was cold and stern, his eyes sharp and merciless. Although one person was facing dozens of people surrounding him, he was still in the shape of a pine, with a disdainful aura, without a trace of fear. There were already countless corpses piled up on the ground, and his face and body were covered in the blood of who knows who. Even his long ink-colored hair was stuck together, which somewhat affected his appearance. While this was happening, a man lunged and stabbed with his sword. Jing Xiaochen parried with his sword. Ka! The long swords touched each other. Sparks flew everywhere. Jing Xiaochen couldn't support himself and took a few steps back, pulling out a long trail of blood on the snow. At this moment, several people moved in unison, their long swords swarming in with a chilling aura. Buzz 6. Hiss dash careful. The inkling grabbed the moment and the snake flung itself up, flying up and baring its teeth. Bear. The poison capsule entered the body, precisely the artery between the neck. But in an instant, the man had already stiffened his entire body and collapsed to the ground with blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Watch out! There are poisonous snakes. Jing Xiaochen realized that this little snake was not only poisonous, but also highly poisonous. Just why didn't you do it in the first place? Attacked him and saved him instead? This thought turns in the mind only for an instant to see someone stabbing a snake with a sword. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen's pupils shrunk, and his hand instantly went to grab the sword. Mo Jiao was looking for a time to attack again, but she didn't expect that when the sword came down and she was ready to move, Jing Xiaochen's hand was already holding on the sword. His blood dripped on her with a special flavor, drop by drop, and she froze for a moment. Snort! The sword entered the flesh and blood. The Mo Jiao returned to his senses. His sesame-sized eyes instantly erected, and he flew away. That person sneaked in from behind Jing Xiaochen, and his long sword cut long traces on Jing Xiaochen's back. Blood and flesh churning out, deep enough to go into the bones. He only needed to advance one more point, and Jing Xiaochen would no longer have a life to live. But I did not expect that the black snake had already wrapped around his neck. He even felt the cold fangs ruthlessly stabbed into his blood vessels, poisoned into the body. No longer possible to live. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. He trembled and couldn't grip the sword tightly, and as soon as he let go, Jing Xiaochen couldn't support himself any longer and fell to one knee, blood gushing from his mouth. Go! He said with trembling lips to Mojang. There were too many people, and he knew there was no more living at this moment. Your Highness, today is the day you die. Those people's voices were hideous, as if they were evil spirits. How can I go? Mo Jiao knew that if it wasn't for himself, it would have been difficult to determine the winner of this battle. She hissed as she wrapped herself around Jing Xiaochen's arm. She couldn't walk alone at the moment. Jing Xiaochen's icy cold eyes were slightly surprised as he struggled to pull the corners of his mouth to say something, but the blood on his body was draining too quickly. Even he thought it would be better to let the little snake suck it up if so much blood was wasted like this. The inkling screamed twice, straightening the snake's head and looking warily at the enemy who was ready to move. Hiss! She was furious at the moment. These people, injuring the reserves that she had spent countless hours of her cultivation to save. Bear! Another person was hit, and they didn't dare to make a move. Both sides were on guard, and Mo Jiao quietly drove what little cultivation she had left to heal Jing Xiaochen's injuries. The blood in his back stopped, and Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao in shock. The ink sliver came off his body and landed in the snow. Hiss! Follow me! Jing Xiaochen quickly understood what Mo Jiao meant. He moved and was able to walk. He didn't even draw the sword on him, pulling himself up at the moment of Mo Jiao's movement and fleeing with it. Chase! Never let him get away. Having let Jing Xiaochen escape in such a situation, what face did they have to go back again? 3 turns and not much distance to run. Finally, Mo Jiao went into a cave. Jing Xiaochen then dove in headfirst. The men followed close behind. The next moment, an overwhelming hissing sound rang out. The colorful snakes stared at them with their straight bodies and vertical pupils, and all of a sudden their scalps went numb and the blood flowed backwards throughout their bodies. It's a snake pit! Someone shouted. Ah! Screams rang out. Snakes were afraid of being disturbed. Not to mention the fact that these people were now deep in the snake camp. Offended snakes are aggressive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Help! The snake wrapped itself around his entire body and the shouts came to an abrupt end as the man's pupils lost their breath with intense fear. All the colors are poisonous snakes. There were screams outside, and in less than a quarter of an hour, there was no more noise. His Mo Jiao led Jing Shaochen into the cave, and the snakes automatically separated a path. Because of the blood aura and killing aura on Jing Shaochen's body, those snakes wanted to pounce on Jing Shaochen, only to be scared back by Mo Jiao before they could move. Looking at the hole full of various kinds of snakes and smelling the moist snake odor, Jing Shaochen fell silent. Mo Jiao from birth because of the poison has become a snake in the bully, and later because she can cultivate body with the scaly snake breath. The pressure, even some animals and beasts are afraid of, let alone the spirit of the ordinary snakes are not open. That's why she became unrivaled among snakes and deservedly became the ancestor of snakes. Bus 6. It's just that usually she had a cave all to herself to cultivate and didn't have time to pay attention to these snakes. Today in her peril she remembered that humans are afraid of snakes, especially snake caves with groups of snakes, so she brought Jing Shaochen with her. But she forgot that Jing Shaochen was also a human. Hiss, don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Shaochen's eyes and called out twice. Jing Shaochen saw the worry in those eyes. His pale face pulled out a soft smile, gently lifting his hand. Mo Jiao smoothly wrapped around his arm. I'm fine. Let me see if you're hurt. His eyes were also nice and charming this time of year. An inkpot looked up at him blearily with the snake's head raised. Jing Shaochen lost his smile, his gaze falling inch by inch on Mo Jiao. Thankfully, she didn't even have a small cut on her body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This leaned against the wall and reached for his sword, but touched a handful of snakes. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Shaochen. He cupped the 7 inches of a bamboo leaf green snake in his hand and threw it down with an expressionless face. Hiss. Green was not allowed to climb on him. The little bamboo leaf green snake hissed twice. This human's blood is good to drink. Mo Jiao's face darkened as she listened. Her reserve food coveted by the snake. After waiting for a while, Mo Jiao went outside to see the situation. And none of those people could escape all dead. Hiss, we go back. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Shaochen and called out a few times. Jing Shaochen looked at Mo Jiao and thought for a moment. Let's go back? Mo Jiao nodded, thinking that this person was quite smart after all as a future emperor. However, all along, Jing Shaochen had acted really smart and calm, and even in the snake cave, he hadn't been able to scare him. It's just that he's so badly wounded. This snake cave was not conducive to recuperating, so she was going back to her cave. Mo Jiao called out a few times, and the snakes automatically parted a path. Then with the group of snakes surrounding and watching them exit the snake cave, Jing Shaochen silently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Only after a few steps, the injury on his back tore generally. The pain was terrible. Cold sweat flowed from his body. His footsteps had a momentary stop. Mo Jiao found out. Just not waiting for her to move, Jing Shaochen raised his feet again and continued walking. Out of the cave, not far away are strewn with black-clothed people, as well as all kinds of snake corpses. The death is tragic. The snake body was cut into several sections. You can see that at that time, the human snake experienced a fierce battle. The ultimate winner is a huge number of snakes. So the men in black were poisoned as much as possible. Manhwa Chinese M. Bus 6. There are even a number of snakes writhing on the bodies at the moment. It looks extra creepy. Jing Shaochen shifted his gaze after a faint glance. Along the way Mo Jiao walked around and rolled a lot of herbs that would be used. Jing Shaochen's eyes deepened a few more points. Until now he didn't know what else was different about the little snake. Understands human language, knows herbs, knows how to write by numbers, and can command all snakes. This was no longer something that could be explained by an ordinary enlightened snake demon. He slowly lowered the pair of long narrow phoenix eyes low wrapped with a ghostly sinking. No matter what, in the end is a small snake monster. He only knows that this small snake has a poison, but never used poison on him, and even saved him, well behaved and lovely, very much to his liking. When he brought back to feed is not unavoidable. Snake likes to drink his blood anyway. Mo Jiao didn't know that Jing Shaochen had already figured out her future place in life. Her reserve food was ready to keep her as a pet. Soon reached the entrance to the cave, which also bore the marks of a fight. The snow is all gray or red, and there are no bodies yet in the socks. Mo Jiao's body turned, and soon that one. There were no marks on the piece of ground, leaving a trail of snakes crawling on the ground. She was destroying traces, and a deep smile flashed under Jing Shaochen's eyes. Entering the cave, Jing Shaochen sat down and said, "Later, Little snake will help me. Is it okay to put on some medicine? Manhwa Chinese. He stopped by on his way over to touch the healing pills on a couple of the black men he killed. Those guys are professionally trained killers. Injuries are a given, so the medicine is fully stocked. Mo Jiao heard. The snake body slightly twisted, and again to let her give him strangled medicine. Forget it, he suffered such a serious injury. A big reason is still to save himself. Dress the medicine on the dress. Her snake's head nodded gently and she turned to curl her tail around the medicine in preparation for the action. But at that moment, a slender white hand holding a small celadone vase handed it over. Use this. Bus 6. The moment he saw Mo Jiao's action, Jing Shaochen quickly understood what she was going to do, and for a while, he was a little bit in tears. This stupid snake. Didn't he know that if he didn't have any wound medicine, he could also stone out the juice, and then let her help to put it on it? Where's the need for her to physically strangle again? It just warmed my heart to see it again. The little snake knew that her skin would be hurt in such a way, but she did it anyway. Looking at the gold sore medicine, Inkjaw's little eyes blinked. Looking at Jing Shaochen, hiss, why didn't you say earlier if you have medicine? Looking at the little snake's accusing gaze, Jing Shaochen inevitably felt a little weak and coughed lightly. This medicine is a little more effective when sprinkled with herbs afterward. Mo Jiao looked at him skeptically as he listened, always feeling that he was laughing at his own redundancy. Jing Shaochen stated that he didn't, which was true. Jing Shaochen undid his clothes, revealing his back. His neck was as white as jade, warm to the touch. Only when it came to his back, the scars spread out horizontally were shocking to look at. The new wound was recent, the old one having long since faded into a raised scar. Mo Jiao sighed a sentence about how hard it was for the royals. In the past, he had heard many people say that the change of dynasties in the mortal world was piled up with blood and bones, and now it seemed that what was said was true. She curled the vial of medicine around her snake's tail and looked at the sword on her back that was almost through her chest and made a mistake. How was this going to be pulled out? Just as he thought so, he saw Jing Shaochen's entire body unleash his internal force, a special aura lingering around him. Clang! The sword was shaken out and touched straight on the cave wall. Mo Jiao was stunned. The snake's tail, rolling the bottle to look at Jing Shaochen. At that moment just now she felt threatened from that aura, and she also realized that he could kill himself without holding a sword. Jing Shaochen rasped a few times and looked at Mo Jiao in a mute voice. Isn't it? Scared? He'd always known that Snake was afraid of swords and knives, and he'd found out that day. But today he had to. Otherwise he might have died for sure. He used the last of his inner strength. His whole body was already off his feet. He slowly lay on his back on the hay. His head turned towards Mo Jiao, laboriously raising his hand with a soothing smile on his face. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Mo Jiao turned her head in silence and looked at his back. The blood on it was starting to flow non-stop again. At this rate, she might not have blood to drink for a long time. But at this moment, Jing Shaochen's hand had already been placed in front of Mo Jiao's head. Drink it. You've only had it once today. You should be hungry. Mo Jiao's heart was suddenly hard. A very strange feeling. She had never felt like this before. It's like when she molts and has a hard time trying to curl up. Hiss. Don't drink. You're running out of blood. She yelped twice, turning her head and curling her medicine to climb onto his back. Bus 6. Jing Shaochen was slightly stunned. He seemed to have heard her meaning from the little snake's call. His bony fingers moved gently, and his back couldn't help but cringe at the feel of the snake's cold, slippery touch. Inkpot poured the medicine down along the new wound. At that very instant, Mo Jiao felt Jing Shaochen's body shaking. His hand violently clenched into a fist, the muscles of his entire body rippling with cold sweat. The inkling paused in its movements. Only Jing Shaochen said in a deep voice as if he had used all his strength. Continue. Mo Jiao's snake tail moved, and the medicinal powder continued to pour down. And without knowing how, Mo Jiao's head moved slightly, and a pure white aura emanated from around her, slowly converging to Jing Shaochen's wound. Looking at the aura in the air, and the wounds that quickly stopped bleeding and even got much better. Feeling the body that was starting to get sleepy, Mo Jiao spat out her snake letters. Her cultivation aura was not much, so how did she use it on him again? But she didn't even seem to know why she was using it. And Jing Shaochen, who happened to turn his head at that instant, buried the shock in his eyes deeply and slowly lowered his eyes. His fingers nearly curled up. Bus 6. So that's the secret to his fast healing? Still eating? Jing Shaochen asked with the meat in his hands. His injuries were healing quickly, but Snake was getting tired and sleepy easily lately from healing him. Bus 6. So when he got a little better he started grilling meat for him and Snake to eat. But of course the prey was still what Snake caught and brought back. Snake hasn't been letting him out much lately for fear of meeting someone again. So he obediently roasted the fire in the cave and waited for Snake to return with his prey. He was the first to feed the baby snakes when the meat was done due to their hard work. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen's meat. She had already eaten a lot. But what if she still wanted to eat? She blew her little eyes and her inky snake head swung around. She wasn't eating. Already half the chickens have been eaten. And if we eat any more of the reserve food, there will be nothing left to eat. So she was going to make sure to squat a little longer next time and bring back more prey. Already get along with a few days. Jing Xiaochen naturally know how big the small snake's meal. Last time she brought 2 prey. The result is that her small snake body ate almost 1.5. I do not know how in the end she ate it. A deep smile flashed in his eyes as he tore the meat in his hands into small strips again. Have some more. I can't finish it. Mo Jiao's eyes twitched and she shook her head again. She had blood to drink if she couldn't get enough. He had nothing if he couldn't get enough. She was also aware of his condition, and that he had been eating more lately after he had slowly gotten better. Seeing the meat that Jing Xiaochen handed to her, she firmly stated that she was full. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen compassionately touched the snake's head, then passed his wrist to the snake's mouth. It's time to drink blood. Mo Jiao looked at the roast in his hand and then at the white wrist. Jing Xiaochen put the meat into his mouth with his other hand while laughing lightly. Drink it. There's enough blood vessels, and I'm replenishing it fast now. The blood sucked by the little snake wasn't too much, and he was already physically strong, and the prey the little snake had brought him lately was enough to replenish him, so he was still able to supply the blood that was sucked from him 3 times a day. The peaceful life of one man and one snake had been maintained for half a month, and by the time Jing Xiaochen's injuries had completely healed, he knew that it was time for him to make his move. Little snake, it's still me going out today. The last 2 days plus the previous time he had explored the surroundings after going out. Can't take Snake though. The people who came for him so many times before basically all died, so I'm afraid the ones who were sent again would have to be more powerful in every way. That's why it's safest for Snake to stay. Although Jing Xiaochen's trip was just to probe the situation, he couldn't guarantee absolute safety, so when exactly would he return? He put his arm out. Suck more. I might be back late today. Mo Jiao tilted her head to look at Jing Xiaochen. What does reserve food mean? Is he ready to go? Manhwa Chinese. Not seeing Mo Jiao act, Jing Xiaochen guessed. Is it full and doesn't want to drink? Just as well. I'll be back early then. His dark eyes were glowing. Good to see. After saying his words he touched Mo Jiao's head, lowered his sleeve, collected his sword and took a big step away. Just as soon as he reached the entrance of the cave he turned around and saw a different look on Snake's face. Her half of her body stood upright, spitting forked snake letters, her pupils staring up at him. Jing Xiaochen's back was turned to the light. His face was crowned, his eyes were as dark as ink, and he looked back with a hazy smile, causing Mo Jiao to faintly freeze. She knew that she was beautiful when she was a human being, but she had never seen this man in the world to let her haul snake ancestor for the stunning. Jing Xiaochen's smile was fleeting, and his entire person had disappeared after Mo Jiao returned to her senses. In the end, he was not assured, and Mo Jiao still quietly followed. This place is a deep forest. Recently the sun is still okay, but still did not melt the snow full of mountains. It was cold, but Jing Xiaochen's pace was very steady. Wearing a single coat still stood upright like a pine, with a steady gait. Mo Jiao looked at the black figure for a moment of silence. The road around here, obviously not to go hunting. She did know that the way down was all the way from here, so she had managed to heal and hunt and cast feed her reserves. And now she was going to leave when she was well. Hiss! She spat her forked serpentine letters and her body moved quickly and silently. But in a moment's time she had already shortened the distance between them. Either, or bite the bullet. After walking for most of an hour, Jing Xiaochen saw a villager who was felling trees and chopping firewood. Jing Xiaochen went up to communicate with them. Mo Jiao narrowed his eyes and saw the villager holding the axe as if he was about to make a move. Mo Jiao bared his teeth violently and appeared. Bus 6. Snakes! Vipers! The villagers screamed out in terror and panic. Jing Xiaochen turned around in surprise, just in time to catch the venomous snake that came flying at him. Indeed, it is an ink slant. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and at the same time he laughed out softly. Were you uneasy about me? So you came out with me? Hiss! Definitely not releasing. Heart you! You're leaving before I've had much blood. Ha! Heartless human! The villagers on the side were scared with cold sweat. Strong man, this snake is a poisonous snake. Hiss! Inkjaw bared his teeth. Jing Xiaochen's white hand was placed on the pitch-black snake's head. The strong contrast of colors yet gave off a beauty that was hard to describe. Feeling the slippery, cold touch, he stroked the inkpot's head soothingly and nodded to the villager. Sorry, this is my pet. It scared you. Hiss, how dare you say that? How could I, the titular snake ancestor, be the pet of a human like you? It's simply an insult. Mo Jiao was so angry that she revealed her double teeth and bit hard on Jing Xiaochen's wrist. The villagers watched in fear, but didn't see a single sign of fear or poisoning from Jing Xiaochen. So they had a hint of awe for this self-proclaimed mountain recluse. This is Yushi Mountain, and underneath the mountain is the Yu family villa, which lives by the mountain. If you don't mind, you can follow me down the mountain. However, if you want to buy something, you need to go through my Yu family village and head to Xiyang town. Mo Jiao ground his teeth, his fangs a few points deeper, and sure enough, he stocked up on food and prepared to go. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao, and his gaze fell back on the villagers. Thanks a lot, but there's no need. I'll just go ahead on my own. That's fine. Strong man, keep going. Turn left at the fork in the road and you'll be down the hill. Jing Xiaochen nodded again. Many thanks. Saying goodbye to the villagers, Jing Xiaochen thoughtfully led Mo Jiao towards the bottom of the mountain. The ink slinger had stopped sucking blood, her snake's head turning slightly to land on the villagers. She always felt something was wrong, especially the moment the villagers saw Jing Xiaochen's face. Hiss, is it still going downhill if things don't look right? When Jing Xiaochen saw Mo Jiao screaming while looking at the villager over and over again, his eyes deepened a few points and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. You can see it too, can't you? Mo Jiao nodded, her small sesame-sized eyes staring at Jing Xiaochen's face, not sparing a single expression on his face. Manhwa Chinese M. Bus 6. Only Jing Xiaochen's expression didn't change much. There's no need to worry. I'm just going down the mountain today to explore the situation. If it's not right, we'll just come back. Hiss, who worries about you? The ink slinger barked twice in defiance, keeping a mental note about the fact that this human had actually treated her like prey. Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes were filled with smiles as he touched the snake's head again. It's so adorably awesome to see a little snake worried about his well-being. One person and one snake soon went down the mountain. Mo Jiao watched Jing Xiaochen walk, and was puzzled in her heart. This reserve went down the mountain also with her. Could it be that he still wanted to take himself back? Mo Jiao spat out the snake's letter and wrapped it around Jing Xiaochen's arm, the snake's head resting on his hand. Jing Xiaochen's hand, because of years of martial arts training, palm tiger mouth, has a thick callus, but this does not hinder the warmth of his hand. Warm, as if the sun. Mo Jiao body is always cold. Encountering warmth always cannot help but rub up. A hint of a smile flashed under Jing Xiaochen's eyes, and his fingers gently touched the snake's head, which was slippery and cold. It's still a bit cold in the winter, so it might be a bit better if it's in the summer. Below the mountain is indeed the echidna. Those people looked at Jing Xiaochen, who suddenly took a big step down the mountain and stopped. Manhwa Chinese. Although he was dressed in simple clothes, but through the body of the momentum as well as elegant and square face, always let the village people eyes bright. Only when they still wanted to see a little more clearly, the upright figure was already left with a misty back, seemingly real and indistinct, unable to see clearly. Many people saw this and called it divine, even almost kneeling, but then lifting his eyes. The person has long disappeared without a trace. Bus 6. Hiss. People are coming. Move. Mo Jiao watched Jing Xiaochen take a straw hat and snap it on, covering the face, but he didn't go away, still rummaging in his pockets for something. It wasn't until the footsteps reached the door that he grabbed Mo Jiao and dashed out of the courtyard. Hiss, what were you looking for just now? Mo Jiang is curious what he's doing when he's done with his business. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen seems to understand the questions of Mo Jiao, walking while explaining. Take people things. Do not ask to take as stealing. This family is poor. I have to cover up. Then take his hat. Forced to do. Still pay for the sale is. Hiss. So you were just looking for money? Jing Xiaochen nodded. Unfortunately, today I don't have any silver money on me, so this bucket hat deal will only be returned later. Manhwa Chinese. Hiss, I see. I get it. This is the same reasoning as exchanging spirit stones for elixirs in the cultivation world. It's just a pity that this current crown prince is so poor that he can't even pay for a bucket hat. I'm really penniless. It's pathetic. Between the treetops, Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao's gazes fell on the doorway. There stood a scholar, thin and frail, holding a book in his hands, with a few weeds and wild vegetables simply placed inside his back basket, crushed grass clippings and a bit of dirt stuck to his rough clothes, and snow fell on his feet. It was obvious that this scholar had gone to the mountains, but I could be going to catch some wildlife. But in the end I came back empty-handed with nothing. When he entered he was not to see the bucket hat disappear. After all, there are things that are usually kept there all the time and never pay attention to whether they are missing when they are not in use. Bus 6. After putting down the basket, the scholar first read the book, which was a chapter from the Book of Rites. Only after he had finished reading did he carefully put down the book and go back to choosing vegetables and washing them. Write down the person, only to be after the money will be in the return. Jing Xiaochan also no longer delay time, and then took Mo Jiao footsteps light, or fall on the leaf above, shaped like a ghost, only instantaneous, and then fall, has already been out of the Yu family Zhuang. Hiss, what kind of martial arts was this, flying in such an ethereal manner? Although it was too much different from her last life's cloud riding, it was still considered good in this world. We're going to town now. Snake's eyes flashed clear and bright. Jing Xiaochan's heart softened slightly when he saw it. The rest of the journey went well, except for a bit of trouble getting into the city, as the gates required everyone to show their faces. Jing Xiaochan and Mo Jiao knew that the purpose of these people's inspection should be Manhwa Chinese. Mo Jiao looked at his bucket hat again. Hiss, things were bad now, and this thing was a pain in the ass to take off. Mo Jiao's worries Jing Xiaochan also understood. He lowered his head to put his bucket hat on tightly and whispered, "Looks like we're going back early today." After all, he couldn't even enter the city gate before he was supposed to change his costume. Just wait until the next day when he is ready to enter the city. Hiss, and so on. Watching Jing Xiaochan turn around, Mo Jiao bared her teeth. Why was it so troublesome for her to raise a reserve? Under Jing Xiaochan's puzzled eyes, she used a little more cultivation aura to hide Jing Xiaochan's true face. Hiss, now it's okay to go in. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaochan couldn't understand Mo Jiao's screams, but it didn't stop him from understanding, and he also happened to see the aura emanating from Mo Jiao's body as well as a momentary feeling of comfort on his face. He slammed his hand on the 7 inches of the inkpot. Hiss, reserve food, what are you doing? Mo Jiao's whole body was quickly on guard. The snake pupils were erect, the snake body was upright, and the killing aura was terrifying. Mo Jiao bit fast and hard on Jing Xiaochan's tiger's mouth. Jing Xiaochan's face did not change. Looking down at the ink-colored long snake, his narrow phoenix eyes flared with light. Ah, snake! There's a snake! The people around them saw it and immediately shouted. And barely had they reacted when the crowd had automatically backed away, leaving a large open space. Jing Xiaochan's fingers on the 7 inches suddenly loosened, turning his hand to rest on Mo Jiao's head and rubbing it gently. His gaze, Bus 6. Instead, it landed on the guards who had heard it. What's going on? The guards walked over in a suit of armor, imposingly, and their gazes fell on Jing Xiaochan. The first thing you see is his extraordinary demeanor. Although he was dressed in cloth, his body was like a pine, and his aura was awe-inspiring. Simply standing there made it difficult to ignore. My lord, there are snakes, poisonous snakes. The men spoke in a chorus of voices. Bus 6. The guard's gaze moved from Jing Xiaochan to Mo Jiao. The body was ink-colored. The snake's body was smooth, and 2 poisonous fangs were revealed under the triangular snake's head. Danger is in the air. My lord, this is my pet and does not bite at will. Feeling the coldness emanating from the hilt of the guard's sword, Jing Xiaochan took the lead to speak and didn't give the guard any chance to draw his sword and harm little snake. His long, bamboo-like fingers pressed against the head of the ink-slithering snake, which hissed twice in defiance. Forget it, just don't bite the little squire. She slowly lowered her head to bite on Jing Xiaochan's finger, sucking some blood in the process. But how could she, the snake ancestor, possibly bow down? The guard fixed his eyes and saw the aggressiveness in Mo Jiao's body slowly dissipate, and he finally believed Jing Xiaochan's words. This snake, he keeps as a pet. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look over. There is no rain today, and the winter sun is warm but not strong. So why are you wearing this hat? Bus 6. Get your head up. Jing Xiaochan knew in his heart that the situation below the line was afraid that it would be difficult to avoid. His eyelids drooped slightly, just in time to meet the raised snake's head, and he saw a hint of appeasement in the eyes of the inkjet. Named Fear Not? Jing Xiaochan felt like he was seeing things, but suddenly thought of the white light spot on Mo Jiao previously, the same one that appeared when he was seriously injured. His phoenix eyes raised slightly, and he too was curious as to why the little snake acted the way it did. He gently stroked the snake's head and slowly raised his face. Your Honor is unaware that the skin on my face has a disease that avoids direct sunlight. This is a last resort. Bus 6. Scary. The guard was shocked to see that face and hastily stepped back to divert his attention. If that's the case, then wear those hats. Otherwise it's your fault if you disturb someone. Jing Xiaochen's finger lurched, and without changing his face, he said, "Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency." He finished speaking before pulling down the brim of his bucket hat. The internal energy that had been silently accumulated in his hands also slowly dissipated cleanly. He was just a little curious about what this face of his looked like at the moment. After all, when he saw the gloating expression in Mo Jiao's eyes, he narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. "What did little snake do to my face? Hiss without telling you." Mo Jiao shouted cheerfully twice, and her tiny eyes then turned endlessly, wandering between the bustling markets. In her last life, Mo Jiao spent most of her time cultivating, and unless she was looking for someone to trade for pills, she stayed on the island. So many things had never seen or eaten. Bus 6. Looking at Mo Jiao's expectant eyes, Jing Xiaochen looked at the sugar snapdragons with a frozen expression. The little brother selling sugar gourds looked at Jing Xiaochen and said, 2 cents a string. How many strings does the guest want? The Mo Jiao snake body slid and its head lifted up to look at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen's clothes were black, and the snake was also black, so if he didn't pay attention to it he couldn't really see it. But now Mo Jiao move. The peddler see clearly immediately scared face white constantly back. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao, then at the sugar gourd, touched his pocket and coughed lightly. "This thing tastes the same as that fruit. Do you still want to eat it?" Thinking of the sourness of the fruit, Mo Jiao decisively shook his head. "Then forget it. That fruit is simply unpalatable." Watching the peddler quickly move away, Jing Xiaochen was unusually chagrined. He should have brought a few prey for some money, or else being so penniless that he couldn't even afford to buy a candy cane for little snake was just too poor. Jing Xiaochen silently passed his finger to Mo Jiao's tongue. Bus 6. Inkpot quickly realized that he had already drunk blood twice today, and it wasn't even nighttime yet, and 2 times was reasonably enough to get to nighttime. But she did get a little hungry this time. Bus 6. I don't know what's going on, but she's been eating a lot the last few days and getting hungry fast. But that didn't stop her from drinking blood as well as practicing. This time it was still biting on Jing Xiaochen's arm. Looking at the teeth marks all over the surrounding area, Mo Jiao inexplicably felt a bit weak, but she didn't dare to let the wound heal immediately, or else she would definitely make Jing Xiaochen suspicious. Jing Xiaochen saw Mo Jiao eating quietly, and he didn't disturb. "I was just walking to a stall when I happened to raise my eyes to a bronze mirror. His face in the mirror looks vicissitudes ugly. The most important thing is that his face is covered with pustules. Eerie and scary. One hot Chinese. If Jing Xiaochen wasn't psychologically strong, I'm afraid he would have been scared out of himself." After reading it, he slowly lowered his eyes to look at Inkbrand. The ability of this little snake is also too strange. Once again, he wondered what kind of elf it was. No matter what kind of elves and monsters had entered his poem, how could he let them go again? He seemed to smile, and then he didn't. Just looking at the little snake who was a bit drowsy after drinking the blood, he softly said, "Take a nap. We'll go back later." When he finished, he dropped his hand, his tunic hanging down to block out the light, and she curled up in her arms sleeping happily. Jing Xiaochen is going to look for someone. If something happens to him, the court in the capital must be in chaos. One Ho Chinese, and his ministry must have sought it out. But there was an inside thief in his ministry, which he had noticed before. Not realizing that there was more than one, he lowered his eyes just so that this time he would take advantage of the opportunity to make a clean sweep. With that thought in mind, he inquired about the people and turned into a pawn store. "Good day, sir. Pawn or ransom? Dead or alive?" Xiao Er warmly greeted him. "Live dang. Get your boss." The waiter saw that Jing Xiaochen's demeanor did not look like an ordinary person, and that the one looking for the shopkeeper should be a big customer. So he said, "Wait a moment, sir. The shopkeeper will be right there." After that he entered the inner room. "What is it that the customer wants to pawn?" The shopkeeper soon came, dressed in rich, slightly fat, smiling. "Live period. No period." Jing Xiaochen did not take out anything, but these 4 short words made the shopkeeper's face change coming out from the counter. "May I ask the customer when what?" 3 waters and 2 ice for 1 river. Jing Xiaochen spoke in a low voice, his face waveless. The shopkeeper was astonished, then respectfully said, "Please enter the backyard, Your Excellency." When he reached a room in the backyard, the shopkeeper asked respectfully, "May I ask your honor, where did this come from, and what is your name?" Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen, as the crown prince, established his own intelligence network belonging to him, and the general director of the intelligence network was named Jiang Ling, so he used his first name, Jiang Shui, as his password. The intelligence network is spread throughout the entire Dezhou Kingdom, even neighboring countries. So far he had been missing for almost a month. And apart from the previous ones where people had come looking, he had not seen his men recently. Either his own men had encountered something difficult, or the mole was someone inside the intelligence network, using it to deliver some kind of false news. He quickly sifted through a few people in his mind. Today, he changed his face and was not afraid of being recognized. So he entered this pawnshop to find out the news. Just the main person in charge of the intelligence network in the end is his own hand to train. Access to the news are secret things. No wonder this time the whereabouts of the leakage and assassination of the matter arranged so precise. The thought of it inevitably spoiled the mood for a few moments. His eyes darkened. His fingers gently placed on the top of Mo Zhao's head. The slippery and cold touch made the icy cold in his heart go 2 points. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. Mo Zhao naturally noticed that the reserve was in a bad mood. The snake's head gently rubbed against it, only to be a little stiff after rubbing against it. How could her hallowed snake ancestor do something so degrading? A hint of a smile appeared in Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Only his face was calm when he looked at the shopkeeper and his voice was cool. It was Lord Jiangling who sent me here. After he finished, the shopkeeper said a few more questions. Seeing Jing Xiaochen answered them one by one, he arched his hand and said, "My surname is Chen. I am the person in charge of the intelligence information of this land of Yueshi. I wonder what instructions your lordship has for this visit." "Hello, shopkeeper Chen. I was wondering if you guys have found any clue news here?" Jing Xiaochen sat down, and shopkeeper Chen quickly noticed the ink-colored snake under Jing Xiaochen's sleeve and gently inhaled. Rarely do people take snakes this close, but Chen boss will not say anything about it. Just will get their own news one by one report. Adults should know that His Highness disappeared from this Yueshi prefecture not far from the city. We sent His Highness after the accident many times to send people to look for, and there is no trace of His Highness. After saying that, the shopkeeper frowned again and said, "The situation here is complicated, and while we were looking for it there were 2 other groups of people who were also looking for it, so we only had to probe privately. Previously, our people entered Yueshi Mountain, and when I heard that we found traces of His Highness, I personally led a group of people to meet them, but who knew that the man was an insider, and that he was dead, and that His Highness was nowhere to be found." Jing Xiaochen made it clear that he was the one who killed someone that time. The cave they were in was hidden and troublesome to search. People have come before, but they're all ink jiao. One hot Chinese, poisoned. That or he found out later, when he went out alone to scout, that the poisoning was done by a dead soldier, and didn't know whose man it was. When the shopkeeper saw Jing Xiaochen looking at him, he continued to speak. Later on, someone else entered the mountain. Not one of ours. We followed them in and encountered an interception, and His Highness is still nowhere to be found. So in front of us, Lord Jiang sent a letter asking us to keep an eye out for people entering the mountains, and to settle them in advance if we encounter them, and his side is ready to bring people in person. So far 3 sets of people have been resolved, and our men have suffered casualties. However, just a few days ago, there was a change of heart over in the imperial city, and now there is an open decree to search for His Highness, but the search has turned into a search here, and the gatekeepers are still guarded by the people from the government offices themselves. And I heard that the second prince will come in person tomorrow. I am worried that the people here are not able to stop the second prince from searching the mountain. At that time, your highness will be in danger." One hot Chinese, Counselor Chen's face was full of worry. They are all the crown prince's people. Naturally they hope that the crown prince is safe and sound, but now they don't know the situation of His Highness, and the manpower is insufficient. How can they find His Highness and return to the capital safe and sound is a big problem. Jing Xiaochen poured a cup of tea but didn't drink it. His white fingers rubbed against the wall of the cup. His pupils were pitch black, and when shopkeeper Chen finished standing there he felt an invisible pressure. His body was tense and he didn't dare to utter a single breath. Ink Jiao ignored this atmosphere. The snake's head moved and its body slid slowly. Some of the cold tea then went into Ink Jiao's stomach. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and looked at Mo Jiao spitting snake letters but felt cute. "This tea is bitter." After saying this, he looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Trouble the shopkeeper to get a cup of honey water." Shopkeeper Chen was stunned for a moment at what he heard. Then his eyebrows furrowed together, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. At this time of the day when we were talking about business, he made himself pour honey water for a snake. But in the end, it was someone from above, and he didn't dare to object to Jing Xiaochen's command, so he could only turn around and open the door to find his subordinates to bring honey water over. Mo Zhao hissed twice and supported the upper half of his snake body to look at Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao's eyes were pure black, but they still carried light when looking at people. Similar to the stars in the sky, Jing Xiaochen lifted his fingers and placed them on her eyes, feeling the touch of his hand and said, "We'll leave after drinking the honey water." Bus 6. Hiss. What's with the honey water? That guy is obviously not right. And you're still not leaving. The ink slinger felt a bit silly about the man. The man's words were obviously inappropriate and half-true. If they had gone into the mountain, how could they not have seen it? And even if there are fewer of them, you can always find them by following the traces of the enemy. They didn't move, so how could they not find it? Furthermore, Jing Xiaochen had injuries on his body. Even if they found it and couldn't bring it to the capital for the time being, they could have found a hidden place to recuperate first. But this would be a case of making excuses for not finding someone. Little Snake is so smart. Jing Xiaochen clearly read Mo Jiao's meaning. But that said, there really isn't anything left to latch onto. But he may not just be discovering his identity now. Bus 6. Contemplating for a moment, Jing Xiaochen pointed to his face. How long a time limit is this? Hiss. It didn't take long. Will it last through the night? Mo Jiao shook her head. Her cultivation was not much, and being able to cover up half a day was already the limit. The first time I saw this was when I was in the middle of the night. Jing Xiaochen nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Soon Boss Chen came in with honey water. My lord. He handed the honey water to Jing Xiaochen, who took it and handed it to Mo Jiao's mouth. Many thanks. When Mo Jiao lowered her head to drink, Jing Xiaochen looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Please trouble the shopkeeper to find someone to take me out of the city to investigate. It's getting late. No harm done. I'm just looking around." Also available. Soon Boss Chen brought in one person, wearing black short beats and a very refined look, and introduced, "This is Chen De, very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Your honor can let him take you up the mountain." Jing Xiaochen knew from a glance that he knew this was a practiced person. He narrowed his eyes and thanked him. After leaving the door, the two of them headed out of the city, and on the way, Chen De had been unmovingly sizing up Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen acted like he didn't care. When they arrived at the city gates, the guards routinely questioned them, and Chen De went up to explain. After leaving the city and just taking a few steps, Jing Xiaochen knew that someone had followed him. His hand was placed on the snake of ink Xiao, and his aura changed. With an icy gaze, he swept a glance at the people following behind him and asked Chen De, "Do you know what you're following me to do?" Under Jing Xiaochen's gaze, Chen Da's entire body tensed up. Seeing Chen Da's silence, Jing Xiaochen paused with a cold light in his eyes. "Shopkeeper Chen asked you to monitor my movements, and by the way, through you, lure those people in, right?" Jing Xiaochen raised his lips and smiled coldly. "Think I'm someone from the capital who knows the whereabouts of His Highness? So they are the second prince's people? Then who the traitor was came right out." Chen De didn't seem to expect Jing Xiaochen to think of this. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and the dagger concealed in his hand was violently drawn out. Hiss. Feeling threatened, Mo Jiao bared his fangs and popped right out of Jing Xiaochen. Without waiting for Jing Xiaochen to make a move, Mo Jiao had already reached the man. The man was indeed startled for a moment when he saw the snake suddenly rise up, but to him a snake was nothing. So when he moved his hand, the dagger seemed to come alive as if it came straight at Mo Jiao's 7 inches. Mo Jiao body flexible movement. The naked eye can only see a residual shadow. She has already climbed on the body of Chen De. Teeth have also entered the body. One hot Chinese. Also at the same moment, Jing Xiaochen and those people all moved. There were about 20 of them coming, holding weapons in their hands, and staring dead at Jing Xiaochen. They said, "The master said to leave them alive. Go!" After saying that those people had already come under siege, they didn't know what kind of person was in contact with shopkeeper Chen, but they thought that Jing Xiaochen was really someone from the capital, and that he was the crown prince's person, and that he must have gotten hold of some kind of information in his hands as well. When Jing Xiaochen specifically sought out shopkeeper Chen to ask for someone, it was to test as well as determine who exactly belongs to Yueshi Prefecture City now. Bus 6. Those people also thought that since they had been exposed, they would have to control Jing Xiaochen and obtain information. So the siege of the war began in this way. The air wafted a strong blood. In the sinking sky under a particularly cold, Jing Xiaochen's eyes were dark and heavy, and his hands moved quickly. Inkpot seemed to be extra excited today, wandering through the blood all over the place. His body seemed to be trembling. It's only supposed to be about 2 dozen. It was just people. He was enough to take care of it alone. Not to mention the fact that he had the help of the toxins from Mo Jiao. So he still had the time to check on Mo Jiao's condition. But at this look, he almost had a cardiac arrest. Mo Jiao was originally a snake ancestor, and she had previously practiced but not sucked blood. The reason why she used Jing Xiaochen's blood as a meal was only because Jing Xiaochen's blood was beneficial to her, so she didn't think about sucking other people's blood, and she wasn't regicide. Only today, this moment didn't feel right to her. Heat and weakness, restlessness, excitement when encountering blood. So when that sword was coming straight at her 7 inches, her reaction was actually delayed for a moment. Bus 6. It wasn't until Jing Xiaochen made the first move that the sword ended up not entering his shoulder, bleeding profusely. It was red, warm, and hit her, and she felt all the violence in her body being stirred up, but her body was still hot and uncomfortable. Her entire serpentine body arched as if her body was about to tear apart. Jing Xiaochen stabbed that person who was ready to kill Mo Jiao with his sword. His bloodied hand was too late to cover the wound, but instead he gently grabbed Mo Jiao and put her into his arms. He looked down with tenderness in his eyes. Be a good girl and wait here. He could clearly see that something was wrong with Mo Jiao, but there was no way he could take Mo Jiao away until those people who were frantically raising their swords fell. So looking up again, his narrow eyes were tinted with ink the color of blood. Thick and Manhwa Chinese. It was pitch black, with a sharp and raging aura around it. The inkling felt hard. This hard as every molt she had ever had. When she used to be a scaly snake, her molting days were much less frequent, and every time she molted was a symbol of her cultivation refinement. But after being reborn, the genes are just ordinary small snakes that usually molt their skin once in 2 or 3 months, and a few times a year. Later, because of the cultivation, the speed of molting was slower. But even slower, it is impossible to molt now. It's logical that it's her hibernation time, and it's a universal law that during hibernation, one doesn't molt. Bus 6. Coiled on Jing Xiaochen's chest, feeling the heat of his beating heart and body, she felt that layer of skin slowly tearing apart. The pain was so bad that she reached out her fangs and bit into his chest. Jing Xiaochen's body moved slightly and quickly returned to normal as he continued to swing his sword to kill the enemy. But that's when the change came. There were 5 other people. Seeing that Jing Xiaochen's hands were so powerful, their eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and with a glance at each other they all shot out towards his injured shoulder. Jing Xiaochen understood their intentions and coldly grunted to avoid the wound. But who knew that the other 2 were aiming for his chest? Jing Xiaochen was surrounded by killing intent. Under the emergency avoidance, their swords still hurt their chests. The pitch-black colored snake body along with the black snake belt that had just molted between their necks snapped to the ground with the wounds and with the blood. Manhwa Chinese. What happened next was flooded with weirdness. Under the dark sky, Jing Xiaochen's hands moved harshly. His body's aura was compelling, and those phoenix eyes were tinted with the color of blood. And on the ground, Mo Jiao's snake body kept rolling over, exploding with blood and flesh, crimson in color, and she felt the layer of skin tearing away from her bit by bit. Ouch! It was real pain, as if it cut her entire body with a knife one at a time. The inky black body of the snake was now bloody and looked particularly gruesome. Inkjet had never felt so much pain. Bus 6. Previous molts still seemed to go well to her. At least they didn't hurt as much. This kind of pain was a pain that was connected to the twitching of the spine. And even the snake ancestor, who was the most capable of enduring pain, had cold sweat all over his body. She could only feel the fire in her heart spreading, the snake's body arching, the blood color in her eyes spreading until it became a crimson red thick, mixed with pain. Jing Xiaochen's face completely sank when he saw this. Those people were still not dead set on attacking Mo Jiao. The bottom of Jing Xiaochen's eyes added a few smudges of viciousness, directly stopping Mo Jiao behind him. Between the fight, the bucket hat he wore has long since disappeared, and his face has long been restored, becoming the stunning face of that flowery face. Bus 6. There are still 2 people. A drum can be resolved. Just his face revealed those people looked at each other, but even spared his body to die for another person to block the knife to delay the time. Looking at the rising sparks, Jing Xiaochen's eyes had long since lost a trace of emotion. The flying sword chopped through. Those 2 people were cut off at the waist and flew directly out half dead. Jing Xiaochen's hair had long been messed up. He grabbed the sword with one hand and grabbed Mo Jiao with the other hand and was about to leave. Mo Jiao's body at this moment is difficult to move even for a moment. Jing Xiaochen's hand just touched her body. She shuddered violently in pain. Her body arched up with red eyes and bit hard on Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were worried and his brows were tightly furrowed. He knew in his heart that this place should not be stayed for long. "Snake, we must go," he said as he stood up with a firm hand grabbing the body of the inkling. At the moment she has not fully molted. The dark snake skin has molted to the middle. The upper half of the snake skin's snake body separated. The old snake skin is dark. The new snake body, although still ink-colored, but with a hint of white slippery, connected to the blood. Jing Xiaochun knew that snakes would molt, but he didn't know that molting once was just like an ordinary person peeling skin and scraping flesh. He felt his heart ache for this snake, so he softened his hand movements, letting Mo Jiao bite him and suck his blood, even if the pain is somewhat delirious. But sensing the familiar flavor, Mo Jiao still didn't release the poison sac, and only tore into his flesh tightly, drinking the delicious blood that came from him. Jing Xiaochun's movements continued to accelerate. At this moment has reached the Yueshi village. At this moment the village has dyed the smoke of cooking. The dim sky, thick dark clouds with a hint of laughter, showing some sudden and strange. The first time I saw this, I had to go back to the house. Just walked to the foot of the mountain behind the village. The surrounding breath steeply condensed. The hands of the ink Jiao also suddenly hissed in pain, directly flew up and fell to the ground. Jing Xiaochun moved quickly but couldn't catch it. Your Highness the Crown Prince has made us look for you. The sharp voice came straight with endless malice and chill. Jing Xiaochun couldn't catch Mo Jiao in time and his face was ugly to the extreme. The people who came were about 30 people. The sword light in their hands flashed, with a boiling killing intent, and they were determined to settle this person in front of them at this moment today. The battle was imminent. Mo Jiao only felt like she was in a blaze of fire. The fire that could make people explode spread all over her body, as if it was going to melt her into oblivion. She arched her body and hissed in pain, yet at the same moment tore at the snake's skin, only to shed it completely. I wonder whose blood splattered on her fiery body. The gory, fishy odor filling the air on this side of the room as the serpent rolled over in agony. Blood flickering. Zip. Snap. Ah! She felt her entire body explode, and the pain was tantamount to skinning her bones and gouging out her heart. The pain was so extreme that it actually made a human sound, ringing out in heaven and earth, pulling at the empty recollections, eerily bleak. Jing Xiaochun as well as everyone else looked over violently. Pupils shrunk. The huge python bowed its body for several feet. Huge triangular snake head, cold snake pupils, blood-drenched snake body, sharp fangs, as if it was a devil, with destructive power. Great fear swept over. Everyone looked at the python in shock, as if sensing danger. The python attacked with great speed. The sword entered his body, enraging the python and also enraging Jing Xiaochun. He did guess that the python was a small snake. The sky had already fallen into a dark curtain, and thick dark clouds were accumulating bit by bit, carrying the might of heaven and earth, calling for people's hearts to be frightened. Purple lightning bolts tumbled from the dark clouds like giant snakes. Bloody, brutal. The wind rose and screamed. Ah, Buzz 6. Help! But there's no one here to save your life. And no one can save a life. The python's eyes had been black and red, rolling with fire and darkness that made the heart tremble. Broken bodies all over the place. The whole army. But Mo Jiao seems to be killing it. Those eyes no longer had the previous spirit and familiarity. And when she whipped her long tail and hit her hard, Jing Xiaochun pursed his lips tightly and could only dodge. The sword in his hand couldn't be swung out. Dodging a few times, Mo Jiao was once again furious. The bottom of his eyes were cold, his fangs with poison sacs were bared, and his killing intent was rampant. She was really trying to kill herself. The rain poured down in torrents. The rain flew and struck the snake's body, and the blood on the ground had long since formed a crimson river of blood snaking through it. Jing Xiaochun looked wretched, his pitch-black hair sticking to the side of his face along with the rainwater, drop by drop converging on his chin and falling off at the same time. Water snapped and fell continuously on his clothes. Even the blood on his sword was cleaned by the rain. Chill struck him as he watched the sweeping tail. He wiped his face hard, snapped and threw his sword, using the last of his strength as his feet flew through the fallen leaves, finally landing on a tree. He looked at the seemingly deranged Mo Jiao with an ugly face. His phoenix eyes moved lightly, his sight slowly softening to oppose Mo Jiao. Inkpot's eyes were all but unfamiliar, but one could sense by instinct whether or not a person was a threat to her. At least for the moment, she didn't feel any killing intent from this person. Her snake pupils remained cold and merciless. Her snake letters hissed and moved, and her tail snapped and slapped the ground. It seemed to be judging. It was at this moment that the sound of messy footsteps with a cacophony of voices kept approaching. I really saw it. A python that big, as thick as a barrel. Such a big python. Later everyone be careful. Kill the python meat and we'll split it equally. Yes, the village chief is wise. Rumble. Buzz 6. Boom. Click. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, and the tumbling lightning split the black color into a miserable white. Manhwa Chinese. The winter has not yet passed, so loud thunder and lightning suddenly, It is bizarrely scary. Hearing the voice, Emo Jiaojiu violently erected her body raging with killing intent, and her vertical snake pupils staring straight at that line of people. Cold, ghastly. Jing Xiaochen's face sank horribly at this moment. Help! Emo Jiao's murderous intent emanated from his body, adding to the chill in this icy rainy night. After all, those people are ordinary people. Violently see the body covered with blood. Ferocious python open bloody mouth. The ground corpses strewn with blood everywhere. The body's fear was inspired. Before the action has been soft legs. Seeing that the poisonous glands of Mo Jiao had already struck at those villagers, Jing Xiaochen flew out, fighting with Mo Jiao all but knocking all those people's tools to the ground, warning with a cold face, "Get lost, or those corpses will be your downfall. Go! Go!" Those guys were scared less. Hiss! It was an abomination to set her prey free. Mo Jiao flung her snake head and stared at Jing Xiaochen, following that ruthlessness as if she wanted to break Jing Xiaochen into pieces. Jing Xiaochen knew in his heart that at this moment, Mo Jiao had lost her mind. Bang! With a sweep of the snake's tail, Jing Xiaochen was swept to the ground. In the end, he had exhausted his heart. He held the sword so many times that he couldn't really stab her 7 inches. His shoulder was still injured, and with this fling, the wound split open and blood flowed. Along with the rain, Jing Xiaochen frowned and closed his eyes. Bus 6. However, at this moment, Mo Jiao had already bared her fangs and rushed over. Jing Xiaochen turned slightly, and his injured and bleeding shoulder was exposed to the snake's mouth. Snort! The python's teeth were much sharper than a small snake, going down violently, tearing the wound. The pain instantly spread throughout the body, and Jing Xiaochen's face went white. But feeling the blood quickly going to Mo Jiao's body in another way, the corners of his pale lips gently curled up. Bus 6. Sure enough, the snake was fond of his blood. Rumble! Ka! Lightning accompanied by earth-shattering thunder roared violently overhead. Jing Xiaochen was startled in his heart and looked up. Under the bright lightning, that one large snake head suddenly became a demonic and stunning human face. Eyebrows like a distant diaper. Eyes like autumn water. Red lips like fire. Face ladylike. Burning eyes. Jing Xiaochen abruptly stared at Mo Jiao. His gaze, with its lava-like heat, rested delicately on the serpent's head. Thunder and lightning were hidden in the clouds, and the snake's head in front of him under the dark rainy night was only a silhouette. But there was no longer the glimpse of what had just happened. I don't know if it was the effect of the thunder and lightning or Jing Xiaochen's gaze in hot blood, but Mo Jiao's consciousness gradually returned. Looking at Jing Xiaochen's face, bloodless, then looking at his massive snake body, Mo Jiao hissed twice. The blood-sucking action slowly stopped, but the snake pupil did not look at Jing Xiaochen. Instead, it raised its head and stared at the clouds. Hiss! Thief god! I molted my skin to advance, you even gave me a whole thunderbolt. As if the heavens had heard her heart, the thunderclouds began to gather once again and looked like they were going to strike her down. Bus 6. Hiss! Move it! Strangely, Jing Xiaochen actually understood Mo Jiao's words. He covered his shoulders and stood up directly. Unfortunately, the ink jiao was now too big for him to carry. Little snake, you awake? How do you feel? Does your body still hurt? The pain of that meeting was in his eyes and in his heart. Mo Jiao's body moved slowly. Hearing Jing Xiaochen's question, her heart was still warm. At that time, she had killed Jing Xiaochen. She thought that Jing Xiaochen would kill her with his hands, but he didn't kill, and he didn't rise to the occasion. Looks like this reserve food is okay. Her body must still hurt and she's still a little weak. After molting there is a period of weakness. Boom! Bang! A few numbers fell down in response, and even burst into flames to become charcoal. Danger and tension are on the horizon. Fortunately, Mo Jiao and Jing Xiaochen dodged quickly, or else the thunder would have struck them directly. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Mo Jiao, then frowned at the sky. The thunderclouds were still building up, and this thunder, obviously rushing at Mo Jiao. Could it be that this little snake was really an elf as he thought? And now, because of the sudden molting into a python, a thunderbolt had come down? Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed before him of that captivating face under the lightning just now. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His narrow eyes were dark and heavy, and no one could see a single sign of it. He set his eyes on the inkpot. Boom, click. Hiss! Little snake! The lightning fell straight onto Mo Jiao, and Jing Xiaochen pounced on his body in a desperate body. Well, Jing Xiaochen's back was injured. Hiss! Jing Xiaochen! Even Mo Jiao was startled by that scene just now. She was stunned for a split second. Looking at Jing Xiaochen's blood flowing from his mouth and the blood and flesh scorched on his back, she inexplicably felt her eyes heat up. One hot Chinese. It was clear that a snake had no tears and no heart. At this moment she couldn't even stop her body from shaking. Jing Xiaochan also had a moment of silence. Even he himself did not expect to suddenly block the thunder for a snake. A demonic snake. Looking at Mo Jiao's worried eyes. God. He stretched out those long and broad big hands and placed them on her huge snake head. Don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go. Manhwa Chinese. The inkling rubbed gently and looked up at the sky again. There is another thunder. Still brewing. If this thunder falls. Her snake pupils swept over Jing Xiaochan and rotated around for another moment. Already almost to the cave. It's just that the road is getting harder and harder. She spat out her snake letters. Her tired and aching body dragging Jing Xiaochan to move with difficulty. All the way up to a steep slope where there was just enough of an indentation to hide a man from the rain. Jing Xiaochan seemed to realize what Mo Jiao meant. He gasped and looked disapprovingly at Mo Jiao, who had just felt that body, shaking all the time, as she dragged him along. Hiss! This thunderbolt is mine. You can't stand it as a mortal, so you stay here. Snake! Jing Xiaochan shouted in a deep voice, and watched as Mo Jiao suddenly turned back and spat out her snake letters at him, before plunging headlong into the darkness without looking back. His heart sank, and the corners of his pale, dry lips licked the rainwater that hit his face. Bus 6. With a body full of torn wounds and blood, Mo Jiao wandered in the darkness, as if a mandala blooming in the dark night, dangerous and bloody. Once again, a whitish crack in the dark sky was torn open by lightning. Mo Jiao gritted his teeth, and white light spots suddenly flooded around his body, both of which coalesced into a mass of white light that rose up to the sky with an aura of solemnity. Boom! As the two collided, fierce sparks rose in all directions, but they still didn't stop the immense power of the lightning. Luckily, the aura resisted some of the power, or else it would have split on the snake and she might have turned straight into ashes. The rain is still pouring down as if it won't stop. Mo Jiao's body trembled with pain, but she couldn't move a step. But thankfully that's the last of the thunder. She was still thinking as she lay in the rain. It was difficult for her to even lift her head now, and her flesh and blood had long since become meat and potatoes due to being nourished by the aura. If this would have been a large-scale movement to appear, I'm afraid that she would have been gnawed down to the bone. She twisted her snake body, but after half a day's movement she realized that she was still in situ. Inkpot wanted to curse the heavens again. Just at this time, suddenly not far away came a strange sound. She did not care about the wounds on her body. Her heartbeat continued to accelerate. Arched her body snake pupil cold look ahead. The thunder had ceased. The downpour had turned to sleet. The night was deep and the cackling was approaching. Inkpot thought a lot in that moment, and then it seemed like nothing. It would have been unlikely for an ordinary snake to transform into a python in a short period of time. As far as she knew, it would have to be more than 100 years in any case, but she had come to this world for more than 10 years. And had only been cultivating for more than 10 years. Unexpectedly, the sudden molting of the skin now triggered a heavenly calamity. She probably knew that the first reason was that she was born in this realm and was originally an ordinary life, but her soul carried the power of her bloodline to the extent that she could absorb the aura and cultivate in this realm of the mortal world, creating an extraordinary life. But on the contrary, originally need 100 years to advance into the form, heart ahead of 10 years old. Even if she is a genius in this life, it is impossible to advance so fast. Bus 6. Thinking about it, it came down to the most recent anomaly she'd been exposed to, the blood of the reserve. The thought made a decision in her mind. However, nowadays, the aftermath brought about after the forced advancement was also great. She was too weak now. It took all her strength to even stand up the snake. The aura in her body was also swept away, so she really didn't know what the meaning of her advancement was this time. Yet she was never willing to die and become food for other creatures. Oh, ow! Inkjet's eyes snapped to attention, and here came a fox. Soon the fox appeared in front of him. The night was thick and dark. Mo Jiao was still enough to see the fox. The fur around his body was reddish, like the color of blood. A pair of slender fox eyes flashed with a greenish light. In those eyes was greed, treachery, and danger. Hiss! The warning voice fell, and the red fox, sensing the killing intent and threat, bared its teeth and gave a low cry, and turned in place again, but never took a step. As if observing carefully, Mo Jiao took advantage of the situation and moved, not giving Red Fox a chance to scrutinize it at all. The huge snake body flew into action. The snake's tail struck over fiercely. Not a trace of weakness could be seen. The Red Fox lowered its head and whimpered as its two front paws pawed the ground tightly, seeing the snake's tail sweeping over, but its eyes lit up and it leapt forward, its sharp teeth striking the 7 inches of Mo Jiao. Hiss! Mo Jiao was furious. His lifeline was coveted. No one would be indifferent. The wounds on his body were constantly being torn apart, and Mo Jiao felt the rapid loss of strength. Manhwa Chinese. The red fox was not concerned about herself. Even if you are in danger, you must bite the ink jiao to death and take a bite of snake meat. Ow! The cunning red fox avoided Mo Jiao's fangs several times, a reversal and rushed to Mo Jiao's 7 inches, simply like a small strong man that could not die. Snort! The sharp teeth entered the flesh, but because of Mo Jiao's avoidance, it didn't go straight into the 7 inches, but the fox's sharp claws also tore a small wound around her 7 inches, and the red fox wailed twice in triumph at the sight of this, then fiercely lowered its head to drink the blood and tear the flesh. This snake meat had always been something it coveted. Bear! Just then, the huge snake head with its icy fangs ruthlessly entered the red fox's body. The red fox's green eyes snapped wide with disbelief. It had always thought that the ink pot was dying. After all, she had been struck by lightning. After all, she was covered in blood and already off her feet. That's why it made its move today with the certainty of victory. Who knew it would turn out like this? Oh! Miserable cry did not let the ink jiao born a trace of sympathy. Erect snake pupil cold. Fangs deep and deep. Red fox continued to struggle, until finally completely lost breathing fox body stiff. When that was done, Mo Jiao put away her fangs, but she didn't have much strength left to shake down the red fox. Her snake's head turned in one direction hissing loudly. Soon a figure slowly appeared in that direction. Little snake is awesome. Hiss, that's for sure. She's the titular snake ancestor. Jing Shaochen still came. He was relieved that little snake couldn't be bothered, so it was fine that he had injuries on his body, and he followed Lei Lu's direction to find him. Just too stupid. Jing Shaochen stared at Mo Jiao's 7-inch wound. There was a minor injury there, but because of this red fox, the wound ripped open and looked a bit shocking. He looked at the red fox's eyes cold and dark. His hand gently fell on the 7 inches. At that moment Mo Jiao was stiff. Even Jing Shaochen's comment about her Tang snake ancestor being stupid didn't count. She abruptly twisted her head to look at Jing Shaochen. Bus 6M. Bus 6. The blood on his face was washed away by the rain, revealing his handsome features. It was just pale and the corners of his lips were pursed, and his phoenix eyes were so dark that he couldn't see the thoughts inside. Her stiff body softened little by little, eventually allowing the hand to rest on the 7-inch mark. Just her eyes kept staring at Jing Shaochen's hand, and at this moment she tentatively gained another point of trust in him. Murdoch figured it was the first person to put his hand on her 7 inches and she didn't do anything about it. But also, it was the first time that there would be someone foolish enough to block the thunder for him, so this reserve would be something she would protect in the future. Jing Shaochen noticed Mo Jiao's change. The corner of his lips hooked and he sprinkled the wound medicine in his hand on Mo Jiao's wound. He knew that she had a strange ability to heal, but he also knew that if she was able to heal at this moment, the injuries on her body wouldn't be so severe. She wouldn't be too dislocated to crawl. This wound hurts to look at. Mo Jiao was also startled for a moment, both silent and watching Jing Shaochen's movements. This human is indeed stupid. That injury medicine she is aware of. Not much more. His entire back scorched. Lightning-struck injuries are not easy to heal. He even did not save for himself. The actual bus 6. When the medicine was finished, Jing Shaochen's body shook slightly. He took a breath and slowly sat down. This fox skin is good. When we leave we can take it with us and make a cloak later, Jing Shaochen said and glanced at Mo Jiao, and remembered that stunning face. If he used this fiery red cloak, it would complement each other, and it could be called a magnificent and heavenly fairy. Manhwa Chinese. Hiss. Mo Jiao's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a very good idea. The reserve food offer she liked. It's just that this fox fur smells like fox, and she doesn't like it very much. But the reserve food wears a fiery red fox fur cloak. Looking at Jing Shaochen's face, Mo Jiao felt that that scene should be very nice. Red clothes like fire. Noble and heavenly. While she was imagining in her scattered thoughts, the white jade-like wrist reached over and placed it on her lips. Drink it and we'll go back after a bit of strength. After all, the smell of blood is so strong here that it would attract other creatures and be unsafe. But Little Snake's cave was different. It was clean and had Little Snake's scent. And he hadn't seen any other creatures come there in all the time he'd been there. I guess it's jealous of the little snakes. Mo Jiao raised his head and looked straight at Jing Shaochen, but did not move. His face was already frighteningly white. Sitting on the ground, his tall body slightly bent, showing a hint of wonkiness, as if he would faint at any time. Mo Jiao's mind floated for a moment. Although she would want to drink blood so badly that she couldn't stop her mouth from watering just by thinking about the taste of blood, she could never get her mouth off of it. Seeing Mo Jiao's hesitation, he laughed a little and said, I can still hold up. You drink it, you have the strength to pack me back. You know, my blood. It's good for you. Jing Xiaochen's words caused Mo Jiao to be startled. She looked at Jing Xiaochen with rounded eyes, as if she didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Is there anything this can't say? Jing Xiaochen liked to see the humanized expression that the little snake revealed. Obviously this was just a large triangular snake head dangling a pair of copper bell-sized snake pupils. At the moment it looks inexplicably dorky and fun. Hiss. Nope. Mo Jiao shook her head. This person's blood is special. Is her day-to-day found. Just do not know this blood only in her special. Or for other animals are also special but do not know. Bus 6 Wanha Chinese. But Mo Jiao didn't want people to know about it for the time being. After all, this reserve food was her stuff. Nor did he want Jing Xiaochen to know more. After all, humans were always treacherous. Knowing the special nature of his blood, it wouldn't be so good if he used it to pinch himself. Drink it. I'm a bit tired. When you're done, ask the little snake to take me back, okay? Those eyes of his gently picked up. The pupils of his eyes were pitch black, but they were permeated with light. And that light was her shadow. He had recently brought a smile to his eyes as he gazed into Mo Jiao's eyes. Mo Jiao felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time she realized that someone would even look at her so seriously, with eyes full of only one her. That feeling is delightful. She avoided Jing Xiaochen's line of sight and lowered her head to bite on his wrist. With the loss of blood, Jing Xiaochen's consciousness slowly blurred and his body turned cold rapidly. He felt the sharpness of those two teeth clearly, pumping away at his blood. The rain dripped on my body and it was cold to the bone. Hiss! Suddenly Mo Jiao shrieked. Jing Xiaochen's consciousness quickly returned. He frowned and shook his head to get rid of the dizziness under his eyes. His gaze had pursued Mo Jiao's figure. Ha! He let out a gasp of surprise as the inkpot disappeared. No! It should be that the python inkjet has disappeared. Jing Xiaochen slowly lowered his head, only to see the ink-colored figure sprawled at his feet. So thin and small that he might have overlooked it if he didn't pay attention. He looked complicated for a moment and put his hand down. Hiss! How did I suddenly become like this? What the hell is going on here? The side screamed as she climbed up Jing Xiaochen's arm. The little snake is back in its original form again? Jing Xiaochen raised his arm and couldn't help but laugh at Mo Jiao's grudging expression. It seems even smaller than before. Having said that, he, looking carefully at the snake's body again, with a hint of worry in his voice, how does it feel? Does the wound hurt? Hiss! It's okay. That's good. Mo Jiao was inexplicably frustrated at the moment. Hiss! But I can't take you back. After sucking the blood she did feel much better physically. At least she had strength. Wanha Chinese. But suddenly becomes so small again. And how to take me Jing Xiaochen back? No harm done. Not knowing how Jing Xiaochen understood Mo Jiao's meaning, he looked at the sky. Dark clouds hid the light. But he could still tell that it was already 6 o'clock. Because it is the winter season. The sound of birds and insects subside. At this moment even quietsome terrible. Jing Xiaochen stood up holding onto the tree. You hold on to me. Let's go back. After saying that he lifted his pace, his body swayed and he almost fell. He steadied himself before continuing his stride. Mo Jiao felt his trembling body slowly hanging his head in silence. She wrapped her arms around him, clearly feeling the muscles in his arms bulge and stiffen with each step. Soon she felt the coldness of his body, surprisingly colder than hers. Originally, his body was most warm and fuzzy. She braced her snake's head to look into his face. At this moment, his lips were dry and miserable, tightly pursed, his good-looking eyes half squinted, and his hair hid his face in a messy manner, which actually showed a trace of perseverance. The ink-slithering snake turned and suddenly cut across his arm and ended up in his chest. The usually strong heartbeat lost some of its strength and appeared a bit messy, drumming irregularly one by one, as if it had used up all its strength. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Mo Jiao and did not stop Mo Jiao's movements. He did know that Mo Jiao liked to sleep on his chest. In the past, his chest was the most suitable for her to sleep, but today it was cold as if thick ice had formed. She wanted to warm his chest, so she passed through his thick garments and got close to his flesh and blood. A sudden cold chill with a slippery touch drove his entire body. His body shivered for a moment, both stopping to look at his chest. Cold? His voice was raspy and slow, but also nice. Bus 6. Mo Jiao shook his head. It was clear that he was cold, and he was already cold himself. At this moment she suddenly felt a little naive. She's a cold-blooded animal keeping humans warm? Simply hilarious. Ink Sliver. Force screamed twice, wailing at his own stupidity. What's wrong? Is the wound sore? Or is it too cold? It's almost there too. So we'll just build a fire then. He shifted his body to speak. He was afraid he'd lose consciousness and pass out. So he walked deeper and deeper and also found topics to talk about. Hiss. Thankfully, the ink pot was also talking back to him, pulling at his near consciousness. Suddenly Mo Jiao alertly straightened his snake body. The snake head poked out from his chest. His sesame-sized eyes were stern. Hiss. There is a sound. Be careful. Jing Shaochen stopped his steps. His expression darkened, and he soon walked again. Only his stride was bigger, and his footsteps were more than a little hasty. If I heard correctly, it's a wolf. Ow dash. A loud wolf howl shattered his eardrums. It was a cold winter, and with many animals hibernating, there was less prey and food for large carnivores. Now all of a sudden there are so many people. The smell of blood is strong. In addition to the thunder of the heavenly calamity, many slightly intelligent animals instinctively fear and then vaguely understand. Can cross the thunderbolt must not be ordinary things. Manhwa Chinese. They were scornful and afraid yet excited at the same time. Now that the thunderbolt had passed, and it was discovered that the creature that had crossed the thunderbolt was a snake and was now in a weakened stage, they instinctively wanted to devour her flesh and blood. This was true of the red fox before, and it was true of the coyote now. So when he smelled the smell on Mo Jiao, he tracked it all the way. Bus 6. Apart from them, the corpses of the 50 men had long since been devoured by the beasts on the mountain. Hiss. It's too late to run. Hiss. Mo Jiao climbed out of Jing Shaochen and focused her gaze on an ancient tree. The tree was dozens of battles tall, as thick as 7 or 8 people holding it together. Climbing trees? Hiss. Ow. The wolf has come. Jing Shaochen supported himself with his sword and finally sat down at the top of the tree under the swarm of wolves. He gasped. His face tinted a sickly red from overexertion. Cold sweat ran down his body, and the wound on his back seemed to tear and hurt like a knife cut. 4 wolves surrounded him under the tree, staring up at him with green eyes. However, at this moment, Jing Shaochen even started to have a fever. It simply adds insult to injury. If it kept going on like this, Jing Shaochen would definitely not be able to support himself. Inkjet bared her teeth at the wolf below, who wasn't afraid of them at the moment. Fangs sharp, just waiting to consume them. Jing Shaochen's body was hot, and his every breath carried a scorching breath that sprayed on Mo Jiao, as if he wanted to melt her. Bus 6. Those beautiful dark phoenix eyes were crawling with red blood at this moment, and the eyes could not gather light and shadow. The 4 wolves were all adult wolves, as tall as a man, and their bodies were athletic, carrying a majestic strength. Several wolves were actually ready to crash into the tree after looking at each other. Luckily, the trees they chose were thick and could still stand up to the 4 wolves. Just going on like this isn't a solution. Jing Shaochen is looking like he's going to pass out, and because of the high fever, his lips are dry and cracked. The ink sliver snake pupils rolled gently. Jing Shaochen seemed to see it. He reached out and grabbed Mo Jiao. Don't go down. It's dangerous down there. Hiss. It's dangerous not to go down. After dawn she had to go and help Jing Shaochen find medicine and food. And yes, water. Jing Shaochen took a few sharp breaths and continued. Wait for me to slow down. Hiss. What are you trying to do with that look? Jing Shaochen cast a sidelong glance at Mo Jiao with half-smiled eyes. What does that little snake have in mind? The hair on his forehead was already damp with sweat and plastered around the corners of his eyes, hiding their sharpness. Hiss. I go down and bite them. Now that she was smaller, she was flexible in turn. When she's got her eye on her, go down and release the poison. 1 bite at a time. Jing Shaochen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again the confusion and vulnerability that he had felt before was gone, replaced by bone-chilling cold. He suddenly smiled. His eyebrows were cold and craggy, but instead, it gave a little more of a wow factor. Inkpot stared at him and blinked, not comprehending what he meant by smiling now. Jing Shaochen spoke in a deep voice. After a moment, I'll go attract attention to that wolf. Is it okay for you to use poison, little snake? Jing Shaochen pointed at the wolf directly below him. That wolf was a breakthrough, and the one he was preparing to fight was the strongest in the battle. The inkling looked down and the snake's head nodded in agreement. The wolf below this breach is adult, though, with its back arched and alert, and as far as fighting prowess is concerned, it is the second of the 4 wolves. Bus 6. You move after I do. Be safe. He usurped the sword in his hand and glanced at Mo Jiao. Jing Shaochen then flew out, the blade of his sword flashing with a cold light sharp and incomparable. It was only then that Mo Jiao realized that Jing Shaochen, who she thought was immobile, had taken the lead and sought out the wolf with the strongest fighting ability among them. Ow! The battle was imminent, and Mo Jiao watched with trepidation. Jing Shaochun, he still has a fever and doesn't have much strength left. How dare he make a move? Mo Zhao watched his stern movements with some disbelief. He held his sword, his moves infused with internal force, an icy killing intent lingering around him, his eyes glowing with viciousness. The powerful aura on his body played out again, forcing his eyes to glow red. But again, Mo Zhao clearly knew he was at the end of his rope, and the four wolves rushed out to confront him as if they were going to tear him to pieces. The slender nails were like sharp knives, capable of tearing off human flesh alive, and the wide-open wolf's mouth with jade-like iron teeth flashed with a cold, chilling light. Dangerous as hell. A wolf darted up. Its gray fur seemed to carry a cold light, and its sharp claws struck Jing Shaochan's neck directly, and Mo Zhao hurriedly pounced over and took a bite on the wolf. The wolf's fur was so thick she bared her teeth and bit down hard, finally touching flesh. Ow! That wolf was furious, frantically flinging itself around, its tail snapping, but unfortunately, Mo Zhao's body was flexible and evasive, not letting it touch the slightest bit. Buzz 6. Mo Zhao didn't dare to delay. She twisted her body to watch for her next target. Jing Shaochan looked over. One person and one snake cooperating surprisingly well at this moment. When all four wolves were poisoned by snakes, Mo Zhao had already climbed up the tree, and watched in horror as Jing Shaochan skillfully dodged under the group of wolves, and finally stepped on the head of a wolf with a light weight to use his strength to grab the top of the tree. Buzz 6. Hiss. Quickly. Though her poison was powerful, she only had one bite each, which didn't allow the poison to kick in immediately. So after those wolves sensed that they were being tricked, their movements became more and more ferocious, their eyes were brutal, and they wanted to tear down Jing Shaochan even though they were stepping on their companion's body. It was at this moment that Jing Shaochan's hand that was gripping the branch slightly sent him off his feet. Despite grabbing on again in the next moment, the wolves weren't going to leave him alone. Eyes had pounced on him. This thrilling scene stimulated Mo Zhao's eyes to turn red, and she dangled her snake pupils and twisted her body. Splat! She flung the snake and hit the wolf hard in the eye, laced with venom, and the wolf roared violently. The ink sliver's snake body was about to be grabbed by the wolf's claws. Ding! The sword plunged straight into the wolf's paw with a chilling feeling. Ow! The wolf howled in angry agony, and the ink pot had climbed the tree. Jing Shaochan sat at the top of a tree and exhaled, sucking almost weak, the whole body muscle stiffness, face white and red, eyes half-dozed, even have no strength to speak, lips and blood. The whole person is weak to the extreme. Mo Zhao didn't even dare to move him. She lay on her back on a branch looking him in the eye whispering, "Hiss, wait a little longer. I'll take you back when those wolves are down. Just wait a little longer. I'll be fine soon when I get my powers back." It was a long wait until dawn. Mo Zhao watched the wolves on the ground fall one by one, their eyes showing death and gray. She immediately went down the tree. Jing Shaochan leaned there and passed out early. His body was soft and kept falling down. She had no choice but to immobilize herself with the surrounding branches, and as a result she had many more tiny wounds on her already unhealed body. But that's all nothing. She went as fast as she could to the man she killed yesterday and rolled quite a few medicines. It was only when she went back to apply the medicine that she realized that not a single part of his entire spine was intact, and that the clothes on his back were stuck to his charred back with blood, as if they were fused into one. If we were to clean it up for sure, there wouldn't even be any water here, and with limited space in the tree, treating wounds is even more problematic. She was anxious. There were still wolves and blood under the trees, and she was afraid that another large, ferocious beast would come. If she could recover as a python, she could take Jing Shaochan back. She tried several times but it didn't work. It won't do to stay like this. Plate there closed his eyes to suppress the irritation in his heart slowly test. She closed her eyes and closed her five senses, her restless heart calming down. Buzz 6. If someone were there at the moment, they could see small white dots of light suddenly surrounding the ink-colored snake and slowly entering her body. A special arcane aura formed around her coiled-together body. Immediately after that, those points of light surged faster and faster, and in the end they even flew straight away. Instead, her body changed bit by bit, starting with the head of the snake, which actually flew between a stunning human face and a snake's head, and her body was also changing. Buzz 6. Suddenly Mo Zhao snapped his eyes open. Those ink-colored pupils flashed brightly, and he succeeded. Her body was several times larger, in the exact same python shape as before, yet for the face she showed herself she didn't notice anything. Her body climbed down the tree and her huge tail curled up Jing Shaochan on the tree and swam fast. Soon the cave where they were staying was close at hand. Mo Zhao's period of weakness wasn't long this time, only 2 days. After the period of weakness, Her cultivation speed was surprisingly twice as fast as before. She looked at Jing Xiaochen as if she was looking at some kind of treasure. This was simply the biggest surprise since she was reborn. Cultivating and mastering strong power is what she lazily survives on. Manhwa Chinese. Now this condition has been shortened by countless years by the arrival of this man. And it's a happy thing anyhow. Once she was happy, her cultivation was faster. And she could even change her body shape at will. Surprisingly small as a birth. The size of a thumb. As big as a man's waist is thick. Just can't take form right now. But she wasn't in a hurry. She knew that the matter of cultivation couldn't be accomplished overnight. In the past, it had also taken her nearly 100 years to take shape. Looking at the still unconscious Jing Xiaochen, Mo Jiao went out to find a small piece of ice, brought it in and placed it on his lips. Watching the dry lips finally regain a hint of blood color, she started channeling her aura to heal him again. This aura came from her cultivation and absorption, and to be honest, it was a real waste to use it to heal mortals, but it was her reserve food. And since she was able to cultivate so fast thanks to his blood, she didn't begrudge this bit of aura cultivation. With the moisturizing aura, the tiny wounds on Jing Xiaochen's body had slowly recovered, and the worst wound on his back was no longer fatal. At least his fever had subsided. Bus 6. Upon feeling as if his body was wrapped in warmth, Jing Xiaochen, who had been unconscious for 2 days, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the white points of light that were rapidly surging towards him from Mo Jiao's body, the bottom of his eyes hit a deep color. No matter how many times I watch it, I find this scene magical to the core. He was armed with martial arts and inner strength, but he always felt that it was nothing compared to this thing. Hiss! You're awake! Mo Jiao was in a state of surprise, those dark serpentine pupils rippling with starry light and laughter as she rejoiced at her sobriety. A trace of pleasure slowly crossed Jing Xiaochen's pale face, the corners of his lips lightly hooked. Well, I'm awake. Is your injury healed? Hiss, good morning. That's good. One person and one snake didn't speak, and the atmosphere was somewhat tranquil. Jing Xiaochen's gaze slowly fell on Mo Jiao, who looked serious. She was close to herself, seemingly sleeping with her eyes closed, but Jing Xiaochen knew that she was sending him some kind of breath-liao injury. Looking around again, he was already in the cave, but his memory was stuck in the tree, so it's obvious that this little thing should be the one to get. Come back on your own. But he was a little curious as to how she got herself back. His gaze slowly returned to the ink pot. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes slightly. How does it feel? Like you've gotten smaller again? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? His gaze seemed to carry substance, falling inch by inch on Mo Jiao's body, surveying it from head to tail. The snake's body was found to be dark and shiny. One by one the tiny lines became more defined. Triangular scale-like lines spread throughout the body. But it didn't hurt. Perhaps because of the molted skin, her body actually looked brighter than before. The black color more pure, as if it had been cleaned obsidian. The light was superb. Hiss, you see, Mo Jiao had already stopped healing her wounds, and when she heard Jing Xiaochen ask, she called out twice before giving Jing Xiaochen a show of her newly discovered things. So Jing Xiaochen was forced to admire the form of a small snake from birth to becoming a giant python. It was a very subtle mood to watch him. Sure enough, this little snake was unusual and powerful. He had heard similar stories of animals becoming demons before, but on the one hand, he had never seen them, and on the other hand, he was somewhat unconvinced. But I didn't realize that all these stories are now true. He wasn't surprised though. After all, he'd even memorized her face in human form. At that thought, he raised his eyes again, and at that moment, the ink jiao had turned into a snake the size of his thumb, wrapping around his finger and playing with it as it came and went. He is also used to her being so rowdy. Between the white fingers, her pitch black seems to be condensed, black glowing, looks black and white, adding a few points of charm. Bus 6. A light smile hung at the corners of his lips, but the bottom of his eyes were an inky color with nothing but a naughty little snake imprinted in them. You can get smaller and bigger, so it's a bit inappropriate to call you little snake again, but you could have a name, he said as he observed the little snake. Mo Jiao listened to the head stand up and hiss twice, and his eyes lit up. She has a name. He keeps calling her little snake, little snake. How awful. She's not really a little snake. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaochen's white hand flipped slightly, and the coiled snake was dragged up in his palm and lifted up, flush with his eyes. What name does the little snake like? After the question he continued. The black pole becomes ink. The serpent of the dragon. Take the surname as ink. Set the word as augur. His voice paused at the thought, remembering the stunning face, and it was clear that the little snake was female, transformed into a human being. That is to say, 4 women. his eyes lightly hooked, shoe color pretty color, augur sound with pretty, so I named you Mo Jiao. Wish you in the future augur into a dragon. Blessing deep, okay? The dragon was a god, and a demon becoming a god must be the best outcome. He had also read those storybooks, in which there were stories of transforming a scaly dragon into a dragon, as well as stories of carp leaping over the dragon gate. But having said that, most of the animals like snakes and scaly scales aim to become dragons. Mo Jiao, as an extraordinary snake demon, must also have this purpose. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Jiao snapped his head up, the light of his sesame-sized eyes burning, the heat of his sight seeming to melt him. Mo Jiao stared round eyes, on the face of that handsome face, the corners of the mouth with a smile, but the bottom of the eyes is a black vortex, tightly grasping her bit by bit to sink to the bottom, unable to escape. What's wrong? Don't like the name? Jing Xiaochen's voice was husky with warmth and favor, calling back Mo Jiao's sanity. She looked up, and there was nothing in those eyes as they were dappled with light. If you don't like it, change another one. Hiss, I loved it. Mo Jiao wrapped around his slender fingers. His hands looked polished and white, but in fact the palms of his hands were thickly calloused, and her body scratched a very noticeable touch. A little rough, but these hands were still the best-looking hands in her eyes. She likes to wrap herself around his fingers, her head in the palm of her hand. One hot Chinese. Do you like it? Then shall I call you Jiao from now on? Mo Jiao. Is it okay if I call you Jiao? The voice in his memory was far away, and the last thing that echoed in his ears was Jing Xiaochen's voice. Hiss. She pushed down her rapidly beating heart and her sharp teeth went straight into his wrist. The blood was delivered into his mouth with a steady stream of warmth and sweetness. Buzz 6. She sighed tersely inwardly, full of pleasure. Those past events that had made her unhappy were slowly settling into a corner. Mo Jiao. Jiao. The name is still the same. She never imagined that anyone else in this life would rename her again as Mo Jiao. In the end, she was bonded to the name to the marrow of her bones. She most want to wait for her own tell Jing Xiaochen she has a name called Mo Jiao. Of course, Jing Xiaochen give her name is also too fast, words do not make sense, she cannot stop, but also with 2 points of curiosity to see what name he will be up. I just didn't realize that not only did he come up with this name, but even her long-cherished wish was sent in it. Mo Jiao couldn't help but think that this man was truly intelligent and perceptive, because Mo Jiao's cultivation was fast this time. The counterpart was that Jing Xiaochen's injury was also fast. Jing Xiaochen continued to play dumb, allowing Mo Jiao to quietly heal her injuries every day at her speed, and not asking why his injuries were healing quickly. One person and one snake were getting along very happily, and by the time Jing Xiaochen's injuries were completely healed, only 10 days had passed. Mo Jiao felt that Jing Xiaochen should be in a hurry because the situation was obviously not right. After that day there were people entering the mountain again, and there were many of them. This was still the news reported by the snake children and grandchildren inside her snake cave. After she expressed to Jing Xiaochen, she and Jing Xiaochen stayed in the cave and didn't go out, and borrowed a few snake children and grandchildren to block the entrance of the cave, disguised as a snake cave. And sure enough, those people didn't dare to come in. The first time I saw it, it was a very good thing. So after a few days of searching the mountain those people found nothing. Instead they were targeted by wolves and had no choice but to retreat back. In fact, there was a reason why the wolves had attacked those people. She had silently arranged for small snakes to roll up the grass that had tempted the wolves to silently throw themselves into their midst. Then she also quietly went to observe that there was another person known as the second prince among those people. Since the prince had personally sought it out, then this time, he should want to be foolproof and completely turn His Highness the Crown Prince into a dead man. In that case, Jing Xiaochen was bound to rush back as soon as possible, and he couldn't let them find out. That's why Jing Xiaochen was almost ready to return after he recovered from his injuries this time. What are you thinking about? Just as Mo Jiao was thinking about these things, Jing Xiaochen's puzzled and curious gaze fell on Mo Jiao's eyes. Buzz 6. He was now enjoying more and more watching all the emotions belonging to a human being show in those soulful snake pupils, which always made him want to find out what was going on. Hiss, when are you coming down? Jing Xiaochen looked at her searching gaze. Phoenix eyes moved lightly. Almost instantly he had comprehended what her voice meant. Tomorrow down the mountain. How about you go with me? Hiss. Tomorrow's the day. Humph. Jing Xiaochen's thumb gently brushed over the snake's body, causing Mo Jiao to tremble slightly. He inclined his head, his eyes falling clear on the snake's head, or more accurately, the snake's pupils, and asked in a low voice, has Jiao ever thought about leaving this place? There was a moment's silence from Mojang. She hadn't walked in a long time, but now he asked if he'd ever thought about leaving. So the reserve means to take yourself get up and leave? See Mo Jiao's silence. Jing Xiaochen eyes deepen 2 points, gently grasping Mo Jiao's snake body. Fingers on her body. Recently he found Mo Jiao body originally triangular like fine lines gradually raised. Actually like fish scales. On the record legend, only the dragon scales and armor. But I have not heard of the snake will be born with scales. It is true that this snake is extraordinary. Bus 6. The scales were newborn and still soft to the touch, but one by one they were finally wrapped around the soft body. In time the scales will take shape and will be the hardest armor of Mo Jiao. So now it was actually best to stay on the mountain and cultivate and mold, instead of following her to that place where people were eaten without seeing blood. What's more, not to mention the future, only this way to the capital, but also step by step. The throne is to be used in exchange for bones. When the time came, such a small snake with strange skills was equally dangerous. If found abnormal, he slowly pressed down a pool of ink. The next morning after eating some fruit, Jing Xiaochen was ready to go down the mountain. When walking, Mo Jiao naturally followed. The corners of Jing Xiaochen's lips gently rose, and in a good mood, he brought Mo Jiao down the mountain with him. Ah, Jiao, I may have to stay for 2 days before I can return from the mountain today. On the way, Jing Xiaochen casually chatted with Mo Jiao. Ink Jiao was wrapped around his fingers, and at the words she looked up at Jing Xiaochen. He does not smile when the whole person shows cold and detached. All the body's reserve carved in the bones. A breath between the manifestation of a special atmosphere, so that it is difficult to get close to people. But when he smiled at her, the sense of distance faded all of a sudden. And when she looked closely, those eyes were warm and good-looking, always able to compose a person's gaze. Oh, the snake's gaze is no exception. At least she likes to open that handsome face, reveals a smile, pleasing to the eye. Louis Vuitton handbags. Hiss. I'll change your face then. After screaming twice, the points of light emanating from Mo Jiao's body gathered on Jing Xiaochen's face. Jing Xiaochen raised an eyebrow. Ah, Jiao transformed he yin this time? Hiss without telling you. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao. Recently the weather has gotten cold again. Don't go to bed tonight. I'm cold and prone to wind chill. He lowered his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, and the corners of his mouth lifted gently as his fingers fiddled with the inkjet's newborn scales. Mo Jiao. Hiss. You're being gracious. It's not easy for her to have someone to warm her bed. This Jing Xiaochen will take this threat. Humph. If you don't go to bed, you won't go to bed. Are you still afraid of him? Soon arriving at the bottom of the mountain, Mo Jiao looked at the gray rough clothes on Jing Xiaochen and rolled her eyes. The clothes were still the ones she had those snake children and grandchildren of hers take from the village under the mountain. Wanha Chinese. It is also not known whose house to take. She still remembers the words of Xiaochen in the foreground. Do not ask to take as a thief. She's no thief. So there had to be a way to earn the money back for the dress. Every time she thought about this, she was extraordinarily tired. The clothes that His Royal Highness wore, or the clothes that one of her snakes, oh no, multiple snakes got together, were simply breathtakingly tight. I don't know who the clothes belong to, and I don't know who I want to recognize them and pay them back later. There was a flash of sadness and annoyance in her tiny eyes. She never liked owing people things. Every bit of it was karma. It was at this time that Jing Xiaochen also asked, from whom did Jiao take these clothes? Previously, because of the heavy back injury, that piece of clothing directly rotted out of shape. So Mo Jiao let that bamboo leaf green snake with a few unknown species of non-poisonous snakes to go to the bottom of the mountain to find clothes for him. Now that I'm off the mountain, I must find a way to return the favor. Bus 6. But it's funny to say, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince used to wear clothes are made of tribute, pieces of brocade and silk fabrics comfortable. But now the rough linen wrapped body, or other people have worn, he also wore incredibly comfortable. It seemed like it had been like this since he was a child, but he fell off the cliff more than 3 months ago now. But it seems that he has become accustomed to this kind of life. At this thought he stopped his steps and the movements of his hands. Hiss? What's going on? Inkpot spoke up suspiciously. It's okay, Jiao. He kind of liked calling her that. Hiss. Oh. Mo Jiao did not make a sound. But the snake's head lifted up to look at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen sighed in his heart when he saw this. Looking at this situation, he was afraid that it would be difficult to repay the favor of this dress. In the end, it's a silly snake. But he also liked the stupidity of the snake, and the way she treated herself wholeheartedly. It was already sunrise by the time they rounded the village. Normally, this was the moment when farmers were busy, so they purposely avoided it. On the way, he also heard what the village was making noise about. Jing Xiaochen was defeated by Mo Jiao's curiosity on the side, but still quietly entered the middle of the crowd and took Mo Jiao to satisfy her curiosity. "Village chief, you have to help me out." A middle-aged woman cried out as she pulled the village chief. There were a lot of people around. What the hell is going on? The village chief frowned at Wang, who was known in the village as a shrewish person. "I saw it was that Mu Qing who stole my Dongjia's clothes." "Nonsense. Mu Qing is also a scholar. Be careful of going to jail if you insult him." The village chief opened his mouth justly. He was clear about Mu Qing's character. "I didn't insult. Only he passed by in front of my house. I didn't see anyone else except him. The clothes could only be stolen by him. He had to go to the capital to catch the examination. He had no clothes or coils or anything. Who else could it be except him stealing it?" Bus 6. Wang is not afraid of the so-called defamation of the lifer's charge, showing that he really has a lot of evidence. The village head frowned in a difficult way. That Mu Qing is the only scholar in the village who has passed the examination for the Lifu run, and is qualified to participate in the spring exam. If he passes the examination the village head's face is bright. But now that Wang's words are so strong, but also to the whole village is well known, he is bound to deal with justice. "Shut up for now. You go and call Mu Qing over to confront him." The village chief pointed to a man and said, "Confrontation, he definitely won't admit it. We should just go and search the house." Wang was unforgiving. She was bound to make Mu Qing's reputation stink, so that everyone would know that he was a thief with bad character. "I also think we should just check the search. Or what if he hears the news and hides? Mu Qing's father was almost killed just for stealing. Maybe Mu Qing is also influenced. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked." The person who spoke was a slightly older, scholarly-looking person with a serious look, but his speech was not good. "Village chief, Mu Qing is not here." The person who called Mu Qing came panting. Mu Qing must have run away when he saw that things were falling apart. "Village chief, you have to do right by me. That dress was made new with 51 and hasn't even been worn yet." Wang really hated Mu Qing. Seeing that Wang was going to splutter and cry again, the village chief impatiently waved his hand. "This matter will be decided later, when Mu Qing comes back." Jing Xiaochen touched Mo Zhao's head. The smooth touch made him a little bit in love. It seems that the clothes are this family's. Thinking about the situation just now, because of his affair insulting a lifer, Jing Xiaochen is unwilling to see. "Wanha Chinese, let's go and settle this matter." Jing Xiaochen brought Mo Zhao with him to the house quickly with a light movement and realized that the older scholar-like man had not left. "Who are you?" Both Wang and the scholar were startled by the sudden appearance of Jing Xiaochen. Wang saw the clothes on Jing Xiaochen at a glance and her eyes widened. "Good. So you're the thief who stole the clothes. I'm going to drag you to the officials," said came up to pull Jing Xiaochen's clothes. Jing Xiaochen dodged to avoid. "Take clothes unpaid is my fault. This you take to sell or eat. Can be enough silver money for this clothes?" He took a rabbit. In view of the last time to go down the mountain without silver money to do things inconvenient, this time he specially big morning to catch ready to go down the mountain to sell. Wang heard a hand grab the rabbit. "I tell you, my clothes are you steal away. Now take a rabbit perfunctory me. How can it be? Either you hand the two also pay me we too clear, or we will go to see the official. You can think about it. Once you see the official your fingers do not want." Wang's eyes flashed with greed, staring at the two remaining rabbits in Jing Xiaochen's hands with fiery eyes, even wanting to go and grab them. Mo Zhao eyes a cold. Actually did not think that this Wang's so greedy, even blackmail to them. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen sensed that Mo Zhao wanted to drill out his sleeve in a fit of rage, so he tightened his sleeve a bit and soothed. "Take it easy." Inkjaw bared his teeth and slumped against his arm, not moving. Jing Xiaochen's voice carried an obvious coldness. "The market price of a live rabbit is between 300 and 500 won. This dress of yours is more than 51, plus less than 101 for the handmade fee. The value of this one rabbit is already enough for you to buy a few pieces of clothing. If you want to report to the police, this rabbit and clothes will be returned to you. So go ahead." Without waiting for Wang to react, a shadow flashed, and the rabbit in Wang's hand had already reached Jing Xiaochen. Wang's and the old scholar's eyes flashed horror, staring round eyes half a day not dare to speak, and then see Jing Xiaochen look toward the door. "Which folks have clothes? Mo would like to exchange for a live rabbit." Because of Wang's previous disturbance around the people have not gone. This will see Jing Xiaochen. One stood in Wang's doorway stretching their necks to look inside. Aye. Strong man, I have new clothes here. Excellent material. I have one too. And I can attach a brocade handkerchief. I can attach socks. And me, I'm getting my clothes. How does a rabbit for a linen dress work out to be a good deal?" Mo Zhao actually did not expect Jing Xiaochen to know so much about this. She looked at Jing Xiao through the cuffs with a hint of inquiry. "Chen, but just happened to meet him eye to eye. The coldness in Jing Xiaochen's eyes dissolved into a low smile. Does Zhao think I'm very powerful? This way out. Is it okay if I use your surname as an alias? Inkjet. You've already used it and you're asking me. And what do you mean you're good at it? Why on earth are you so self-absorbed? It really made her reacquaint herself with this high and mighty crown prince. Give it to me. I'll change. Wang was anxious at this, trying to grab Jing Xiaochen's sleeve, but she couldn't even touch the corner of the garment. A hint of fear flashed under her eyes. Strong man, I'll change. I'm not going to report it to the police. I sold you these clothes. She looked blearily at the rabbit in Jing Xiaochen's hand, but she didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Jing Xiaochen was not an ordinary person. She was just an ordinary woman. How could she dare to provoke? Jing Xiaochen's icy gaze swept over, and Wang couldn't control her cowering and took a step back. We're trading freely, and you also need to explain to everyone what you did previously to defame others and apologize to him. Slanderer? Mooching. Bus 6. Yes, 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 I will definitely apologize when he returns. Wang nodded her head like pounding garlic. A dark light quietly flashed under the eyes of the scholar on the side. Only no one saw it. If I am told that you have not gone to apologize for stating. Faced with Jing Xiaochen's warning look, Wang's scalp tingled. I'll explain right away. Aha! Responding, Jing Xiaochen threw the rabbit to Wang and lightly stepped on his toes. The entire person had disappeared in place. Wang and the crowd at the door opened their mouths wide in surprise. Hiss smothered. Let's get some air before we enter the city. Since the gatekeeper had seen Mo Jiao last time, he would definitely have to be more cautious this time. And Mo Jiao wouldn't be able to be outside for a while, but would have to stay in his narrow sleeve. Hiss. It's okay. It's okay. In fact, she was not that bored. Early into the city they first sold 2 rabbits for some money, and then go to inquire about the news, so that there is a little lack of time. Jing Xiaochen put his finger on Mo Jiao's head and gently rubbed it. It's already noon. You drink the blood. We'll go into the city after drinking it. After saying that, he took down his finger and fed it to her mouth. Mo Jiao glanced at Jing Xiaochen, then lowered his head and ground his teeth violently, biting down to start eating. They had a good trip into town this time, and went back to the tavern to exchange the rabbits for money. It just so happened that it was noon, and Jing Xiaochen incidentally ordered a meal at a table against the corner of the restaurant's lobby. I wonder if His Highness is dead or alive. The list says whoever finds it will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. And so far we haven't heard anything. If it were really alive it would have been found a long time ago. Look at the number of people who have gone up to the mountains to look for it lately. And it's still no luck. Really? Perhaps they have investigated wrongly, and there is no Your Highness around here at all. I do hope so. I heard that the second prince came over a few days ago and brought people to search the mountain and didn't find it. But wolves were found on the mountain. The man was full of worry. To say that this crown prince of the great Zhao's kingdom, that was the legend and hero of the great Zhao's kingdom. Rumor has it that he is well educated, and at the age of 10 he was reading the scriptures and history and was in and out of the imperial court. And at the age of 15 he invited himself to the battlefield to quell the war. And at the age of 18 he pacified the northern border with a Kangwu battle, and became the god of war of the whole de Zhao. Bus 6. Now he is 20 years old. In May escorted grain and grass to lead troops to support the southern border. On the way back but encountered the enemy spy's assassination. The location is exactly near this Yueshi mountain. Now the whereabouts of the unknown. The whole country shocked, because the spies are not known. Before not dare to fanfare to find. Only dare to post notices to find people. Now the second prince personally came to all the talents understand. The original painting of the end of the square gentleman is today's crown prince. De Zhao people admire the existence of. The man sighed. I haven't been there lately for something, and tomorrow I'm going to take a look around Mount Yueshi as well. Brother Chen, take me one. I'll do my little bit too. One hot Chinese. Good. Then you prepare your things tonight, and we'll go together in the morning, along with Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, and the rest of the people who have said yes. Okay, it's a deal. Hiss. These people are talking about you. Mo Jiao climbed out of the sleeve. Plate on the table. Jing Xiaochen took a small plate for Mo Jiao clipped dishes. Mo Jiao, after tasting one by one, Jing Xiaochen will know what she likes to eat. So the noble prince first time for a snake cloth dishes. Jing Xiaochen naturally also heard the conversation in the hall, and heard Mo Jiao's voice and knew what Mo Jiao meant. However, he did not say anything. Only his eyes were far-reaching and vast, as if they held the entire heaven and earth. Along the way Mo Jiao also learned about the greatness of this crown prince. The worries of all the people are in one heart. Therefore he shall be honored by all the nations, and the Most High shall reign. If he is the emperor, She thinks he will be able to create 1,000 years of prosperity. World. No wonder he was covered in thick dragon chi and even the heavenly Tao upheld it. She stole another glance at him, and those eyes had long since regained their usual color. Gently and lightly, with a hint of a light smile, concentrating on laying out the food for her, she ate her food a few moments faster without realizing it. Next he was going to probe for more detailed information on contacting the ministry. You eat slowly. There's more if you don't have enough. Jing Xiaochen was afraid that Mo Jiao would choke. At the moment, Mo Jiao was eating her meal much faster than usual. Hiss hiss. It's okay, let's eat and go poking around afterward. Jing Xiaochen quickly understood Mo Jiao's meaning. The corner of his lips slightly hooked and whispered, "There's no rush. There's still time." After that he called, "Xiao Air, a cup of honey water and some pastries." She had been eating for a while, but Jing Xiaochen himself hadn't eaten much yet, and her tail pushed the plate towards Jing Xiaochen. Hiss. You eat. Good. Let's eat together. Jing Xiaochen's voice was tinted with a hint of pleasure. His hands were holding chopsticks, his thin lips were slightly moving, and his body was permeated with a reserve that was engraved into the marrow of his bones. Mo Jiao's eyes then couldn't help but drift to those slender hands. It's just that after paying attention for a long time, she couldn't tell what Jing Xiaochen actually liked to eat. He ate everything and didn't waste anything, as if he wasn't picky at all. But people's tastes are always biased. What are you looking at? Eat. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, not really knowing what exactly Mo Jiao was looking at. This black snake of the warriors is really top quality. The whole body is sinking in ink, without any mixed colors. Suddenly a middle-aged man came over. He had a square face, wearing linen clothes, with a cloth bag on his shoulder, holding a foot-long wrist-thick wooden stick. One hot Chinese, sitting straight across from Jing Xiaochen. His gaze carried a frenzy, and his shaking hands wanted to grab Mo Jiao. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were cold, and the chopsticks in his hand hit the man heavily, stopping his movements with a pop sound. Bus 6. The Mo Jiao snake pupil moved and was already wrapped around Jing Xiaochen's arm. Jing Xiaochen lifted his fingers to gently pacify it, his breath condensing as he stared at the man. What does your excellency mean? Jing Xiaochen at one time, the back of the man's hand has been red and swollen. He sucked in his breath. His eyes still kept falling on Mo Jiao. Warrior, this snake can be sold? Mo Jiao bared her teeth and looked over ferociously. This person's body was filled with a snake-like aura, and his eyes were vicious and slimy. And when they landed on her, they actually made her involuntarily bare her fangs and erect her body. She felt threatened. Jing Xiaochen's eyes sank. Not for sale. The warrior can consider. This snake is very poisonous. Look at the warrior's appearance will be regarded as a pet. But the snake is ultimately a cold-blooded animal, the most like to bite back. When the warrior even saved the life of the time or not, because of the snake to lose their lives, and why bother? One hot Chinese. Hiss. This is my reserve food. As long as he doesn't kill me, I'm not going to bite him. Mo Jiao spat her snake letters at the man and screamed twice, then turned her head to look at Jing Xiaochen. Would he hand himself over to the snake catcher? Yes, snake catchers, who hunt snakes for a living, delight in their flesh, and enrich themselves with them. The resentment belonging to the snake in his body had rushed to the sky, and the whole person seemed to be smiling, but he was cold-blooded to the extreme. Dare I ask your excellency, what would happen if this snake was sold to you? He asked with downcast eyes. Mo Jiao fiercely widened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. Why did Jing Xiaochen ask that? He's trying to sell himself? He took the snake catcher's words to heart. Does he think he'll bite back later in cold blood? She attempted to see something in those eyes, but there was nothing. At this moment the coldness was so steep that she, who had never been cold-blooded, actually felt the coldness into her bones, and even her snake Dan was shivering with cold. She bared her teeth and turned violently toward his wrist. The snake catcher's eyes erupted with a fire when he saw Mo Jiao's action. Just waiting for Mo Jiao to apply the poison, he made the snake and caught the snake. So he opened his mouth maliciously to the extreme. Kill the snake to get the bile. Extract the warp and peel the skin. The snake meat can be eaten. The snake bones, the snake skin and snake venom can all be used as medicine. This snake is a treasure. I've never seen a snake with such good luster in all my years. The price is negotiable. How much are you going to charge? If you really like this snake, then the snake meat can invite you to share. Buzz 6. Snort. Get out. At the moment when the Mo Jiao snake teeth entered his body, Jing Xiaochen suddenly interrupted the snake catcher with a violent rage, and the lingering aura around his body erupted, sending the snake catcher flying. He grabbed Mo Jiao and walked over step by step looking down at the snake catcher. She is my baby. Even if she is highly poisonous, I have no complaints. Besides, she won't hurt me one bit, not now and not in the future. So don't let lone me see you in the future, or what you say will be your downfall. Drawn and quartered and broken. His eyes seemed to be quenched with ice, cold to the core, lashing out inch by inch, until Jing Xiaochun walked away. The entire restaurant was still deathly silent, extending a great fear for a long time. Is Jiao scared? The blood on his wrist slowly flowed through Mo Jiao's teeth into Mo Jiao's entire body. Bus 6. The corners of Jing Xiaochun's eyes still carried a trace of blood red, hard pushed out by rage to the extreme. By now the coldness in his body had not dissipated, yet facing Mo Jiao, it melted into a pool of soft water. Still angry? Still silent and sucking blood? The inkpot thought. He was going to sell her. Though with her powers she wouldn't have ended up where the snake catcher said she would if she had been sold. She still hated betrayal. Until now, unconsciously she was delivering trust to Jing Xiaochen. Manhwa Chinese, and it's 7 inches of trust. Her pulse. So at that moment the anger was so extreme that he even thought of poisoning him to death. Even if the heavenly Tao sent down punishment. Her bones hold grudges badly. Just like the human who harmed her in her last life. She spared herself to explode her divine soul to silence, but also to make the enemy's soul fly away and never be able to go beyond life. And in this life, she would not have wanted much less delivered trust. Jing Xiaochen walked slowly, his fingers stroking over her long snake body inch by inch, from the head of the snake to the tail, and in his eyes was her dark figure, black as obsidian, with a burning light. I wondered before what happens to snakes when they're caught by snake catchers. I can see that it is indeed pathetic, so I won't let you, Jiao. No matter what, I will never put you in such a dangerous situation. He whispered a promise. Mo Jiao's drooping eyes blinked softly. Quietly, she glanced up at his eyes, but just managed to sink into his warm eyes, doting and gentle, and she snapped as if her snake scouts were trembling, and as if she was glowing. She subconsciously avoided it, but her heart was inexplicably pleasurable. Hiss, as long as you don't betray me, I'll protect you in the future. So when Jing Xiaochen didn't know, she made a vow for the future. Hearing Mo Jiao's response, the peaks of his brows slowly unfurled. So if I return to the capital this time, would it be alright if Jiao comes with me? It seems to be afraid that Mo Jiao is not with him. He did not wait for Mo Jiao to answer to continue to speak. If you let a Jiao yourself, in case you accidentally arrest the snake people to catch. Jing Xiaochen thought of that image in his heart. There is an unstoppable violence that surfaced. He closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His voice sank 2 points with worry. Jiao, I'm really worried about you. Follow me into the capital. Let me protect you, okay? Hiss. Good. Ha, why does something seem off? After calling out, Mo Jiao turned her eyes and looked at Jing Xiaochen, then heard him respond. Ah, Jiao, this is a promise to me. The corners of his lips gently curved up. The coldness in his body no longer existed. The whole person seemed to be bathed in sunlight. Gentle and elegant like jade. Inkpot's little off-kilter thought was suddenly interrupted. And afterward she couldn't remember what the hell she was thinking about at that moment. Jing Xiaochen then led Mo Jiao towards another intelligence contact location. After 7 turns, they entered an alley. Around the mansion luxury, carved beams and painted buildings. Even I do not know whose small door are mahogany carving in lacquer. Scenery. Suddenly Jing Xiaochen's footsteps lurched. Give me a beating. Beat me to death. How dare you think of my young lady? Don't even look at what kind of goods you are. Just a poor scholar. How dare you use the marriage contract to ruin my lady's reputation? The servant spoke in a dangling voice, with a look of disdain and contempt on his face. A scholar-like man was pushed to the ground by several guards. They were beating down hard with sticks in their hands. Obviously said, I want to see Yao Yao. Is my lady's maiden name something you can call? Keep beating. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense. Yao Yao, we clearly said yesterday Ruan Nian Yao, you come out Well. He was pressed on the ground and beaten by 2 people. The stick was raised high and fell heavily. He was covered with blood. His mouth was murmuring. His eyes were full of misery and despair. His face was covered with a watery stain. I don't know whether it was tears or sweat. Manhwa Chinese. Nian Yao. Yao Yao. Why did you lie to me? Ah, butler, his arm is broken. Go on. Bang bang bang. Butler, the leg is broken. The towering butler's eyes were cold-blooded and heartless. Moshing. You're afraid you don't know. Right. Miss never liked you. She's the Miss Shifu. How could she marry a poor man like you? Bus 6. Not to mention you're a thief. She approached you just to cheat back the engagement token. Now the token is back. This marriage contract is nothing. Miss also said that if she had known that you were a thief, she would have waited for you to report the theft. so that the engagement would have been null and void. The butler said and tore the paper in his hand into pieces and sprinkled it at Moshing. So be sensible and go back and tear up the marriage contract you took as well. Don't ever think about Miss again. Close the door. Butler. Toe turned around. Suddenly he turned his head again. By the way, you are a thief. The master is the governor. The lifer as a thief. This Chunin exam the master made the decision to eliminate your name. You, just rest assured to wait to eat prison food. The butler's loud laughter with those words of his was like a knife stabbing hard on Mu Shang's heart, twisting his heart into 1,000 holes and tearing his lungs with pain. Bus 6. Muson's one eye was red, his hair was disheveled, and his curled-up body was constantly shaking. Want to live? It was at this time a pair of black cloth boots appeared in front of the eyes. His eyes blurred to see, but instinctively he stretched out those hands full of scars to grab the black corner. Fingers hard to the bone white, veins rippled. Save me. He wants to live. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. The words that came out of his mouth broke. Only 3 words but with blood hard as hell. But those eyes were bright as stars. Jing Xiaochen looked at him with downcast eyes. Dirty slaves and evil masters. Destroying promises and making light of words. If you reminisce again, it's not worth it. I want, live, and breathe. Never want to not read again. Bus 6. Bear with me. I'll take you to the medical center. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen glanced at Imo Jiao. Imo Jiao wrapped around his arm, solid as a rope. He was relieved. As soon as he lifted up, Mu Shang toe tapping disappeared in place. Mu Shang, named Mu Chung, is now 19 years old and is the first lifer in Yueshi village. Originally the family was well off. Is the Yueshi village rich big family? Parents' only son. Full support for his study. Because 16 in the examination, become the youngest in the vicinity of the lifts were praised. Thanks to the teacher's banquet, the governor treated him differently, and his parents set a marriage contract, appointing him as the future son-in-law, just waiting for the next year's spring exams high school. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. When the Chun exams to Beijing, his father's addiction to gambling debts were chased to pay back the money, accidentally fell into the river and drowned. When his mother was forced to commit suicide, he was left alone in the family, and the family's fortune was taken by the gambling house. He has been mourning for his father for 3 years, and during the 3 years, Miss Ruan Yenyo, the governor's daughter, has made many appointments to write letters and tell each other about her love, but who knows that in the end, it is all a trick, and he almost died because of it. Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment as he looked at Mu Qing, whose eyes were wide open with empty eyes. He did recognize that he owed the man a cloak, and in connection with Wang's statement in the morning, I'm afraid Wang didn't make the clothes thing clear. Even there is another mystery involved. So it seems like he saved Mu Qing for some karma. Mu Qing's condition is serious, with a broken arm and a broken leg. That Ruan family is trying to kill Mu Qing alive. And then think carefully about this is the reason. First, because of gambling Mu family home defeat. Parents are dead. 3 years of worry to miss the spring exams. And then false love to induce to take the betrothal tokens. And then tore up the marriage contract. Defamation theft. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochun was thinking of the scholar in Wang's home at that time. But for the moment, the most important thing for Mu Qing is the Chun exam. Then it's the matter of Mu Qing's defamation that needs to be addressed urgently. Hiss, you're thinking about Mu Qing? Mo Jiao came out from Jing Xiaochen's sleeve and called out twice. De Fuyu and Mu Qing were both startled. That will be Mu Qing hurt to that point. As a weak scholar also did not pass out is also considered to have 2 points of blood. This will be the doctor opened the medicine to drink. And bone healing, coma or pain woke up over. So see the Ink Jiao also surprised. Dazed and confused, he seemed to remember that Snake's head was near his eyes when Jing Xiaochen brought him over to heal his wounds that session. Muching, you rest first. The matter of slander. I understand some details. Later detailed to you. As soon as Jing Xiaochen's words came out, Mu Qing's pupils widened violently, her eyes carrying a strong hope and even displaying a hint of madness. Jing Xiaochen's heart was slightly surprised, then realized. It seemed that after what happened, Mu Qing was not a peaceful person in her bones either. It just so happened that he needed some chillers under him. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen left part of the silver money as medical expenses and left. Coming out of the medical center, the time was already afternoon. Today's sunlight is just right, shining warmly on the body. Jing Xiaochen let Mo Jiao plate on his arm to bask in the sun. In only a few moments he was already in front of a mansion. Buckle up. Coming. An old voice rang out. Wanhua Chinese. Jing Xiaochen, however, looked at Mo Jiao. Ah, Jiao, this disguise on your face might be removed now? Hiss. Go now. Is it going to change again later? What a pain in the ass. Mo Jiao screamed about the trouble, but still wiped the disguise off Jing Xiaochen's body. She had actually just used her cultivation to form an illusion on his face. Jing Xiaochen saw tiny points of light flash by, and a fine smile flashed in his eyes. This little pet is really growing on him. Love it too. Wanted to keep her around all the time. This is the first time there are favorite things that call to him that he can't love and can't let go of. The gate opened, revealing a pale human face, and when he saw Jing Xiaochen, his entire body shook violently. See, Your Highness, the voice and movements do not show a trace of old age, but rather strong and clear. Only a hint of watery light flashed in his eyes when he looked closely. Your Highness, atone for your sins. My subordinates are late. Jing Xiaochen went in with him and the door closed heavily. The man led Jing Xiaochen in 7 turns towards the room. Entering the door, the man walked and knelt down heavily. His voice choked with sobs. Your Highness. It was a cry of joy, a subconscious emotion under excitement. Soon he gathered his emotions, and without knowing how his hands moved, the old age on his face quickly disappeared and was replaced by the appearance of a young and heroic young man. Jing Xiaochen sat on the chair and said, Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. After saying that, the youth stood up. How many people have come? His slender fingers curled up slightly, his eyes deep and unreadable. 3 people. Red Lawn, Black Mirror, and the subordinate. Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes as his fingers gently tapped on the desktop, making a crisp sound. The air, however, was condensed and austere. For a moment he spoke. How was Kyoto? His Highness missing news back. His Majesty was furious. Jinyuan Marquis, please order a thorough investigation. The second prince asked for orders to personally look for the Queen's line of people recently successive actions, only waiting for the second prince back to the capital to confirm that His Highness accident, and then strive for the Chunwan exam errand. Bus 6 Wanha Chinese. Xu Fei for the fourth prince selected the household minister secretary first daughter as the main consort. Just at present His Majesty does not give the intention of marriage. At the same time Xu Fei mother's family has for the fourth highness to get the end of the year the palace guard's duty, intended to die the forbidden guard's army. In the absence of His Highness, in addition to the 2 emperors who are already in and out of the court, the other 5th and 6th emperors have begun to walk around frequently with their mother's family. As for the news that Your Highness was assassinated by the southern border spies, subordinates' incompetence temporarily failed to check to determine the candidate. Light Your Highness punishment. Jing Xiaochen fingers touched the head of Mo Jiao contemplation. Mo Jiao looked at him and then looked at the kneeling people. She unconsciously hissed twice. This Kyoto situation is surprisingly so complex and grim. It was obvious that second prince had come to keep Jing Xiaochen from entering the capital alive. Even other forces should have come over here. It can simply be said that there are internal and external problems every step of the way. It's true that the throne is not a good take. Hearing the snake call, Jing Xiaochen thought that Mo Jiao was hungry. He quickly returned to his senses and readied his wrist. It's already afternoon. Mo Jiao was not polite, and took a bite, enjoying it so much that his little eyes could hardly see. The youth, also known as Green Blood, heard the snake's call and his body stiffened. Then he heard Jing Xiaochen's soft-speaking voice. He was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue and quietly raised his eyes to look over, just in time to run into Jing Xiaochen's cold and stern gaze. Green Blood. He just really thought that this highness is fake. To know that His Highness has never been false. Plus the identity, the majesty around the deep. Only 20 years old. They are in front of him but their heads do not dare to lift. The atmosphere does not dare to come out. One hot Chinese. Just the next moment he encountered those eyes he immediately came back to his senses. As fake as His Highness. There was no mistaking it. Get up. Where are Hong Lan and Black Mirror now? Jing Xiaochen did not shy away from the fact that Mo Jiao appeared in front of his men and even heard confidential matters. Thank you, Your Highness. Greenblood still couldn't help but look at the black snake that had the audacity to lie on His Highness's arm. Black completely, pouring like ink-colored jade, good-looking, dazzling. Black Mirror has gone to Mount Yueshi, and Honglan has gone to the local intelligence network for information. My subordinate, on the other hand, is responsible for marking to stay here. The 3 of them had a clear division of labor, and they didn't believe that His Highness would come here. So after discussing it, he stayed here and waited for His Highness to see the mark and find him. Black Mirror led 10 people to Yueshi Mountain to look for people, while Hong Lan went to the local intelligence network to spy on the news while keeping an eye on the second prince. Just saying, the second prince came bright and early this time, and I'm afraid that he's already joined forces with the prefectural office by now. The search is much easier. The three of them came quietly and brought people who could only enter the city in small groups. What's more, in addition to them, several other forces are equally searching. Bus 6. And the worst outcome would be for those forces to join forces with the second prince. He looked serious and worried. I'm afraid it's difficult for your highness to leave the city now. What's more, to go back to the capital. This way a government and a state are all barriers, and those officials who received the second prince along the way, the chances of being collected are very high, only to wait for your highness to show up. Aha! Seeing that Mo Jiao drank his fill, Jing Xiaochen retracted his fingers and rubbed Mo Jiao's head intimately in a cold voice. Go back to the capital for the time being is not urgent. You go and do something first. Jing Xiaochen sent Cheng Blood to Yushi village to find Wang. The matter started because of him, and settle this matter before he left. And then the spies. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and glanced at Mo Jiao. Let's go see Mu Qing about the situation. But it's still a step too late to go over there. The magistrate took the man away, saying that the scion was a thief. But it doesn't look like it. The old man shook his head, but with a broken arm and a broken leg, subject to another prison sentence. I'm afraid I'm going to die in prison. Hiss. What now? Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen and inquired. His dark eyes were slightly converged, so that people could not pry out a trace of emotion. His fingers fell on the head of Mo Jiao. Zhuang seemed to think. Mo Jiao was quite annoyed by his action, knowing that how could she allow a mortal to touch the head of a serpent ancestor. But over time, you get used to it without realizing it. As it was now, her snake's head was still gently rubbing under his warm fingers. Not that it would bother his thoughts. Let's go eat first, and when it gets dark you'll take you to see what's going on. After saying that, Mo Jiao strides out of the medical center towards the tavern. This time, Jing Xiaochen had the money to order a table of delicious food, all of which were signatures of the restaurant. But it was funny to think of Jing Xiaochen asking his subordinates for silver. Just before, Jing Xiaochen had finished talking about what Cheng Blood was going to do, and Cheng Blood was ready to leave after he had a general understanding. Wait, what else does the master want? Cough. Jing Xiaochen had never had such an embarrassing moment in the end, and Mo Jiao suddenly remembered the time when Jing Xiaochen woke up in a coma with severe injuries and was hungry. She silently put a pair of small eyes to Jing Xiaochen's ear, who was lightly coughing with his hand against his lips. Do you have, on you? What? Green Blood was even concerned. How is the master's injury? Let Honglan take a look and dispense some medicine. Jing Xiaochen. At this moment Mo Jiao suddenly wanted to laugh, but unfortunately now she was not a human body. She could only laugh and bend a pair of snake pupils. Jing Xiaochen's finger fell on Mo Jiao's eyes and laughed lightly. Naughty. Manhwa Chinese language and culture. After saying that he looked at Green Blood. Do you have any silver money with you? Green Blood first froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted to hastily will be in the hands of the silver tickets. Broken silver all out. There are thousands of taels, below with less, such as the subordinate to the money bank to fetch. The master needs a few tens of thousands of taels? Inkjet. Is this the world of the rich? Until now, she's been in this world. Bus 6. The boundary contact is only a few hundred copper coins. 100 taels will do. Jing Xiaochen took 100 taels, returning the rest back to Cheng Blood. Who knew that Green Blood almost cried? The master used to give out thousands or tens of thousands of taels, but now he's even embarrassed to ask for 100 taels. What has he suffered? Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaochen's expression was cold as he thought that this henchman was a bit foolish. What are you thinking about again? Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao with amusement as she suddenly didn't move with the duck meat in her mouth as if she was frozen in place. He was curious about the little snake's mind for a moment. There was also a moment when he thought again of that gaudy to the core face. It would be better if she could take human form and talk to him. Although he could understand what the little snake meant on weekdays, he didn't understand it thoroughly in the end. Hiss. Mo Jiao swallowed the duck meat, but her eyes kept a fine smile in them. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, suddenly blessed with the knowledge of why the little snake was smiling. His fingers curled up to flick the forehead of the ink Jiao. In the ink Jiao accusing gaze slowly smiled open. A Jiao. Now I am down and out. But I have a family fortune of 10,000. The East Palace warehouses can be up to half of the national treasury. And even down the road, there will be more. Then back to the capital. What you want can be for you to find. Inkjet. How does this feel like a setup? She moved the snake pupil. Slightly narrowed. Hiss. Come to think of it, you will also say the same thing. Then it feels wrong. Feelings that will use security box me. This will use money box me. Just want me to follow you back to the capital. Bus 6. What's with all the heart in this reserve? Come, eat more. This is delicious. Jing Xiaochen resumed his usual gentleness and his voice was warm and nice, making Mo Zhao's heart that wanted to retort slowly sink. Well, it seems that she all promised Jing Xiaochen to return to the capital with him, and to be a person must keep her word, so she did not refute it. She slowly lowered her head and, after eating and drinking enough, until it was dark and there were very few pedestrians on the street, Jing Xiaochen led Mo Zhao towards a place. Hiss? Where is this going? She straightened her snake head and looked around. The scenery around her quickly receded. Jing Xiaochen's lightness had unexpectedly reached the realm of being out of this world, until she landed on a treetop. Mo Zhao poked her head out to feel around. There were many people in the dark, but surprisingly none of them noticed Jing Xiaochen. And not far away there were two men talking. Your Highness has sent different people to search the mountain 3 times in a row. So far there is no news. I do not know what your Highness is planning. At most 10 more days. This is the deadline set by father's side. If there is no news within 10 days. The young second prince laughed lowly. After 10 days our crown prince will become the past. Even if he is still alive. He will no longer be Jing Xiaochen, the honored crown prince of the great Jiaoshan kingdom. Buzz 6. Laughing to the back of the second prince as even voice are no longer masked. Cheerful laughter for a long time. Lord Wan was first shocked, and then smiled fawningly and respectfully. Then my humble servant will wish the second prince his wish in advance. A man under 10,000. Then my humble servant can rely on your highness to lift up. Lord Wan is a smart man. As long as the matter is accomplished this time, good things will naturally come to you. Hiss. Term? 10 days? Can you make it back in 10 days? Mo Zhao was shocked. This time before the green blood clearly did not say. What the hell is going on here? She looked at Jing Xiaochen, only to see that his face was as heavy as water and his gaze was clear and cold. Don't worry. It's fine. Jing Xiaochen tilted his head. His dark eyes seemed to fall in the distance and then didn't seem to land. Hiss. That's good. Inkpot breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go back. He had been prepared to come and probe something himself so that he could confirm it. Now that the mission is confirmed it's time to go back. It was only when he passed by Nguyen's house that he realized something. Jing Xiaochen and Mo Zhao took it into their eyes, took the evidence and turned around and left the Ruan family. No one noticed until they left. It was already late, but Jing Xiaochen still returned to the Green Blood residence. That mansion was temporarily rented for lodging, but until Sleep Green Blood had not returned. Not to mention Red Lawn and Black Mirror. The two did not even see the face. I do not know if they live in this mansion. Mo Zhao always felt that something was not right. Don't think. It's time to rest. Jing Xiaochen looked at the usual early lying on his chest slumbering Mo Zhao at this moment near the end of the night has not moved then exported. Buzz 6. Hiss. What do you know and what are you planning? Yes. It's scheming. She suddenly became permeable. Jing Xiaochen had a plot in his mind, but she knew nothing about it. Jing Xiaochen did not intend to let her know. She breathed in a slight chill. It was also true that she was just a snake and didn't know anything, but Jing Xiaochen didn't trust her yet. From food preferences to scheming, the moon is clear and the cold wind is passing lightly, so I think tomorrow will be another good day. Buzz 6. This kind of night was the most suitable for cultivation, and Mo Jiao slid down from Jing Xiaochen's chest. Suddenly a bony hand pressed her head. Where is Jiao going? The owner of the hand's voice was raspy and low with just waking up. His hand seemed to emit a hazy light under the moonlight. And when placed on the pitch-black snake, it was actually a sharp contrast between black and white, creating a visual impact. Not hearing an answer, he lifted a finger to the side of Mo Zhao's teeth and asked again. Where to? Hiss. Cultivation. The ink-slick snake's tail pointed at the moonlight and coiled itself into a ball again, head straight up in the center, eyes closed. She was demonstrating to Jing Xiaochen. Since she had molted her skin this time she had better absorption of aura and had intensified her cultivation. She had demonstrated it to Jing Xiaochen before. Why was Jing Xiaochen asking again? It seems that His Highness the Crown Prince has a bad memory. So Mo Jiao demonstrated it again. Jing Xiaochen saw Mo Jiao twisting away and gently smiled. But those eyes of hers were so serious that his smile quickly disappeared. Mo Jiao wanted to cultivate and gain great power. So how could he possibly stop it? So he nudged Inkjet's forehead. You go. Need me to accompany you? Mo Jiao couldn't help but roll his eyes. He can't cultivate, what's the point of getting together? What's more, she was only practicing. How could she be so pretentious as to need company for everything? He couldn't help but smile again when he saw the emotion in Inkbrand's tiny eyes. So he leaned back on the bed. His gaze locked on Inkbrand under Inkbrand's scornful gaze. Only the pitch-black colored serpent was haunted by starry white points of light around it, with a solemn expression and serious movements. Jing Xiaoqian's fingers curled up slightly, restraining the idea of wanting to go up and touch the little snake's head as he gazed at Mo Jiao, cultivating into meditation. Mo Jiao's body was shrouded in a surfeit of white light all around her, and her figure was ethereal, as if she was about to ascend to immortality. Jing Xiaoqian's heart suddenly panicked as he gazed straight at Mo Jiao, unconsciously falling into a dream world. The dream was a woman with a stunning face and a beautiful figure, and between the swaying of her body, she seemed to be carrying the color of light, so good-looking that people were obsessed. One hot Chinese. In his dream he heard who was talking. The black pole becomes ink. The body of a dragon. Take the surname as ink. Set the character as Jiao. Shoe color is pretty. Jiao sound is the same as Jiao. So I will name you Mo Jiao. I will call you Jiao. Okay? The ink spot. Inkjet. Is such a nice name. I like it. The pleasant voice seemed like the song of a nightingale. Charming and nice. Aha! Then I wish that Jiao will become a dragon in the future and soar to the heavens. I'm sure I'll be able to transform into a dragon. When the time comes, can you share a room in your dragon palace with me? Yes. Then it's a deal. The girl smiled. That face is bright and charming. The eyes are long and thin. The corners of the eyes are lightly hooked. Obviously gorgeous to the extreme of the face. But the eyes are a piece of clear and frank. Calling people at first sight will be happy. His voice then unconsciously took on a hint of pleasure. Never break a promise. Dimly he seemed to hear a sharp hissing sound. His brows furrowed deeply, and in the next moment he drifted out of his dream, and his gaze subconsciously went to the place where the little snake was practicing. Suddenly his eyes went cold and stern, and he stood up violently and went to the windowsill. There was no little snake there. His steps carried a rush as he took 3 or 2 steps to the windowsill, which was empty of anything. Mo Jiao. Jiao. The only thing that greeted him was the biting cold wind, which hit his body with raw pain. Hiss? Mo Jiao was practicing, closing off his 5 senses and meditating into his mind. Suddenly there was a strange smell. It seemed sweet and astringent, or with a refreshing scent, and the wind blows through the scent to fill the nose. It is the flavor of wine. One hot Chinese. Mo Jiao swished her eyes open. She was slobbering like crazy. No one knew that she was addicted to alcohol, and that she liked all kinds of sake the best. When she was in the cultivation world, she brewed a lot of her own wine, all kinds of flavors, using heavenly materials and treasures, buried under the snowy mountains, placed in a 3,000 feet deep place of extreme ice, and sipped a glass of wine almost every few days. Sometimes a few altars are placed when they are closed for cultivation. Bus 6. And her favorite thing to do after she got out of the gate was to drink and get drunk and sleep for years. Even her human friend, who had met her through wine, had met her through wine. It's just that when she was reborn into this world, she never drank good wine again. Mo Jiao's mouth drink grips. Only good wine can enter the throat. Not drink bad wine to solve a moment of gluttony. A few years ago she had a craving for wine and snuck down the hill to drink from the farmers. The wine was simply so bad that it was hard to get it down your throat. So you tasted it and spit it out. And then those snakes have a good wine to honor. Blowing that wine seems to be like a jade wine. Who knows that a sip of vomit a heavenly darkness. Mo Jiao knew she had a bad mouth, and the wine went down her throat. But it will kill her, and she will never touch this mortal drink again. But now she suddenly smelled a different kind of alcohol. Tickled a craving she'd had for years. Mo Jiao had the judgment that the wine was extraordinary. She climbed out of the window searching for the smell and headed for the place like where the scent of the wine had come from. She swears she's just going to see where the hell this wine came from. How can it be comparable to the wine in the world of cultivation to lure her away? The night was heavy, but there was hazy moonlight spilling onto the ground. Mo Jiao wore the color of the moon. The soft scales on his body glowed with a faint light, and his speed flew so fast that only stumps remained. Soon the place was reached. It was a farmer's cottage, and the owner had long since rested. The yard was silent. Not a sound. The ink slinger followed the smell to the kitchen at last. A couple of rats squeaked, and it turned out they had knocked over the wine jar. That wine is what emanates from the altar. Wine flavor is rich and fragrant. Even the rats are drunk. This will see the natural enemy of their instinctive fear of cowering. Squeaking screams but even get up cannot get up. The ink-slick snake's tail shook off 2 small mice, and its head had crawled into the wine jar. Fortunately, there was enough space inside. An oval-shaped wine altar with a small mouth and a rounded belly. And the wine inside the altar was not poured in. Bowed his head and took a taste. Hiss. Simply delicious, pour indescribable. The mouth mellow. Wine taste pure. As if in a trance to a long time ago. She hugged the wine cozy. And a drinking buddy drink a sky dark. The world changed color. The smoothness of that time can't be compared to this life. One hot Chinese. Inkpot felt like she was complete at this moment. Hiss, hiccup, yummy, clang. It was at this moment that a sound resounded heavily, and with it came the darkness of the night, so black that the serpent's tail could not be seen. She bared her soul and took another sip of wine, wondering in a daze if she'd forgotten something. And why is it so dark in here? And what the hell does gotcha mean? And who's saying it? Buzz 6. Why does the voice sound familiar? Her tiny snake pupils turned slowly, wiggling a few times for a few moments, and then both stopped moving altogether. Master, is this the snake you were talking about? Why does it look a bit silly? The man's face was wild and twisted. It's the snake. This snake has good luster and knows its way around. I prepared so many jars of wine, but I even came here on my own. TSK. If you don't go to heaven when there's a road to heaven and come to hell when there's no door, then don't blame me, Your Highness. Qing Blood watched Jing Xiaoqian's silent gaze sweep across the window with sharp brows. His heart thumped and he didn't understand what had happened. How come His Highness' aura was so overpowering? How many people have been brought into the city? Jing Xiaoqian finally left the window and stood in front of the table, waving his pen and ink. Soon a black snake jumped onto the paper. The body is pitch black, with clear lines, a pair of small eyes shining brightly, forked snake letters, coiled up snake body, a stroke of the brush outline to convey the spirit. It was actually the snake scene wrapped around His Highness's arm during the day. 23 people have already entered the city. The remaining 27 are still outside the city. Seeing this, Qing Blood quickly realized that he was afraid that the snake had disappeared. After finishing the drawing, Jing Xiaoqian looked at it with his eyes downcast, as if the snake had never left and was right there on the paper. Yet a fake is a fake, and no more evocative than that snake. The eyes lost their animation. So where did Mo Jiao go? Didn't want to go with him to the palace, went back overnight, or something happened? His eyes were dark and heavy. His fingers lightly touched the snake's head, and then he grabbed the painting and handed it to Green Blood. Go find it. Outside the city, even if you turn this Yueshi prefecture city upside down, you must find it. But you can't hurt it. Not even a single bit. Yes. Qing Blood took the painting and slowly rolled it up, preparing to turn around. Recall the Red Lance Black Mirror. Honorable order. Where the hell did Mo Jiao go? This was a question that even Mo Jiao herself couldn't answer, because she's still in that altar, and on top of that it's still out of sight. Dark and stuffy. She had a good drink and ended up getting arrested. Buzz 6. All the way to the small altar where she was locked up and listening to them. She knew who it was that had captured her. It's that snake catcher. He didn't listen to Jing Xiaoqian. From the day he saw Mo Jiao, he never rested from catching Mo Jiao. Buzz 6. Master, what will you do with this snake? The governor's son likes snake meat the most. In the past days I sold all my snakes to him, but that son is very picky. He doesn't eat non-pure colored snakes, so this snake is just right. Master is wise. I'll handle this snake later, so you can learn. This snake has a strange poison, and the first step after catching it is to strip the poisonous glands. The snake catcher held the altar and explained to his disciple in detail. Mo Jiao narrowed his eyes. This snake catcher had some skills. It's amazing that you can lock your mouth to get poison, but these are not difficult to her. On the contrary, this wine actually contains andrographis. Her whole body at the moment. The body was all soft, as if it was numb and difficult to move. Inkjet spat out the snake's letters with difficulty. Unable to get out for the time being, she simply closed her eyes and began to cultivate. Points of light that no one could see slowly surged from all around them to the wine altar. After dawn, the snake catcher took another altar and filled it with several snakes and brought it to the governor's residence. Second young master. Someone said they're bringing goods over. Ruan Pingfei heard the words. Eyes brightly looked at the side of the brocade clothes and clothes through the body of the nobility of the person. His face is now a few points of enthusiasm. Your Highness, the second prince, I have something. What is it? Second Prince Jing Xiaozi spoke carelessly. Ruan Pingfei's breath stuttered. And when he saw Jing Xiaozi's interested look, he reacted to the fact that this second prince wasn't scolding him, but asking what this thing was. Wanha Chinese. A smile appeared on his face with a bit of currying favor. Your Highness, would you like to follow me down to take a look? When that thing is ready, it will be a delicious dish on earth, and it's the best thing to eat with wine. Jing Xiaozi raised his eyebrows. Oh, then His Highness will have to go see and taste it, said the two men stood up from their chairs and headed for the backyard. Buzz 6. Ruan Binfei likes to eat snake meat, but the mouth is tricky. This snake meat is pure color. Young snake meat is the best. To adult snake age, the older, the more firewood flavor. So he himself raises many young snakes in special places as taught by snake catchers. Every time a snake catcher comes over, he brings more than one snake. So he is taken to the backyard and put in a designated spot. Then he kills the snake to get the bile and leaves the meat for cooking. And the rest of the snake is kept for the next time he kills it. Seeing the snake catcher, Ruan Binfei looked satisfied and smiled broadly. What species did you bring this time? Sir? I'll take a look first. Second young master. Please look, said the snake catcher as he uncovered the lid of the wine altar. The snake with a pitch-black body was coiled, and under the sunlight, the snake's scales were glowing nicely. Ruan Pingfei sucked in a breath. What a beautiful snake. Saying this instantly, he wanted to touch it with his hand. Second young master, be careful. Seeing only the poisonous fangs of Mo Jiao bared in his eye spheres, the snake catcher immediately put the lid on to stop Ruan Pingfei's movements, but his face changed. Luckily he was quick enough. Otherwise this bite would have been a big deal. Ruan Binfei was also startled and asked with a grim face, don't they lock the mouth every time? Why isn't this one locked? He loved eating snake meat, but was also afraid of snakes, so he used this to overcome his fear of snakes. The snakes brought in by this snake catcher before were never so softly coiled and ready to be slaughtered that they always displeased him, at the same time boldly touching and even sometimes skinning themselves with a knife. This one he liked that skin at first glance, but he didn't expect it to still look alive. Jing Xiaoza on the side also frowned when he saw this. He thought that this delicious food was something, but it turned out to be snake meat. When he saw that scene just now, he became a bit disillusioned. He had known snakes before, and looking at this snake he was afraid that it was highly poisonous. He suddenly had a look on his face, remembering the previous search for Jing Xiaochen when all those subordinates were poisoned and died. He slowly lowered his gaze to the altar and narrowed his eyes. This snake, where did it come from? Your Highness is interested in this? Ruan Pingfei quickly eased his emotions and his eyes lit up again when he heard Jing Xiaoza's inquiry. He, for one, loves to share his favorite things with others. The snake catcher naturally saw Ruan Pingfei's respect and address to Jing Xiaoza, and he returned with a straightened expression. This snake was caught with great effort by me. Look at the luster and size. It's still young, and the meat is delicious. But this venom is also overbearing. I'm afraid it's the king of snakes. Then what is there to say? Hurry up and skin it and deal with it. I'll have someone prepare a pot of boiling oil. At this time, a boy came hurriedly, walked to Jing Xiaoza. My master has something to ask His Highness to have a talk in the study. Jing Xiaoza's eyes moved slightly and he nodded. Lead the way. Ruan Pingfei, of course, did not dare to disturb the old master and His Highness, and could only say, when I cook the snake meat, I will leave it for His Highness to enjoy together. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoza responded in a faint voice. May. After saying that, he left with the boy. Leaving a few people in place, Ruan Binfei spoke. What are you waiting for? Sir, move quickly. That's action. The snake catcher opened his mouth, grabbed the altar, and the apprentice headed for a room with a backpack. Entering the room, hissing sounds everywhere, gathered to listen to the scalp of the people, but the three people are indifferent. Buzz 6. Pop. The lid opened. Whoosh. Mo Jiao flew out and just landed on Ruan Binfei. Ah. Cold and slippery to the touch. The scales with a hint of hardness, touching the skin. Ruan Binfei's eye pupils widened violently, filling with fear. With only an instinctive yell, he fell to the ground and convulsed. Mo Jiao had kept her eyes peeled from the moment she heard the people outside say Your Highness. Then listened carefully to the voice to know that this person is the second prince. She thought that was just right. She could use the convenience of her body form to help Jing Xiaochen find out more things again. That 10-day period left a lasting impression on the inkling. She did know that Jing Xiaochen did not have much time. She also knew that Jing Xiaochen was scheming, but there was always a trace of uneasiness in her heart. She was a cultivator of immortality. Her uneasiness didn't come without a reason. There was always a warning. So she wanted to do something to remove that uneasiness, or to probe the source of it. As soon as Jing Xiaoza left, Mo Jiao was ready to break out of the altar and follow him. Buzz 6. Who knew she had heard the 10,000 serpents request? They're calling out to themselves. They're scared in fear. Mo Jiao was not much of a sympathetic person, and she could have cared less about these things. But on second thought, she is, after all, the snake ancestor. But also, after all, the heavenly Tao gave a sliver of life to be reborn again, and even got the delicious blood, which can help her cultivate and transform into a dragon. So she can't leave anyhow. Buzz 6. There is virtue in doing good, and heaven and earth exist. She was more of a snake ancestor, and the responsibility of sheltering the 10,000 snakes had been on her from birth. If she did not see it, it was none of her business. But it's impossible to stand by when you see it. So she stayed until she had accompanied the men into the house and listened to the pleas of the serpents. just as the altar was opened, and she flew out. Rather, I didn't expect Ruan Binfei to be so timid. The snake catcher's expression was cold and stern, and the wooden stick in his hand danced. Quick, catch her. The two were extremely fast. Mo Jiao snorted coldly. The body flashed rapidly. Only a few moments of time has overturned the room full of baskets, and used the cultivation to unlock their locked snake mouth. Warned your enemies to avenge themselves, but limited to the birth of killing people, futilely injuring innocents. 10,000 Snake's Conquest. That is the consequence. I saw a red snake crawling up to that apprentice of the snake catcher and looking to bite down. Bang! Suddenly all day long the snake burst open, sending blood and flesh flying, stunning the man and shocking the snake catcher. Mo Jiao specially read it. That disciple of the snake catcher has not been stained with a single snake life until now, and his soul is clean, which was not expected. So this person was killed by these snakes, and the killing sin is on her body. By the same token, if the innocent are injured, the fate of the innocent will be hers, and she does not want to be burdened with the responsibility of saving the children and grandchildren of these snakes. I'll go back to the mountain after I've avenged myself. Hiss! Thank you, Snake Joe. The voices of countless snakes resounded again, answering her words, and without further delay, she turned her head and left. Her destination was none other than the governor's study. It was just another delay along the way, and she didn't really know where that study was. Just around the backyard, she entered a side garden. It's winter at the moment and the plums are in full bloom. Just as I walked by I heard talking. Miss, that second prince is so good looking. He matches well with Miss. Yuer, shut up. That young lady's voice was soft with a hint of shyness, pursing her lips and smiling again as she spoke. Buzz 6. Miss is already a flowery-looking lady, and should be matched with someone like the second prince. Yes, sister, such a person should be matched with the second prince. So after hearing that the second prince is coming to withdraw from the marriage, by all means, first call for slander, and then beat into prison. Sister, you can be really powerful. The person who spoke wore a goose yellow 100 butterfly group. Outstanding appearance. A sarcastic face. Ruan Nianqi, shut up. Ruan Nianyao rubbed her feet full of anger. Ruan Nianqi scared and sneered. Sister doesn't have the qualifications to tell me to shut up. You. Ruan Nianyao's face was red with anger, and her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Ruan Nianqi. However, sister can remind you not to be complacent too early. Otherwise when the time comes the basket is empty, it will not be good. Pa. What? Sister is trying to hit me? Ruan Nianqi backhanded a hard slap. Ruan Nianyao's face instantly reddened and began to redden and swell. Ah, my face. Ruan Nianqi, I'm going to fight you. Ruan Nianyao was beaten, and when Ruan Nianqi let go of her hand, she violently pounced on her. The maid hurriedly pulled the man. Mo Jiao shook her head as she looked at the two men who were wrestling. These two people are not good people, and both of them are even burdened with human lives. However, one person has good thoughts and one person has evil thoughts. That moshing a weak scholar planted in the hands of such a person is not a loss. Ha! Where did the little snake come from? Just when Mo Jiao finally found her way to the study, she was actually seen. It was Ruan Nianqi. Mo Jiao swished and swam away quickly. Ruan Nianqi stood still and narrowed her eyes. Shu Niu, have someone find Ruan Pingfei. His snake has escaped. After she finished speaking, she waited for a moment, and when she saw no one in the surrounding area, she left the mansion through the back door. My lord. Not finding the painting on the Manhwa Chinese. The snake, Green Blood, Red Lawn and Black Mirror knelt on the ground and finished reporting the situation, not daring to utter a single breath. Since he woke up in the middle of the night last night and didn't see Mo Jiao, Jing Shaochen directly recalled the three of them and ordered all of them to go and look for them. He himself went up to Yueshi Mountain overnight and returned to Mo Jiao's residence without any sign of Mo Jiao going back. Up to now, Mo Jiao has been missing for a day and a night. Jing Shaochen's eyes were covered with blood. His body was filled with coldness. The three of them kneeling on the ground all felt the rampant aura pressing down on them. They knelt straight. Their bodies were stiff. Their foreheads were covered with fine cold sweat. Manhwa Chinese. Keep looking. His voice seemed to be tinged with ice slag, cold and piercing. Master, today's vigorous search. Your identity has been exposed. Please allow my subordinate to bring someone to protect your master's safety. Black Mirror hadn't seen the snake and didn't know how important the snake was to Jing Shaochen. All he was worried about was his master's safety, which they were sworn to defend. So his meaning was clear, refusing to lead a search for a snake. Buzz 6. Listening to Black Mirror's words, Green Blood and Red Lawn coincidentally revealed their approval. For now the master's safety was indeed the first priority. Jing Xiaochen stood there, looking down with his eyes. The three people on the ground had their expressions in his eyes. His aura was disdainful. His eyes were dark, cold-blooded and merciless. Tell me, how did I leak my whereabouts? This sentence seemed like a thunderbolt that exploded in the ears of the three, and they jerked their heads up to look, only to see the aura of solemnity and murder coming from above that heavenly face. The dark eyes seemed to be looking at the dead. Black Mirror dropped his head in a huff, his body shivering, his back teeth slots bared tightly, blood spreading in his mouth. Bang! The raging murderous aura suddenly raged, heading straight towards the Black Mirror in the center. Qing Blood and Honglan were immediately startled and couldn't help but speak. Master! The words were accompanied by the figure of Black Mirror flying out. Jing Xiaochen stood there as if he were a god or goddess, his eyes not containing the slightest bit of emotion. Betrayer! Death! Green Blood and Redland's entire body was shaking. They knew that they had always known that their master was powerful, but they never knew that he had actually become powerful to such an extent. It was important to realize that Black Mirror had the second highest force value of the few of them, but the master wasted him without effort. Still questioning? Jing Xiaochen looked at the two with a faint gaze. Don't dare. No. Action. Yes. Second Highness. I wonder if you've gotten any news from your side? Jifu Ruan asked while looking at Jing Xiao's face. Jing Xiao's frowned, a hint of darkness flashing in the bottom of his eyes. If Lord Ruan has anything to say, just say it. Boss 6. This old piker didn't even look at who he was and dared to test his words. The cold color on Jing Xiao's face flickered away as his finger casually flicked the jade trigger on his thumb, looking as if he was bored. My humble servant has gotten a piece of news today about His Highness the Crown Prince. Governor Ruan did not tell all of the news he had gotten. Jing Xiao's face changed. His eyes sharply looked at Ruan Jifu. What news does Lord Ruan have? Feel free to say, as long as it's useful. His Highness won't be shortchanged. Manhwa Chinese. Ruan Jifu eyes flashed a trace of joy. He has not been promoted for many years, many actions, but also did not see any improvement. At most by the governor praised a few words. So this time, when he heard the news that the crown prince had disappeared near Yueshi Mountain, he started to probe for all kinds of information, and even deliberately spent a lot of money to get a heavy gift to send to Kyoto, and started to move directly after getting more detailed information, but did not expect the second prince personally over this time. He was happy a few nights without sleep. Fine planning. Waiting for the second prince to get eyes in front of the heel. My humble servants people discovered that between last night and the evening of the day, there was a group of people constantly moving back and forth in and out of activities, secretly inquiring about the trail of a snake. And according to my humble servants' sources, they are afraid that they are the people of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Just why look for a snake? Lord Ruan didn't even think to understand the cause and effect for a while. But Jing Xiaoza is different. Before that there was a secret agent who sent a message that someone in Kyoto had brought a snake to look for the crown prince. So his people quietly followed the secret agent and the person who brought the snake. It was only halfway there that he was discovered. And his people then sent a message, a signal that was specifically ordered to be fired only if he encountered the crown prince. That's why he was halfway there, and sent all the way 30 men forward first. He just didn't expect that when he brought people over behind him, all 30 of those people were dead in a gruesome manner. At this moment it is actually talking about this matter again. The prince's people are looking for a snake. He narrowed his brows in contemplation, not knowing what was going on. The snake that Ruan Pingfei had previously brought him over to see suddenly flashed before his eyes. His eyes twitched and he jerked to his feet. Second Highness? Have someone go to Ruan Binfei and have him bring that black snake over here. No. This Highness personally goes forward. After saying that without waiting for Lord Ruan to speak, he had already taken a big step towards the door. Lord Ruan followed closely behind with a puzzled look on his face. Ah, snakes! There's a snake! Terrified voices spread throughout the Ruan mansion. Thoughts flashed through Jing Xiaochen's mind, and his footsteps became faster and faster. Just before I could get to the backyard I noticed something. That's the snake. Snakes everywhere, colorful and hissing. Jing Yujie gulped as a snake came close to his eyes. The dark guards appeared, their swords swaying, and the snake had already landed in two halves. Your Highness, step back. Jing Xiaozhe's face was ugly as he backed up to the corridor. Then he realized that there were snakes, poisonous snakes, outside the corridor as well. What's going on? Lord Ruan was shocked and stood there shaking all over in fear. Help! Anyone who sees a floor full of snakes feels uncomfortable, fearful and scared. However, the more horrible thing, that guard chopped down a snake. Immediately after the snake's hissing sound sharply, and then countless snakes flew up and wrapped all over that guard. Boss 6. The pupils of Jing Xiao's eyes trembled. And that guard had already screamed. This day became a nightmare for the entire Nguyen family. After that secret guard was poisoned by the snake, 2 secret guards soon appeared and fled from the Ruan family by grabbing Jing Xiao's arm. Until he reached the door of the Ruan family, Jing Xiao's face was still white. The crown prince has appeared. Leave 10 people with me to go to the inn. The rest of them all go to look for the crown prince. Originally he had been living in the Nguyen house since he came here. And now this Nguyen house was impossible to live in any longer. Yes, also, once found, kill without mercy. Since it had appeared, there was no way he would let Jing Xiaochen have a chance to live. Release the news of the crown prince's appearance to Xian Tianlu. Yes, Xian Tianlu is an assassin organization. It just so happened that recently, besides him looking for the crown prince, there were 2 other teams that bought Jing Xiaochen's life at Xian Tianlu. Once you take over, the sky is the limit until you kill. Manhwa Chinese. Since someone had already bought the crown prince's life, he didn't need to do more than wait to release the news and reap the benefits. TSK. This Ruan family has now become a snake cave. Ruan Nianqi raised an eyebrow as she grabbed a snake in her hand. And that snake was none other than Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes, thinking, is it really okay for you to gloat like that? This is your house. She hadn't realized that this Ruan Nianqi knew snake language. At that time, she just exclaimed that Ruan Nianqi and Ruan Nianyao were not simple. And as a result, Ruan Nianqi overheard her. Ruan Nianqi and Ruan Nianyao. She went straight to herself after separating from Ruan Nianyao. And the first thing she said when she opened her mouth was, it's not simple for you to be able to read this, little snake. At that time, she was a bit surprised and called out twice. But she didn't expect Ruan Nianqi to tell her what she meant one by one. It was unbelievable. They then made a small agreement that Ruan Nianqi would take herself to the study and she would not bite Ruan Nianqi. So what does Snake want to do now? I've taken you to the study as well. Why don't I take you to the cell again? Ruan Nianqi was a bit interested. Hiss, what's the point of going to the cell? I'm going out to find someone. Looking for who? Your master? By the way, are you a pet snake? Is it a human-turned snake? Ruan Nianqi nagged the question. Mo Jiao really wanted to give her a tail. It was so noisy. But speaking of which, Jing Xiaochen had actually exposed his trail because of her. And it had been a day and a night. So she was worried. It was also not until now that she realized that she too could worry about people. Bus 6. Inexplicably, the gods went to a long time ago. That person before leaving also said with a smile, a Jiao. You really do not understand anything. 7 feelings and 6 desires do not understand. I don't know who can make you understand these things in the future. If one day you will hold your heart and mind for one person, you will only be able to understand these 7 emotions. The words rang in her ears, but in fact, she still didn't understand what the so-called 7 feelings of permeability was all about until now. And she is interested in Jing Xiaochen, simply because he was his reserve food. And if something happened to him, even if his stuff was damaged, the blood he wanted to drink would be gone. It was something she would never allow to happen. That's why she wanted to see Jing Xiaochen now. Jing Xiaochen who was safe and sound. Then have a good blood-sucking and belly-filling session. She hadn't had blood all day and night and was hungry. Hiss, are you going to find someone or not? Mo Jiao grinded her teeth in annoyance. The uneasiness in her heart hadn't completely dissipated even now. She wanted to return to Jing Xiaochen's side. Why are you so angry? Shall I make you some chrysanthemum tea to remove the fire? Ruan Nianqi's words faded under Mo Jiao's exposed fangs and icy gaze. Okay, I'll take you to it. Farewell, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A man wearing a white suit descended with a fan made of jade bone in his hand. Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes were cold, jade bone soul hooker. Shen Tianlu's building master Beiyu even went out personally. It seems that Loan's life is indeed worth money. Shen Tianlu as the world's first building. The building killers are all cultivated from childhood. High martial arts. To kill. Only recognize the money and not people. As long as take the task. Even if chasing to the ends of the earth to complete the task, can be said to be very difficult to deal with an organization. Manhwa Chinese. And one of the Xian Tianlu's owner is even more mysterious. His martial arts attainments for the highest in the building, generally will not personally go out on a mission. Even so, he handled Jade Bone fan out, hooking the soul no second choice. Bus 6. In the Jianghu, they call it the life-suppressing Yama hooking souls. Previously chased him as the Xian Tianlu killers. Came 3 people were killed by him. Of course, one of his generals also died because of this. He was seriously injured, fell off the cliff and encountered the Mo Jiao. Otherwise his chances of surviving are very small. He knew that the leakage of his identity this time would attract people from all sides to hunt him down. But he had not expected that the master of Xian Tianlu's master of the house would come out. Beiyu laughed out softly. Your Highness is modest. This whole world is afraid that no one's life is worth more than your Highness. Beiyu, this sounds a little treacherous. Even if the most valuable, that should also be the most valuable of the one of the 9 to 5. Jing Xiaochen's thin lips gently hooked. His eyes like dots of ink. The North Building Master is bold. But it just so happens that I also want to ask the North Floor Master to teach the legendary soul-hooking spectral underworld kung fu. Ha ha, Manhwa laughed loudly. I heard that your Highness is practicing the martial arts supreme blood-sealing and life-breaking sword. And I, Manhwa, have always wanted to try to find out what exactly is blood-sealing and how to break a life. Your Highness, Green Blood and Red Lawn were filled with worry. The two men's contest is obviously more than the internal force. Internal power loss injuries are not more than external injuries. At every turn the meridians are damaged. Martial arts are abolished. Besides, Jing Xiaochen glanced over faintly. An overpowering aura came over the two men's bodies, instantly stiffened and chills spread throughout their bodies. North Building Master, please. He was dressed in Xian clothes. His eyes were dark, and he exuded a regal aura. Beiyu put away the gentleness and smile on his face, and his entire person was filled with a bloody aura. The masters fought against each other, and all the people around them retreated, leaving a large gap between the two, and even the air emitted a thick of killing. The sky had completely dropped its black curtain, and the half-full moon hung at the tip of the mountain, its silvery white color spilling down leisurely, as if it were a silver elf, spreading its wings and flying. It was at that moment they moved. Buzz 6. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jing Xiaochen's Xian clothes made a piercing sound. Also at the same moment, Beiyu's bone fan appeared to thump, and the sword in Jing Xiaochen's hand lightly trembled, its coldness rampant. Qing Blood's pupils suddenly tightened, and his voice almost broke as he spoke. All back off. Sha dash. Boom boom. Deep sword marks were left on the surrounding buildings, and two people who hadn't had time to retreat were directly pierced by the sword qi, losing their breath. Jing Xiaochen's swordsmanship had reached a state of perfection, and once he was in battle, his sword was so cold that only his killing breath could kill him, and the name of sealing blood came from this. In addition, due to the sword main kill, after staining the blood, the fury rushes to the sky. Very often after Jing Xiaochen used this sword method will be the internal power turbulence is difficult to stabilize, kill people and hurt themselves, can be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 self-loss of 800. Similar to the situation of going into a demonic situation, even the most powerful medical skills of the Red Lawn has not been able to find a way to solve the problem. And today's pursuit, this was only the first wave. There were more people behind them, and they, faces were grave, and the swords in their hands were tightly clenched. Regardless, they swore to protect their lord. Beiyu was horrified in her heart, only to see that at this moment, Jing Xiaochen's dark and sunken eyes had changed color. Red blood filaments were densely crawling all over his eyes, dyeing those eyes of hers into a blood-like color, a murderous aura rushing to the heavens. However, Beiyu was not weak either. His expression was condensed, but upon closer inspection, there was more excitement in those eyes. The excitement of meeting a chess opponent. Buzz 6. Again! Beiyu shouted loudly. His jade bone fan opened violently, and his body shot off like an arrow in a hurry. Bang bang bang! The two men fought fiercely against each other, and in a moment they had already made dozens or hundreds of moves. Coming! Suddenly Hon Lan's teeth lightly bit her red lips, her slender eyes narrowed, and her figure was already moving. Green Blood was not shy about charging out as well. On this ordinary night, in this deserted alley, the smell of blood kept filling the air. A second and even a third wave arrived. The cold wind blew, bringing up wisps of chill, and the smell of blood in the air grew heavier and heavier, as if it had reached an unbearable point, condensing, gather into drops. Click! Suddenly there was a crunching sound. The ordinary longsword met the jade bone fan, met the fierce confrontation and broke. Also at the same moment, the jade bone fan was close at hand, pressing straight into the vein. Jing Xiaochen's body turned sharply, and the jade bone fan landed heavily on his shoulder, while at the same time, the broken sword forced its way towards Beiyu's neck with a hostile aura. Beiyu hurriedly retracted his fan to resist, but he was still pierced through his shoulder blade by the broken sword. Both of them quickly retreated 2 steps back at the same time to stabilize the square. Put! Beiyu's white fingers wiped the corners of his blood-stained lips, his face full of smiles. Indeed, Your Highness the Crown Prince's life is worthy of Bei Mao's personal coming. Jing Xiaochen's cold eyes were half sleek, and the broken sword emitted a clanging sound for a long time. Suddenly his eyes opened. The blood color under his eyes with icy cold was unmistakable, making those who saw it creepy and horrified. It was the devil's eyes. His eyes tightened to a corner. Bus 6. There was a violent hissing sound from there. It's Mo Jiao. He took his sleeve to wipe clean the blood at the corner of his lips, slightly pale lips with a gorgeous scarlet color. Then he heavily closed his eyes and opened them again. The blood in his eyes was forced by him to the bottom of his eyes, only a trace of crimson at the corner of his eyes, as if stained with blood, placed on that face, extravagant to the extreme, as if heaven and earth have lost their color. Bus 6. But in this moment, it suddenly seemed as if all of them were pouring in like him. At that moment his body's breath violently rioted. He looked straight at those people. The broken sword in his hand seemed to have a life. The blade flashed with coldness with the color of blood, madly reaping the lives of those people. Snort! The sudden arrow was something no one expected. Just to the left, slicing through the air and striking straight through the crowded Jing Xiaochen's heart. Jing Xiaochen! Jing Xiaochen at that moment suddenly seemed to hear the voice of Mo Jiao calling his name. Such a nice voice. Just like in the dream. His gaze fell straight to the corner, his eyes deep but burning. He even wanted to raise his hand, grab the tiny figure, and then let her wrap it around his arm, or coil it around his chest, and then feed her blood. As an afterthought, he remembered that his Jiao hadn't drank his blood for almost a day and 2 nights, so he should be starving. Only half a dozen times he lifted his arm, and his smile froze on his face. The jowls he murmured under his breath shattered by the wind. Even Mo Jiao didn't see the arrow. The moment she saw Jing Xiaochen, her mood couldn't help but leap. She was just happy for no reason. Mo Jiao thought that she really liked Jing Xiaochen's blood, and missed his blood even more. That's why she was so happy and joyful at the first moment she saw him. She just didn't expect that arrow to come so fast that she couldn't even stop it in time, and then watched as it pierced through Jing Xiaochen's chest. At that moment it was surprisingly hard for her to breathe, like a big hole had been broken in her heart and she was nearly suffocating from the pain. Inexplicably, she then thought of the uneasiness she had felt during this time. So this was the reason for the uneasiness. She flew down from Wan Nianqi's body and crossed the river where the blood almost converged to Jing Xiaochen's side. The usual Jing Xiaochen liked cleanliness the most. He always washed every soft scale on her body every day before he would allow himself to climb up his arm or chest, but this time he forgot even about that. Wanting to raise his hand, touch Mo Jiao's head, call out a Jiao, and then let her drink blood to satiate her stomach. When Mo Jiao saw this, suddenly her little eyes started to heat up. Obviously she was cold-blooded. Jing Xiaochen hung his hands down in disappointment and powerlessness, just looking at Mo Jiao as if he wanted to memorize her appearance. Honglan kneeling in the blood-covered ground hurriedly looking for medicine, her hands shaking beyond recognition. Your Highness, you must hold on. Your Highness, you hold on. I will definitely save you. It will be fine. It will definitely be fine. And did not know to whom her words were actually addressed. But those people even still won't let Jing Xiaochen go. They want Jing Xiaochen to die completely. But how is that possible? Bus 6. Everyone's eyes widened steeply at that moment as the small black snake, one that couldn't even be seen in the night, suddenly saw its body skyrocket to the thickness of a water barrel, high above the snake head. Vertical snake pupil cold light wantonly, fangs bared, body scales vivid, like a god as if to judge everyone. Ah, help! No one to sympathize with those killers. Mo Jiao has never been a kind-hearted person. Manhwa Chinese. And the first moment she transformed, her massive body speeding up to catch up with the one who shot the arrow and try to escape. I don't know how, but the man's body suddenly burst apart, shattering across the air. The smell of blood, sticky and heavy enough to make everyone's scalp tingle. Even Beiyu and Wan Nianqi were filled with horror. Bus 6. Hiss, hiss. So many snakes, vipers, ah! Just then hissing sounds resounded through the not-so-silent night, screaming one's scalp and trembling with physical and mental fear. The ground was crawling with colorful snakes, fangs bared, glowing coldly in the bleak moonlight. It didn't hurt the internal organs. It's off by 1 point. Green blood, quickly get help. Honglan didn't dare to look that way. People practicing martial arts, a snake, 2 snakes are naturally not afraid, but afraid of a body full of snakes or venomous snakes. Even kill cannot be killed. It is fearful. Green blood gulped and used his light energy to return to Honglan's side. Let's leave the battlefield to those snakes. Much more powerful than them people. Even he who prided himself on not being afraid of anything except his highness, chills filled his body. Grass. So the little snake that I thought was normally a pet snake is actually the Snake King. Help! A snake snapped and landed on her, and she rushed up on top of the nearest person in fear. her arms around the person's neck and her feet pinned, at her waist, in a weird-looking position. Bei Yui, who had been taken advantage of by a woman for the first time, blackened his face. Come down. I don't. There are snakes. So disgusting. It's a snake carcass. Dash. Shut up. Beiyu fiercely grabbed the pair of soft and boneless hands to tear, but this woman seems to be a cowhide sticking to her body. How can't get it off? Beiyu's face sank to the point where he couldn't look at it. The people from Xian Tianlu who came with Beiyu looked at this scene in shock. You know, the last woman who got on their building owner's body had grass a foot high in her grave. Thinking of the woman's miserable condition, they shook their heads sadly. How can a good-looking one have brain problems? Who knows that after waiting for a while also did not see the movement of the North Yui. They were surprised. Their eyes ghostly look over, but found their own floor master smiling but not smiling gaze scared immediately do quail. However, the fact of the matter is that under the vigorous movements of Beiyu, she glared at Beiyu with a foot underneath and threatened. Let me stay for a while, or I'll let you raise your flag and lose face in front of everyone right now. Manhwa Chinese. Looking at Beiyu's impending fury, Ruan Yanqi shrunk her neck knowing that Beiyu was not threatened by this, and then looked at Beiyu's feet, coming down to go through the snakes. She gritted her teeth and leaned down next to Beiyu's ear. Just stay for a while. I'll come down when these snakes are gone, or I'll waste you. She has actually always been afraid of snakes, but that would be an exception for Mo Jiao, because she can understand Mo Jiao's words, and according to the setup guessed that Mo Jiao could be a human being, and since a human being becomes that there is nothing to be afraid of, that's why she reached an agreement with Mo Jiao. But these are real snakes on the ground, and they are crawling towards her. Can she not be afraid? Wanha Chengduan, North Spectre. Somehow, a small knife appeared on her tiny right foot, just aimed at him there. Beiyu. In my lifetime I have encountered such a female hooligan. This lets people know where a Shin Tian Lulu Master Hooked Soul's face goes? What made him even more angry was that little foot had been restless, rubbing around, her head leaning on his shoulder, her hot breath constantly spilling over his ears. He gritted his teeth and used his inner strength to suppress the fire that had risen, hating this bold woman to the bone. Beiyu's eyes in the cold light flashed and passed, the corner of the eyes hooked with a smile, more show the appearance of absolute color, uttered the words but with a bone-chilling cold, good. Later this seat will let you regret coming to this world. One sure. Ruan Yanqi's heart trembled when she heard this voice, and she moved her feet away a little bit with a little bit of weakness, and her pair of good-looking almond eyes turned. This man looks like he is holding a grudge, so she not only has to run but also has to look for a backer before she can do so. Mo Jiao's movements were quick, and as she was in a hurry at the moment, her methods became a bit more bloody and violent. At this moment, the entire battlefield has become her exclusive field. Everyone who saw the scene was silent, seeing that the battle was going to spread over. Beiyu's face became more and more ugly as he ordered, withdraw. Nicking Win took a look at the nearby snakes going that way, and she put away her knife for a second and jumped down. Where to go? Have you forgotten what I just said? The ghostly voice carried a bone-crushing chill, and a pair of strong hands grabbed the clothes on her back, preventing her from escaping. Bus 6. Hooligans. Molestation. Shut up. Everyone in the Xian Tian building looked over violently, looking at their building master with a face full of incredulity, and someone spoke with a trembling voice, building master. Still, it's better to go first. Snake help. Someone's trying to kill me. Beiyu narrowed his eyes and sneered. That unknown elf thing has killed its eyes at this moment. How could it care about you? The meaning of the accident is that you'll be a good boy and die. Ruan Yanqi's body couldn't stop shaking. She looked over and almost vomited. Bus 6. At this moment, Mo Jiao's dark eyes seemed to be dyed with blood, red and cold-blooded and merciless, just like a machine, harvesting human lives all over the ground. Huge body, pitch-black scales, black to the extreme in the moonlight dyed with a silver light, looked cold and piercing, snakes writhing all over the ground, a person with 7 or 8 snakes wrapped around his body, those who had died staring in horror, their eyeballs seeming to bulge out. The death was tragic and horrifying, when it was really a death. And Mo Jiao even kept going, opening his bloody mouth as if he were a man-eating monster, tearing people apart. The powerful tail swept over the men, slapping them hard against the wall and dropping them into a puddle of flesh. Because Ruan Yanqi had just screamed that sentence, Mo Jiao's gaze glanced over coldly, without a trace of emotion, as if he was going to use his eyes to cut people into 1,000 pieces. Ruan Yanqi's pupils shrunk. In light of what you did today, this seat can let you choose the torture device and die in despair and pain after suffering 18 tortures. Beiyu's cool voice caused Ruan Yanqi to instantly look at him in horror. although those eyes seemed to be smiling. The pitch blackness underneath them let Wan Nianqi know that Beiyu was not lying. He'll let her suffer and die. Aha! Little snake, I'll deal with you. I can save His Highness the Crown Prince. Whoosh! The huge body approached violently, and Beiyu and the others who were grabbing Wan Nianqi had just stood on the rooftop with their light skills. Seeing this scene, a trace of coolness steeply swept through that instant. This snake, with such a large body, but the snake's body was flexible and unusual, and its speed was so fast that it was comparable to a shot arrow. Then back to Beiyu's hand, Wan Nianqi had already been swept away by the tail of Mo Jiao. That speed! Beiyu's eyes deepened a few points. His brows rumbled tightly, seeing that Mo Jiao had already led Wan Nianqi towards Jing Shaochen to follow. Then Wan Nianqi glanced at him smugly and provocatively. Beiyu clenched his back teeth and chilled his voice. Go. Very well. This woman has really aroused his interest for many years. Thinking that his Hall Shin Tianlu building master is not a little girl, still have no way, when the time comes to fall into his hands. Ha! Mo Jiao understands human language. Wan Nianqi's words Hong Lan and Cheng Blood naturally understand. So when they heard Wan Nianqi say that she could save Jing Shaochen's life, a bright light shot out from the eyes of their group. Wan Ha Chinese, staring at Wan Nianqi on Mo Jiao's tail. Even her fear of Mo Jiao seemed to disappear. Up, until Mo Jiao put the person in front of Jing Shaochen. Then her body coiled up, her upper body standing upright, spitting out snake letters and staring condescendingly at Wan Nianqi. Cheng Blood and Hong Lan's bodies stiffened violently, and they didn't even have the courage to look back. Red Lan is still the first time to see Mo Jiao. Of course the painting does not count, while the green blood is seen Mo Jiao's previous form, so his feelings are even greater. Buzz 6. A snake this big. Greenblood's gaze skimmed back over the colorful vipers on the ground gathered in a pile looking at Inkbrand, and his throat moved fiercely. This snake of His Highness is really powerful to the extreme. Rather, I wonder if His Highness is aware that his pet has such a side. Wan Nianqi arrived in front of her, enduring her fear of the huge python that hissed with snake letters above her head. She looked at Jing Shaochen's situation, more out of breath than in. This situation had reached a very critical moment, but thankfully there is still a glimmer of life left. She slowly took out a vial from her arms. This, feed him and then treat the wound. The bleeding had stopped now, but the arrow had yet to be pulled out, so it still had to be pulled out before it was too late. Hong Lan grabbed her small porcelain bottle, and Wan Nianqi usurped the bottle with a meaty look. Hiss! Mo Jiao hissing sound with danger. Wan Nianqi heard the scalp numb immediately sent his hand. The first time he brought the stuff, Hong Lan was uneasy about pouring it out to check the situation. Ooh, what are you doing? There are only 3 drops of this stuff. Life-saving, a rare treasure in the world. Wan Nianqi was heartbroken and went to grab the bottle, but was stopped by Cheng Blood. Cheng Blood grasped the bottle and saw Mo Jiao's nodding motion. He gritted his teeth and suppressed the shock that filled his eyes. Since it's life-saving, it should be a treasure. It's better to give it to your highness to try first. That's right, time waits for no one. Wan Nianqi's eyes were still on the bottle. There's really only 3 drops in there. Ah, 1,000,000 points to redeem for this thing. Ink Jiao, however, suddenly narrowed those snake pupils. This flavor, it's kind of familiar. Familiar enough that it shouldn't be in this mortal world. But it was indeed a life-saving thing for Jing Shaochen. Although she had cultivation, she was too low in the end, and it was still not possible to snatch her life from Hades. Rather, I didn't expect that this dog heavily Dao was indeed good to Jing Shaochen. This life is coming back, and there is this thing. Jing Shaochen, this life how can be left? The future injury she can slowly for him to heal. Wan Ha Chinese. But how did Wan Nianqi get this? Deep meaning and contemplation flickered in the bottom of Mo Jiao's eyes. Knows snake language. No, probably not only snake language, but also the impossible treasure of this world. How can this be the daughter of a small governor? She had a hunch that in Win, there are more secrets on Nenki, but it's fine. If this person can have this treasure on him, then it's possible that there's something else as well. So it's possible to leave the person behind for Jing Shaochen. She thought quietly. Jing Shaochen, I have helped you find a strange person. You can wake up early. She lowered her head and wanted to rub herself against Jing Shaochen's hand as she always did, but when she lowered her head, she remembered that she was too big. When Green Blood Hong Lan and Wan Nianqi saw the suddenly enlarged snake head, their bodies suddenly stiffened, and the bottle in Hong Lan's hand almost fell. Wan Nianqi looked fearfully at the bottle that Hong Lan quickly grabbed. Be careful. If you drop it on the ground, it's gone. His Highness the Crown Prince's life is gone. Hiss. Shut up. He'll be fine. Right. It will be fine. Wan Nianqi hurriedly spoke curtly. Hiss. Then Mo Jiao stared at Hong Lan, her blood-red snake pupils chilling. Hong Lan moved more carefully, and soon 3 drops of something like clear dew slid into Jing Xiaochen's mouth as much as they could, and everyone in the snake breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss. Snake ancestor. Of all people? Solved it. Hiss. You guys go. Hiss. It was. Mo Jiao thought of what Xiao Xiaochun had said before, that she had received help from them, so she deserved to be thanked. So she added, fizzle. Thanks guys. Those snake children and snake grandchildren looked over with some surprise, not expecting this snake ancestor to thank them. And what amazed all the snakes even more was that from Mo Jiao's body a soft breath suddenly emanated into all the snakes' bodies. Manhwa Chinese. All the snakes' entire bodies shook, only to feel an instant of clearing their minds and eyes, and their spirits were permeable and full of essence. Hiss. Go on. Go back to hibernating properly. Hiss. Yes. If Snake Ancestor commands anything, we will definitely be there. Hiss. The Snake Ancestor said goodbye. Then Hong Lan and the others saw all the snakes except for Mo Jiao retreated quickly and vegetatively after a hissing sound, like a tidal wave, but in a few moments they had retreated cleanly. Green Blood and Red Lawn looked at each other, burying the shock in their eyes deeply. Ruan Yanqi naturally understands Mo Jiao's words, and although she doesn't know what the group of small snakes are saying, it doesn't stop her from guessing, and at the same time, her heart is more and more sure of the power of this Snake King, and her decision to stay behind. Ruan Yanqi naturally understood Mo Jiao's words, but until later Ruan Yanqi regretted her gut for this decision. Her baby was robbed so badly by Mo Jiao, but she had no law at all against Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao glanced at Ruan Yanqi and her body turned into the thickness of her pinky finger in a flash. Then everyone saw that mighty little snake quickly crawling over to Jing Xiaochen's side. The snake's tail wrapped around his wrist, the snake's head placed in the palm of his hand, and then gently rubbed against it. Mo Jiao was now by Jing Xiaochen's side in the morning and evening, and when she had time, she used her cultivation to heal Jing Xiaochen's injuries. Time passed quickly. 5 days had passed and Jing Xiaochen had yet to wake up, but the heartbeat slowly stabilized and calmed down, and the big stone in the hearts of Hong Lan and Qingblood fell halfway down. But with less than 5 days to go, how were they going to get back to Kyoto? Hiss. Why don't you wake up? She had used so much more of her cultivation that she couldn't even change size at will now. But Jing Xiaochen was still unconscious. She also hasn't sucked blood for a long time. Jing Xiaochen doesn't wake up for a day. She won't drink his blood for a day. Her body is too weak. I don't know how long it will take to make up for it if she drinks a little bit more. Bus 6. What's your hurry? This time the injury is so serious it will definitely take a few days to recover. Ruan Yanqi peeled the oranges one by one and ate them comfortably. Mo Jiao glanced coldly at Ruan Yanqi. Hiss. A snake saw North Spectre coming today. Hearing Beiyu's name, Ruan Yanqi's hands shook as she peeled the orange peels and quickly returned to normal. So what? Can't you still beat him? Mo Jiao knew Ruan Yanqi's nature. Seemingly bold, but actually as timid as a mouse. And a lot of heart. No. Her own fear of North Spectre screamed at her to confront North Spectre and use her as a gun. And it's not like she's really that stupid to know nothing. Hiss. What do you think? You'll do if I give you to him? Ruan Yanqi didn't realize how powerful the man she messed with that day was until later. Cold sweat broke out all over her body as she listened to Green Blood and Hong Lan expressionlessly talk about Beiyu's heroic deeds. So this will hear Mo Jiao's threat, her whole body sweat hairs explode. You cannot speak without words. I saved the crown prince. TSK. It's not like I promised to shelter you in the future. At most, I just saved you from Beiyu that day. Mo Jiao hissed in a leisurely voice. Bus 6. Ruan Yanqi. Miscalculation. This Mo Jiao is simply too cunning. Ruan Yanqi took a deep breath to look at Mo Jiao, whose eyes had been staring at Jing Xiaochen's face. Then what do you have to do to protect me? It's that in the future. I'll go to Kyoto with you guys or you'll help settle Beiyu. The ink Jiao snake's head turned, and its pitch-black pupils dripped and turned. A bad feeling crossed Ruan Yanqi's mind. I only heard Mo Jiao casually say, you still have the... What baby? Come and show me. Ruan Yanqi instantly bounced up from her chair like a cat that had exploded its fur. What did you say? Where do I have any treasure? Bus 6. Oh, no. Then it just so happens that Beiyu is always coming over to ask for people in the past 2 days. I'll have Hong Lan take you there. Mo Jiao opened her mouth without mercy, her pupils cold. A wave of coolness violently sprang up from the soles of Ruan Yanqi's feet. She really regretted to the extreme by now. How could she not think of threatening Beiyu at that time? And how can you think of running stupidly under the snake? Even just now, why did she talk too much to open her mouth? Manhwa Chinese. She really wanted to dress back to before she spoke, or even before she messed with North Spectre. Mo Jiao didn't intend to do really scare Wan Nianqi away. The secret in her body she hadn't tapped through yet. So she spoke again. Scared you? Wan Nianqi breathed a sigh of relief. Your joke is too. I'll take you for one thing at most, baby. Nikki Nguyen. After all was said and done, it was still coveting her baby. Give one more thing. At least let Jing Shaochen get better as soon as possible. With stronger body meridians. Mo Jiao continued to speak after a moment of silence. She will practice and her body will strengthen a little bit. But Jing Shaochen was different. He was just a mortal. Old age, sickness and death can't be avoided. But now he was still young. If he could make his body strong and his martial arts more powerful, he would at least not be so passive lying down when he encountered something like this in the future. What are you talking about? How come I don't know? Wan Nianqi's eyes rolled in determination to play dumb. She always felt as if she was being read by Mo Jiao. But how could she have guessed that she had such a thing? Is it because of that thing that saved your life the other day? It can't be. As a slightly more extraordinary little snake, how could one possibly know what the world didn't? Wan Nianqi's heart suddenly flashed with a trace of suspicion, and she squeezed her palms tightly, her eyelashes flickering. It couldn't be what she thought it was. That inkpot was a traveler like her. She spoke tentatively. The King of Heaven covers the earth. Mo Jiao's eyes went cold. Don't play dumb with me. Something you give or not? If you don't give it, I'll let Hon Lan take you to Xin Tianlu now. Wan Nianqi is not traveling through? She did not see anything unusual about those snake pupils. She opened her mouth very meatily. I can give you things, but you have to protect me. You can't hand me over to that murderous maniac. Beiyu. Wanha Chinese. The ink-slithering snake's head nodded. Yes. After saying that, Mo Jiao added, but if you get caught by your own death, it has nothing to do with me. Wan Nianqi gritted her teeth. Good. After saying that, she took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Mo Jiao with hatred. The ink Jiao snaketail curled around the small porcelain bottle. Teeth opened the lid. A good smell of medicine flavor came out. Top-grade elixir. It's really the real deal. 2. Mo Jiao looked deeply at Wan Nianqi, and sure enough, she had predicted well. This Wan Nianqi is afraid that he's from the cultivation world. But how come she didn't have a spirit root or a trace of cultivation on her body? And how to use the space bag to contain these things that are rare in the whole cultivation continent? And how did you come to be in this world? The inkling slowly sank in. It seemed like she had made the right decision after all. Someone like Wan Nianqi should be kept. It may or may not have a big role to play in the future. As for that northern specter, how could she let go of the person who hurt Jing Shaochen? She had always been a vindictive person, especially for those she protected. Mo Jiao took the elixir and fed it to Jing Shaochen, but she only had a snake tail to move. She looked at it for a moment. Jing Shaochen's lips were nice and light, but at the moment there was not a trace of blood color. A little dry, gently pursed. She only had the snake's tail, was not able to feed in the elixir. Can't pry those lips open with a snake's tail. So she finally gave up her intention of feeding the elixir herself. You feed the potion. Feed now? Yes. He was fed Tianqing Lingyu water only before, and now he is fed this elixir. Will his body as a mortal hold up? Wan Nianqi thought of so many instances of immortal cultivation novels where people died from taking pills and exploding their bodies, and as she watched Mo Jiao nod her head, she felt a touch of sympathy rise for Jing Shaochen. Yes, she was aware that Jing Shaochen's body was extraordinary, and this was extraordinary to the point that even his blood could help her a snake cultivate. How could this mere elixir make his body explode and die? At best, it's just a little bit of suffering, but having been sinned against has made this body stronger. She thought that even if Jing Shaochen was awake, it would definitely be the same choice. Bus 6. Because he was Jing Shaochen, the future master of this world. It's a strong and tough guy. Ouch. Well, hiss. Jing Shaochen, how are you doing? Mo Jiao watched as Jing Shaochen suddenly vomited blood and her cheeks turned red. She felt it for a moment and her whole body's breath quickly rioted and ran amok inside Jing Shaochen. Mo Jiao know Jing Shaochen will have such a situation, but see with their own eyes but feel the whole day snakes are pulled together. Difficult as that molt. Bus 6M. Bus 6. At this moment, the corner of Jing Shaochen's lips were stained with blood. His face was red, the sweat on his forehead was falling down like water, and his brow was furrowed tightly in pain. She quickly revolved the aura in her body. Her snake body rotated, and white points of light surged towards Jing Shaochen, detaching the tyrannical aura in his body for him. The pills plus the spirit jade water transformed Jing Shaochen's meridians, flesh, blood, and all other parts of his body. There is nothing more to washing the essence. Jing Shaochen, who never cried out in pain, at this moment, His teeth were biting the rotten lower lip and even cried out. So one could imagine how much pain he was in right now. Hong Lan and Chang Blood were in a hurry at the moment, and they brought people to surround the entire Jing Xiaochen's room. Ruan Nianqi conveyed Mo Zhao's words that the current Jing Xiaochen couldn't be disturbed in any way. Otherwise there was a danger of violent death. Of course, the current Mo Zhao can't come out either, and can't move when anything happens. That was why Chang Blood and Hong Lan's expression was taut to the extreme at the moment. Suddenly, something rang out. Hiss sis. When Chang Blood and the others looked over, their hands holding their swords began to shake, and their scalps tingled as if their hair roots had exploded, only to see all kinds of snakes crawling densely in all directions. Grass. Ruan Nianqi couldn't help but burst out in profanity, her face instantly turning pale to hide behind Chang Blood and Hong Lan. Hong Lan looked to Green Blood. This one won't be that little snake calling out again. Green Blood gritted his teeth and looked at the closed door behind him. Obviously, pass the order down. All of you are not to touch this snake. They had brought 50 men with them, and had lost some that day, leaving 30 or so, although each of them was an expert. If someone came, a sea of people still couldn't resist, and at this moment, the arrival of these small snakes had slightly loosened his lifted heart. So these snakes, they're friendlies. Soon the snakes crawled up to about a meter away from them, and then they all gathered around and didn't move, looking orderly, as if purposefully trained as such. Ruan Nianqi looked over with a white face. These snakes were the ones that ran out of Ruan's house, but it seemed like there were more than those. Second Highness, I heard that Jing Xiaochen is going to wake up soon. Are you still not taking action? Do you want to wait for Jing Xiaochen to return to the capital with a message personally? A man wearing a sable had a strange accent. His face was wide and his nose was high, and his figure was tall with a proud face. Jing Xiaoza sneered. Did Prince Zaro not listen to what his subordinates reported? Jing Xiaochun didn't know about the demonic snakes he got there, causing so many people to lose all their lives. And now the prince means to make me lose my entire army? Zaro frowned. What does your second highness mean by this? I, Zaro, have never had that intention. Since your highness is unwilling to take action and doesn't want to be the future master of the great Jiashan kingdom, then our cooperation should end here. Manhwa Chinese. After saying that, Zaro stood up with a cold grunt. Bus 6. They are in contact with the Empress of the Great Jiaosu Kingdom. That Empress is a very powerful person. How come the son is indecisive and afraid of this and that? Seeing that Zaro was about to leave, Jing Xiaoza gritted his teeth. Wait, what else does your second highness have to say? Zaro stopped to look at Jing Xiaoza. This highness is not afraid. We should think long and hard about this matter. Jing Xiaoza's voice was a few points faster. I think that the Xin Tian Lulu master himself didn't manage to finish off Jing Xiaochun. We're only going directly now for fear of adding casualties in vain. The best way is to find the snake repellent medicine first. The remaining manpower is not enough to worry about. What does the great prince think? Zaru's slender eyes twitched and a dark color flashed across his face. This is also possible. My southern border has always been famous for its poison, and this snake-driving poison can be prepared tonight. Jing Xiaoza smiled. Then this highness will wait for the great prince's good news. Yes, an agreement was reached between the two. After Zaro left, Jing Xiaoza let out a cold laugh. Zaro wanted to let himself take the lead while he sat back and reaped the benefits. How could that be? Besides, the swarm of snakes that surrounded him that day had always been on his mind. And then the black snake came to mind. The source of everything is that black snake. It can be big or small. Ordering all the snakes. He had seen it all that day from the shadows. No wonder Jing Xiaochen had gone out of his way to expose himself for the sake of a black snake. And even he wanted to keep it for himself even though he knew of its extraordinary nature. Sang Myung, keep an eye on that black snake at night and make sure you get it. Yes, at any cost. Jing Xiaoza's eyes were dark and scary. This highness must get that snake. Yes. Jing Xiaoza's words made Shang Ming pay more attention. His second highness was determined to get that snake. Hiss. Jing Xiaochen, you hold on a little longer. You must hold on now. Jing Xiaochen's agonized voice overflowed from his mouth. Crimson blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. His veins rippled, and his face was red as if it was about to explode. The blood and qi in his body churned, widening his meridians and veins, and the pain was excruciating. This moment's Mo Jiao suddenly regretted letting Jing Xiaochen suffer this kind of inhuman pain right now. The bottom of her tiny eyes flashed with a trace of heartache that even she herself didn't notice. Hiss. Jing Xiaochen, you must be holding on to my reserves. Once you get past the pain this time, you'll see a huge improvement in all areas down the road. So you must insist. Jing Xiaochen was in so much pain that even unconsciousness became a luxury. But there was a snake around. and a scent that made him comfortable. The internal energy in his body moved at a rapid pace, seizing the clear stream tightly and absorbing it frantically. Mo Jiao's snake pupils fiercely widened as Jing Xiaochun was absorbing the aura in her body on his own, only to see a white aura frantically surging from Mo Jiao towards Jing Xiaochun. Mo Jiao was really scared at this moment. With a large amount of aura entering the body, there was only one end for a mortal body that had never practiced, to explode and die. Hiss! Jing Xiaochun, stop it now! Mo Jiao was recovering her aura like crazy, but she realized that she couldn't stop it at this moment. Bus 6. What to do in this situation? Rumble. Grass dash. The thieving god is threatening her now, indicating that Jing Xiaochun's life is at stake at this moment. Bus 6. What to do? How do we stop Jing Xiaochun? A fine. Dense sweat broke out sharply on her serpentine body. Originally, she was cold-blooded, and it was impossible to sweat. But none of this distracted Mo Jiao a single bit. Her eyes were fixed on Jing Xiaochun, whose eyes were tightly closed at the moment, and sweat was snapping off his face. The corners of his eyes were driven red. Ah! Jing Xiaochun hissed out as he violently opened his eyes. Those eyes were crawling with blood at the moment, densely packed like a bloody net. Mo Jiao gritted his teeth fiercely and finally made a decision. In the cultivation world, there will be a contract between humans and demonic beasts to link the two. Bus 6. There was also a relationship between the power of demonic beasts and people. The more powerful the demonic beast, the stronger the feedback to the person's cultivation techniques, and the more powerful the person harnessed the demonic beast, the more powerful it was. Of course, because of this contract, most of the relationships between humans and demonic beasts were in the form of master-servant and fighting partners. And as long as the contract was signed, humans would always have a lot of leverage over demonic beasts. If a demonic beast was injured, the person would also suffer a backlash. So many people even fed the demonic beasts they looked at as if they were their own babies. As a 1,000-year-old scaly snake, Mo Jiao's cultivation was too strong compared to humans of the same rank, so there were very many people who wanted to take her in and sign a contract with her. But this was an insult to her. How could she, an ogre about to transform into a dragon, stoop to being a battle pet for a human? Signing the contract was simply insulting to her. So all those comers were killed and maimed by her. And for that reason, those people had messed up her cultivation, and she didn't have any good feelings towards humans at all. The later human, she would not have been able to think highly of him if he had not liked to drink and had an uncanny knack for brewing. Who knew that her first human friend would become her catalyst? That person's mind was really hidden too deeply. It turned out that his purpose had always been to indenture himself, and then make himself his for him to pick up and cultivate. So when his mind was finally exposed and they had a big fight, they didn't expect that when she was on the final step of turning into a dragon, the man came with a large number of cultivators to surround her and rid the people of the scourge in the name of the scourge. Ridiculous that she hadn't killed anything but those who coveted her and wanted to take her in as a nematode. But at this moment, she looked at the agonizing Jing Xiaochun, but she made up her own mind to sign a contract with him. Standing was also the only way to help him channel that restlessness with her cultivation and aura. At this moment, Mo Jiao was incomparably regretting two things. Firstly, not being able to strengthen herself first. Otherwise, as long as her cultivation went up another step, now she didn't need to sign a contract, and she didn't need to be in so much pain for Jing Xiaochun. She would be able to help him to dissolve the elixir and the spirit jade water. The second regret was this morning's decision. She didn't expect the consequences to be so severe. She believed in Jing Xiaochun's will, but she didn't expect a sudden accident. Jing Xiaochun was able to absorb her Reiki into one's own body. Generally speaking, this is simply impossible. One hot Chinese. But today, why is this happening? Mo Jiao couldn't figure it out. It was just as baffling as why Jing Xiaochun's blood could help her cultivate. But at the moment, she didn't have the time or energy to think about either of these two questions. She used a great deal of strength to win a sliver of time to immediately sign the contract, and then she climbed up to Jing Xiaochun's head, the snake's head resting against Jing Xiaochun's forehead, the last of the aura in her body rapidly running. After about a quarter of an hour or so, she slowly let out a sigh of relief as Jing Xiaochun's absorption of aura stopped. When it finally stopped, she almost cried tears of joy, but she didn't dare to have any relaxation at the moment. Jing Xiaochun was originally a mortal flesh body, and the spirit jade water and pills she got for him forcefully transformed his body and enhanced his physique. At the same time, because of the special nature of his body and the fact that she signed a contract with him, her cultivation was fed back to Jing Xiaochun, and she actually hardened Jing Xiaochun's footsteps on the path of cultivation. Ink junk, how come she still doesn't feel right? But soon she realized that Jing Xiaochen was really stepping in. With one foot in, he was covered in what appeared to be an aura, but he hadn't even managed to enter the first level of the pulse entry realm. Isn't that funny? Even if the least qualified person used such precious heavenly materials and treasures, as well as her cultivation that was one large realm above the pulse entry realm, she would be able to reach the third or fifth level of the pulse entry realm anyways. What's more, Jing Xiaochen qualifications aren't bad at all. Mo Zhao's fangs bared viciously as a bad feeling suddenly flashed through her mind. One more guess. She had encountered such a statement in a book. If a person used countless heavenly materials and treasures, but could not cultivate, there were only two possibilities. The first one was that the person's qualifications were too poor, which could not be changed innately. There is another kind. Is the immortal fate? This is the way of heaven and the road to extinction. There is no immortal fate of the people. The whole life can only be a mortal person. And then there is no second choice. Bus 6. Ruling out the possibility of qualification leaves only the second. Inkpot was inexplicably anxious at that moment. You're in Fairy Edge. Why did she suddenly feel bad? She pressed her forehead tightly against Jing Xiaochen's forehead. The heat on his face had yet to dissipate, and his eyes were tightly closed. The long eyelashes hung peacefully under his eyes, covering those good-looking phoenix eyes. Further down, there was the high bridge of his nose, as if, like a falcon, with an unspeakable sharpness. Further down, the corners of the lips with blood, thin and moist, as if he had bought her a candy cane. The thin color of the sugar on it, nice to look at, surely delicious too. She felt the snake suddenly get a little hot and jerked her eyes away. She simply stopped looking as well. At the moment she felt sleepy. Without drinking Jing Xiaochen's blood, it seemed like even cultivation was slowed down. Tired and sleepy, the undercurrents inside are finally leveling off. Yet outside at the moment, the sound of killing was deafening. The southern border area was indeed powerful in poison and parasites. As the Grand Prince of the southern border side, both Zaro himself and his subordinates could be said to be experts in using poison. So as soon as it was dark, Zaro brought the developed snake repellent. Your Highness, this Highness will lead the men to see it first, and you will be responsible for placing the snake repellent powder. Jing Xiaozi knew that at this moment he couldn't retreat any further and let Zara take the lead, so he opened up first as a pioneer to scout the way while Zara followed with his men. Zara was satisfied with this arrangement. Then I wish your second highness a smooth journey. We have prepared the snake repellent powder to treat only snakes. Yes, the two men each set out with their own men. They didn't live far from Jing Xiaochen's residence. Even though Jing Xiaochen's people had already switched residences 3 times in just 5 days for the sake of safety, they still found the most accurate one. When I got to the place, sure enough the first thing I saw was a field full of creeping snakes. Bus 6. Large and small, flowery, dense. Let a person feel dense phobia are guilty. Scalp numbness is awesome. Everyone gulped. Jing Xiao's a pale face at the very back. Then those slender eyes but a fire and excitement. The fact that so many snakes were guarding Jing Xiaochen was obviously the act of the black snake that day. And Jing Xiaochen he didn't have that ability. If he gets this snake, Bus 6, it would be a big boost to his ascension to the throne. And what would Zaro count for then? Where is the need to look at his face again? Sang Ming. Jing Xiaozi spoke in a deep voice. Go! Yes! Shang Ming was the first to move, rushing into the ground full of snakes. Zaro came very quickly as well. The same face changed several times when he saw this scene. They southern border people often dealt with animals like snakes and insects, but even so, this ground full of snakes made his heart rise and fall so much that the hairs on his body stood up. When Green Blood and Red Lawn saw the 2 waves of people arriving before and after, they weren't surprised. The swords in their hands were tightly gripped, and their eyes were sharp as they looked at the people who came first. All of them were covered in black cloth to see their faces clearly, only to see a dark and tall figure coming with a full murderous aura. Just barely reaching the snakes, they stopped, or lightly maneuvered around the snakes to attack like them. Come one and they will kill one. Because of the snakes backing them up, they had a few less stressful moments in the end. The snakes moved the moment they saw the man. However, no one expected the second wave to use snake repellent. Don't think that everything will be fine just because there are snakes. With our special snake repellent poison, even a Jiao python will have to get down when it comes. Zara's smug voice caught Cheng Blood and Hon Lan and the others off guard. The 2 waves added up to 100. They're only in their 30s. 3 times the difference. No one dares to take another flicker of luck or ease. Due to the effect of snake repellent powder, the snake on the ground soon plopped down, but more are scattered to escape, which can be seen in the power of snake repellent powder. Ruan Nianqi gulped, her face going white. Not only is there a fear of snakes, but there is also a fear of these people who come from unknown sources but are clearly trying to kill everyone. She had no hands, and their side was too short-handed. One hot Chinese. There was no escape for her at the moment. Was her hard-won life going to end again? All she really wanted in this life was to live a salty life, run a small business, and lie flat to make money for food and drink. Take it. Cheng Blood took out a dagger and threw it to Ruan Yinchi. Ruan Yinchi took the dagger with a clench of her teeth, her almond eyes wide open as she watched the battle. In the end, the other side has too many hands. The people on their side watched as they fell one by one, and Ruan Yinchi stood at the end with her heart pounding. It really is ancient killing, war to stop war, and human life is not worth any money. Bus 6. This time she was intuitively involved in the battle. Look out! Ruan Yinchi exclaimed in shock as a curved knife had been viciously plunged into Honglan's back. Another attack came from the side. Ruan Yinchi's pupils snapped. Snort! The dagger went into the sneak attacker's arm and blood splattered all over. She was wearing a long peach-colored dress today, which was starred with blood flowers at the moment. The originally snow-white face was stained with a sticky red, and the smell of blood pounced all over his nose, even to the point of entering her mouth. Sweet and fishy and unpleasant. And at that moment even his stomach rolled wildly. Just then, suddenly a scimitar came straight for her neck. At that moment Ruan Yinchi felt her entire brain go blank, her heart pounding rapidly, her hands still holding the dagger, her body stiffening there. She didn't know how to react, just stared at the knife rapidly approaching. She wanted to be done. If you die again in this life, you will really be completely dead. There is no second possibility. Bus 6. The heavenly Tao just gave her this one chance to be reborn. Clang! Wasn't threatening the seat the other day capable of dash? Ah! Bang! Boom boom boom! Everyone looked over in shock. Even space seemed to be squeezed together. And the flames were shocking. There were miserable screams, indistinguishable from anyone's voice. And the broken arms and stumps in the sky were like smoke after a bloom, falling heavily, and the broken pieces of blood and flesh flew all over the air. Ruan Yinchi didn't know how long it had been. She only knew that one of her ears was buzzing with shock, as if she had gone deaf. But a man swooped her up in his arms and threw her to the ground. One hot Chinese. The surroundings seemed to be on fire, so hot that even the air was like sharp blades of fire, reaping lives. Her eyes were red for a long time, and she couldn't tell if it was the fire in front of her or those blood colors. Even the face in front of him was blurry and unreadable. She thought maybe she was more than deaf. She was going blind. How are you doing? Can you still hear? Bayu looked at the pair of originally soulful eyes that had become dead at the moment, and he felt a sudden sting in his heart. He was silent for a moment, his spine aching. Even he himself never thought he'd actually spend the day shielding a woman he'd only just met and still had a problem with, while he rotted his entire spine by putting himself in harm's way. His back was on fire, his face was white with pain, and he knew it was because the thing that caused this explosion was extraordinary. His gaze slowly shifted to the unrecognizable color of the face. And she hadn't even looked back yet? But he knew that she would have been no ordinary person to come up with this. North Spectre's eyes deepened a few points. Master! When they were sure that the explosion would not continue, the people from Xian Tianlu rushed over, and saw that the spine of their master, it was burned by the fire of the explosion. There really is no place in the entire spine that is good. Subordinate and the others have not protected him well. Please chastise him. The people from Xian Tianlu knelt down. And two of those who knew medicine hurriedly took medicine and prepared to treat the wounds. Those people helped Bayu slowly stand up. Bayu's gaze slanted. In order to save you from your injuries, why don't you help the seat treat your wounds? Bus 6. The hand holding the medicine shook. Ruan Yinchi's eyes blinked gently, her gaze slowly converging and finally reaching Bayu's back. He was dressed in white, but at the moment his entire back was charred and blackened, his flesh and blood stained together. She finally got a good look at Bayu's good-looking face, which was miserably white at the moment, and a thin cold sweat kept falling down from his forehead. How painful that should be. If it's her, the thought of this injury would be too much to even think about if it were on you. Cootie! North Spectre's brow furrowed when he saw her body shaking, and he got the feeling that this woman wasn't listening to him at all. Ah! Ruan Yinchi's eyes slowly returned from bewilderment to sobriety. You're the cutie! Bayu sneered. White-eyed wolf. I should have known I shouldn't have saved you. Then don't save it. Her retort suddenly caught in her throat as it touched his back. She lowered her eyelashes, not daring to look again. Biting her lip, she whispered, "Does it hurt?" North Spectre. North Spectre felt that this woman was really stupid. Or you can try it yourself. His words carried deep meaning. Ruan Nianqi shook her head fiercely. It can only be used once. So, thank you for saving me. In fact, her heart was warm at that moment. She never thought that there would be someone who would protect her despite the danger. When she heard Beiyu's words, she was shocked at that moment, her heart beating frantically, and she even forgot about the faults between them. Manhwa Chinese. Beiyu's eyes sank slightly. Can only be used once. The corners of his lips tugged up gently. What does it matter to me how many times I can use it? The pupils of Ruan Nianqi's eyes moved lightly and smiled without speaking. They both knew the other was testing each other. That thing just now was, after all, a thing that horrified and shocked everyone in this Cold War era. She heard one of Beiyu's subordinates just now softly report back. The whole army was wiped out, dead or alive. Those brown eyes of North Spectre fluctuated terribly in that moment. Jiao. A soft and gentle murmur spilled out. With a whoosh, the ink slinger scurried up, his body standing upright, his snake pupils fixed on the tightly closed eyes. She had always known that Jing Xiaochen's face was exquisite to the point of not resembling a mortal. Buzz 6. When he woke up, his phoenix eyes were narrow and deep, his thin lips pursed lightly, and his face did not have too much expression. Exquisite and indifferent, normally unassuming, his bones carried an innate reserve that made him look as if he were an ink painting. Light and elegant. When facing his subordinates and enemies, his entire aura changed, with an awe-inspiring look that looked out of the world. A pair of dark, deep eyes that allowed no one to peer into any emotions. Just standing there gave people invisible pressure. But most of those eyes were even warmer when he was looking at her, and his delicate and gentle features were so good that she was stunned. Why don't you wake up yet? She stared for a long time, the surprise in her eyes obliterating a little as she curled her tiny body to nestle against his shoulder and neck. There was a wound in her chest there she didn't dare to climb, so she had to be here. Her snake's head couldn't help but rub the skin on the side of his neck. He was godlike. Even the skin on his body was delicate beyond words, and carried her favorite warmth. In the past she loved the spot on his chest, and now she had discovered this godlike place. Jiao. So you're here. Suddenly Jing Xiaochen's voice sounded again. The inkling's body stiffened. Not an illusion. The snake's head she had branched out this time was close to disliking Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Is it Jiao worried? His voice carried the hoarseness of just waking up. His voice was light and low, and his good-looking eyes looked straight at Mo Zhao's dark pupils, not letting go of every change in the bottom of his eyes. Mo Zhao inexplicably felt that her snake Dan was a bit hot at this moment. She blinked her eyes and slowly removed her gaze from those eyes that seemed to be able to see through the snake's heart. Hiss! You finally woke up. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen's expression suddenly gave a start. A hint of ink color slowly sank into the bottom of his eyes, leaving a warmth behind, curving his eyes and smiling lightly. Well, I'm awake. Well, does the wound still hurt? It doesn't hurt. That's good. Inkjet frowned slightly. Why did it feel as if something was wrong? She looked at Jing Xiaochen, but couldn't see any problems. She squealed twice in delight. Jing Xiaochen's gaze shifted from Mo Zhao to the light of his Jie's wrist. Has Zhao not been sucking blood since that day? Your injuries are too severe. You can't draw blood. Mo Zhao was inexplicably a bit aggravated. She had even forgotten to eat after guarding Jing Xiaochen for so long. Jing Xiaochen, you really almost died this time. Mo Zhao remembered that scene at that time still had palpitations. Buzz 6. If it wasn't for Ruan Nianqi's presence, the current Jing Xiaochen would probably be a good-looking corpse. Her snake letters moved, but she accidentally brushed against the side of Jing Xiaochen's face. She froze at that moment, and Jing Xiaochen was just about to open his mouth to say something when his words got stuck in his throat. He slowly looked over, looking at the ignorance inside those eyes. He sighed in his heart, and laboriously raised his right hand, habitually wanting to touch Mo Zhao's head, and then let her drink the blood. I'm fine. He inhaled softly. After all, the chest wound was really bad. Then the unknown stuff he used that day caused his whole body to seem paralyzed and hurt everywhere. Don't you move. Mo Zhao saw Jing Xiaochen's movement body slid under Jing Xiaochen's hand, then rubbed it affectionately. They had lived together for a while in the end, so she understood what Jing Xiaochen wanted to do at this time. Buzz 6. When Jing Xiaochen raised his hand, he either wanted to touch her head or make her suck blood. The corners of Jing Xiaochen's lips curved up, a gentle smile in his eyes. Zhao really understands me. His whole body and mind were colored with pleasure. It really wasn't an illusion. He could really understand Zhao. That's so nice. It was a little different from the voice in that dream, and a little different from her blossoming moonless face, but all in all it was still good enough for him to understand Zhao better. It also reinforces the fact that he and Zhao are the closest, so close that her secrets are only known to him. Definitely get you. You're like this every time. Jiao spat out her snake letters and continued. Really? Is my dang snake ancestor's head something you can touch? Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips rising. Snake ancestor? That's an appropriate title. All snakes are under her command. Isn't she the king of snakes, the ancestor of all snakes? But, Jiao doesn't like having her head touched by me? He rubbed the cold, slippery snake's head with the palm of his hand again out of habit, actually trying to warm her up. Mo Jiao did a little flip, blank stare, thinking that there was nothing she could do if she didn't like it. She was used to being touched. Like, you touch it. And Jing Xiaochen's palm was warm, and the snake's head felt moist and clean. So thinking, she narrowed her eyes and rubbed gently again. It's so warm and cozy. The corner of Jing Xiaochen's lips gently hooked up, his dark eyes reflecting the small snake's figure. Then, Jiao won't let anyone else move your head in the future. Okay? Mo Jiao felt that Jing Xiaochen was really nagging. Her titular snake ancestor's head was the only one he, the reserve food, could move and dared to move. Who else would dare to touch her? Do you want to die? Has Jiao been keeping watch lately? He took down his own finger and fed it to Ma Jiao's mouth. Yeah, you're hurt bad, I need to heal. Jing Xiaochen's heart was warmed, and at the same time, his sharp brows tightly frowned. Healing? Mo Jiao didn't know that Jing Xiaochen was now fully able to understand her words, instead of the usual even guessing, and only spoke on her own. If I hadn't healed your wounds, you probably wouldn't even be able to wake up right now. I've wasted a lot of cultivation. So when you're better, I'll be sure to suck it back. Buzz 6. She, Mo Jiao, had always been catty about food. Jing Xiaochen's eyes rolled across the heartache. Silent for a moment. See, Mo Jiao does not suck blood. He opened his mouth. Drink it and practice well to help me heal. Although he didn't know exactly what cultivation meant, he guessed that it should be something like martial arts. Mo Jiao was shocked. How did you know I would help you heal? Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes. What did you say? Why don't you drink blood? Mo Jiao glanced at Jing Xiaochen again, always feeling that something was wrong. But soon she thought that it was indeed true. This world's aura was very thin, and that day, in order to help Jing Xiaochen strengthen his body, almost consumed clean aura. Recently she felt that her cultivation was a bit stagnant, and it didn't run too smoothly. So her ability to help Jing Xiaochen heal his injuries was limited. But with Jing Xiaochen's blood it was different. Jing Xiaochen's blood absorbed better than natural aura and could help her cultivate. When her cultivation came back a bit more, she would be able to help Jing Xiaochen heal faster, so that Jing Xiaochen would get better faster. Or better said, make Jing Xiaochen hurt less. Buzz 6. He was in too much pain that day. Now he's still sore. It would have been a cold sweat on his forehead from just moving his hand. In just an hour's time, everyone knew about the news of Jing Xiaochen's awakening. Qing Blood and Hong Lan almost cried in front of Jing Xiaochen. But in the end, reason prevailed, and the two of them reported the recent events with red eyes and choked voices. 3 days ago the second prince set off on fire to the capital, finding countless doctors along the way. Qing Blood thought of the explosion 3 days ago and felt a rush of pleasure in his heart. So it seemed that the people who sneaked up on him that day were the second prince's people. And it was even more likely that the second prince was there at that time. That big bang really came out great, though all of them were more or less injured by the sudden explosion. Hearing this news, all eyes fell on Wan Nianqi. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao was aware of that thing. It was a fire burst charm. It was very powerful and should have been drawn by the cultivation of a god-refining realm cultivator. Sure enough, Wan Nianqi is related to the cultivation world. Then it would be even more impossible to let Wan Nianqi go. Mo Jiao's gaze slid back to Wan Nianqi. TSK, that day you wanted to snatch someone from her and Jing Xiaochen. He also had to see if he had that strength. Her snake pupils were like substance. Staring at Wan Nianqi's scalp, it's good that that person is awake. I'll go see Beiyu. Wait. Mo Jiao popped up from the bed and jumped into Wan Nianqi's arms in a flash. Wan Nianqi, what's the matter with? She had a bad feeling. Why did she come to see the crown prince today? She really wanted to break these legs of hers. XX. What's Mo Jiao going to do again? Jing Xiaochen's eyes skimmed over Wan Nianqi. The corners of his lips pursed into a straight line, and his cool gaze landed on Mo Jiao and Wan Nianqi's arms, as well as the small black snake wrapped around her arm. What's more, when he heard their conversation, he actually had a feeling at that moment, as if Wan Nianqi knew snake language. He watched them with half-smiled eyes. Green Blood and Red Lawn on the side glanced at each other. Why did they feel that the atmosphere inexplicably carried a murderous aura? Mo Jiao opened her mouth and returned. It's nothing. It's just that you said before that you would follow me. And now where are you going? Manhwa Chinese. The snake pupils gently curved when Mo Jiao was happy, and would stand up when he was unhappy, staring straight at people in a creepy way. Ruan Nianqi's body trembled and rolled her eyes. Sister, I'm not leaving, it's just that you know, Bayu saved my life. I have to take care of him. Mo Jiao stared at her for a moment to make sure she wouldn't follow Bayu before saying, Bayu is not a simple person. Don't be stupid enough to be lulled into secrecy. How? Dead without even realizing it. Especially with the appearance of that bursting talisman that day. It was obvious that Bayu, as well as all of them, were shocked, and it was also possible that Bayu had directly set his sights on Ruan Nianqi. If it wasn't for the fact that Ruan Nianqi might have come from the same cultivation world and helped her in Jing Xiaochen, which was considered saving Jing Xiaochen's life, she wouldn't have cared about Ruan Nianqi at all. Ruan Nianqi's heart was a bit complicated. Mo Jiao was caring about her, although the words were not nice. Whether she was in her last life or this one, she basically has no friends because of her personality. Manhwa Chinese. So when she met someone who cared about her, she was always spared the warmth of her heart. Her almond eyes curved as she said, I know. I understand. Thank you, Ma Jiao. As for the northern ghost, Ruan Nianqi had to take good care of him now. Baiyu's injuries were due to her, and she had quietly used some good stuff to help Baiyu recover. I'll leave when Baiyu is almost healed, Ruan Nianqi said seriously. As you wish. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen's tightly locked brow and guessed that his wounds were probably hurting. So without the slightest delay, she turned around and swooped down to the bed. She was going to help Jing Xiaochen relieve some of the pain from his wounds. As for Ruan Nianqi's matter, it would be best if she could listen to advice. And she wouldn't care much if she didn't. At best, when Ruan Nianqi dies, she will bring the storage bag to those treasures she can get the same. Ruan Nianqi smiled and didn't care about Mo Jiao's attitude towards her. She turned around and walked towards the door, only to turn around again halfway there. There is a matter that I would like to ask Your Highness the Crown Prince to do something about. The main reason she came today was also here. Jing Xiaochen faintly raised his head to look over, his eyes indifferent and cold. What is it? The white points of light around Mo Jiao kept pouring into his wound. The warm and cozy feeling made him unable to stop his fingers from moving unconsciously. His fingers pinched at the 7 inches of the inkpot. Inkpot bared his teeth and looked over but wouldn't do anything to him. He was especially happy every time he did that Mo Jiao had put her lifeblood in his hands. Thinking this way, he slowly ran his fingers over the scales at the 7-inch mark of the inkjet again. The scales there were supposed to protect the vitals for a reason, and showed to be harder and sharper than the rest. And if it wasn't for the quick turn of his fingers, he might have been cut and bled. A scholar from Yueshi village named Mu Qing, a lifer, was slandered for stealing, is now in jail, deprived of his status as a lifer, unable to participate in the imperial examinations. I hope that Your Highness can find out about this matter, and help Mu Qing to clarify it. Mu Qing is a talented person with a good character. It's impossible for him to do anything to steal. Bus 6. I implore. Your Highness clearly investigates. After saying this, she knelt down and solemnly kowtowed. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen, and Cheng Blood also looked over. Rather, he didn't expect Ruan Nianqi to plead for Mu Qing. You're that fiancé of Mu Qing's? Jing Xiaochen leaned back and sat on the bed, his face still pale, his long ink-black hair falling down, his expression more than a little lazy and refined. Pale fingers gently played with the small, pitch-black snake, and both he and the snake glowed in the sun coming in through the window, sucking one's eyes right in. Bus 6. Ha? No. Ruan Nianqi froze for a moment and blushed a little. He's Ruan Nianyao's fiancé. He should be considered my brother-in-law, but I've seen him on the street a few times, and I think he has a good character. It's just that my father and Ruan Nianyao couldn't see past his origins and backed out of the marriage. Jing Xiaochen looked at Cheng Blood. How is the matter that I previously asked you to do? Back to Your Highness. My subordinate has begged the village head of Yueshi village, Wang, and the others. This person was framed for slander by the village's Qian Shou Kai, and there are other internal circumstances involved. Cheng Blood's voice did not have any ups and downs. It turns out that Mu Qing's family's downfall turned out to be all for a reason. In addition to the village Mu Qing, this new showman, there is another 30-40-year-old Qian Shoucai. Qian Shoucai failed to pass the imperial examination many times and then returned to the village as a teacher. Who knows, Mu Qing is too good. 10 years old, enrolled in school, dared to refute him. And then later it is step by step. At the age of 16 has become the whole city known genius, but also by Ruan Jifu a glance. In the thanks to the teacher at the banquet in person point for the Jiaxu engaged in marriage. A time of the wind without two. Qian Shoucai jealousy into the devil. and the capital of a favorite Ruan Nianyao outside the son of the joint. First of all, seduced the father of the Mu gambling lost all the family assets, and then drunkenness deliberately lured to the riverside. So an accidental loss of feet into the water and died. One hot Chinese. Then everything went smoothly. And now because of the Mu family downtrodden, but also heard that the second prince will arrive. Ruan Jifu naturally do not see the poor and indebted alone Mu Qing, and then in Qianxiu Kai cooperation, so that the Qianxiu Kai to find ways to catch Mu Qing's handles. But Mu Qing is really good in character. And Qianxiucai searched for some time and did not find any point to play on the subject. It happened to be the time when Wang's family's clothes were stolen, and Mu Qing just happened to pass by in front of Wang's house that day to make a stop. This theft thing is logical. Qianxiucai immediately went to the Ruan family to explain the situation. As for Wang, she had collected the hair, but that person was not from the village, so who would know if she had kept her word? So she reported to the government again under the lure of money from Qianxiucai. After hearing Qing Blood's words, Ruan Nianqi was filled with surprise. How could he not expect that His Highness the Crown Prince had already gone to investigate this matter, and even the reason why the Mu Qing family had lost their fortune? She did not know whether to be shocked by what happened to Mu Qing or to wonder why His Royal Highness started to investigate this matter. One hot Chinese. Mo Jiao tilted her head and looked at Jing Shaochen, her slender body hanging softly on Jing Shaochen's wrist, her dark scales flashing with a faint light. I've let those snakes go over Mu Qing's body long ago, and I've also brought medicinal herbs over there, so it won't hurt her life. Well, Ah Zhao is very thoughtful, Jing Shaochen praised in a low voice. Mo Jiao's snake pupil lightly narrowed to look at Jing Shaochen. Jing Shaochen, are you able to understand me? Jing Shaochen's expression didn't change a bit, his slender bones resting on her head. What is Ah Zhao talking about? Mo Jiao's slender snake tail spun around, and his ink-colored snake pupils stared at Jing Shaochen. Seeing that pair of small eyes scrutinizing his gaze as well as his own clear figure under his eyes, Jing Shaochen guffawed. Is a Jiao hungry? Mo Jiao grinding his teeth. Jing Shaochen unexpectedly changed the topic. She looked at her again, and Jing Shaochen pressed her head towards his wrist. Drink. You've only had one today. Looking at His Highness the Crown Prince, who was smiling again and looking gentle, Qing Blood and Hon Lan desperately blinked their eyes. It was simply too unbelievable. How could His Highness the Crown Prince reveal such a look? His Highness had never been so gentle even with his own brother, the 8th Prince, who was his mother's son. Unpretentious, stern, dignified, lofty, cold, and solemn. These are the impressions of all who have seen His Highness. Continue. Sensing the strange gazes of several people, Jing Shaochen looked over faintly. Qing Blood's expression was solemn, just now, but cannot rise to deal with this matter. Ruan Jifu was seriously ill in bed. The entire Ruan house now has not many people. Those people, said his line of sight couldn't help but drift to the body of Mo Jiao, who was sucking blood. Jing Shaochen suddenly raised his eyes, the cold color in his eyes lingering. You can say if you don't want your eyes anymore. Green Blood immediately withdrew his gaze. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao naturally has always listened to them, and also knows that the end of the Ruan family, she has seen the end of the few people. It is only by her snake children and grandchildren all poisoned to death. She stopped sucking blood and healed Jing Shaochen's wounds while spitting out her forked snake's letter, making a hissing sound. Those people deserved to die. The killing was too heavy. And my that. Some of the serpent's children and grandchildren are obedient to the will of heaven to solve the wicked. Jing Shaochen lowered his eyes and glanced at Mo Jiao. Snake son and snake grandson? Too much killing and obedience to God's will? After saying that, Mo Jiao's gaze was placed on Jing Shaochen, wanting to see what reaction Jing Shaochen had. And with her 4 eyes, she felt that Jing Shaochen's eyes had magic power, like a black vortex, tugging her into a pool of ink. Her snake tail moved involuntarily. Those snakes didn't do anything wrong anyway. If Jing Shaochen wants to deal with her snake children and snake grandchildren, she will. She will bite him fiercely and then throw him into the 10,000 snake cave. Ruan Nianqi is able to understand the words of Mo Jiao, so when she heard Mo Jiao open her mouth to say why she let those people die, she acted as an interpreter and hastened to explain to everyone, those people in the Ruan family will die. It's all because they brought it on themselves. Buzz 6. That Ruan Pingfei likes to eat snake meat. Fed a yard of snakes, almost every few days, but also from the snake catcher heel to buy snakes. Kill the snake to take the bile, peeling the skin and cramps. The means of cruel and bloody. Speaking here, she couldn't help but feel a little chilly. Hong Lan and other people's hearts were moved, but their faces didn't show. Only Jing Shaochen casually glanced at it. Ruan Nianqi called her family the Ruan family? And there is not a trace of pain or sadness about these things in the Ruan house. Just like strangers. His narrow phoenix eyes moved gently. He did know that there was a secret between Mo Jiao and Wan Nianqi that he didn't know about. Now it seems that I'm afraid the secret has something to do with Wan Nianqi's life or something like that. Maybe she's not a member of Rowan's family? What's more, she can understand Zhao's words. Does it mean that they are the same kind? Jing Xiaochen's gaze slowly returned to Mo Jiao. She was seen coiled up with her body, the snake's head slightly tilted, not knowing what she was thinking. Ruan Nianqi felt that these people were really different from normal people. There is not a shred of sympathy, but that didn't stop her from continuing to talk. Mo Jiao is what I found from the Ruan family's backyard. It should have been taken over as food for Ruan Pingfei. Bus 6. Ruan Nianqi's words came to an abrupt end. Jing Xiaochen's icy gaze was like an invisible hand ruthlessly curbing her neck, and her whole body couldn't stop shaking. Jing Xiaochen put Mo Jiao in his hand and lifted it up to his eyes. Jiao, how did you disappear that day? Mo Jiao looked at those dark and heavy eyes, and she was inexplicably overwhelmed with weakness. Her snake pupils turned around and around just not to meet Jing Xiaochen's eyes. She was caught that day because she had a craving for alcohol. It never occurred to me that snake catchers know that snakes like wine. Habits. Not hesitating to seduce with good wine. She herself, how did she lose her guard in this world and just run away? But how could she tell Jing Xiaochen about this? It always felt as if it was wrong to run out that day without informing Jing Xiaochen. Bus 6. I don't know what Jing Xiaochen will think if she tells the truth. She carefully glanced at Jing Xiaochen. His face was expressionless, his gaze pale, but the bottom of his eyes were dark, as if he was repressing something. Seeing that Mo Jiao didn't open her mouth, Jing Xiaochen stared at her and asked again, how did you go out that day? Why did you go out? Later, he took a closer look at the entire yard, and the circumstances indicated that Mo Jiao would be missing, and that she had left the yard on her own. He then said that he would notice if someone came in, even at the door. But in reality he noticed nothing but the imprint of a snake crawling across it. Mo Jiao listened to Jing Xiaochen's questioning. Her heart was weak and angry. Why did it feel like he was interrogating a prisoner? She's a snake ancestor and she's still letting a mortal rule her? She put away her snake letters and coldly glanced at Jing Xiaochen. I can go out if I want to. It's none of your business. He was just her reserve food. Just how does the tone of this exit have a sense of grievance? Manhwa Chinese language. Seeing Jing Xiaochen's face sink down, Hong Lan and Chang Blood quietly took half a step back, their entire bodies stiffening. Ruan Nianqi also gulped, and the atmosphere was a bit stiff for a while. Looking at the cold and unfamiliar gaze revealed in the snake's pupils, Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips, and for a moment sighed softly and grabbed Mo Jiao and put it in his hand. Jiao, I'm really worried about you. His voice was as warm and soft as spring water, gently flowing into Mo Jiao's heart. Mo Jiao suddenly had a moment of awkwardness, not quite daring to look at those eyes. The little bit of anger in his heart like a bubble scattered clean. She stretched out and spat out her snake letter, rubbing against Jing Xiaochen's palm intimately. I was just craving wine that day. After saying that, she was still afraid that Jing Xiaochen wouldn't understand what she said. Then she crawled aside and took a drink of water. Then the snake swung around and made a groggy face. Green blood, red lawn. What's this writhing around doing? Ruan Nianqi twitched the corners of her mouth, feeling that Mo Jiao was also a snake talent. A hint of a smile flashed underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes, and he grabbed Mo Jiao with his slender eyes half squinted again. Okay, I know. The Ruan family has indeed fallen. Ruan Jifu's two sons were all bitten to death by snakes. As for Ruan Nianyo, she was early in the afternoon of the day when the snakes came to evening Jing Xiaoza. Ruan Nianyo had the gentle and small intentions of a Jiangnan woman, and was also delicate and charming, making even Jing Xiaoza, who was used to seeing beautiful people, light up. So this time, even if Jing Xiaoza was injured, he didn't forget to bring Ruan Nianyo along. The snake swarm that day was so impressive that the subordinates of the Ruan mansion died and fled. Because Ruan Jifu did not do anything practical for many years, the people have quite a few words for him. Coupled with Ruan Pingfei eating snake meat in the entire capital city is famous. This time, heard the poisonous snake injury. The people have rumors that the snake came to retaliate. The snake more reverent colleagues, even around the Ruan house, and no one dares to go again. The large Nguyen house fell into decline. Your Highness, that matter of Mu Qing, Honglan, will this Yueshi prefecture under the governor detailed check again? Within tomorrow to give loan list. I'll write a letter to inform the governor about this later. Yes, I honor your order. Your Highness, a letter from Commander Jiangling of Kyoto. Jing Xiaochen took it and quickly read it over. Mo Jiao went over to take a look, and the only thing written on it was, there is a change in Kyoto. His Majesty has been assassinated. Return quickly. Jing Xiaochen's breath stagnated for a moment. His whitish fingertips grasped the letter paper and lit the fire again. His dark eyes sinking between the flames leaping. Mo Jiao tilted her head to look at him. Back now? Bus 6. Departure tomorrow. Greenblood's face was grave. Your Highness, there are only 10 of us left. The road is bound to be dangerous. Why don't we let the governor send someone to protect? Mo Jiao gently shook the snake's head. The news that you are alive has already been leaked. Before that second prince came must have alienated the officials on the road. You let those people send people to protect you. It is better to go by yourself. After all, who knows what kind of mischief those people are harboring? The human heart is something that is always difficult to measure. The current Jing Xiaochen is just a person. If he can't go back to Kyoto, what use can those identities and false names be? Jing Xiaochen smiled. A Jiao is worried about me? Mo Jiao tilted her head and nodded again. Definitely worried. He was her reserve food. If something happened to him she wouldn't have any blood to drink. Jing Xiaochen's eyes curved. Good. Then we won't let them send anyone for protection. Mo Jiao nodded heavily. That's good. Qing Blood gritted his teeth. Your Highness, your safety is not a child's play. How can change your mind because of a snake? The most important thing to remember is that it's not just a matter of what you want to do with your life. Okay. Jing Xiaochen. Faintly, he looked at Qing Blood. You go down first. Lone has his own idea. Qing Blood's face looked at Mo Jiao with an ugly expression. Mo Jiao's snake tail moved and looked at Jing Xiaochen. What do you think? Jiao, first tell me what you think? Jing Xiaochen asked as he sat down and nudged Mo Jiao's head with his finger. Hiss. I'll go find Wan Nianqi and use her treasure to get Beiyu to send someone. Forget it. Beiyu isn't safe either. Jing Xiaochen watched Mo Jiao's eyes turn in embarrassment. His snake's letter spitting out. So cute that his heart went soft. He was just about to say something, only to see Mo Jiao looking at him again and solemnly saying, why don't I bring all those snakes from the 10,000 snake cave with me? There are other snakes along the way, as well as me, and I will always be able to safely escort you to Kyoto. Caught off guard, Jing Xiaochen felt his heart rise up full and warm, causing his entire heart to beat rapidly and furiously, and the corners of his eyes crawled red. His throat moved, and after a moment he spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you, Jiao. He wasn't a man of outward emotions, but this snake always made him break through the wall of happiness, making his icy face crack and melt into a pool of water. Mo Jiao hadn't thought that Jing Xiaochen would be moved by a sentence, but seeing the reddened corners of her eyes, she suddenly didn't know what to say. She felt that her reserves might have had a miserable childhood, so by now, she didn't even have a preference, and she just said a few words to move him like this. Manhwa Chinese. Thinking this way she again felt that such a Jing Xiaochen was rare and good to cheat. Simple as that can be, but she fortunately wasn't some snake that said anything fancy to deceive people. Her concern for Jing Xiaochen was real. She climbed up his arm to his shoulder and coiled up again, her upper body standing upright to touch his cheek with the head of the snake. Then I'll go find those little snakes, said the man and ran out the door with a whoosh. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen, no need. His words were blown away by the wind, and Mo Jiao used her cultivation to run as fast as she could. Jing Xiaochen frowned and got up violently. The pain in his chest was like a ball of silk, pulling hard on his nerves. It hurt so much that he sucked in a breath, slightly easing that dizziness. He hurriedly chased out. Mo Jiao was halfway there when she suddenly thought of something else. She remembered that the sword in Jing Xiaochen's hand was broken, and she knew where there was a sword, or a good one, or Jing Xiaochen could use it. At that moment, there was no delay. She used her cultivation. Her body was like lightning, darting past, leaving only a trace of residual shadow in place. It's coming up fast. At the foot of the mountain, she recognized the direction, then swam straight for the place she knew was there. Since his injuries were still not healed, Jing Xiaochen's speed was naturally slower, and when he rushed to the foot of the mountain, he found that Mo Jiao had long ago gone nowhere, so he went back toward the cave where they had previously lived. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Qing Blood followed behind Jing Xiaochen with a puzzled face. What exactly was His Highness hurrying out for? He sought His Highness in the courtyard and followed him to escort him when he was ready to go out. Mo Jiao had taken a long way in 7 turns, and was already almost deep in the mountains. The mountains in this place were high in the clouds, towering majestically, surrounded by tall trees, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of dead leaves carrying the smell of decay. Her body passed through the fallen leaves and finally reached the lower part of the cliff. She plunged headlong into a small cave next to her. It was so small that not even one person could get in. Bus 6. When she entered the cave, it was a bit dark inside, and Mo Jiao's eyes could see at night. so she went straight to the innermost part. Soon reaching the bottom, there was a pile of dusty stuff covered with the snakeskin she had molted, and surrounded by some green plants in a lush green color. Looking closely, some of those plants had brilliant flowers, some had leaves and no flowers, but were green and transparent, and they were actually some herbs. These were the heavenly treasures that Emo Jiao had found inside this mountain over the years, and although they were considered the most common in the cultivation world, they were the most precious things she could find in this mortal world. At least these could be refined into yellow grade, spirit-quenching pills, and vein-cleansing pills, so she transplanted them here. It was just that it wasn't ripe yet. She looked over and fed the herbs some more aura, then went over to the snakeskin where a brown sword lay prone. The scabbard was 4 fingers wide, ancient and atmospheric, and the hilt was jade, cold to the touch. However, the entire sword was thickly stained with blood, which turned brown after drying, and the sticky rusty smell remained, and a hostile aura lingered around it. It was a sword of fast-living beings. Because it had killed too many people and stained too much blood, it became a fierce sword. But for this reason, this sword is feared to be the best sword in this world. The blade of the sword is sharp and the sword's aura is strong. Boss 6. And Jing Shaoqian's sealed blood severed life sword technique could be better utilized if he had a good sword. It's just that this sword is too hostile. With that thought, she used her aura to purify the sword again. Really, ever since she met Jing Shaoqian, her cultivation aura had never been enough since. Ma Jiao expanded her form another notch in order to take the sword with her, and with a curl of her tail, she was off with the sword. The place wasn't far from her cave, and she walked with her sword for a short while to reach the bottom of her cave first, and less than a quarter of an hour further to the snake cave. Boss 6. It's still a little chilly, but the snow is melting and everywhere is bare and grayish in color. Even though her figure had gotten bigger, it was still a bit of a struggle for her to walk with the sword. So she changed her figure again in the middle, which made it a bit easier, only to just walk to the entrance of the cave only to see a man. Her dark snake pupils swiveled. Ha! This person isn't green blood? What's he doing here? It was at that moment that a sound rang out there at the mouth of the cave, and she jerked her head up to look over at the sound of familiar footsteps, only to see Jing Shaoqian standing there with a pale face, not saying a word as he looked at her. Why are you here? Mo Jiao swished in front of Jing Shaoqian, her snake pupils filled with disapproval and reproach. After all, it was better for him not to get out of bed right now. Looking at Jing Shaoqian's face white as a sheet, his eyebrows locked and his body tense, Mo Jiao knew that he had walked over by himself, and probably used light power in between. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. She is really angry and anxious in her heart at this moment. What are you doing here? Jing Shaoqian smoothly grabbed the thing curled on her tail, then the next moment his expression froze. He looked straight at Mo Jiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Where did this come from? Hiss. Not telling you. Mo Jiao was now angry, and Jing Shaoqian knew the reason why Mo Jiao was angry. He pursed his lips and followed Mo Jiao inside with his sword. Qing Blood was speechless for a while. Why did it feel like His Highness's image was falling apart more and more, especially when dealing with a certain snake? Mo Jiao squinted at Jing Shaoqian obediently following her in with his sword, and the anger in his heart dissipated for a minute. Is little snake angry? Jing Shaoqian placed his finger on Mo Jiao's forehead. Feeling the coldness of his hand, Mo Jiao's anger grew even greater. Why are you running around in bad health? It was not easy for me to save you. In order to make you better, I even used all my aura to heal your injuries every day. You're good. You don't take your body seriously at all. Mo Jiao was furious and showed her teeth. Her pair of dark and cold snake pupils seemed like they were about to spit fire. Jing Shaoqian hid the laughter under his eyes and said seriously, "It's my fault for disregarding my body." Mo Jiao flashed a hint of surprise. Hi. The high and mighty crown prince would actually apologize, only to hear Jing Shaoqian add, "But Jiao, I'm worried about you." His eyes looked tightly at Mo Jiao, and it was easy to feel his worried fear. The outside world is dangerous, and I'm not at ease if you're not under my eyes. Buzz 6. His eyes flashed with light, as if the sight was carrying extra warmth, so that Mo Jiao for a moment actually did not know what to say, and felt that the snake Dan inexplicably a little hot. She avoided Jing Shaoqian's line of sight and thought to herself, isn't His Highness the Crown Prince a bit clingy? Did what the snake catcher said last time and that disappearance of hers scare him? She mentally sighed. Had Jing Shaoqian forgotten that she was capable of defending herself? She wasn't just any snake, so how could she be caught and eaten for meat? Although he thought so, he was a bit weak for a while, thinking that leaving Jing Shaoqian behind for food that time could really be a wrong choice. His Highness the Crown Prince was uneasy, and her anger had somehow subsided again. There was even some hidden heartache. and at this moment, Jing Xiaochen was frowning, so it must be that the wound was hurting again. Her wrist-thick snake head leaned over and rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's neck. Her tone softened. I'll heal your wounds for you. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and replied, good. As he said this, his fingers placed on Mo Jiao's 7 inches and gently stroked it. Mo Jiao body size after her body scales more and more translucent, good-looking, as if a piece of polished thin jade. Feel comfortable. He likes. One hot Chinese. Jiao. I've figured out a way to do it without the help of those snakes of yours. Although this method is quite good, but really, I'm afraid that when he returns to Kyoto, those snakes will have no place to rest, and may even cause the public to panic or kill the snakes, thus bringing any danger to Mo Jiao. These are the things he can't tolerate. Watching Jing Xiaochen's qi slowly improve, Mo Jiao stopped her hand and thought for a moment. Alright, as long as I can escort you safely into the capital. No matter what method Jing Xiaochen used, as long as she was watching from the side, nothing should happen. Thinking so, Mo Jiao put the matter aside. Her eyes quickly returned to the sword beside Jing Xiaochen. She curled her tail around it and handed it to Jing Xiaochen. For you. You use it. Good. Thank you. Ah, Jiao. Jing Xiaochen grasped his sword and his expression rose with pleasure. This sword was called the Dragon Sword, which he had acquired by chance. He found it very handy to use. The sword is very much to his liking, and has been with him for 10 years now. One hot Chinese. In this emergency, he stabbed the sword into that person's chest. At that time he fell off the cliff, but he didn't expect that this sword would pass through Mo Jiao's hands and return to him again. He didn't even know whether it was an illusion or not. He felt a calm and gentle breath on this sword. Very comfortable. Seeing Jing Xiaochen accept it, Mo Jiao was very happy. After all, it was her first time to give a gift. And looking at Jing Xiaochen's appearance, he was satisfied. Well, let's go back. The matter of arranging people hasn't been resolved yet. Knowing that Jing Xiaochen had other plans, Mo Jiao didn't delay any longer. Jing Xiaochen froze, and the corner of his lips gently lifted. Okay, let's go back now. Bus 6. Mo Jiao whooshed and became smaller. Her tail wrapped around Jing Xiaochen's arm and watched as Jing Xiaochen led her and the sword out of the cave at a brisk pace. Your Highness. Greenblood looked over nervously, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Dragon's Bard. Jing Xiaochen's faint gaze made Qingblood lose his voice and close his mouth tightly, not daring to speak again. Jing Xiaochen glanced at the cave again, and his gaze finally landed on Mo Jiao's mung bean-sized eyes. In the future, when I have the chance, I'll bring you back to take a look. After all, no matter if it was an animal or a human, they were always homesick. Does Jiao want to tell those snakes of yours that you're leaving? Mo Jiao was silent for a moment and shook her head. No need. Well, let's go then. The corners of Jing Xiaochen's eyes were filled with joy. In fact, at that time Mo Jiao left. He thought that Mo Jiao would not go back to Kyoto with him, and when he saw Mo Jiao go out he immediately chased after him. It was just that Mo Jiao's figure was too fast, and he couldn't catch up even after using his internal light power. Rather, I didn't realize that Mo Jiao was helping her to find the sword. After returning, Jing Xiaochen took Mo Jiao to find Beiyu. Beiyu did bring someone to support him that time, but he didn't expect to be able to use his support at all, and he was injured because of it, so he just recuperated in this mansion and was taken care of by Ruan Yanqi. When he entered the door, Beiyu was lying on the bed, and Ruan Yanqi didn't know where she had gone. But it's just right. Seeing Jing Xiaochen, Beiyu raised an eyebrow. What wind blew His Highness the Crown Prince here? Dong Feng. Jing Xiaochen returned a sentence with great leisure. So what does Your Highness the Crown Prince want? Beiyu did not think that His Highness the Crown Prince had come to see him. I have a deal I want to discuss with you. Ah, Jiao. Come eat. Jing Xiaochen called out. They are now on the river, taking the waterway, and can go back in as soon as 10 days' time. Bus 6. Mo Jiao meets the river and dives headfirst into it like a madman. Jing Xiaochen, who saw it for the first time, was so scared that his heart stopped. As a result, Mo Jiao freely swam a few laps and rolled up a fat river fish to let Jing Xiaochen grill it for her. No, as long as Jing Xiaochen didn't look at it for a while, Mo Jiao was gone and must have run into the water again. He sighed, thinking that Mo Jiao was as playful as a child. Mo Jiao is fond of water. The dragon enters the sea, the auger in the water. She was born to live in the water. But this body reborn is a dry snake species, and in the mountains, far away from the river. She is too lazy to go down the mountain. One hot Chinese. So much so that I have never been down the river since I was born again. But it was fine now. She was getting more cultivated and adapting to the water. And I don't know what's going on, but lately she's always been a little hot. Mainly because the snake Dan is always hot. And it's not a molting thing either, because it's not even 3 months old yet. I don't know if it's because I sucked Jing Xiaochen's blood, so she stayed a little more comfortable in the water, and basically stayed in the river with their boat the whole way. Hearing Jing Xiaochen's voice calling her to eat, the wrist-thick body of Majia took a flying leap, her scales glistening in the sunlight, and it was mesmerizing to watch. Jing Xiaochen tilted his head to look at her figure and opened his hand to welcome her, a smile in his eyes and the corners of his lips curved. Mo Jiao likes Jing Xiaochen most when he looks at her and smiles. That face is already stunningly beautiful, and when he puts on a smile, he is even more like an immortal, making her body and mind inexplicably happy. Her body accurately landed on Jing Xiaochen's hand. Every time he managed to catch her, it could be really fun. Jing Xiaochen, what's delicious today? Mo Jiao Jiao's figure slowly shrunk when she went ashore, so as soon as she reached Jing Xiaochen's wrist, the snake's tail immediately wrapped around his arm, thumb thick and thin, and didn't burden Jing Xiaochen in any way. Made your favorite fish soup today. Mo Jiao's sesame-sized eyes were round and bright. Did you make this? Jing Xiaochen's expression lurched, his face carried a hint of stiffness, and he quickly returned to his normal self. No, it's still Hong Lan's doing. Mo Jiao had always thought that Jing Xiaochen could cook food, and he grilled meat that tasted very good. By the time they got to the boat, his grilled fish was also very well done, so when she asked him about it, he said he'd make the fish soup another day. As a result, 3 days passed and both times the fish soup was made by Hong Lan. She kind of suspected that His Highness didn't know how to make fish soup, but he always said he would do it some other time. Oh, that's good too. The ink sliver's tiny snake head nodded. Jing Xiaochen's finger expressionlessly nudged Mo Jiao's head. What I make is also delicious. Mo Jiao rubbed his palm. Yes, grilled meat and fish are delicious. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen, I'll make fish soup some other day. You say some other time every day. Mo Jiao glanced at Jing Xiaochen's somewhat lowered face, and the words swirled around on the tip of his tongue and swallowed. Forget it. Some other time. Maybe Jing Xiaochen really doesn't know how to do it, or as she thought he's still not well and it's best if he doesn't cook for a while. Regardless, the reserve's face she still had to give. Soon after entering the room, Jing Xiaochen sat down and proceeded to serve Mo Jiao with soup and dishes. Red Lawn and the Green Blood stood on the side of the silent watching. No matter how many times they watched such a scene they are not accustomed to. One hot Chinese. Did His Highness favor that snake too much? It's just a little pet. But the little pet saved His Highness's life. Thinking about it, and thinking that it's okay for His Highness to favor a little bit. After all, so many palace concubines in the palace have pets that are even more refined than a good number of people. For example, the Empress Mother's pure white Persian cat. The Empress that is wherever she goes to hold. Once the second prince held the cat near the imperial garden for a walk, accidentally let the cat fell into the river. The Empress for this severely reprimanded the second prince. From then on it wasn't just the second prince. All the royal princesses treated that cat with more care, even to the point of not daring to touch a single hair of that cat. In such a comparison, it is this snake that is a little better, able to catch its own fish, able to save His Highness, able to command 10,000 snakes to follow orders. Of course, such a small snake they'd be even more afraid to mess with is all. Had enough to eat? Seeing that Mo Jiao had only eaten half of her usual meal before she stopped eating, Jing Xiaochen frowned, or is it somewhere uncomfortable? No, just feeling a little hot. Hot? A snake yelling hot? It's not like it's June Volt. His fingers rested on Mo Jiao's head, still cold and without a trace of warmth. Where is it hot? It's hot everywhere. I don't know. Inkspot turned his body, slightly impatient. What's going on? Jing Xiaochen placed Mo Jiao in the palm of his hand and examined it carefully, but he couldn't see anything. His brow furrowed and his fingers gently nudged the snake's head. Do you know what's going on? I don't know. Mo Jing shook her head. I'm still a little hungry. Suck some blood for me. After saying that her snake teeth couldn't wait to pierce into Jing Xiaochen's skin, Jing Xiaochen was still uneasy. His eyes looked towards Mo Jiao, surveying from head to tail, and still didn't find any problems. In just half a month's time Mo Jiao's scales had grown very hard, and at a glance, the lines on her body were even deeper. One by one, the scales glistened with a cold, hard texture, protecting her entire body. It seems to be taking a little longer to draw blood this time. Jing Xiaochen put down his chopsticks and let Mo Jiao out of the room. It was evening at the moment, and there were several other merchant ships on the river besides theirs, a bit far apart, as if they were one dark spot. Buzz 6. Knowing that Mo Jiao likes to swim in the water, Jing Xiaochen instructed the people to row the boat to the side, a little farther away from those boats. At this moment, the river with the shadow of the setting sun, the waves are vast and nice to look at. The river breeze blew over with some cold chills. The ink slinger finally stopped sucking blood. Whoosh! Jiao! Mo Jiao plunged headlong into the river again, the pitch-black snake spirit swimming nimbly in the water. The inkling felt comfortable, looking at Jing Xiaochen's worried look at her. Mo Jiao's head stuck out of the river. It's comfortable. I'm fine. You go back. It's too cold outside. Jing Xiaochen's body is still not well. Blowing cold wind should be uncomfortable again. There's no rush. Jing Xiaochen's gaze fell on Mo Jiao. Watching her roam recklessly, he still couldn't let go of his heart. Mo Jiao did not have the heart to say anything else right now. Her form grew uncontrollably larger, tumbling down the river from a thumb-sized snake eye watching into a python. One by one, the huge scales floated up and down with her movements, like black waves. One hot Chinese. The sky darkened little by little, but Mo Jiao felt that the whole body's qi and blood surged madly. The snake's body seemed to be in flames. Her snake's tail stirred the river, making a popping sound, and the water turned rapidly, forming a huge whirlpool. Jing Xiaochen's face changed violently. Jiao, come back. Mo Jiao was having a hard time herself, and as she stirred the river, she moved farther and farther away from the boat with it. Jing Xiaochen suppressed his anxiety and turned his head to command. Quickly row the boat. Go that way. Bus 6. That's exactly where Mo Jiao is headed. Whether it's those people from Jing Xiaochun or those people who want to come from North Yu's Heel, all of them have seen the form of Mo Jiao's python. And they even remembered that day when Mo Jiao was so strong that she seemed to go crazy. At this moment, when they took a look, they intuited that the situation was not good, as if the snake had gone crazy. But Jing Xiaochun had a request and had to go to that snake. They just had to suppress their fear and paddle in toward the inkjet's heels. Mo Jiao's consciousness was a little blurry at the moment. She just felt uncomfortable, and the snake Dan was hot, as if it was going to melt her body. The upper body hurt as if it were going to tear. She flung her snake's tail frantically. Jing Xiaochen watched as Mo Jiao slammed into the merchant ship over there. Right on cue. Fire! Quick! Put out the fire! Help! Snake! Python! Help! The hiss of pain carried the fire that rose up to the sky, reflecting the dark body of Mo Jiao tinted with a fiery color. Jing Xiaochen's face was ugly as hell. Before their boat could get close, Jing Xiaochen had already directly utilized his light power to point the water and pass. Your Highness! Qing Blood and Honlan only had time to call out, and Jing Xiaochen's figure was already far away. It hurts again. The ink-slithering snake rolled over in pain. She felt as if the scales were falling off, but there was no sign of peeling, and even she couldn't figure out what was going on. Due to the pain, her body rolled with the current and she didn't expect to hit a boat which, just in time, suddenly caught fire. One hot Chinese. The hot temperature seared the snake's body, and she spat sharply, even her fangs unconsciously sticking out. Aha! Help! Everyone is running for their lives. Yet here comes the killer. The smell of blood suddenly dispersed a river. Mo Jiao was stimulated, and his suppressed ferocity burst out, his icy snake pupils reflecting the firelight. Help! Jing Xiaochen promptly grabbed the one person under the snake's mouth and threw him to the other side. Green Blood and Red Lawn rushed to support with everyone. There were assassins, and they thought they were the ones who came to assassinate Jing Xiaochen. A time of killing was in the air. The prey is gone. Mo Jiao grew her bloody mouth towards Jing Xiaochen and swallowed. Jiao! Jing Xiaochen's voice was deep, with a special texture of strike Mo Jiao's eardrums. The ink sliver snake pupil gave a lurch, biting down on his fangs to collect his poison sac. Finally Mo Jiao bit into his neck, sweet blood instantly filling her taste buds, and she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. The pain all around seemed much lighter. Chase! Don't let him get away. Suddenly a person rushed at Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao with great speed. The person was in a lousy state. His clothes were stained red with blood, and there were a few assassins chasing after him. Mo Jiao's eyes immediately perked up, and the snake's tail curled around Jing Xiaochen in a twist. Bus 6. Jiao! Don't bite! Jing Xiaochen's face was ugly as he looked at the visitor, who had fallen into the water just in time to land in the snake's mouth. One hot Chinese. The man's eyes widened in despair when he suddenly heard Jing Xiaochen's words. Then miraculously, the python ground its teeth and the snake's head jerked to pick the man up. Just as he was about to throw it into the sea of fire, he heard Jing Xiaochen continue to speak. Jiao! Throw it onto our ship. After saying that, Mo Jiao threw it over with a fierce motion. It was also at this point that her upper body suddenly lost its strength and did not throw the man aboard. That ripping pain started again. the whole upper half of his body tearing apart inch by inch. It hurts like hell. Ah! Jing Xiaochan looked over violently. His pupils shrank and his eyes were filled with shock. The fight over there was still going on. And when everyone heard that pained hissing, they coincidentally looked over, just in time to see Jing Xiaochan rushing into the water with his back to everyone holding the snake's head. Your Highness! As for the one who wasn't thrown into the boat, the whole thing nearly drowned in water. The strong feeling of suffocation made him slowly come back to his senses, yet his whole body was shivering with cold. He gritted his teeth, and after a few tries his frightened, limp hands finally grasped the edge of the boat. Climbing onto Jing Xiaochen's boat, the man collapsed on the boat and looked up at the sky. The sky had darkened, and his gaze slowly moved from the sky to the other side, where the river was choppy, but revealed a section of the snake's tail, with no head of the snake or the prince in sight. How could Jing Xiaochen not expect Mo Jiao to suddenly change? That face was clearly the same stunning appearance that had appeared that time on the mountain when Mo Jiao had molted her skin. The last time he'd been in a thunderstorm, he'd been impressed into his mind by just a glimpse, yet because it had only been for a moment, he sometimes felt like he was dreaming. But today, when I see it again, I can really see it clearly and truly. It's not a dream, it's real. Mo Jiao didn't expect Jing Xiao. Why did Chen suddenly take her into his arms straight into the water? Her whole body was still hurting at that moment, hurting as if she had lost all her strength, and she could only enter the water with Jing Xiaochen's sudden movement. Between the misty colors of the water, she suddenly remembered that Jing Xiaochen was a human being and couldn't come and go in the water. He'll suffocate. But the hand that held her was too hard and too tight. Tightly she pushed him a few times before he slowly let go, both narrowing his eyes at her, and there were tiny bits of burning light bursting out of his slender eyes, wrapping around her like substance. Buzz 6. Ink blot blinked, a puzzled look on the face that eclipsed all others. Her eyes were thin and long, and unlike Jing Xiaochen's Danfang eyes, the corners of her eyes were gently hooked upwards, charming and enchanting, with features as delicate as jade and a long neck. She was incredibly beautiful like a swan. Manhwa Chinese. Further down, there were white shoulder blades that seemed to glow in the water, and his hand touched them, warm and smooth. At that moment Jing Xiaochen's breathing was a few points lighter. His fingers curled up slightly and his fingertips burned terribly. He opened his mouth and said, half muffled, Jiao. Mo Jiao was silent at this moment. She looked at her slender fleshy hands, and then looked at her upper body, and violently turned her back to him. I don't know what's going on. Her heart thumped with the snake. Dan, the tips of the ears are red. Put it on and I'll take you back to your room. They were still in the water at the moment, and his speech was grueling as the water pressed against his chest, but his hand grabbed his shirt to wrap the entire upper half of Inkpot's body. Can the tail be put away? Jing Xiaochen spat out a series of bubbles from his mouth, his face bloodless. He felt like he was about to suffocate. Mo Jiao tried. I can't get it back. She tilted her head and quietly glanced at Jing Xiaochen, then realized that something was very wrong with him. Jing Xiaochen, I'll take you out right away. How could a human breathe underwater? I can't believe she forgot. Even the shock of being suddenly transformed into a human was behind her. Jing Xiaochen listened to the sounds of the fight outside, and he spoke in a slow voice. Okay, a little further away. Go up from the other side. Can't let those people see the inkjet. Mo Jiao watched as those eyes slowly closed. The corners of her anxious eyes were red. Jing Xiaochen, you hold on. I'll take you up right away. Good. Hearing Mo Jiao's words, Jing Xiaochen answered, but his hand still wrapped around Mo Jiao without letting go. Mo Jiao's snake tail swung around, biting his teeth and turning around, his bare arm resting on Jing Xiaochen's waist in a swimming position, and the other hand motioned to swim towards the bottom of the boat. Jing Xiaochen's hand slowly and feebly slid down. His chest wound was white, and even the beating of his heart seemed to lack the strength to sustain it. Mo Jiao eagerly channeled her aura, and suddenly she realized that she had run out of aura. Lean. The ink slinger wanted to curse the heavens. The expression on her stunning face was vicious, as if she had a grudge against someone. She dragged Jing Xiaochen out of the water, but Jing Xiaochen still had the strength to drag her from going up even when he was almost unconscious. Mo Jiao's heart was tired at the moment. Jing Xiaochen, you go up and change your breath. Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao looked at his pale face again, and finally helplessly turned to face him. She remembered that someone in the cultivation world had said that artificial respiration was possible in times of emergency. As the name suggests, it's an artificial air infusion, and she remains mobile even if her human form is in the water. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. When she finished speaking, she jerked closer and passed her lips over her breath. His lips were thin and soft to the touch, and at that moment she felt as if she was eating the honeyed fruit of the cultivation world. She blinked, her tongue, the tip of it clear, breaking his lips and crossing them with a single breath. Just then, those eyes of Jing Xiaochen suddenly opened without warning. The Danfeng eyes were deep, extraordinarily dark in the water, and no emotions could be seen. She suddenly became a little embarrassed and quickly let go to explain. I just wanted to save you. I'm crossing your chi. I know. His lips curved up slowly, still warm and doting in this water. Thank you, Jiao. Where no one could see, Jing Xiaochen's ear tips dyed scarlet little by little, and even this cold lake water couldn't wash it down. Manhwa Chinese. Mo Jiao nodded. You're welcome. Let's go quickly. No, you go up first. I'll be fine in the water. Hers was draped in his basilisk, clinging to her body due to the water. Jing Xiaochen slowly lowered his eyes, but his hand grasped Mo Jiao tightly, and under Mo Jiao's puzzled eyes, he spoke. Ah, Jiao. Later on, you may also need to help me cross my chi. There's still a fight going on outside. Inkjet. Good. She listened to the sounds, and it really wasn't over outside. A search engine. The boat was on fire. The people inside were basically the people, and this place was in the center of a big river, so if we didn't save them, they would surely lose their lives. And Jing Xiaochen is the crown prince. He cannot care about those killers and bad gentry, but he cannot disregard the death of the people. After all, he will be the future lord of the world. These people will be his people? So Cheng Blood and Hong Lan, when they rushed down to save Jing Xiaochen, but they got an icy cold look from Jing Xiaochen. Go save the people. Since His Highness said so, he should be sure to protect himself. After all, that snake was there, and just now when it was so dangerous, that snake didn't even hurt His Highness. So they had reason to believe that Mo Jiao would protect His Highness's safety. It's that there are still wounds on the temple now, and when it meets water, the wounds fester, and I don't know how long it will take to heal again? Although they were thinking like this, their hand movements were not slow, and they hurriedly resolved those killers who suddenly appeared. By the time they got everyone down, the merchant ship had long since been burned to a pile of charred wood by the fire, drifting farther and farther away with the current. All of them were shocked and frightened, and each of them sat paralyzed on the ground, half unable to return to their senses. When their eyes turned, Cheng Blood and Hong Lan saw a man, however, sitting on the deck with an expressionless face, his face ashen, his body stained with blood, and his appearance in a sorry state. Cheng Blood and Hong Lan looked at each other and realized that the reason why those killers came was not because of them, but it should be that person. However, all of these need to be looked at when His Highness returns. For now, they only need to ensure that His Highness is safe and secure. I'll go check on His Highness. You take him to wash up. Perhaps His Highness will have other plans. Hong Lan spoke. Green Blood nodded. Go ahead. Hong Lan's figure turned, and he had already utilized his light power to step onto the water. You don't have to look specifically to know where His Highness is, because that thick snake's tail keeps swinging around. Your Highness, Redland called out twice. Suddenly the serpent's tail was spotted swinging rapidly a few times before disappearing behind the boat. Hong Lan gave a beat and didn't chase after him. Instead he utilized his light energy to return to the ship. When Cheng Blood saw her, he immediately asked, where is His Highness? How is the situation? To be honest, for Mo Jiao, that python figure, they see a few times feel palpitating. Not to mention Mo Jiao suddenly launched crazy. The situation is worse. That bloody mouth can directly put people scared to death. Bus 6. The people on the ship came back one by one and immediately discussed it. About the sudden python and the fire that rose to the sky, and the inexplicable killer. Most of them are civilians, who would normally be exposed to this. No contact at all. Okay? So they were terrified, thinking about who had offended and invited the hunt. And where did the boa constrictor come from to crash the ship? But luckily the owner of the ship was good and saved them all. They asked several times about the benefactor's last name and who he was, and Green Blood and Red Lawn didn't say anything. They then slowly rested their minds and just waited for that master to come out. But Mo Jiao, immediately after hearing the fight stop, dragged Jing Xiaochen to swim to the other side of the boat at a fast speed. Manhwa Chinese. There was no way for her to change into a smaller form now. And it just so happened that Jing Xiaochen's room window was facing the river. She directly dragged Jing Xiaochen in through the window. It's just that her snake body is so big that she can only go in for the upper half of her body, leaving the tail of the snake still resting on the window, the tip of the tail dropping in the water and swinging around, the pitch-black scales glistening, and from a distance it looks like a huge fish tail, half falling in the water, due to the lack of legs, and the upper half of the body is complete. Mo Jiao in the water is okay. swim through the water force, to the boat but directly paralyzed there. The upper half of the body only left a hand and head can move. She can't be allowed to move around with her hands crawling. She frowned her pretty eyebrows and looked at Jing Xiaochen. You shouldn't have gone into the water. The current Jing Xiaochen's face was pale. His expression was tired and feeble, and the corners of his lips were pursed without any blood. Hearing Mo Jiao's words, Jing Xiaochen was unimpressed. You didn't even realize the transformation yourself, and if I hadn't been timely, you could have been seen by everyone. Especially Mo Jiao's appearance is still stunning. There are no clothes on her body, while the lower half of her body is directly a snake's tail. How can I say it is a thrilling event? If they see you, you know, those people will treat you as a demon and will always hunt you down and not stop until you are killed. They will also catch you, and when they do catch you, tie you up and burn you on the fire, or break you into pieces. Jiao, you know, I would never let anything happen to you, much less put you in danger. His eyes were persistent and serious at this moment. Even the bottom of his eyes were pressed with emotions that no one could understand. Jiao, in the future, you transform only in front of me, okay? Boss 6. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to protect you, so when we return to the palace, you must stay by my side at all times. Jiao, here are the clothes you change into. You know how to dress? After a slight reprieve, Jing Xiaochen went to get his clothes and handed them to Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao was still wearing his clothes, which were still dripping with water, and it was plastered on her body. Chu waist was slim and delicate. Underneath was the dark, glistening tail of a snake, with its clothes clinging to it, making it a sight to behold. Jing Xiaochen's gaze touched the hem of his clothes and then quickly retracted his sight to land on Mo Jiao's face. Ink hair to the waist, messy paste on the face, shoulders, cover the beautiful neck, cover the bare forehead, only a pair of slender eyes, pupil colored dark, light and shadow sink, the corner of the eye up. It seemed that when she heard Jing Xiaochen's words, her eyes blinked gently, but they seemed to be seductive and lustful. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao reacted to Jing Xiaochen's words by breathlessly rolling his eyes. I can wear clothes. Wanha Zhonghua. Jing Xiaochen is treating her like a little cutie, or a newborn? How could she say that in her last life? She was also a dragon that had lived for 1,000 years. Then you wear it. Jing Xiaochen avoided her seductive gaze and handed over a dress with soft black fabric. Grabbed another random one for myself and changed into it. Mo Jiao grabbed the clothes and watched Jing Xiaochen change. Her star-like eyes moved and her gaze couldn't help but fall on Jing Xiaochen's body. So many wounds on his back were still there, and the wound caused by the arrow that pierced his chest was now whitish and puffy around it. She couldn't help but knit her brows slightly. You've got a serious wound again. Her hand was cold and placed around his wound. Jing Xiaochen's body stiffened violently and then relaxed. I may not be able to heal you until tomorrow. Mo Jiao was a bit upset for a moment. The gods are really against her. Jing Xiaochen's injuries hadn't even healed yet, and she had another accident. And an accident or a cultivation are used in the same as the waste. Simply to pit. Then she saw Jing Xiaochen moving quickly to get dressed, and she couldn't help but wonder, where are you going this late? It's nighttime at the moment, and he's still injured. So what's the point of running out without resting? Seeing the disapproval in Mo Jiao's eyes, Jing Xiaochen knew that he was worried about him, and he subconsciously placed his hand on her head. The two bodies froze. Mo Jiao looked at the hand above her head, white and slender. Fingers with warmth seemed to penetrate her scalp. She inclined her head. What the hell are you going to do this go? Circumstance. Xiaochen withdrew his hand. The silky feeling between his fingers seemed to have not dissipated. He lowered his arm and said softly, Jiao, don't worry. I'll go out and take a look at those people. Those people referred to were the ones who came over on that merchant ship. Also, it's going to be evening. It's time for dinner. I'll have Hong Lan and the others prepare it. What would you like to eat tonight? Mo Jiao's eyelashes moved gently and she raised her eyes to look at him. Her eyes were surprisingly clear in the faint light. Whatever. It's fine. After saying that, she lay on the bed and looked at Jing Xiaochen with a somewhat grudging gaze. She couldn't get out. When Jing Xiaochen left, she was too bored alone. Jing Xiaochen seemed to know Mo Jiao's thoughts as he straightened Mo Jiao's crooked clothes. He realized that her so-called ability to dress was only superficial. It was only now that Murdoch realized that she didn't know how to dress. In her last life, she was late in transforming, and by the time she transformed, her cultivation was already very high, and the clothes on her body were the layer of scales, which could change into all kinds of clothes at will, and then automatically put them on her body. Bus 6M. Bus 6. But now that she didn't have an aura cultivation, that didn't work. The clothes were really worn manually. Of course, it could also be that Jing Xiaochen's clothes were too big. and she looked loose in them. This would be organized by Jing Xiaochen's hands. She was actually a bit squirmy for a moment. You quickly go find Hong Lan to cook. I'm hungry. Jing Xiaochen's hands are very nice. The fingers are rounded and long, like bamboo joints. The roots are standing on end. Jing Xiao simply organizes the clothes for her. Only a few times this clothes become very neat. Finished organizing, Jing Xiaochen withdrew his hand and looked at Emojiao, who was lying down again. Be good and wait in your room. I'll be back soon. Aha! You go. Emojiao looked at him and nodded in response. At the sound of the door opening, Inkbrand blinked and glanced over again. This room was in the corner. And even so, there were people crouching not far from the door. Jing Xiaochen quickly urged once more. Rest well. Don't go out. Don't go under the water. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, he closed the door with a bang, cutting off the sight of those people looking over. Emojiao looked at the closed door and shook her head. Why did she feel that the current Jing Xiaochen was getting more and more nagging? Especially when confronted with her. Things were so detailed that it seemed as if he had to dictate everything to her before he could be reassured. She's not 3 years old. She doesn't need to be treated like this. After Jing Xiaochen left, she again tried to recover my body. Still not working. She slumped there in mourning, feeling her body twist uncomfortably. Moving her form didn't work again, and her snake tail was still stuck in the window with a long drag. After Jing Xiaochen went out, he walked a few steps and looked at the door again to make sure it was closed, but he was still a little uneasy, afraid that those people would break in. He couldn't help but think he'd have to find a lock to lock it. He gave the men another cold warning glance as he left, beckoning a dark guard. Guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Yes. You can't enter yourself, much less allow anyone to come near. Yes. The dark guards stood a foot away from the door on command, a pair of fiery eyes gleaming as they stared at the movements around them. When Jing Xiaochen passed by, Hong Lan was distributing some food to those civilians. When they saw him, they saluted. Jing Xiaochen entered the house, and Hong Lan and Cheng Blood left the matters in their hands to others to follow them in. Your Highness, your body. Hong Lan looked over worriedly. My subordinate requests to take your pulse to check the situation. No need. Jing Xiaochen's voice was clear and cold, refusing without any emotion. Hong Lan frowned. Your Highness, there's no need to speak on this matter. Jing Xiaochen stopped Hong Lan's words, his dark eyes looking at the two. Why did the fire start? And who was the killer? Cheng Blood looked solemn and said, the person on that merchant ship is Shang Yunqi, the prince of Pingnan's son, and those people are after him. The king of Pingnan is a king of a different surname specially appointed by the late emperor of the great Jiashan kingdom. The throne is hereditary, and the fiefdom is in Pingnan, a place that is not rich. After the current emperor came to power, he gradually cut down his power and gathered more power. But there is a saying that the emperor is far away. Even if it is collected again, Pingnan is also a distance away from the capital. And the Pingnan king has 100,000 heavy troops in his hands to guard the border of Pingnan. The current emperor does not dare to recover directly. Boss 6. We have to take a step-by-step approach and plan carefully. The immediate solution is to keep the hostage in the capital. I heard that Shang Yunqi, the third son of the Pingnan king, is a man of great skill and talent, and he is deeply loved by the Pingnan king, and has even asked for an order to establish him as the son of the king. Look at today's form. I am afraid that the son is established, but today's saint also directly find a reason to let Shang Yunqi to the capital. The most important thing to remember is that it's not just a matter of time before you have to go to the hospital. This went to the capital, and then back again. I'm afraid it will not be easy. How to wait for His Majesty to recover the military power in the hands of the Pingnan king? If that's the case, who then assassinated the Xian when he was in the capital? Now that the world's son has been assassinated, once he is dead, it will surely increase the hatred between His Majesty and the Pingnan king. Now that Kyoto is already in chaos, and with this kind of incident, who is trying to stir up this mess of water? On the side of the Pingnan king, the old Pingnan king is indeed loyal to the Dezhou state, but the current Pingnan king's power will make the hearts of the people lose their hearts. Jing Xiaochen gathered his brows in contemplation. If you think about it, I'm afraid that someone from the capital has joined forces with the Pingnan king or the other two princes. The purpose is very simple. One side is to deepen the contradiction between today and the Pingnan king, and the other is afraid to stabilize the right. There is an excuse to turn over. If it is the two daughters of the Pingnan king, the purpose will be even simpler. Kill the son, deepen the contradiction between the Pingnan king and the emperor, take the position of the son, and operate in secret. Boss 6. Buckle up. The Prince of Pingnan's son, Shang Yunqi, seeks an audience with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Buzz 6. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a warm voice rang out. Go open the door and invite Shitsi in. Jing Xiaochan returned to his senses and spoke. Honglan quickly opened the door and brought the person in. Previously they recognized Shang Yunqi's identity, so they gave him a separate room and found clothes to take medicine over. At this moment, Shang Yunqi is fully dressed. His hair is crowned with jade, he is wearing a white brocade coat, and his face is handsome and gentle, so he is a fluttering dandy boy. See you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Shang Yunqi saluted with a clear voice. There is no need to be polite. Jing Xiaochan looked at his white-colored, trembling legs and said, sit down. Shitsi, thank you, Your Highness. Shang Yunqi gently huffed and sat down, but was much more relaxed. The injuries on his body weren't light, but he didn't have time to recuperate now. Jing Xiaochan's phoenix eyes spread lightly as he sat there leisurely pouring tea. The sound of the tea pouring down carried a hint of a long, leisurely flavor. The atmosphere in the room was a bit silent and depressing for a while. Your Highness, Shang Yunqi knew that Jing Xiaochan was waiting for him to speak. I ask for Your Highness protection. What does this mean? World Sun? Jing Xiaochan spoke faintly. As a matter of fact, His Majesty did not allow their royal son to get close to the vassal king. Shang Yunqi gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud. Your Highness should know about today's assassination. I am not hiding it from Your Highness. They came from me, my elder brother's second brother. The meaning is obvious. Deepen the conflict between His Majesty and my father. Now His Majesty can't do anything about my father. The military power failed to be fully recovered. If I die, my father won't be satisfied. Shang Yunqi is a smart man who will. All of this spread out. It left Jing Xiaochan speechless. However, Jing Xiaochan was not a person who let himself be threatened. His dark phoenix eyes were cold and deep. The corner of his lips gently raised. Is this son of the world threatening me? Shang Yunqi's breath hitched and he raised his eyes. Jing Xiaochan's exiled face was blandly indifferent, and the ice coldness under his eyes seemed like it was going to freeze people. Do not dare. I mean, Your Highness should know. Shang Yunqi is not general. His mind through. Eyes firm. Your Highness, if you can piggyback me to Kyoto, in the future I will return today's favor. There was almost nothing left of the men he had brought with him. He knew that it must be more than just the two brothers in the family who had joined forces together, and even the Kyoto side was afraid to be involved. He had been hunted down 3 times along the way. Those people are bound to leave their lives on the road. A hint of hatred flashed underneath Shang Yunqi's eyes. Your Highness knows that I'm the son of the world, and my father holds 100,000 military power. As long as I don't die. His voice was much lighter, but Jing Xiaochan still heard it. Jing Xiaochan suddenly laughed and spoke meaningfully. Your Highness is true to your character. I just don't know how the son of the world will repay you in the future. Shang Yunqi always felt that Jing Xiaochan's smile was dangerous and made his scalp tingle. Buzz 6. He suddenly remembered the world's high praise for His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's talent is astonishing. With talent to set the court, with martial arts to secure the battlefield, is the entire great Jiashan Kingdom's fixed sea god needle. Buzz 6. Would such a person not be able to see that he's behind this whole thing? Would not be able to see what he was up to? At that instant, Shang Yunqi felt the sweaty hairs on his entire body stand up. Creepy no less. Prince, he had already thought of this step now since he saved himself at that time. That's why he came out now. Waited here specially, waited for him to come over, and then waited for him to open his mouth and even promise. For a moment, he actually didn't know whether or not to answer the Crown Prince's question. Jing Xiaochan wasn't in a hurry either. He lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, his expression elegant and reserved. He waited for Shang Yunqi to tell the truth, waited for his true commitment. After all, that backwards is too far away, and that 100,000 military power is just an empty check. He, Jing Xiaochen, didn't need these empty ones. Lone sees that Shitsi's face is not looking good, so I'll go back first. Jing Xiaochen put down his teacup and the quilt hit the table with a crisp sound. Not heavy, but just enough to knock Shang Yunqi's eardrums. He actually even shook his hands a bit for a moment, his throat dry, but Jing Xiaochen was bland and his face did not change in the slightest. For a moment, Shang Yunqi closed his eyes and then opened them again. His eyes were astringent. He sighed. Your Highness, may I ask the others to move? Jing Xiaochen looked at Cheng Blood and Honglan. Buzz 6. The two of them looked at Jing Xiaochen, their faces showing concern. His Highness had injuries on his body, and as far as they knew, the Prince of Pingnan's martial arts was first class. They are not at ease. Jing Xiaochen also didn't need them to feel at ease. His expression was ghostly cold as he looked at the two men. Qing Blood and Hong Lan didn't dare to delay in the slightest and walked out. Before going out, Jing Xiaochen but suddenly spoke. Hong Lan, prepare the evening meal. Hong Lan was slightly stunned and said, yes, His Highness had specifically ordered it, afraid that it was for that snake, so she had an idea in her heart of what kind of evening meal she should prepare. Thinking so, she subconsciously looked at Jing Xiaochen's arm, only to realize that the little snake called a jiao was not there. They were usually used to Mo Jiao and His Highness being inseparable from each other, and this glance over actually didn't expect anything, but Hong Lan wasn't going to ask anything. She walked out and brought the door with her in passing. With only 2 people left, Jing Xiaochen didn't say anything. Shitzi, please speak. He knew that the situation was not as simple as Shang Yunqi had previously stated. He wants the truth, not the half-true or half-false words that perfume him. One hot Chinese. Shang Yunqi pursed her lips, the peaks of her brows tightly furrowed as she glanced at Jing Xiaochen, just in time to meet those narrow phoenix eyes, the bottom of which were dark and unfathomable, so that one couldn't pry into a trace of emotion. It seems that the prince is indeed powerful. Your son should know that Lone does not have that much time to waste here. By now neither Mo Jiao nor he had eaten dinner. Marat should be hungry. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and placed his fingers on the teeth marks that Mo Jiao usually sucked blood and bit down. This pursuit came from the eldest king's brother Shang Qiwen and the second king's brother Shang Qiwu, all because I deliberately provoked them when I left. Shang Qiwen and Shang Qiwu were both common sons, but after all, the title and rights of the position of the son and the first-grade Pingnan king were all wanted by anyone, so the 3 of them had always been at odds, and secretly fought back and forth, and in the end, because he was the first son, as well as the many schemes therein, he was given the position of the son ahead of time. Just didn't realize that his father had been planning to just keep him as the son of the world, as a sacrifice sent to the capital to maintain the surface of the peace. But how could he be easily at the mercy of others? That's why he made a special effort to plan when he left, bound to make sure that his power wouldn't dissipate just because he went to the capital. But Shang Yunqi didn't realize that both Shang Qiwen and Shang Qiwu were crazy. They even joined forces with others and chased him many times along the way, not stopping until he was killed, especially with a mole among his people, exposing his whereabouts for all to see. If it wasn't for being saved by the crown prince this time, he might have actually fallen into the river and fed the fish. Buzz 6. So who did those 2 join forces with? He set his sights on the second prince, Jing Xiaoze, who had traveled south, but it wasn't certain now, and he didn't care to be certain. The most important thing for him right now is his well-being. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Indeed. Shang Yunqi's body stiffened and quickly relaxed again. It seems that your highness has guessed all this. What are you exchanging for loan to take you back to the capital? Jing Xiaochen took a good look at him, opening his mouth. Sure enough, this guy is a smart guy. Shang Yunqi's gaze was warm, but his sharpness was hidden underneath his warm face. There was actually a bit more depth to it as well. Military power. Shang Yunqi looked at Jing Xiaochen and said, is Shitzi playing a trick on me? Jing Xiaochen's eyes went 2 points colder. Shang Yunqi looked straight at Jing Xiaochen and softly said, Your Highness, I will never tell lies. Although the military power of the royal family is now in my father's hands, Your Highness should have the ability to help me take the power of the king as soon as possible. His gaze burned, and the light in his eyes surged. Your Highness is also in a difficult situation now, and this time is just a good opportunity. Whether or not it's a joint effort between the second prince and the royal family, as long as it's properly operated, he's not and can only be. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes narrowed lightly. Shitzi is quite calculating. Is that even him? Dare not. Touching those cold eyes, Shang Yunqi felt that his entire being was seen through, a coolness running through his body from top to bottom. Seeing him fall silent, his eyes dodging, Jing Xiaochen snorted coldly. The world son intends to use loan as a gun. Use loan to fight against your brothers, help you get the throne of the royal family, and then turn the other cheek. Or mercenaries rebel against themselves? Does Shitzi really think that I, Jing Xiaochen, can only rely on you to sit in that position? It's too arrogant. Jing Xiaochen snorted and stood up from his seat. His gold silk cloud patterned boots fell on the wooden boards, making a heavy sound, and in just a few steps, he had already arrived in front of Shang Yunqi. Jing Xiaochen's entire body's aura flourished, a disdainful aura arose, and the pressure around him forced one's head to be unable to lift up. Shang Yunqi secretly, he was shocked, and immediately transported his inner strength to resist, but also at this time, Jing Xiaochen lightly opened his mouth. Shitzi, I know that there is something on your body, as long as you give something to the loan to ensure that you all the way to safety and security, and in the future, no worries. Buzz 6. Shang Yunqi's face suddenly changed, and his body couldn't stop backing up. What did your highness say again? Forgive me for not understanding. Bus 6. No? Jing Xiaochen's eyes swept over his face. In order to secure your own rights, and also fearing that the military power will fall by the wayside. When you were on your way out, you got an agreement to get a transfer order for 30,000 soldiers from the Pingnan King. Shang Yunqi, tell me what you're trying to do with this? Rebellion? Shang Yunqi's pupils snapped. What did you say? His voice broke. Jing Xiaochen did not care. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. His look was cold and stern. Shitsi, consider it well. If you want to hit the south wall, I don't have time to give you a chance. Obviously. Either hand over the 30,000 soldiers transfer order and become the crown prince's man, or lose your life here. With that he was already striding toward the door. After walking about 2 steps, Jing Xiaochen suddenly turned his head, a sharp knife clutched in his hand. Advise Shitsi not to play these tricks in front of this lone. If I want to kill you, I'll do it anytime, anywhere. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen turned around. The small knife in his hand flew out sharply, grazing Shang Yunqi's face and nailing it to the wall, emitting a clanging and trembling sound. Jing Xiaochen, who was just about to leave, suddenly had a glance, and right at the side of this room, the pitch-black snake's tail was half exposed, fiercely slapping the water. Jing Xiaochen frowned and ran to the window. He wasn't wrong, it was Mo Zhao's snake tail. He closed the window with a bang and looked at Shang Yunqi coldly. Shitsi, go back. Shang Yunqi opened her mouth and saw that Jing Xiaochen had already taken a big step out of the room. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the crown prince's face was hard to look at, and his footsteps were still tinged with eagerness. Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to leave? Mo Zhao stayed in that room was really a bit boring. After waiting for a while without seeing Jing Xiaochen come back, her body was almost lying stiff, so she turned her body, the snake's tail slapping the water in her hand with light movements. After filming for a while, she was still bored and wanted to drink Jing Xiaochen's blood, but Jing Xiaochen never came back, so she climbed out of the window again, falling into the water in the sound a little loud. Those people thought that there are killers come again. One by one vigilant probe up. Mo Zhao can only dive into the water, leaving only a small section of snake tail. She followed Jing Xiaochen. The smell of the past. I did not expect to encounter the image of Shang Yunqi injuring Jing Xiaochen with a concealed weapon. That moment of irrepressible violence. She flung the snake's tail and tried to hit it, but she didn't expect Jing Xiaochen to move so fast to catch the concealed weapon, not to mention that he also spotted her figure. Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips and walked towards his room with the prepared food. Eyes glanced back. Good. She knew to come after him. When Jing Xiaochen entered the house, Mo Zhao's side had already swam quickly to the window, not realizing that he was still a step late. Jing Xiaochen had already entered the house. Mo Zhao kind of despised himself. How could he be such a wimp? How come you're afraid of Reserve's face? Ah, Jiao, it's time to eat. Jing Xiaochen called out twice, and soon saw that pouring face exposed by the window. The corner of his mouth with a smile faintly responded. Coming. Jing Xiaochen's pupils deepened by a few points as he watched Mo Zhao's body reveal itself bit by bit. Mo Zhao did not dare to delay, quickly turned around and entered the house. Glancing at Jing Xiaochen's face, it seemed a bit ugly. Her eyes turned around a few times to take the initiative to open her mouth. This room is too stuffy. I just want to swim a bit to relax and unwind. Aha! Jing Xiaochen responded with an expressionless face. Why are you still angry? Mo Zhao gritted her teeth. Then next time I'll wait for you to come back and then go out. Okay? You do not get angry now, first eat. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen continued to cloth the dishes in silence. Mo Zhao's willow brows slightly knitted. Why was Jing Xiaochen so angry? She didn't want to talk either. She plopped down and took her chopsticks and prepared to eat. Bus 6. It's just that she's so unbalanced right now that she can't eat her meals. Looking at His Royal Highness, who was elegant and noble and meticulous even when eating something, Mo Zhao was greedy and angry. She hadn't done anything. Why was Jing Xiaochen angry? It was still kind of scary to look angry without saying a word. Mostly because she didn't like it either. Half a day without a bite to eat. Already hungry. Now looking at Jing Xiaochen eating deliciously. Her saliva could not hold back. But she was also very angry. Pa! She put her chopsticks down and stared at Jing Xiaochen. I'm not eating. Oh! Jing Xiaochen slowly ate his meal one bite at a time. Mo Zhao's eyes turned into snake pupils. Coldness flashed under her eyes, and with her teeth bared, she suddenly turned around and took a bite on Jing Xiaochen's wrist. You're angry. I'm even more angry. How can this reserve have a bigger temper than she does? The two men didn't react for a moment to the Inkling's movement. until a bite from the inked, neat teeth left deep teeth marks. The skin wasn't broken. The two couldn't help but look up and face each other. Mo Zhao's vision drifted a bit at this moment. She actually forgot that she was not a snake now. She was half human and half snake. Jing Xiaochen felt the warmth coming from his arm. He lowered his eyes to look at the corner of Mo Zhao's full and softly shaped lips still pressed against his arm, and he felt a rush of heat in that spot right to the bottom of his heart. He clenched his fist. Ahem. Jiao should have bitten harder. Inkjet. She pursed her lips, a little upset. Looking up at his smile, he became even more upset. You're not angry? Jing Xiaochen's smile lurched. His jaws slightly popped. I'm not angry. It's not that I don't want you to go out. It's too dangerous for you to be seen like this now. And now that there are so many people on this ship, who can guarantee that every one of them is a commoner? Mo Jiao knew that Jing Xiaochen was worried about her, but he was too worried. So worried that it was as if he had to tie her to his body to be at ease. Mo Jiao grabbed Jing Xiaochen's arm to support her body not to fall, and Jing Xiaochen was silent and sidestepped a bit to facilitate her stabilization. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen, I am not a simple snake. Mo Jiao decided to discuss this with him. Aha! I know. Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment. He knew what Mo Jiao was going to say, but he just couldn't rest assured. So you don't have to worry about me. I'm not going to let myself get hurt. Jing Xiaochen silently looked into Mo Jiao's eyes as if to say what happened before when she always hurt people all over her body. The previous injury. That was a special period of special circumstances, not man-made. Jing Xiaochen's voice was faint. You're also in a special situation now. Inkjet. I can protect myself. What if I get caught? This was what Jing Xiaochen feared the most. Speaking of which, the great Jiaosu kingdom always abhorred demons, and the fear of the unknown would make them turn crazy. The current Mo Jiao is not capable of defending herself. Manhwa Chinese. His gaze slowly fell on her snake's tail, the dark scales shiny and glistening, but just as fragile. A flick of his sword could break through the fragile defenses. The reason why? He was uneasy. Just the thought of Mo Jiao covered in blood overwhelmed the blood pressure in his entire body. He spared a soft breath and looked over at Inkbrand. Can't catch it I'm really powerful. Mo Jiao tugged at her long black hair. Her eyebrows knitted together. Without an aura surprisingly she wasn't even able to show how awesome she was. What a blunder. Suddenly Mo Jiao's eyes lit up and her sight was on this side table. Pop. The table became powder. And she looked at Jing Xiaochen. Look. No one can move me. Even without aura. She still had strength. As long as it is not the same as the last molting thunderbolt. The whole body is still full of injuries. It's fine. Bus 6. Well, a Jiao is the best. Jing Xiaochen's eye sank. But you still can't appear in the crowd like this now. His finger gently tapped her snake tail. The scales are smooth and seem like jade when you put your hand on them. Look, normally you're a snake. I didn't restrict your freedom, did I? Jing Xiaochen sighed. Still thinking that this snake was too stupid. He had to watch it closely. Mo Jiao thought about the recent. As if. Indeed. She went down to the water to catch fish. Jing Xiaochen did not stop. Jing Xiaochen didn't stop her when she went out on her own on the mountain. She nodded, her 3,000 strands of hair swaying, the strands hitting his hand creating a tickle, and her hair was very nice, too, the way he liked the feel of it. Only when you are like this, I have to stop you from going out and encountering people for the sake of your safety. After all, this is a human world. The demon is a foreigner. He once read some miscellany of words and stories. Those inside, but wherever there has been a sperm monster, without exception, the body and head of a different place. Bus 6. The inkling continued to nod as if that were the case. So you stay here now, okay? Jing Xiaochen's hand rested on her head again, the strands of her hair floating through her fingers. His eyes were doting and tender. Good. Well, I'll make time for you too. Fine. No need for your company. She had to figure out how to solve her current half-human, half-snake dilemma. Jing Xiaochen passed his wrist to Mo Jiao's mouth and used a hint of internal force. A thin wound was cut on his wrist and crimson blood slowly seeped out. What are you doing? Mo Jiao was shocked and quickly grabbed his wrist, looking to the wound. A glimmer of heartache she didn't even know she had surfaced in her eyes. Drink it. You only drank it once today. He couldn't stop the pleasure in his heart as he looked at the sincere concern showing on that bright face. You're still hurt, and it's even worse from soaking again today. So she's embarrassed to suck blood anymore. As much as she wants to. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes. His internal force moved again. The blood was like a single red bead. The blood can't be stopped. It's too much of a waste not to drink it. Jing Xiaochen brought his wrist to her lips. Mo Jiao glanced at Jing Xiaochen again. Don't do this next time. Use your inner strength again. Be careful of letting the wound split open again. Aha! Mo Jiao lowered her head when she finished speaking. Her cold lips pressed against his wrist, which felt nothing like the usual sensation of her snake teeth sucking blood. His gaze slowly fell on the corner of her lips, which were tinged with blood, as if they were a cluster of fiery red roses, gaudy and bewitching. Seductive. Hiss. Jing Xiaochen watched as with the loss of his blood, Mo Jiao's face changed away little by little until it finally became a snake's head. Mo Jiao was surprised. I've changed back. Aha! Jing Xiaochen's eyes were complicated. It turned out that Jing Xiaochen's blood could not only allow her to raise her cultivation, it could even help her change back from her half-human, half-snake state, and Mo Jiao deeply felt that this reserve food was not a bad thing to raise. Then I can go out. Next time you go out, take me with you. Mo Jiao tried. Her figure began to slowly shrink. Finally, to the size of a thumb, she wrapped around Jing Xiaochen's arm again, until finally the snake's head rested on his hand and rubbed against it before narrowing her eyes and relaxing. Jing Xiaochen was amused and spoiled to see this. The little snake was now using his chest as a bed and the palm of his hand as a small collapse. One hot Chinese. But he just loves little snakes like this. It was dark outside, and the candlelight in the room flickered gently, flickering with a warm light. Wow! Jing Xiaochen waved his sleeve. The candlelight went out, and the faint moonlight sprinkled in from the window. And Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen, who was lying down, and swam his body very consciously, until finally the snake's head rested on his neck and closed his eyes. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen's body slightly stiffened and then quickly relaxed. Such an important place as the neck was the only place this little snake could get close to, just like the 7 inches of the little snake. Only he could get close to it. In the middle of January of the 41st year of the Great Zhao State Linen, Crown Prince Jing Xiaochen returned to the capital peacefully. When standing at the entrance of the palace, Jing Xiaochen was actually dazed for a moment. He's actually only been out there for about 6 months. He lowered his eyes to look at Mo Jiao. Jiao, this is where we will live from now on. Mo Jiao tilted her head. The tall red fence, covered with glazed tiles glistening in the sun, carved beams and paintings, jeweled buildings, exquisite luxury everywhere. All of them. I'm not picky. Mo Jiao spat out her snake letters and hissed at the palace entrance. Those guards looked over and realized that the honorable crown prince had a snake coiled around his arm. Seeing that the gazes were all focused on Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaochen's expression turned cold. Why? Don't you recognize Loan? Don't dare. All the guards hurriedly saluted. See your highness the crown prince. Be excused. Jing Xiaochen stepped through the palace gate, and everywhere inside the palace, the forbidden guards were kneeling on the ground. All rise. His face was calm and his voice was clear and honorable. Thank you, your highness. Ah, big brother. Suddenly a childish voice rushed into Jing Xiaochen's arms at once. Mo Jiao looked over, only to see that the visitor was a year-old boy, wearing brocade garments. His face was fleshy and still had tears hanging on his eyes. His appearance was a bit similar to Jing Xiaochen, but because of the amount of meat on his face, he was slightly rich. Only to see Jing Xiaochen's brows twisted and reprimanded. What is the behavior of a man who cries and weeps? Jing Xiaoyun flattened his mouth and immediately stood up and wiped his tears, tilted his head and looked at Jing Xiaochen with childish admiration. Big brother, I thought you would never come back. Oh, Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment and reached out to touch Jing Xiaoyun's head. Didn't I come back? Mo Jiao. So Jing Xiaochen's habit of liking to touch his head came from here. Ah, snake. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun jumped up in shock. Also at this time Jing Xiaochen grabbed Jing Xiaoyun with a sullen face. How did the injury come about? Jing Xiaoyun gripped his clothes and stepped back with dodging eyes. Jing Xiaochen's face darkened. Stand still. No lying. Tell me what's going on. Jing Xiaoyun reflexively stood upright, only to see that the front of his clothes had been slightly pulled open by Jing Xiaochen, and a greenish-purple strangulation mark was spread all over his neck, which looked extraordinarily hideous. Jing Xiaoyun stole a glance at Jing Xiaochen, only to see that he was clearly angry. His head immediately dropped again, gritting his teeth and squeezing his chubby meaty hands just to keep quiet. Jing Xiaoyun. Snap. Jing Xiaochen. Suddenly lowering his head. The tears on Jing Xiaoyun's face began to fall non-stop. He bit his lower lip in an effort not to make a sound, but because of this it made people extra heartbreaking. Jing Xiaochen squatted down and gently wiped away his tears, but his voice was cold and deep. What are you crying for? I'll do it for you. Mo Jiao watched the interaction between the two brothers. She knew that Jing Xiaochen was actually a person with a hard mouth and a soft heart, and he was very kind to this brother. Wow. Oh. As soon as Jing Xiaochen's words came out, Jing Xiaoyun's crying erupted all of a sudden and couldn't be stopped. Jing Xiaochen frowned. Shut up. No crying. Bus 6. Oh, burp. Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao's small eyes turned around, looking at this interaction between the two brothers, inexplicably wanting to laugh a little. Jing Xiaochen, such a powerful person, but also unable to do anything about the crying Jing Xiaoyun. Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips and looked at Jing Xiaoyun with a taut jaw. Have you finished memorizing the scriptures? How are you learning the 4 books? Cry again and double today's homework. Ink spot. Jing Xiaoyun. Jing Xiaoyun instantly stopped crying. The back of her hand fiercely wiped her eyes, a pair of black grape-like eyes dripping around. No more crying. Ooh, hiccup. He hiccuped and hastily covered his mouth again, fearing that Jing Xiaochen would add homework to him again. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. Come with me to the East Palace and wait for my father's place to come back and test your schoolwork. Jing Xiaoyun. He's a little sorry for crying. Oh, Mo Jiao looked at it and thought that this child was quite interesting. The child as a dragon son and grandson of the emperor, naturally also bear dragon chi. But his dragon chi is not as heavy as Jing Xiaochen, but also compared to Jing Xiaozi for a lot of thick. It seems that in the future this has the power of the king to do it. On top of that, those eyes were clean and penetrating. I wonder if they were too well protected by Jing Xiaochen. Seeing Jing Xiaochen walking away, Jing Xiaoyun followed up again with bashful steps, his fingers gently pulling on the corner of Jing Xiaochen's coat, while pulling also peeping at Jing Xiaochen's face. Jing Xiaoyun's these small actions, Jing Xiaochen saw all of them in his eyes, but he also treated them as if he didn't see them. Then he slowed down his pace and headed towards the East Palace, just a few steps away. The oncoming. Then a person came, wearing a dark red eunuch's uniform, and when he saw Jing Xiaochen, he hurriedly saluted. Old slave. See your highness the crown prince. Jing Xiaochen looked at the eunuch in front of him and said, please rise. Chief Qian. I wonder if there's something going on at father's place. Chief Qian is the chief of the imperial household. Is the person who serves on his father? Generally speaking, such a person will not arbitrarily leave the imperial household to serve. And now come here. I am afraid that the purpose is not simple. Bus 6. Chief Steward Qian stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, His Majesty has summoned you and asked you to enter the Taiji Hall. Wanha Chinese. Jing Xiaochen's eyebrows moved slightly. Don't worry, Chief Manager. I'll go once I changed my clothes. Please be as quick as possible. Your Highness. Chief Qian hit his duster. I'll leave you. Slave. After saying that, Chief Qian quickly left. I wonder what father is in such a hurry. His speed back to the palace was 2 points faster, and Jing Xiaoyun followed Jing Xiaochen closely, but his gaze sneaked towards Mo Jiao this time. Hiss. Ah. Mo Jiao breath spat out her snake letters and bared her teeth, frightening Jing Xiaoyun into jumping away violently. What's going on? Jing Xiaochen turned his head to look over. Jing Xiaoyun pointed at Mo Jiao with a white face. Big brother, why are you carrying a snake on you? You quickly throw her away. Seeing that Jing Xiaochen's face darkened and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, Jing Xiaoyun shrunk his neck and his aura weakened a few more points. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Mo Jiao. She was baring her teeth. Her snake pupils were pitch black, looking with a few chills, straight to the scalp. Jing Xiaochen pointed his finger at Mo Jiao's head. Naughty, don't scare him. He's too chicken. Okay. Ink Jiao's snake head rubbed against his fingers and his dark eyes rolled. How about I help him practice his guts? Jing Xiaochen. How did he not realize that little snake's playfulness was so heavy? Jing Xiaoyun saw Jing Xiaochen ignoring him and talking to a snake. He bristled, feeling that the snake was a real eyesore. His big brother had never been so gentle with him. Even his words seemed to carry a smile. Jing Xiaoyun's eyes rolled slightly, suddenly revealing a devil-like smile. Mo Jiao raised an eyebrow. Yo, Jing Xiaochen, this younger brother still has 2 faces? Mo Jiao bared her teeth, inexplicably finding this kid amusing. And it just so happened that she had been bored since she got here, so it would be good to play with him. Of course, there were some things she could help Jing Xiaochen with. Jiao, stay well in the Eastern Palace. Don't go out. Jing Xiaochen was dressed in a dark black crown prince's coronation suit, solemn and majestic, further accentuating his lofty, honorable and incomparable status and aura. Solemnly barking, Mo Jiao listened and quietly rolled her eyes. Okay, I know. This is already the 3rd time he has barked after entering the palace. It's not like she can't hear it. Alas, it's not good for the reserve to nag too much. Seeing that Mo Jiao nodded, Jing Xiaochen looked at Cheng Blood and Hon Lan again. Have the cook prepare some food. More meat, for Jiao and the 8th prince. and there is no need to wait for Orphan for the evening meal. Yes. Cheng Blood and Hong Lan returned, and Jing Xiaochen glanced uneasily at Mo Jiao again before turning to leave. Hong Lan looked at Mo Jiao. She didn't dare to approach this snake without His Highness the Crown Prince. They were aware of the viciousness of this snake, as long as it was succulent as His Highness intended. After all, along the way she also probably had an understanding of Mo Jiao's appetite and preferences. So she looked at Jing Xiaoyun. Eighth Highness, I'll go have the cooks make the meals. What would you like to eat tonight? I want osmanthus cake. Crispy chicken wings. Jing Xiaoyun reported a whole bunch of dishes. Cheng Blood came over and spoke expressionlessly. Eighth Highness, His Highness asked us to watch your evening meal. It's not easy to digest in the evening, and the Crown Prince commanded that you should eat less meat, eat more veggies. Jing Xiaoyun, he almost couldn't control another wow. And Inkjaw laughed unkindly at the scene. This kid is so cute. Looking at Jing Xiaoyun's face wrinkled into a ball, she couldn't help but wonder if Jing Xiaochen was like this when he was a child. She imagined in her mind, couldn't help but smile again. A pair of eyes narrowed into slits, bared her teeth. The scales on her body had clear lines, one after another articulated without any gaps. It looked like a special kind of aesthetics. Manhwa Chinese Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun felt that if he normally saw something that looked this good, he would definitely ask for it. But his eyes finally returned to the upright snake head. The fondness in his heart disappeared all of a sudden without a trace, and the eyes that looked at Mo Jiao had fear, as well as disgust. He was scared of snakes, scared to death of them, scared to death of cutting them into 1,000 pieces. Jing Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and took another step back. How could brother keep a pet? And a snake at that? What the hell does brother think? He scrunched his face and looked at the inkpot, growing more and more disliked. Mo Jiao was very sensitive to people's emotions, and she took a glance at Jing Xiaoyun and thought to herself, what did she do to mess with this kid? Cheng Blood listened and glanced at Jing Xiaoyun. The Eighth Highness doesn't need to care about His Highness's mind. You just need to eat and drink well and learn well. They had, after all, watched Jing Xiaoyun grow up from a young age, and would not want to see him suffer any harm, especially from this snake and His Highness. It really only takes one tail for this snake to move him. As for your Highness, His Highness's importance to this snake was evident to them, and they felt that probably, His Highness the Eighth and Mo Jiao had different weights in His Highness's heart. And Mo Jiao definitely accounted for more than His Highness the Eighth. It's fortunate that Ma Jiao is a snake, His Highness's pet. People who don't know also thought that Mo Jiao is the sweetheart of His Highness. After all, the current His Highness to this snake spoiled to the sky. As if you want the stars and moon can be picked kind of. Bus 6. Green Blood shook his head as he thought about how His Highness and Mo Jiao had gotten along this way. Manhwa Chinese. Soon the meal came up. One side of the pendulum is a variety of meat. Chicken, duck, fish and meat are all complete. The whole accounted for most of the table. And Jing Xiaoyun in front of is a variety of green vegetables, only accounted for a small corner of the table. Jing Xiaoyun took a look at the vegetables and frowned. Cheng Blood, quickly bring over that duck meat over there, he said as he pushed the vegetables in front of him to the other side, his eyes drooling at the meat. Cheng Blood expressionlessly stopped his movements. Your Highness, your dishes are these in front of you. What about those meat? Jing Xiaoyun blinked. It's definitely not good when brother comes back cold. I'll just eat it. That's for the snake. Cheng Blood moved quickly and steadily to place the dishes that Jing Xiaoyun had pushed over in its place. What? Jing Xiaoyun was shocked, his face full of incredulity. Who did you say those were for? His fingers were shaking as he pointed at the dishes, and his eyes were fixed on Cheng Blood as if he wanted to prove that he had just heard it wrong. Unfortunately, Green Blood never tells lies. He nodded solemnly, prepared for that snake Mo Jiao. When he finished speaking, he saw everyone, including the chief of the Eastern Palace as well as a room of serving maids all frozen in place. Then everyone saw a dark, scaly, thumb-thin snake come out of nowhere, move quickly and climb up the chair. Then the body coiled into a ball, the snake's head upright, spitting snake letters to see with all the people. Oh, and the dish in front of her. The ink slinger looked to Greenblood and hissed twice. Greenblood's scalp tingled a bit as he asked, cloth dishes? Then everyone saw the pitch-black snake's head nod, and its eyes seemed like pearls, small and bright, and it seemed as if there was drool falling out of its mouth. Jing Xiaoyun, big brother is not going to do this to me. That snake, what gives her the right to eat so well? This must all be for me. Jing Xiaoyun, simply incredible. He knows Jing Xiaochen's big brother. He never keep pets, never show any favorite things, but now he favors this snake. He tampered with his little fists, fleshy yet as if they were particularly powerful. Cheng Blood's voice was faint. how His Highness treats anyone is not something that we can set aside. Your 8th Highness is careful with your words. After saying that, he proceeded to lay out the food for Mo Zhao, who plopped down quietly on the chair, only 2 tiny eyes staring at Greenblood. It was the first time Greenblood had ever done something like this, and he felt so stressed that it was almost as if the roots of his hair were standing on end. Buzz 6. He took a dark breath, suppressing the hand he couldn't help but feel about to shake. When the saucer was full, Greenblood, as if amazed, immediately stepped back and stood at attention. The ink sliver extends the snake's head and begins to eat. Buzz 6. Snap. I don't want to eat with a snake. Suddenly Jing Xiaoyun threw down his chopsticks and spoke in dissatisfaction. Get her out of here for His Highness. Everyone in the Eastern Palace knew Jing Xiaoyun's temper, and each of them looked at Qing Blood with some difficulty. To be honest, to this day they still couldn't believe that His Highness would find a snake as a pet, and that he was especially pampered with this snake. It is true that His Highness's cold and clear and cold heart for many years never changed. Before there are also many pets are brought by Jing Xiaoyun, but never saw His Highness give a look to those pets. And those pets are also dogs and cats, which are popular pets in the pet world. How is it that now His Highness has suddenly found such a black snake of some unknown species as a pet? Then your 8th Highness will find a new table to eat at. Qing Blood sighed as he looked toward the immovable Mo Zhao. Those of them who have been to Vietnam know that this snake is actually the big brother of the big brothers. Even His Royal Highness was saved by this snake. What did you say? Jing Xiaoyun was enraged. Someone come, throw this snake out for me. The moment Jing Xiaoyun's words came out, everyone looked over. Speaking of which, almost many people are afraid of snakes. Those maids and eunuchs of the East Palace each looked at each other. Their feet coincidentally took a step back, but in their hearts, they all thought of throwing them out quickly. Goosebumps rose as he watched the black snake hiss. Greenblood, your 8th Highness might as well change tables for dinner. Qing Blood couldn't help but glance at the fast-eating Mo Zhao, and wondered how in the world such a small body could eat so much. But he was mostly afraid of Mo Zhao's rage right now. Hearing Qing Blood's opposition once again, Jing Xiaoyun directly exploded. I don't. A small face turned red. Where are the guards? What are you doing to eat? Throw her away. No. Just chop her to death dash. Whoosh. Mo Zhao's snake pupils were pitch black, her sharp teeth bared, and before anyone could react in time, she swooped and wrapped herself around Jing Xiaoyun's body. Jing Xiaoyun, ah! Green blood. Hiss. The pupils of the ink sliver's snake were icy cold, and its body pulled thin and wrapped itself around Jing Xiaoyun's neck. Her snake's head stood upright, directly coming to grips with Jing Xiaoyun. Buzz 6. Bang! Your 8th Highness. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoyun rolled his eyes and fell off the chair at once. Mo Zhao secretly used her cultivation to not let him fall and get hurt. Honglan reacted the fastest and immediately stepped forward to pinch Jing Xiaoyun's middle. What's going on? Suddenly a low voice rang out and everyone looked over with a nerve reflex. The person coming was the Crown Prince. Your Highness. That snake scared the 8th Highness unconscious. The attendants' minions knelt on the ground. Their eyes were tinged with shock and fear. No one had expected that snake to suddenly rise up in a violent manner. I didn't realize she actually attacked people. So they looked at Jing Xiaochen expectantly again, hoping that he would execute the snake. Your Highness, that snake is abominable. She. Seeing Mo Zhao's cold snake pupils looking over, the maid swallowed in fear and backed away with a pale face. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Zhao, who was plopped down on the chair Jing Xiaoyun was sitting on, looking at him with innocent eyes. I really didn't expect him to be that timid. She just wanted to scare him, but he's not so scary. But don't worry, he's fine, Mo Zhao added. Her gaze was still tinged with a bit of heart. After all, she'd wanted to scare the kid with a hint of playfulness in addition to the fact that it had turned out to be like this. Jing Xiaochen's faint gaze fell on those talking courtiers, and those people were instantly silenced, and each of them hurriedly hung their heads very low. Can't even look at it. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince was very majestic, and everyone in the Eastern Palace didn't dare to say a word about what His Highness the Crown Prince was doing. Lone left the East Palace to now. Only 6 months' time. The East Palace has become a vegetable market? Jing Xiaochen's voice was cold and resounded throughout the dining hall. At this moment those people regretted even more in their hearts for what they had just said. Liam. None is here. Lian was the Grand Chief Executive of the East Palace, from the person of the First Empress, who was the biological mother of Jing Xiaochen, and later followed Jing Xiaochen around, and now he was almost 30 years old. Jing Xiaochen valued him, and promoted him to be the Chief Executive of the East Palace, and from time to time, he would speak with a lot of weight in front of Jing Xiaochen. Today at this moment but he did not dare to say a word. The whole person trembling kowtowed and confessed. It is the slave's fault. The slave is negligent in discipline. Please your highness punish. As the Grand Master of the Eastern Palace, this is how you discipline your subordinates when Lone is away? Lian heard the words. Face white. Slightly fat body has been shaking. Bang 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 kowtow sound has been continuous. Slave knows the crime. Please your highness spare your life. Lian knows Jing Xiaochen's temperament the most. He has always treated his subordinates with clear rewards and punishments. But today this is their fault. Failing to look after the Eighth Highness. And then put all the fault on a small snake. Which seriously touches His Highness's bottom line. And His Highness will never be lenient with this. You really want to punish them? A dark shadow flashed by. And Mo Jiao had already reached Jing Xiaochen's arm. Aha! You have to be punished for doing something wrong, said Jing Xiaochen as he glanced at Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao. She actually had a bad feeling at this moment. She spat out her snake letters, and her pitch-black snake pupils drifted over and over just not to meet Jing Xiaochen's eyes. The first time I saw her was when she was in the hospital, and she was in the hospital with her husband. She felt that Jing Xiaochen's words were also addressed to her. A hint of a smile flashed underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes, and the corner of his lips lifted. Ah Zhao also did something wrong today. Do you think he should be punished? Inkjet. She was upset again that the reserve was trying to punish her, when he was still her reserve. Her teeth bit down on Jing Xiaochen's wrist at once. Aha! Big brother, she's biting you. Get rid of her. The sudden voice startled Mo Jiao, although she knew that the child was not unconscious, but she was now enjoying a delicious wine. The child's words more or less caused a slight shock to her. Manhwa Chinese. She raised her head and looked straight at Jing Xiaoyun with darkness inside her erect snake pupils. I think the scare is too light. Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaoyun, ah. Shut up. Jing Xiaochen wrinkled his eyebrows and said coldly. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun immediately closed his mouth, but his face was full of grievances and accusations. Big brother. That snake scared me. Man up. Such guts. Time to train. Jing Xiaoyun, woohoo. Green blood. Starting tomorrow, the 8th prince will practice martial arts with you, and Lone will check regularly. Yes, your highness. Qing blood glanced sympathetically at Jing Xiaoyun. His 8th highness had always been a lazy person, not fond of literature or martial arts, only fond of eating, drinking and having fun. He could still play for a while without his highness, but once his highness returned, he wouldn't even have time to rest. Bus 6. In the past, his highness was busy and often absent from the palace, so no one cared about him, but now it's good. The civil and military are all on the same page. The life of the 8th highness in the future can be miserable. That said, however, Greenblood still thought that it might be because of the words of the 8th highness that threatened Mo Jiao. Just now those courtesans were talking about everything. Jing Xiaoyun, big brother, why are you doing this to me? Oh, clearly that snake bullied me. The more Jing Xiaoyun thought about it, the more aggrieved he became. His tears fell non-stop, and his voice choked as he spoke. Obviously he didn't do anything. How come he ended up being punished? Irrational. Crybaby cowardice. Where is the appearance of a royal son? Jing Xiaoyun opened his mouth, eyes full of defiance and aggression. Big brother, you are just favoring that snake. You don't want me because you think I'm annoying. I don't want you as my big brother either. After saying this, he wiped his eyes and ran out. Jing Xiaochen's brows furrowed as he looked toward Qingblood, who understood and chased after him. Ah Zhao has also done something wrong this time, so I'll punish you with no food for 2 days. Mo Jiao. She looked at the table of meat dishes with a grudge, and then at Jing Xiaochen. I should have eaten before scaring him. Jing Xiaochen. Only now did Jing Xiaochen look at a room full of palaces that were still kneeling and didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Lian's poor management is punished with 1 year's dedication, and if there's a next time, he will be demoted and dealt with. Lian prostrated himself on the ground for a long time. Many thanks, your highness. As for the others, I Donggong never need people who chew the cud. The person who just spoke was sent to the tucked-away palace. The rest of the people were given a warning. All next time, severely punished. Thank you, your highness. Your highness, spare your life. Several palace maids were dragged down. Jing Xiaochen's eyes sank cold. How long has it been since he was gone? The Eastern Palace had actually planted so many people. After the hall quieted down, Jing Xiaochen looked at the rest of the people. He placed his ink jiao in the palm of his hand and said in a deep voice, "Everyone watch." Everyone looked up uncertainly, only to see their honorable crown prince put the pitch-black snake in the palm of his hand. The lights in the temple. The scales on the body of the small snake flashed brightly. The pitch-black pupil of the snake with a cold intent, careless and high above, looking at everyone. Bus 6. They couldn't help but shiver. As he was looking for this, His Highness the Crown Prince's other hand gently touched the little snake's head, and his dark eyes carried a warmth and doting that surprised everyone. Yet when he looked at them he reverted back to the ice-coldness he once had, as if the gentle pampering he had just experienced was an illusion. Then he said, "From now on, this snake Mo Jiao is my second master of the East Palace. All people to her to respect, to protect. Eating preferences before and after the loan will be informed, regardless of the loan or not. All people to her shall not slack." When Jing Xiaochen's words came out, even Mo Jiao was surprised. She fiercely turned her head to look over. Her snake pupils met his black jade-like eyes, and she couldn't help but sink down, and her heart was suddenly soft. The snake's head couldn't help but rub against his palm but didn't dare to look into his eyes again. She couldn't even resist coiling her body up and hiding her head. She did the same, and under Jing Xiaochen's uncomprehending eyes, she buried her head in her coiled body and closed her eyes to feel the slight fluttering of the snake Dan. It was really strange to feel like this, and couldn't help but feel joy all over. A feeling that spread from the serpentine little by little, spreading to all the limbs and bones. Jing Xiaochen, however, locked his eyebrows and placed his fingers on the top of Mo Jiao's head, his deep voice containing concern. "Where is it uncomfortable?" "Nothing," Mo Jing called out, but didn't look up. Jing Xiaochun frowned and responded, then looked at everyone else. "Did Lone's words ring true?" "I hear you." Liam was the first to speak in response. One after another all of them immediately opened their mouths and responded. "They feel very mysterious today." His Highness had never said before that His Highness is the master of the East Palace, but now recognized a snake is another master of the East Palace? This thing? Simply shocking and curious. This little snake in the end, what virtue and what ability? To get the most honored crown prince of the great Jiashan kingdom, the future of the great Jiashan kingdom of the most respected people to be treated in such a way? Boss 6. Lian couldn't help but think that he was afraid that the future crown princess wouldn't be able to get such treatment from His Highness. He is aware of His Highness. He did not even have a concubine until now at the age of 20. Cold-hearted and cold to the core. So much so that they couldn't even imagine what His Highness the Crown Prince would be like to the future Crown Princess, and what he would be like when he was gentle and considerate. But they just seemed to see His Highness' tenderness. But for a snake, they couldn't help but be bewildered for a moment. Had they just looked away? Jing Xiaochen didn't care what they had in mind. He had already taken Mo Jiao away. The next day, the news of His Royal Highness returning to the court and His Royal Highness bringing a snake as a pet had spread throughout the palace and beyond. One hot Chinese. That night, Jing Xiaochen took Mo Jiao to the study. "You haven't eaten," Mo Jiao reminded Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen nodded Mo Jiao's head. His face did not look good. Boss 6. There was weariness under his eyes as he let the ink sliver wrap around his arm, and he lifted a hand to rub his brow. Mo Jiao knew that it should be the emperor who said something. In addition to the strangulation marks on Jing Xiaoyun's neck that he saw today, as well as those eyes planted up and down the eastern palace, Mo Jiao's eyes were sharp, and as she glanced over, the emotions under the eyes of those palace maids were already in her eyes. Similarly, Jing Xiaochen's eyes were poisonous, and the ones he sent out, all of them were problematic. Shortly after entering the study, the door slammed. "Enter." Jing Xiaochen handed down his hand. His demeanor instantly recovered. Still the same high and mighty crown prince, with an aura that made people believe and worship him. "Subordinates, see your highness." The person who came in was protected by a black iron armor, with a cold and solemn look, his hand with a long sword, long eyebrows and eyes, and his body was covered with a blood aura if anything. It was Jiang Ling who was in charge of all the intelligence networks, and was also the leader of the shocking cloud guards that Jing Xiaochen had created. "Rise." "Thank you, your highness." Jiang Ling cupped his fists and saluted before his entire body stood upright like a pine, his eyes like swords. "Lone and ask you, who did the wound on the neck of the 8th highness?" Jiang Ling looked solemn. "Please punish your highness. It was my subordinate who failed to find something wrong in time, and poor protection led to the 8th highness almost having an accident." Jing Xiaochen's gaze flared with coldness. "Failed to discover it in time?" "Jiang Ling, I said when I left that I would prioritize the protection of the 8th highness no matter what, and now you're telling me that you didn't realize in time that something was wrong, and you took Lone's words at face value? I don't dare." Jiang Ling hung his head. The fault of this matter was indeed on him. He was busy with the matter of the traitor at that time, but he didn't realize that he failed to take care of his 8th highness, causing his 8th highness to almost die. "My subordinate punishes himself with 100 military clubs. This matter was a sin of dereliction of duty on his part, and he must be punished." The anger underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes hadn't disappeared, and he tried to suppress it. He asked, What happened to the 8th Highness's injuries? It's the 8th Highness's nursemaid, Du, who has been imprisoned in the Hall of Discipline. 8th Highness Jing Xiaoyun's nanny was fed Jing Xiaochun's nanny. Then Jing Xiaoyun was born. The first empress died in childbirth. The 8th prince was held by the palace childless Feihui under the knee. Jing Xiaochen is not assured. They will be sent to their own nanny. And from the shock cloud guards to find 2 people specially over to protect Jing Xiaoyun's safety. I actually did not expect that the nurse Du had hidden so deeply, and had not shown any abnormality for many years. Now it's done suddenly, just as the net present value is returning to the capital. I'm afraid that the person behind the scenes was afraid of Jing Xiaochen returning to the palace and was unable to do anything about Jing Xiaochen, so he took his anger out on the young 8th prince, wanting to take revenge on Jing Xiaochen by leaving him with the corpse of Jing Xiaoyun. The gloom under Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed. Has the person behind the scenes been found out? Manhwa Chinese. Jiang Ling lowered his head. Not yet. Bang! The expensive red lacquered wooden table shattered and came to life, and a powerful aura spread out in all directions, oppressing the entire space as if the air was violently stagnant and breathing was difficult to maintain. Even this matter has not been investigated. What use does loan have for you? The pupils of Jiang Ling's eyes shrunk, and at that moment the aura on Jing Xiaochen's body suddenly raged on, and the hairs on his entire body stood up, and almost instantly, the muscles of his entire body tensed up in alertness. He was secretly shocked that His Highness was even more powerful than before. My subordinate has failed in his duties. Please punish Your Highness. Jiang Ling begged for punishment. Hiss. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao shouted and opened his mouth. Maybe the enemy is hiding too deep. That person even hid for 20 years. If not for this action, you guys are afraid that you wouldn't even know. Jing Xiaochen took a deep breath. His pair of black eyes resembling an endless abyss. 5 days. I want all the results. My subordinate will not dishonor my orders. He had already started the investigation. 5 days, although a bit tight, it was not impossible to accomplish. Your Highness, the 8th Highness has returned to Empress Hui. Qing blood quickly returned, and he was personally watching the 8th Highness go back. Aha! Jing Xiaochen nodded faintly. Mo Jiao blinked her tiny eyes and looked at Jing Xiaochen, who was in a bad mood and was worried about Jing Xiaoyun's safety. Her dark snake eyes gently rolled, spitting out the snake's letters. By the side of the 8th prince, send 2 more personal guards to make sure that the 8th prince's life is safe. If anything happens again, Jiang Ling, you'll have to carry your head. Jing Xiaochen looked at Jiang Ling with sunken eyes. Yes, Jiang Ling answered in a loud voice. Honglan, blue shout. Jing Xiaochen opened his mouth, and the 2 of them knocked on the door and entered. Greetings, Your Highness. Buzz 6. The matter of the Black Mirror. I'm sure it's all clear. The moment Jing Xiaochen's voice came out, several people breathed a few points lighter. Jiang Ling knelt down again. It was my subordinate's dereliction of duty. He was the head of the Shocking Cloud Guards, which had 3 divisions, the Intelligence Network, the Martial Hall and the Preceptor Hall. Head of the Intelligence Network. Green blood, red lawn, 1 good at camouflage, 1 good at medicine and poison. The Martial Arts Hall is in charge of the Black Mirror, the White Forest, and the last remaining Precept Hall, punishing the people who made mistakes in the Shocking Cloud Guards, reviewing the prisoners and so on. By the blue scolding the main punishment. The 3 divisions gradually expanded. The Martial Arts Hall is the largest, under the countless branches. These people with him North and South campaign, should be the love of comrades, but did not want to end up out of the traitor. He was hunted down on his way back to the capital, and the one who followed him to the southern border at that time was Bai Lin, and in the end, the 100 elites he brought with him were all wiped out, and Bai Lin died without a trace in order to protect him. There were suspicions at the time. Previously because of some small things will be suspected of a traitor, but in the end did not find out who it is. This time, he was afraid of danger, so he specially advanced the time to return to the capital by 2 days, and the person who contacted him at that time was Black Mirror. He hadn't even notified Jiang Ling of this matter, and had only asked Black Mirror to come and meet him. Unexpectedly, Black Mirror thought he had told the head of the 3 divisions as much as he could about the matter, and he eagerly passed on the information. So then falling off the cliff was almost certain. Later on, the people looking for the person to hunt down were again from the Martial Hall, with a few people from the other 2 ministries in between, so he added another person to the list. Until later, the Ministry of Intelligence, Chen Boss thing, as well as later Green Blood to hide the capital on the disappearance of the Prince deadline thing. He vaguely feel wrong again. This is all too deliberate. 1 by 1 countdown. The spies even pointed directly to the Ministry of Intelligence. Even Manhwa Chinese. to straight to the Greenblood. So he asked Greenblood and Honlan why they were withholding this news. And Greenblood said that it was the Black Mirror that informed the two on the way. Generally speaking, the Martial Hall was exposed to a lot of news because of its huge and direct nature. And often the people of the three ministries got together to share information. At that time, Greenblood was a bit puzzled. Why are you hiding this? Black Mirror glanced at the two of them. Commander Jiang informed us when we left. Since His Highness' life and death are unknown now, and there is a mole present, we definitely need to be careful not to divulge this kind of thing. In case His Highness learns of this news at that time and returns to the capital without regard for his safety, how can our mere 50 people protect him? Honlan was very disapproving. In that case, isn't it concealing your highness? Black Mirror was unimpressed. Is it important to conceal His Highness? Or is it important for His Highness to be safe? The lesser of the two was clear at a glance. So Red Lawn and Green Blood listened to Black Mirror's words. Bus 6. As for shopkeeper Chen's collusion with the prefecture's officials to find the Crown Prince's whereabouts, it was also obvious that the intelligence network of the prefecture of Yuezhou had been mesmerized by all that power and wealth, and shopkeeper Chen was a typical example of that. So much so that all information points to Greenblood being the mole. However, he would not jump to conclusions easily. This kind of thing is to be investigated strictly, but also cannot hurt the hearts of those forces that have been cultivated. One hot Chinese. But it was unexpected that at this point, Black Mirror wouldn't stop. He was anxious when Imo Jiao disappeared that day, and Black Mirror had actually exposed his whereabouts long ago, but he still persuaded himself to stay there so that those people could open a jar to catch a turtle. So he scrapped Black Mirror. Thinking about that day, Qing Blood and Honlan couldn't stop their bodies from trembling, especially Green Blood. He gulped. If it wasn't for His Highness' brilliance and not misjudging, he might have long since become the downfall of the Black Mirror. He couldn't help but sigh a little. Your Highness is perceptive. Jing Xiaochen's sharp gaze looked over. The matter of the intelligence network is in the charge of you two. Yet there is still the matter of Boss Chen. Poor supervision. Punishable by 30 military clubs. Give you half a month to rectify the situation. I want to see the results. The two men did not object in the slightest upon hearing this. Subordinates obey the order. Although the martial arts hall people and the shocking cloud guards accounted for a large part of the country, the intelligence network was the one that covered the widest area, spreading throughout the entire Great Jiashan country, and even the large and small neighboring countries around the southern and northern borders. Zhang Ling went down to choose a martial art. The person with outstanding abilities in the hall will be the head of the martial hall, and now the head of the hall is temporarily in your charge. Subordinate obeys the order. Zhang Ling responded. Blue scold. Black Mirror interrogation matter is your responsibility. Allow you half a month time. Subordinate obeys the order. Blue Shout was filled with anger. They had worked with Black Mirror for many years and never thought he would be the one to turn his back on his master. He was bound to dig up the reason for the betrayal and the mastermind behind it. Zhang Ling, in recent times, has there been any news about the person who assassinated Lone? Jing Xiaochen looked at Zhang Ling again. He stayed in Kyoto to specifically check on him about this matter. Back to your highness. The people who assassinated your highness in Yueshi Mountain. One side came from the southern border living flame country. The other side came from Kyoto. And my subordinates found out that those people were related to Third Highness. Qing Blood organized all the news. And Honlan added a few more on the side. Jing Xiaochen, however, furrowed his brows. Third Prince? Third Prince Jing Xiaoyuan. His birth mother was born lowly. He will never participate in the party struggle, because in the mother's womb fell sick. The doctor asserted that he could not live to 20. And now that he's 17 years old and has to rely on a wheelchair to get around, everyone, including his father, seems to have forgotten about him. When he reached the age of 16, he was authorized to leave the palace and build a house, and was named King of Idleness. Jing Xiaochen pondered for a moment, his eyes sullen. Could it be that the King of Idleness couldn't afford to be idle as well? With this in mind, I plan to go and find out what's going on one day. What are you thinking? Mo Jiao climbed onto Jing Xiaochen's shoulder. A touch of ice coldness imprinted on his cheek. He quickly returned to his senses. Lone thought of taking you out of the palace for a spin some other day. There are quite a few Kyoto delicacies to try. Mo Jiao bared her teeth, her green bean-sized black eyes now showing a wisp of grudge. You punished me for fasting. When Jing Xiaochen saw such an Mo Jiao and heard her aggrieved tone, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only to think that this little snake was really cute and silly. Bus 6. Whoever is fasted will find a way to get something to eat anyhow. Bus 6. Ink Spot, however, is prepared to execute it with seriousness. How's that for cute? Jing Xiaochen passed his wrist to Mo Jiao's lips and opened his mouth with a low smile. Lone only said fasting, not forbidding you to drink blood. Mo Jiao blinked and looked at Jing Xiaochen's slightly curved phoenix eyes. Thought you really wouldn't let me eat or drink. Jing Xiaochen really laughed this time. He nudged Mo Jiao's forehead in 7 inches. It's not like I'm abusing small animals. Jing Xiaochen returned to the East Palace, and heard that Jing Xiaochen brought a snake back as a pet, but also because of this snake, ruthlessly punished the 8th prince. In addition to this, I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is almost inseparable from this snake. In addition to going to the court, the other time with the same food, with the same living, with the same out of the same, simply will be this little pet to the sky. Everyone couldn't help but wonder what in the world this little snake was that could be so valued by His Highness the Crown Prince. Even the Empress, who was known to be the most favored pet, seemed to pale in comparison to him now. This matter has simply become a strange story. To know that His Highness the Crown Prince has never been cold-hearted, treating the 8th prince without any extra expression. But now he is so attached to a pet snake. Everyone speculated on what this snake was capable of that made His Highness the Crown Prince change for her. Big brother, you really scared the brothers this time. After the morning court, several imperial sons walked towards Jing Xiaochen in unison. Jing Xiaochen nodded. 4th brother, 5th brother, 6th brother. He had a cool expression on his face that the brothers were used to. Boss 6, the 2nd prince, Jing Xiaoze, couldn't make it to the morning court yet because his body was still not well from the bombing. Previously, the emperor read the 5th prince and the 6th prince were young, and did not give the errand to participate in the court. This time, once the crown prince has an accident, he will enroll the 5 or 6 two princes to participate in politics together. Seeing that Jing Xiaochen still had no extra emotions, the 5th prince Jing Xiaofeng took the initiative to open his mouth. It's been a long time since I went to the East Palace. Today a few brothers can go to the East Palace to bother us. Big brother won't drive us away. Jing Xiaofeng's nature is jumpy. Like to play, also like to laugh. Laugh when 2 tiger teeth exposed. Can't say happy. Let a person can't bear to refuse. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaochen's face was bland and his voice was gentle. No, let's go. Go back just in time for lunch. He was aware that Jing Xiaofeng went to the East Palace and was bound to use the lunch before leaving. It's still big brother who understands me. Jing Xiaofeng smiled with a broad smile. In fact, the purpose of going to the Eastern Palace was well known to several people. Attend 4th prince, 5th prince, 6th prince. When they arrived at the Eastern Palace, Lian led them in a salute as soon as he saw them, and his demeanor was so decent that one could not pick out a single fault in the Eastern Palace. Seeing Lian at the door, Jing Xiaochen knew why. He frowned slightly. Jiao went out again? Mo Jiao had gone out on her own for the past 2 days while he was at court. Yes, left after breakfast. Lian replied respectfully. When Jing Xiaofeng saw the scene, they looked at each other and didn't react for a moment. Who's Piper? Jing Xiaofeng even thought, could it be that big brother is hiding a woman in a golden house? One hot Chinese, hiding a stunning woman named Jiao? But that woman was bold enough to go out while big brother was away. Jing Xiaochen nodded. I know. Prepare the meal. The 3 princes are also dining here today. Yes, I'll go and prepare now. Lian bowed and retired. Jing Xiaofeng looked around curiously. Big brother, I heard that you have a pet. How come I don't see one? Jing Xiaochen frowned at his words. He had originally treated Mo Jiao as his pet, but that was with Ma Jiao in her snake form. By now he knew that Mo Jiao could transform, and although she was in a half-human, half-snake state, she couldn't hide the fact that she wasn't a pure animal. So to the point where she was now being referred to as his pet, he again had a hint of displeasure. Boss 6. He looked at Jing Xiaofeng and said, Jiao is my friend, not a pet. Mo Jiao was the one who entered the room at this time, just in time to hear Jing Xiaochen's words. A glint of happiness flashed in her eyes. It turned out that Reserve thought of her as a friend. She had recently gone out and heard many people discussing that she was Jing Xiaochen's pet, but she was a snake ancestor, one that could change into a human. How was she Jing Xiaochen's pet? So she was a bit upset, and now she didn't expect to hear these words from Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen, Mo Jiao called out. Jing Xiaofeng and the others heard the hissing sound and hurriedly looked over. They saw the doorway crawling in a small pitch-black snake. The scales of the small snake were clearly defined. The body was thumb-thin and thick. The lower half of the body was curved. The upper body was upright, blinking a pair of mung bean-sized pitch-black snake pupils to look over. It actually made the 3 of them tighten up their skin, and they had a kind of numbness in their scalp. After all, this is a snake that bites. But he saw that moment Jing Xiaochen suddenly spread a smile and stretched out his arm. Where did Jiao go to play today? A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of Jing Xiaofeng's few people, and it took them a while to react before they realized that Jiao was the name of that snake. It was said that the prince treasured that snake to death, and it was true. He even laughed over a snake. Laughing, the three of them eerily looked at Jing Xiaochen's face, which at the moment had a spring-like smile on it, and there was doting and tenderness under his eyes. What the hell? Their big brother, the crown prince Jing Xiaochen, who never showed any false colors, was actually showing such carnal eyes to a snake. Then the trio's body stiffened violently as Mo Zhao's body whooshed towards them and ended up accurately hanging on Jing Xiaochen's arm before standing upright and looking at the trio curiously. More or less, Xiaodu and Jing Xiaochen have a trace of similarity. It should be Jing Xiaochen's brother. Just don't know how many emperors. Mo Zhao thought of the news she had recently gone out and learned from those palace eunuchs. Now free to walk around the remaining 4 emperors. Jing Xiaoyu, the son of the palace Shu Fei, now 16 years old, looks with the nature of the Shu Fei, gentle no frame. After that, there is the 5th prince and the 6th prince. Both of them are of similar age. Both are 15 years old. That is, one was born a few months earlier and one a few months later. Bus 6. 5th Prince Jing Xiaofeng's mother consort is a military general. He follows his mother's family, and his nature is good and jumpy. After that is the 6th Prince Jing Xiaohong, although the same 15 years old, small age but do things steadily, calm nature. As for the 2nd and 3rd emperors, one was now carrying a wound that had not yet healed, and the other had always been physically weak and never participated in court affairs. Seeing Mo Zhao looking curiously at the 3, Jing Xiaochen introduced him. This is the 4th brother, that 5th brother, and that 6th brother. It was just as Mo Zhao thought. It was only when the trio heard Jing Xiaochen's introduction to them that Jing Xiaoyu's warm face twisted slightly. He was the crown prince's 4th brother, not this snake's 4th brother. Why does it feel like the prince is treating this snake like a human being? And it's the kind of person he has a great relationship with. Jing Xiaoyu was shaken by this thought and quickly waved his head. It was simply too bizarre to think that way. Jing Xiaofeng was big-hearted and curious, and when he saw that Mo Zhao nodded along with Jing Xiaochen's words, he was very new. Big brother, is this snake able to understand what you say? Jing Xiaochen's eyes lightened by 2 points. Zhao has always been very smart. After that, he was unwilling to say anything more. 3 people are also interested in not talking about this topic, and said something else, and soon the meal came up to set a table. Above them meat accounted for the majority. Jing Xiaofeng saw this, smacked his lips. Big brother, today this dish is rich. It just so happens that I like to eat meat. He was just about to lay down his chopsticks, but he saw Jing Xiaochen slowly but strangely fast clip some of all the meat and vegetables, and then put them on a plate to the side, and gently opened his mouth. Eat up. Today you went out for a longer time than usual. You should be hungry. Inkspot nodded. She was indeed hungry as hell. Next the Jing Xiaofeng trio watched how the honorable crown prince abused his dog in a fancy way with a snake. Jiao, this meat is tender. Try it. Jiao, the fish's thorns are picked out, so you can just eat it. Jiao, this soup tastes good. Have some. Jing Xiaoyu, Jing Xiaofeng, Jing Xiaohong. The 3 emperors left in a hurry after an impressive lunch in the East Palace. One hot Chinese. It turned out that the rumors were not true, and the prince was simply precious about that snake to a degree that was simply breathtaking. After waiting for the people to leave, Mo Zhao blinked and looked at Jing Xiaochen. Did you just do it on purpose? Jing Xiaochen's face didn't even change a bit. What? Mo Zhao's tiny eyes rolled out a blank stare. You just let them see you being nice to me on purpose. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and smiled. Could it be that I usually treat you badly? Mo Zhao moved the snake's head. You are usually good to me, but not as good as today. So what? The inkling couldn't describe it. Jing Xiaochen guffawed. Zhao is my treasure, but the palace is too dangerous. Let me not treat you well. I can't do that, so I can only treat you the best. Let them all see that they don't dare to take a shot at you. Ever since he returned to the capital, he started to feel uneasy, so in order to prevent this, he had to let everyone know that this snake was his reverse scale, and that he would die when he touched it. When Mo Zhao heard this, the snake Dan began to tremble continuously. Her head rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's palm. Then she stretched out her sharp teeth to take a bite on Jing Xiaochen's fingertip. They can't do anything to me. I'm so powerful. Aha! Zhao is the best. Jing Xiaochen conformed, watching Mo Zhao sucking blood. He thought again about what he had checked in the past 2 days. Jing Xiaoza was coveting Mo Zhao. His eyes were icy cold, and his long, White fingers were placed on the head of Mo Jiao. No matter who it was, snooping around and coveting what he had, there was no way he was going to let it go. Mo Jiao seemed to sense the momentary fluctuation in his mind and stopped her blood-sucking to look at him. Don't be afraid. I'll help you get that position. She thought Jing Xiaochen was worried about the throne. She went out today and heard someone say that the emperor reprimanded Jing Xiaochen in the morning court and then gave him 10 days to investigate the case of the emperor's assassination. This case happened when Jing Xiaochen had not yet returned to the palace. Even that killer bit the poison and killed himself. So far there are no clues. How to let Jing Xiaochen to investigate. And also only 10 days time. Not to find out to be accountable. This emperor is also too harsh. Mo Jiao's words caused Jing Xiaochen's eyes to light up abruptly, but then quickly suppressed them as he lowered his eyes and laughed softly. Good. I'll wait for Jiao to help me. Can Jiao freely transform now? Jing Xiaochen asked as he led Mo Jiao to the study room. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao didn't understand why Jing Xiaochen was asking this question now. She said, never tried. Jing Xiaozhen, 1890 to 1945. Imperialist politician. Smiled. We can try that next time. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. A few people were waiting in the study to discuss how today's matter would be resolved. Be excused. Granduncle, cousin, please sit down. Today's visitor is Jing Xiaochen's mother's family. Jing Xiaochen's mother, Ji Si Cheong, is the first daughter of the famous Xinhua great general's house. First the crown princess, and then the queen after his father ascended the throne. It was a pity that that stunning woman's life was thin and she died in childbirth when he was crown prince, leaving behind the baby Jing Xiaoyun. Fortunately, Consort Hui has a good relationship with her mother and begged His Majesty to keep her by her side to give Hachi love and care, or else Hachi could only be kept by the Empress Dowager. So how could he possibly let go of his heart and concentrate on the court? Does Your Highness have a clue about His Majesty's assassination? The one who opened his mouth first was Jing Xiaochen's maternal grandfather, who had already been named Marquis of Angui in his early years because of his military service, while his son Ji Chang was now also named Great General of Xinhua. So it could be said that the current Ji family was a triple-decker, with outstanding military service and possessing real power, and was a real powerhouse in the whole of Kyoto, if it were not for the fact that the war on the border was not yet over, and his mother had already died. The current Ji family might be facing the dangerous situation of a cunning rabbit dying and a traitor cooking. What does grandfather know? Jing Xiaochen asked as he poured tea for the two. Let Ah Chang speak. Marquis Ji looked to his tiger-eyed and rigid son. The assassination happened on New Year's Eve, and the killers were dead soldiers. Ji Chang was the first to speak up to give out the important information he had sought to know. Jing Xiaochen nodded. These were known to all. In addition to that, I learned that the poison did not come from our country, but was related to the southern border. He was on the spot at the time, and immediately subdued the killer after the incident. But the killer in the next instant bites the poison hidden in his teeth to kill himself. Also because of this, because the court of the second prince party, the fourth prince party bites the killer and the Ji family related, saying that the crown prince has disappeared. Their Ji family is in a hurry and wants to support the eighth prince to the throne. If it is not for the Holy Spirit's own judgment, this reason is simply untenable. Coupled with the fact that they still have a use for the Ji family, this charge is afraid of how it will be deducted on their heads. Buzz 6. Thinking of this, the old Marquis and Ji Du couldn't help but sigh. Now that their Ji family is overpowered, they are careful with their words and actions under the court, and they are usually careful with their words and actions, not daring to let anyone catch them. Ji Chang has been guarding the border for years, and he knows something about the poison habits of the southern border. Jing Xiaochen's face sank slightly. Southern border? Does Your Highness have any clues? The old Marquis took one look at this expression on Jing Xiaochen's face. Buzz 6. He seems to know something. The people who are chasing Lone have people from the southern border Flame Kingdom. The old Marquis and Ji Chang, three people looked at each other. Their faces were grave. Your Highness means that someone has a connection with the southern border? He pointed upwards. The meaning was obvious. Is there a royal relative more detailed to say that there is a royal son and the enemy country united? The emperor's son collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. The crime is not punishable. In this case, those people are afraid to be very careful. The clues have long been erased. They check the trouble. How can we find out in 10 days? Is it possible that the emperor knows something and borrowed this matter to make things difficult for you? Mo Jiao's eyes were dark, and her snake pupils flashed with ice. The old Marquis and Ji Chang as well as Ji Chang's son, Ji Haoshuan, looked over when they heard the hissing of the snake. The three of them were all startled, because Jing Xiaochen was wearing black clothes, and Mo Jiao was all black wrapped around Jing Xiaochen's arm. so they didn't see it for a while. Now the Ink Jiao straightened up and called out for the three to see. Bus 6. I heard that the Crown Prince has a snake spoiled to an addition to the court. Inseparable. Now see, actually true. There was a hint of disapproval on the old Marquis's face. Your Highness is discussing important matters, so there's no need to bring this snake. Jing Xiaochen's complexion faded for 2 minutes. Jiao is very well behaved and smart, and there's nothing wrong with bringing it alone. Bus 6. Quartermaster. He was actually speechless. The prince really favors this snake. This matter is related to the southern border. Uncle, keep it quiet for the time being. Ji Chang arched his hand and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. This matter will only be told to Your Highness and will never be spread out. Jing Xiaochen nodded his head reassuringly. Cousin, in the future. From literature or from martial arts? From the arts. Ji Haoshuan stood up and replied back. The Ji family is now high in merit. Haoshuan can't be from the military, although he is not weak in force and art of war, and also wants to ride the frontier and guard the great Zhao. He also knows that the Ji family is now in great crisis. Jing Xiaochen nodded. Cousin is deeply righteous. The current Ji Haoshuan not only couldn't take up martial arts, he couldn't even be too good at literature, or else the Ji family would be in danger. And even he, the crown prince, wouldn't be able to protect them. Ji Haoshuan naturally knew this, and the old marquis and Ji Chang sighed, looking at Ji Haoshuan with guilt in their eyes. Jing Xiaochen looked in his eyes. This cousin has outstanding talent but isn't able to perform. It's really not good for the Ji family. Cousin will accompany the orphan to investigate this matter this time. A flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the three. Ji Haoshuan suppressed his excitement. Many thanks, Your Highness. Jing Xiaochen's meaning was clear. He still valued the Ji family and was willing to reuse the Ji family in the future. Ever since Jing Xiaochen took over this task, he had been busy. He often met with those of his subordinates in his study. After finishing the evening meal, Jing Xiaochen was ready to go to the study again. You go ahead. I won't. Mo Jiao was prepared to help the reserve grain. Otherwise it wouldn't be good to have the reserve grain chastised because of this. Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment. What is Jiao going to do? I'll get the snake. Jing Xiaochen looked over in confusion. What do you mean? What are you looking for snakes for? I'm going to get them to gather information to help you on the case. The ink-slithering snake's head rubbed against the palm of his hand and turned to run away. Jing Xiaochen was stunned, and a warm current flowed through his heart, as if a spring breeze had passed through, warmth spreading all over. He said why Mo Jiao was always running outside in the past 2 days. So it was because of this. Mo Jiao went out of the East Palace, hid in the grass and trees, and moved quickly. But there were hardly any snakes in this palace, so she had to go outside the palace. But she has a good memory and knows how to get out of the palace. One hot Chinese. But the front door she couldn't go through, so she had to find herself some cracks in the wall to get out. It was just last night that she looked for a place to leave the palace, just to the left and right of the imperial gardens. Then there's a small deserted courtyard with deep grass for hiding snakes and for getting in and out. Just as he entered the courtyard, Mo Jiao paused. Woo! Bad people. All bad people. Burp. Oh. The sobs were extraordinarily hard to suppress, wanting to be hysterical but not daring to be loud. Broken sobs emanated from his crouching mouth. It was as if he was biting his lip, desperately trying to hold back the tears, but couldn't. Bus 6. Mojang moved his eyes silently closer. Sure enough, it was Jing Xiaoyun. His voice was shaking from crying here. But why was he crying? Who's the bad guy? She knew that Jing Xiaochen loved this younger brother, but it had been several days since Jing Xiaoyun ran out that day without coming to the door. Jing Xiaochen sent someone to keep watch and ask about the situation once a day. That milkmaid thing is still being probed. But where are the guards now? She felt it. Nothing. How can you let Jing Xiaoyun cry here alone? What has he suffered that he's crying so hard? The crying slowly rested, but there was still a small buzzing sound. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaoyun from afar. She didn't want to mind his business, but she couldn't help but stop and not go. Never mind. Just as compensation for scaring him the other day. She'll just see what he's been through. Seems to have cried enough. Jing Xiaoyun raised the back of his hand and ruthlessly wiped his eyes, which had long been red and bloodshot. Bus 6. The white, fleshy face was stained with tear stains and looked dirty and wretched. The tip of his nose was red and he was still choking, and he looked like a poor little man that no one wanted. His sleeve slipped as his hand moved, and his arm, which should have been white and tender, was bruised and swollen with bruises. The pupils of Mo Jiao's eyes sank. What was going on? The moment she saw the arm, she couldn't even help but explode with a wave of hostility. No wonder his hands kept shaking when he wiped the tears from his eyes just now. How in the world did so many scars come about? Mo Jiao bared her teeth. If this were to let Jing Xiaochen know, I wonder how heartbroken he would be. The strangulation marks on his neck had faded a bit, but the marks were still visible. Mo Jiao suddenly wanted to find out what was going on. And now that the nanny was dead, who was now laying hands on Jing Xiaoyun? Looking at those marks, it's clear that both old and new are present. After waiting for most of the day, Mo Jiao could hear Jing Xiaoyun's stomach rumbling, but Jing Xiaoyun still didn't leave. How long will he stay? Mo Jiao felt that she was really patient, and that she had expended so much effort over Jing Xiaochen's matter. Then Mo Jiao waited from noon to the west of the sun. Jing Xiaoyun did not move a bit, as if he was starving and couldn't stand it. Jing Xiaoyun fished out 2 steamed buns from his arms and nibbled on them in small bites. Mo Jiao. Surprisingly, dry food is ready. So how long is he going to stay? Jing Xiaoyun's nose is still twitching, eating and falling tears. This little poor look. Inkpot's body, which had been ready to go, paused again. Who? Suddenly Jing Xiaoyun's good-looking eyes rounded with horror. Bus 6. Because Mo Jiao moved her body, causing her to be exposed to Jing Xiaoyun's eyes. Inkjet is alert. Jing Xiaoyun quickly recognized the origin of this snake. He steamed buns do not dare to eat. Stiff body like a log, eyes rounded dead staring at the Ink Jiao. You are big brothers that snake? Mo Jiao nodded helplessly. This child's guts were really small. Why are you here? Oh, get away from me. He couldn't help it, so he took a few steps back and Ink Jiao, pulling away. The feeling of being sneak attacked by Mo Jiao crawling on his body that day, he now has nightmares all night long when he thinks about it. One hot Chinese. Really scared. Inkjet wagged her tail and rolled her eyes. She wasn't ready to go over there either. Seeing that Mo Jiao did not intend to move him, he was slightly relieved and found a tree root and sat down again, leaning on it to nibble on the steamed buns. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. The implication was clear, he wasn't going to leave yet. Inkjet. She doesn't even want to care about this Thai kid. Seeing that Mo Jiao stared straight at him, Jing Xiaoyun's scalp-numb body stiffened up again. Speaking all stuttering, do you want to eat steamed buns? Mo Jiao, hiss. Not eating. Are you able to understand my words? Jing Xiaoyun looked at the steamed bun in his hand, then at Mo Jiao's soulful eyes and flexible snake tail. Inkpot nodded. Jing Xiaoyun was surprised that he would actually answer him. He tore off a corner of the steamed bun and threw it over. Eat? I can only give you this much. I didn't even eat today. Saying this, he flattened his mouth, looking aggrieved. Mo Jiao was surprised. Didn't eat? What's the situation? Someone's not feeding him? Hiss. Then why don't you go to the Eastern Palace? Jing Xiaoyun, you want more? Seeing that Mo Jiao really ate, his black grape-like eyes blinked in surprise. He thought that all snakes were meat eaters, but it turns out that this snake is also a vegetarian. He looked at the less than half of the remaining steamed buns, and with a difficult and meaty expression, he tore off a corner. Nah, that's it. It's gone. I'm still hungry. He pathetically touched his stomach, and his stomach rumbled twice more. Mo Jiao wanted to ask him why he didn't go to the East Palace, but Jing Xiaoyun simply couldn't understand. The two spoke as if they were chickens of a feather. Mo Jiao was ready to go back and get Jing Xiaochen to come over. Seeing that Mo Jiao was about to leave, Jing Xiaoyun gathered his courage again. Are you leaving? Then go back and don't tell Big Brother about seeing me here. After saying that, he silenced himself again, feeling like he was a little retard. It was a snake and not a human. What could she say to her brother? Mo Jiao was also silent. She was a bit embarrassed. This was something she definitely had to tell Jing Xiaochun. Seeing the sunset sinking in the west and Mo Jiao just left, Jing Xiaoyun also stood up in silence. The small figure still swayed. Mo Jiao quickly helped him stabilize his body. Then as she watched Jing Xiaoyun leave with swaying feet, Mo Jiao quickly followed. Mo Jiao followed Jing Xiaoyun, then followed him to Jingyu Palace, the palace of Consort Hui. The current Jing Xiaoyun was still young and was being raised by Princess Hui. Mo Jiao quietly hid in the flowers on the side and wandered away, following Jing Xiaoyun towards his side palace, Ming Xian Yuan. Just as he reached the entrance to the courtyard, Jing Xiaoyun's footsteps stopped. Ming Xian courtyard, even kneeling a yard of people. Look forward. A woman dressed in exquisite and gorgeous sitting on a chair, brows knitted, eyes with anger. How do you serve the 8th prince? People have not come back until now. Breakfast and lunch did not use. This if let his majesty and the crown prince know. You only have a dead end. Bus 6. Please spare your life. The 8th prince ran out in the morning. The slave girls looked all around and didn't see anyone. The maid who hit the head sniffed and cried with pear blossoms. Pitiful. Why did the 8th prince go out without meals? Did the Eastern Palace send someone to look for him? Concubine Hui stretched out her luxuriant jade hand and pressed the center of her brow. It was obvious that she was indeed full of worry and annoyance. Back to your highness. The slave girl doesn't know. The other maid returned in fear. The East Palace is not there either. The 8th prince has not gone to the East Palace. A eunuch dangled his voice and opened his mouth. Rubbish. Consort Huey's face twisted for a split second. If you can't even look after a child, what use do you have? Men, drag them out and cane them. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. Why is this Princess Hui so hostile? Your highness, spare your life. Slave girl really didn't know. The sound of crying and begging for mercy resounded throughout the courtyard. Stop. A sudden childish voice came but brought hope of spring rain to the kneeling ones. The 8th highness is back. Your highness. The 8th highness is back. Jing Xiaoyun made a sound and took 2 steps forward again. His expression carried a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Hanging his head and said, Concubine Hui, you let them go. It's Xiaoba's fault. Xiaoba won't go out next time. As he spoke, his voice had already choked up. Mo Jiao saw Jing Xiaoyun biting his lip, crying silently, tears falling drop by drop on the ground. His hands tightly twisting his clothes, desperately trying to repress his uneasiness. Mo Jiao flicked her tail unhappily. Why was this child so careful in front of this Hui Fei? Hearing the voice, Concubine Hui looked over. That stunning face was cold and merciless. Kneel down. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun's tears flowed, though was more aggressive. His head was lowered so you couldn't see his expression, but the floor was a watery mess. Stubbornly holding still, Concubine Hui sneered. What? You're not going to listen to me when the crown prince returns? Jing Xiaoyun didn't say anything, but Mo Jiao was very unhappy. How could this woman make the hallowed first prince kneel her? Generally speaking, even if she was an imperial concubine, and even more favored by the emperor, she was still just a concubine. And if it wasn't for the fact that she was now raising the 8th emperor's son, she would only have to bow in the face of Jing Xiaoyun. What's more, she was now making Jing Xiaoyun kneel for no reason. And Mo Jiao didn't have an ounce of goodwill towards this woman right now. Dumb. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyun didn't answer, Concubine Hui fiercely stood up and spoke. Her voice containing anger. If it wasn't for the fact that Si Qiong and I are close friends, do you think I would have adopted you? Someone come. Make him kneel down. I'll teach this wild boy a good lesson today. I'm not a wild brat. My mother would definitely not treat me like this if she were here. Jing Xiaoyun fiercely raised his head, his eyes reddening as he retorted. Soon 2 eunuchs had come up and grabbed Jing Xiaoyun's arm to make him kneel. Let go of me. Pop. Huge put applause sounded throughout the entire courtyard. As Princess we seem to be furious. You simply disappoint me too much. Not only do you not thank me for my 10 years of nurturing, but now you even resent me for treating you badly. You are a white-eyed wolf. Ah. Suddenly Consort Hui shrieked and rolled her eyes and fell to the ground. The sisters and maids beside her rushed to look over, only to find a snake wrapped around Consort Hui's neck. A pitch-black snake with black scales glistening all over its body. Her vertical snake pupils were cold and sinister, and her upper body was upright and aggressive. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao did not expect this woman will suddenly hit Jing Xiaoyun. That slapped down Jing Xiaoyun's cheeks immediately reddish most of the time. Mo Jiao that moment out of Chi's anger, so she swished to pounce on the Hui Fei's neck. Buzz 6. Almost everyone is afraid of snakes, after all. They bite and they are poisonous. The sister shivered her body, not daring to come closer. What are you all standing there for? Quickly throw away the snakes on the queen. Mo Jiao bared her teeth, and her sharp teeth seemed to glint with a cold light. Those people didn't dare to move at once. Jing Xiaoyun's dark eyes blinked at this, teardrops still hanging on his eyelashes. Then swallowed. He remembered the day the snake had crawled in the body of the fear, when the snake is still just lying on his clothes. But at the moment, Jing Xiaoyun looked at Concubine Hui, only to see that Mo Jiao was literally dabbing at the skin on her neck. That touch only made it worse. Jing Xiaoyun even felt Concubine Hui's body shaking. A touch of sympathy rose strangely in his heart. But of course more than that, it was schadenfreude. He desperately covered his mouth to keep from laughing. Princess Hui quickly regained her consciousness, and that slimy touch made her nauseous. She was exposed to snakes, insects and beasts, and her least favorite of those things were snakes. Just in the end, after so many years inside the palace, but I didn't expect her to be so soft and weak that she was afraid of a small snake. This should never happen. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, her pale face recovering a little, a strange color of light flashing under her eyes. Princess Hui's hand quickly grabbed at Mo Jiao's 7 inches. Watch out! Jing Xiaoyun exclaimed. Bus 6. Mo Jiao's eyes were sharp. The the snake body turned. The snake's tail ruthlessly hit Princess Huey's face, emitting a heavy slap sound. Princess Huey's face immediately appeared a red and swollen mark. From the center of the eyebrow extended to the bottom of the right side of Princess Huey's face. The beauty of the whole face was destroyed. Princess Hui was furious. "I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. Catch that snake for me." Jing Xiaoyun's heart jumped as he watched Imo Zhao's body dart around those guards. His body tensed up, full of worry, even thinking about how to help Imo Zhao. Imo Zhao didn't really need his help either. The snake's tail swung nimbly, lashing at the men's faces one at a time like a whip. There was a lot of snapping and popping. Jing Xiaoyun looked directly dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that the snake was such a strong fighter. "That's too awesome." Jing Xiaoyun didn't even blink his eyes, staring with round eyes. Seeing how powerful this snake was, the worry in his heart was put down for a minute, and he even had the thought that, really, the pets raised by Big Brother are different. Those maidservants cowered in fear. Princess Hui also didn't expect this black snake to be different from normal snakes. Slippery. Her face was hideous and scary. "Sister, go to my room and get the medicine." That was her specially formulated insect repellent. No snake, insect, ant or beast could suffer from it. She would definitely slaughter this snake today, break her into pieces and skin her bones. Sister Zhang had followed concubine Hui to marry into the Dezhao Kingdom's palace, so as soon as she heard concubine Hui open her mouth, she knew what the so-called medicine was. Princess Hui is no some medical poison. This Jingyu palace around the often sprinkled insect repellent medicine is Princess Hui's own preparation. So when she heard the words she hurriedly climbed up to avoid Imo Zhao to the side. And when she was some distance away from Imo Zhao, she ran fast. No. Jing Xiaoyun listened to the words to go to stop, but because of those palace maids block can't get close to the sister's body. He was anxious and sweating. He was well aware of how powerful that medicine from Princess Hui was against those insects. Bus 6. When he was a child, he was chased and bitten by a snake from nowhere, and it was Princess Hui who took out that medicine to deal with that snake, and he remembered that the snake was dipped in those powders, and it immediately couldn't move, and in less than a quarter of an hour's time it even turned into blood. He remembered the horror of that time vividly. From then on he was afraid of snakes on the one hand, and that medicine from Princess Hui on the other. Now when he heard that Princess Hui wanted to use that medicine against Imo Zhao, his heart suddenly went cold. Even though the snake scared him that day and he hated the fact that this snake was dead, after today, he knew that this snake was different from ordinary snakes. And most importantly the snake helped him get his revenge. The mark on Princess Hui's face can be clearer than the slap mark on his face. Bus 6. Princess Hui's face was now all swollen and filled with blood. So now what? Seeing that the number of people surrounding Imo Zhao was increasing, Jing Xiaoyun shouted, "Little snake, you run. That medicine is very powerful." When Consort Hui heard the voice, she abruptly turned her head, her pair of good-looking eyes staring at Jing Xiaoyun. "So it was you, the wolf-hearted thing, who brought the snake. Tie him up for me." Princess Hui's face was horribly grim, and her voice was tinged with ruthlessness. Yes, those palace maids acted quickly. Even these people from Ming Xianyuan were looking at Consort Hui's face. "Let go of me. You guys let go." Jing Xiaoyun struggled violently. To the end directly 3 or 4 to hold him down do not know where to bring the rope tied tightly. "Run, little snake. You run." Imo Zhao took the time to look at it and almost gasped at how he had pressed the boy again. Imo Zhao felt that Jing Xiaochen was right. He should let Jing Xiaoyun practice more martial arts to strengthen his body. This is too weak for him. As the men sensed that the inkjet wasn't biting, their movements became much bolder again, but they continued to make the inkjet impossible. Imo Zhao flew up and rushed into the group of court ladies. "Center. Ah! Help!" Those who were pressing Jing Xiaoyun panicked and let go of their hands, and each of them didn't know where to hide properly. "Quick! Grab her!" Princess Hui roared in frantic rage. Imo Zhao gave her a cold look, feeling like this person was crazy. She also thought of the injuries on Jing Xiaoyun's body as well as Jing Xiaoyun's attitude towards concubine Hui. It can't be that this person is the one who really hurt Jing Xiaoyun. Not seeing how Imo Zhao moved, the rope on Jing Xiaoyun's body had already been untied by Imo Zhao. Jing Xiaoyun rolled over and grabbed Imo Zhao to run. "Your Highness, the medicine is here." It was at this moment that the sister ran in with a sharp gasp, clutching a small, delicate celadone bottle in her hand. "Your Majesty, the medicine. Quickly sprinkle it over." Princess Hui's eyes lit up and she spoke excitedly. "Wanha Chinese." When sister took a look, her face turned ugly because Jing Xiaoyun was grabbing Imo Zhao and running. This if a sprinkle of medicinal powder, stained in the Jing Xiaoyun body. This drug is awesome for bugs and a huge danger to humans. It's almost disfiguring to get on, breaks the skin, and is particularly corrosive. How dare she? That's the first prince, and the prince's own brother. I'll do it. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyun and Emojiao were going to go out of their way and the sister stood still, Princess Hui's eyes were grim as she grabbed the medicine bottle and pulled off the cap to sprinkle it directly towards the one man and the snake. Sister's pupils snapped. That was a whole bottle. The lady is using the whole bottle. Sister's body shook into a sieve. She could already feel the wrath of the crown prince and his majesty would put them all to death. Reminiscent of the year when the crown prince was 15 years old. Because the palace people look after the 8th prince is not effective, resulting in the 8th prince was poisoned by snakebite's coma. The crown prince directly chopped the attendant. The day of the blood really flowed into a river. Accompanied by sparse rain, the crown prince simply became a nightmare within their Jingyue palace. The moment he saw the medicinal powder, Jing Xiaoyun directly despaired. He grasped the ink jiao, his whole body shaking beyond recognition. His lips were white, and there was still water vapor filling his eyes. Princess Hui's eyes were crazy. Her eyes were red as she laughed triumphantly. Go to hell. Next moment. My face. It hurts. Ouch. Jing Xiaoyun's eyes steeply widened. His eyes were full of incredulity and horror, only to see the courtyard full of people all covering their faces and hissing and screaming. The entire Mingxian courtyard is about to become a madhouse. Buzz 6. His eyes slowly and mechanically rested their sights on Murmured. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Just now. The courtyard suddenly without warning a gust of wind. The wind direction is just opposite to their direction. That a whole bottle of medicinal powder unreservedly as much as possible to run in the opposite direction. And so stood in the forefront of the consort Huifei and the sister of the direct suffering. The nuisance corrosive sound scared Jing Xiaoyun's body. How can you be dreaming? Emo Jiao rolled her eyes. That medicinal powder put several kinds of poison inside, and it used snake venom. She smelled it as soon as the woman opened the bottle cap. Poison made from the venom of a poisonous snake, to which other things have been added, is poisonous both to man and to the snake. Mo Jiao knew that this palace could be dangerous, but he didn't expect it to be dangerous to this extent. Buzz 6. It seems that no matter if it's Jing Xiaochan or Jing Xiaoyun, life in this palace used to be still very tough very much, and it's a matter of life and death if you don't move. Since the poison was so powerful, could she have been so stupid to let it spill on her? So she used a hint of her cultivation to turn into a gust of wind and sprinkle that medicinal powder over without a single drop. Since that woman was so hateful and used such a vicious method against her and Jing Xiaoyun, she would just tell him to eat his own words. That Princess Hui carries a lot of innocent lives on her back anyway. Today, Princess Hui just happened to mess with her, so she took it as an act of justice for heaven. You see, when she did this time, heaven didn't even have a shadow. It meant she was allowed to do it. Soon Princess Hui is disfigured by a poison she herself has concocted. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao thought that it was really the way of heaven. The heavens have spared no one. In this world, after all, there is the heavenly Tao that checks and balances. Jing Xiaoyun turned his head to look. That look is really too miserable. Always dignified and decent. Acting etiquette all exemplary Lady Huifei. At this moment also rolling on the ground in pain. Out of the door of Jingyu Palace. Jing Xiaoyun was silent for a moment. Seeing that Mo Jiao was still on his arm, he would come back to his senses and almost throw Mo Jiao away. Will you go down? I'm scared. He stood there stiffening his body to look at Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao bared her teeth. Hiss. Why are you such a coward? Despite that statement, she dropped to the ground in a flash, deciding that she would be merciful tonight and just not yell at the kid. After a few more steps, this time the sun had already set, the sky darkened, and the voices in the quiet moon palace sounded more than a little spooky. Jing Xiaoyun pursed his lips, and finally summoned up the courage to speak. I will go to the Imperial Hospital to call the Imperial Doctor to take a look. You go to find Big Brother. They had just taken a few steps out of the palace gates when Jing Xiaoyun's body lurched. Mo Jiao looked up at Jing Xiaoyun, and then her gaze fell to the side, where a shadow guard appeared, so fast that it was a bit of a void, wearing a black suit with a mask, his entire body shrouded in darkness. 8th Highness, the Master asked you to take Master Mo back to the East Palace, the shadow guard said and quickly disappeared again. Jing Xiaoyun's zuri line of sight fell on Mo Jiao. What did that guy just call this snake? Master Mo? Ink Master. He stared wide-eyed at Mo Jiao, just in time to meet Mo Jiao's 4 eyes, looking at the pair of snake pupils standing upright and his body erect. Jing Xiaoyun's body instantly flooded with a chill, and he immediately averted his eyes. But he still couldn't help but place his eyes on Jing Xiaoyun. Why does Big Brother take a snake as his master? Is this snake really that good? Though he also knew the snake was powerful. But just like the queen's fat white cat, which was the queen's favorite. I don't see those people calling that cat their master and treating it like a human being. But Big Brother said to let him take the snake to the East Palace? He frowned. How did Big Brother know this snake was here? Then does Big Brother know about what just happened in Jingyue Palace? A flicker of inexplicable emotions flashed through his heart. That Big Brother, did he know about these injuries he had sustained? What's he going to tell Big Brother later? Forget it, or he should go to the Imperial Doctor first. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyun is not going to the road to the East Palace, Mo Jiao stopped at the fork in the road and hissed twice. But Jing Xiaoyun couldn't understand. Buzz 6. He glanced at Mo Jiao. I'm going to the Imperial Hospital. After all, it was still necessary to find an Imperial physician to go over and see. After all, that was father's palace consort. After all, Princess Hui's status was unusual. Jing Xiaoyun understood some of the reasoning behind it. Alright, Mo Jiao is going to go with him to the Imperial Hospital to check it out. But halfway there, I ran into someone. Jing Xiaochen. Day. Big Brother. The moment he saw Jing Xiaochen, Jing Xiaoyun couldn't even speak properly. He twiddled his fingers, all tense and nervous. Let's go. Go back to the East Palace first. The Imperial physician has sent someone to invite. Jing Xiaochen glanced at a person and a snake. Mo Jiao immediately understood. The body has been pouncing on Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen raised his arm in the right direction. Mo Jiao landed on it. And then the snake's head moved and adjusted its position to hang on it without moving. Buzz 6. Looking at Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao in such a mode of getting along. I don't know why. Jing Xiaoyun color flashed a trace of complexity. He just felt that his big brother was better to that snake than to himself. You see how taciturn they are? How well did Big Brother catch it? He skimmed his lips and followed behind Jing Xiaochen. Back in the East Palace, Jing Xiaochen looked at Jing Xiaoyun, who reflexively stood off and lowered his head, not daring to look at Jing Xiaochen at all. Big Brother said to ask someone to go to the Imperial physician. Then Big Brother is all no? Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen stretched out his broad hand and placed it on Jing Xiaoyun's head and rubbed it. His expression was rare and gentle. Go and sleep first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Mo Jiao stood up the snake's head at the sound of it. Wait, what's wrong with Ah Jiao? Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao. He hasn't had his evening meal yet. He can't go hungry. Jing Xiaochen was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Mo Jiao to be quite attentive to this younger brother of his. Buzz 6. He narrowed his eyes. Someone come. Take the 8th Highness down to wash up and have dinner. Jing Xiaoyun, that face is still hung with tear stains. Hair is not neat. Wet by sweat and mud into a put-together. Looks particularly wretched. Jing Xiaochen lifted his eyes and glanced at Jing Xiaoyun, realizing that he was rare and quiet at the moment. So quiet that it was a bit excessive. Without waiting for him to wonder if today's events had frightened Jing Xiaoyun, Mo Jiao spoke up. You should help him treat his wounds before anything else. Wounds? Jing Xiaochen's sharp brows tightened, and the eyes that looked at Jing Xiaoyun contained complex and deep emotions. You're injured? No. Jing Xiaoyun shook his head. His wounds hurt as well, but he was selfishly unwilling to be seen by his closest loved ones with those mottled marks. He has an injury on his arm. Just take a look. Mo Jiao didn't care what Jing Xiaoyun thought. She was just leaving a message. Whether she looked at it or not was Jing Xiaochen's business. A wound on a wound? Jing Xiaochen suddenly stretched out his hand. His movements were so swift that Jing Xiaoyun could not react. His arm was already grabbed in Jing Xiaochen's hand. Big Brother! Jing Xiaoyun screamed. Jing Xiaochen violently pulled away Jing Xiaoyun's sleeve, and the bruises speckled on his arm looked shocking. All of them were pinch marks. And whip marks. His face instantly sank. His eyes were ghostly and icy. His gaze fell on Jing Xiaoyun's eyes. What's wrong with this injury? Jing Xiaoyun body shrinks. Eyes flashed panic. Shaking his head, nothing. This is fine. Big Brother. You can rest assured that I do not hurt. He is just afraid. He has had enough of that person, so treats the poisonous beatings. Still, he did not want Jing Xiaochen to worry about him and thus go do something. He did know that his big brother had taken every step in the palace dangerously. Seeing Jing Xiaoyun's eyes that had been dodging in his readiness to not speak as a mute, the violent anger in his heart had no place to spread. In the end, he pulled Jing Xiaoyun into his bedroom and took the best wound medicine to apply. But the more it was coated, the colder the aura around him became, and his eyes became like knives. Jing Xiaoyun was still a bit afraid of the angry Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen himself took a deep breath and suppressed the violence around him. Until he finished applying the coating, he was silent for a moment before he said, Go and have your evening meal first, and let's talk about other things tomorrow. Jing Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief before asking, then can I rest in the Eastern Palace this time? Well, have your evening meal first, the wound can't touch water. Jing Xiaochen finished his instructions before calling for someone to bring Jing Xiaoyun down for dinner. Ah, Jiao, how did you get to Little 8 today? Today, Mo Jiao went out early, and didn't see her come back until late afternoon. Jing Xiaochun. So he put down his hands and went to look for that snake of his in person. He remembered that in the morning Snake had said she was going to find the other snakes. So how did she find Hachi there? Mo Jiao's dark eyes turned, tilted his head to look at Jing Xiaochun, who was looking at her in a good way. I went to find out the way to the palace today. I saw your brother, and saw those injuries on his body, so I wanted to find out why it was actually, and then I followed him into the Pure Moon Palace afterward. Aha! These Jing Xiaochen soon learned. There's nothing difficult about Mo Jiao, but I'm afraid that Jing Xiaoyun's matter is a bit tricky this time. But as far as he was concerned, no matter how tricky it was, he would find a way to get it done. Not being able to see any reaction from Jing Xiaochen, Mo Jiao glanced at him again, just in time to face Jing Xiaochen's dark phoenix eyes. Mo Jiao grinned, her eyes filled with starry smiles. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and put his finger on the side of Mo Jiao's mouth. What is Jiao laughing at? Buzz 6. Mo Jiao took a bite and squinted her eyes comfortably, the snake's tail swinging gently and unconsciously. I'm not laughing, there's just something I want to say. What is it? Jing Xiaochen had already brought Mo Jiao into the dining hall. I taught some people a lesson today, but those people's masters are not to be messed with. Will they cause you trouble? This was also what came to mind when he would hear Jing Xiaoyun go to the imperial physician then. The status of Princess Hui is very special. She is not only the emperor's consort, but also a princess of a foreign country, who came to make peace. Buzz 6. Consort Hui's name is Isu Hui, is the southern border Flame Kingdom's grand princess, married to the Great Zhao's kingdom and has been 18 years, because in the first Queen G.C. Cheongyang had in the south border to no interest in each other. After G.C. Cheong into the palace to become the crown princess, until the death of the late emperor, the new emperor ascended to the throne. The new dynasty is unstable, and the south border alliance to send each other princesses and relatives. Isu Hui came to Dazhao Kingdom, was named Princess Hui. At that time, Jing Xiaochen was more than a year old. The Ji family was also in the middle of the day. Powerful. The new emperor was stabilizing the court. The alliance between the two countries tore up. The border war tensions. The city was lost. The emperor was enraged. And the decree will be the death of Princess Hui. And also sent the old General Ji to take Ji Chang out of the south border. The fight of the Blazing Flame country and the surrounding small countries are retreating. Cut the city to pay compensation. Fortunately, the empress pleaded for leniency as well as the Ji family to save losses. The life of the Princess Hui to be retained. And since then the Princess Hui has been living in seclusion. Living a hard life. The empress will be the sister of many care. And later regained the favor. Just don't know if Princess Hui is childless. Her 2 pregnancies actually did not keep it down. The body is also damaged. The third time a lot of hard work to keep the fetus desperately gave birth to the 7th prince. But in the hard to raise to the age of 2 years when the water did not save it. Princess Hui at the time almost didn't make it. Then later the first queen died in childbirth. And know that Fei Fei and the first queen's relationship is good. As well as Jing Xiaochen's begging, she was allowed to adopt the 8th son of the emperor to be happy in the knee. But also let Fei Fei have a support. But how did Jing Xiaochen not expect Princess Hui to scold Jing Xiaoyun at every turn, even with a bad attitude? So much so that it made Mo Jiao fully suspect that all those injuries on Jing Xiaoyun's body came from Princess Hui. Buzz 6. Now when he heard Mo Jiao say that vicious medicinal powder again, that Princess Hui even directly ignored Jing Xiaoyun and directly sprinkled it on Jing Xiaoyun and Mo Jiao. His face sank horribly. He put Mo Jiao's body into his hands, his dark eyes looking closely at Mo Jiao. Are you sure that both you and Hachi are alright? Mo Jiao shook her head. It's definitely fine. Something is wrong with that Hui Fei. But it didn't protect your brother well enough for him to receive a slap from Hui Fei. Jing Xiaochen's heart was warm, and he said in a deep voice, Ah Jiao, whenever you need to ensure your own safety first, next time don't make a move if you're not sure. And, thank you for saving my brother, and thank you that you would save my brother because of me. Buzz 6. Seemed like, almost wanted to say something, but for a moment it was as if he didn't know what to say. A mere word of thanks wasn't enough. But he didn't know what else to do to show his gratitude other than sucking the blood out of the inkpot and giving it good food and drink. I'm so powerful. Surely I can protect myself. General people are put me no way. It is. this time may deal with a little trouble. If you punish me, don't break me to drink blood. The current emperor was already dissatisfied with Jing Xiaochen, and with something like this, I don't know what that emperor will do when he finds out. There was also Jing Xiaochen's comment the other day that he had always been clear in his rewards and punishments, and this time when something had happened, she would definitely not be exempted from punishment herself, but right now her cultivation was just in a pinch, and she wanted to sprint a little more, relying on Jing Xiaochen's blood. With this breakthrough, down the road, she could even manage to dispel the grain. Mo Jiao said and looked at Jing Xiaochen, a pair of dark eyes as if the stars in the night sky, the light flares moving, bright. If you really want to be punished, it's better to suck blood less than once a day. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen fed her blood at least 4 times a day, 5 or 6 times if it was more, so one less time was nothing to do with it. So perfect when you think about it. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen and blinked, but without thinking Jing Xiaochen suddenly smiled. He grabbed Mo Jiao. His eyes locked on those eyes of hers, and at that moment suddenly his mind flashed over that face so stunning that it made heaven and earth lose color in that pair of seductive eyes. In Mo Jiao's puzzled eyes he lowered his head, and the corner of his lips gently imprinted on those eyes of hers. Manhwa Chinese. At that moment one person and one snake were both stunned. Mo Jiao felt the warmth on those eyes. Her eyes couldn't help but move, and she froze as she looked back at Jing Xiaochen. How could Jing Xiaochen not expect the move in his heart to be like this? The touch at the corner of his mouth was different from the usual feeling in his hand, and seeing the uncomprehending bafflement in Mo Jiao's eyes, he jerked back and pulled away. Ahem. Jiao should know that I'm very grateful to you for saving Hachi. Mojang nodded frostily and blinked. So this is my way of thanking you the most. Mo Jiao felt that Jing Xiaochen was fooling her, but she had no proof. Looking at Mo Jiao's disbelieving eyes, Jing Xiaochen continued, didn't you say that you wanted me to punish you? This is it. Do you choose this way or do you choose not to drink the blood? Jing Xiaochen slashed his wrist open, and as he watched a trace of blood float out, he reached over to Mo Jiao's mouth. Manhwa Chinese. Feeling the sweetness in her mouth, Mo Jiao half squinted her tiny eyes in comfort. The doubts that had just arisen in his mind about what kind of punishment a kiss counted as were completely forgotten before he could figure them out. Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips gently raised. Ah, Jiao. This time it's just a small punishment. Next time you make a mistake, it'll be your turn to be punished when you turn into human form. Mo Jiao was sucking blood so happily that she didn't even react when she heard Jing Xiaochen's words and was pressed by Jing Xiaochen to agree. Jing Xiaochen's finger gently tapped on Mo Jiao's head. A nod of the head is considered a promise. Ink spot. Mo Jiao didn't even know what Jing Xiaochen was talking about. When she had drunk her fill of blood she asked, "What did you just say?" Jing Xiaochen lied without changing his face. "Didn't say anything. It's too late. Time to rest." Mo Jiao gave him a skeptical look, always feeling out of place. Jing Xiaochen changed clothes and got into bed, lay down and looked at Mo Jiao. "Sleep." Mo Jiao shook her head. "I won't sleep tonight. I want to cultivate." She felt that the blood she had just drank had filled her body with power, and tonight the moon was shining just right for cultivation. Jing Xiaochen, who already had even his chest ready. But that being said, the current Mo Jiao has already realized that wish from the beginning to use Jing Xiaochen's warm chest as her bed, and then a quilt, to truly live the life of a brocade that uses His Highness the Crown Prince as her bed. "Your Majesty, you must decide for my concubine." Early the next morning, Consort Hui cried and begged over her miserable face to the Yangxin Hall where the emperor was. At that time, the emperor was summoning the minister, and the minister wanted to talk about things, and Jing Xiaochen as well as Jing Xiaoyu and several other imperial sons were also there. Bus 6. Consort Hui's voice was hoarse and cried out sadly, which, along with her face, caused countless ministers and courtiers to stop by. Hui Fei behind also with the sister and countless last night's injured palace maids eunuchs. Bang kneeled down and shouted, "If your majesty does not see my concubine today, my concubine might as well head to death. The crown prince condones that snake to hurt people. My concubine all hope that your majesty to do the lord." She cried pitifully, with a palace of maids thumping kowtow. Forehead instantly read a large area. That force as if the emperor does not see her. She really have to crash. Everyone heard that the matter of Princess Hui was still related to the crown prince and his precious pet, and for a moment their curiosity grew even stronger. The several ministers in the nurturing heart hall as well as the imperial prince all looked at Jing Xiaochen. The Tiansheng emperor at the top was dressed in a bright yellow 5-clawed golden dragon imperial robe, surrounded by majesty and depth, with an indifferent expression on his face, and his slender eyes were deep and wise. allowing others to pry into not a trace of emotion, but at the same time it seemed to be able to see through others, so that others had nothing to hide from under those eyes of his. Hearing the noise outside, he looked to the grandmaster next to him. Who's making a racket outside? Yuna Qian glanced at Jing Shaochen, stepped forward and spoke back. It is Princess Hui, who came to ask His Majesty to make a decision. Seeing that Yuna Qian glanced at Jing Shaochen again, the emperor's voice sank 2 points. What did you say? Why don't you tell us all? Yuna Qian's waist bent down more and more. Concubine Hui said that the crown prince's pet disfigured her, and she came to beg your majesty to do something about it. Everyone immediately looked at Jing Shaochen when they heard about pets and disfigurement. Jing Xiaoyu and the other three had seen with their own eyes how Jing Shaochen had favored that pet snake, and they actually didn't expect that snake to be so powerful that the first time it struck was Lady Hui. And how much should disfigurement hurt a woman? Emperor Tianqing's face sank slightly. Summon Consort Hui. Yes. Yuna Qian immediately went down after receiving the order. The princess is really not like ordinary people. After all, now the king of the Flame Kingdom is the princess's brother. The two countries are now tense relations. If the princess has an accident, the Flame Kingdom will have a reason to send troops. Although the great Jiaoyu Kingdom is not afraid of the Flame Kingdom, but because of a pet to lead to the war, the smoke rose, the bones of the dead, the people displaced, which is a situation that no one would like to see. It is not a good idea to have a good time, but it is a good idea to have a good time. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing for a while, and they looked at Jing Shaochen, but they only saw that he stood there without changing his color and with light eyes, as if he wasn't worried about this matter. Your Majesty, you must decide for my concubine. As soon as she came in, Consort Hui flung herself to the ground and cried out in pain. What's going on? Emperor Tianshang's faint eyes swept over, and all the palace maids and eunuchs on the ground shrank into a ball, their buzzing cries suppressed as if they had suffered great grievances. Your Majesty, the 8th prince and that snake ruined my face. Princess Hui violently raised that face, which was a bloody mess, and, one hot Chinese, the skin seemed to have been torn apart raw, and even the features were not recognizable, only a pair of red eyes were vaguely visible. Ho! This appearance of Princess Hui startled everyone. For that matter, it was still the result of the imperial doctors dressing to clean up after. Jing Shaochen's gaze sank when he saw this. Fortunately this poisonous powder had not been sprinkled on Xiao Hachi and Mo Jiao, otherwise he felt like he would go crazy. Emperor Tianshang quickly shifted his gaze in anger. Crown Prince, what the hell is going on? Father is clear about this. Lady Hui Fei's own dispensing of medicine injured herself. What does it have to do with my son's little snake and little 8? Jing Shaochen's voice was not humble and his attitude was subdued. Dispensing your own medicine? Such a vicious drug? Everyone looked over in unison and immediately turned their eyes away again. That face would give people nightmares if they looked at it for too long. Concubine Hui fiercely pounced on Jing Shaochen. You're talking nonsense. It's that snake of yours that did this. That snake is a demonic snake. If it wasn't for that snake I wouldn't be like this at all. I'm going to kill that snake. Boss 6. Demon snake? A hint of darkness flashed in the bottom of Emperor Tianshang's eyes. In the end, what is the situation truthfully? And then so noisy, the imperial court disrespect. According to the law when the decapitation, Tianshang Emperor's words were like a dramatic thunder, instantly exploding in everyone's ears. Consort Hui and the others' bodies trembled. They didn't even dare to look at Tianshang Emperor, let alone request to speak and make a decision. Hui Fei eyes a hateful heavens. Half-crippled nails like sharp blades ruthlessly inserted into the palm. Pain to the bone. Yesterday, the 8th prince ran out in the morning to the afternoon did not return. Concubines worried about the 8th prince accountability of the palace people. The 8th prince returned with the princes that snake. Concubines just asked the 8th prince a day to go to what place? The snake on the sudden upsurge of attacks. Said the princess Hui began to cry again. Tears drop by drop left on the jade of the hall. Coupled with these words, the listener is sad. The hearer falls in tears. Boss 6. Everyone knew that Consort Hui had the best relationship with the previous empress, and at that time, her raising the 8th prince was still something she herself plus the crown prince personally begged for, and over the past 10 years or so, Consort Hui did treat the 8th prince as if he were her own. So when her words came out, no one thought it would be Consort Hui's fault. Someone go summon the 8th prince, as well as that snake of the crown prince. The emperor glanced at Jing Shaochen. His face was dark and heavy at the moment, his pair of black eyes harboring emotions he couldn't see. Sungay Tianshang, U.S. diplomat and director of U.S. State Department's Korea office. Slowly faded eyes. This son is the most outstanding of all the sons, but also the most impervious to him. It is ridiculous. As the king of a country, or the role of a father, he has now been impervious to the son. How terrible. Jing Shaochen looked down at the kneeling concubine Hui with downcast eyes. A hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. His voice cold. Concubine Hui can be responsible for her own words and actions. For some reason, Princess Hui inexplicably shuddered. Mo Jiao didn't go out today. She had a feeling that Princess Hui might want to make trouble today. So she sat in the morning with Jing Xiaoyun after having her meal and was wide-eyed. After yesterday's incident, Jing Xiaoyun was still a bit scared of her, but that nastiness was no longer there, and he had even been able to sit at the same dinner table to eat. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaoyun, who was carefully eating, and wanted to say that she was really just eating without eating anyone. After eating and waiting for those people to remove the chopsticks, Mo Jiao turned around twice. In fact, she wanted to see the injuries on Jing Xiaoyun's body, in addition to ask how his injuries in the end. But Jing Xiaoyun is not only afraid of her, not dare to let her get close to her, and even more can't read her body language, can't understand her snake language. Buzz 6. Oh yes, talking about this matter is a bit infuriating. Jing Xiaochen can obviously understand her words now, but he still pretended not to understand to set her words many times. It's really hateful. However, she had already taken revenge when she knew that Jing Xiaochen had been lying to her, and she bit Jing Xiaochen hard in passing to draw more blood. Then she thought about it for a moment and realized why Jing Xiaochen could understand her words, probably because of that contract. In the cultivation world, as long as it is not practicing the art of the imperial beast, humans generally do not understand the language of the beast, and so after the signing of the contract, man and his demonic beasts will be able to communicate with each other, the language of the same Manhwa Chinese. So it was only right that Jing Xiaochen could understand her words. Of course Ruan Nianqi was able to understand her words, probably because Ruan Nianqi knew the method of beast control before. It was just that it was also very strange that Ruan Nianqi didn't have a single fluctuation of spiritual energy on her body. It was as if she had never come into contact with cultivation, and it even seemed that she didn't know anything about cultivation at all. However, all these questions are to be confirmed later, and the main thing at the moment was the matter of Jing Xiaoyun and Princess Hui. Speak of Chao Chao arrives. Mo Jiao just thought of this when he heard voices coming from the door. Consort Hui really ran to the imperial court to complain. Soon Chief Li came in with a eunuch and a few guards, and Mo Jiao guessed that it was because those people were afraid that she wouldn't cooperate. Chief Steward Li came in and was the first to speak. Eighth Highness, Master Mo. There is an invitation from His Majesty's side, and His Highness is there. Those few people who heard the title of Master Mo looked at Chief Li and Mo Jiao a few times with a strange sight. Chief Li was aware that this snake, the second master of their eastern palace, would be obedient, so he said so, and then saw Mo Jiao nodding her head in a faintly invisible manner. Jing Xiaoyun pinched his fingers, and compared to Mo Jiao's casualness and ease, there seemed to be a bit more tension and apprehension. Mo Jiao always felt that there was a hint of something wrong. She glanced at Jing Xiaoyun again and her green bean-sized eyes turned to walk beside Jing Xiaoyun. Those palace people are surprised up for a time. See Mo Jiao so good behavior to go. They look at each other for a time, uncertain to follow behind Jing Xiaoyun, thinking that this snake can really understand the human language. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoyun's footsteps were heavy as he arrived at the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. Mo Jiao looked at him several times along the way. I do not know what Jing Xiaoyun is thinking. The thin corners of the lips pursed. The body is also taut as if going to the execution ground to die. Is the emperor that scary? Obviously Jing Xiaoyun is the victim. Those guards didn't realize how Mo Jiao's small body could walk so fast. They followed behind, and she actually walked along with Jing Xiaoyun without any fear. To the door, the guards and eunuchs went forward to report. Jing Xiaoyun took a deep breath and clenched his fists, and his face was tightly wrinkled all the way to a bun. Eighth Highness, the emperor asked you and this snake to go in. The eunuch spoke, all feeling a little weird. In his lifetime he was actually serious about giving a message to a snake. Manhwa Chinese language. Aha! Jing Xiaoyun answered and looked at Mo Jiao again as if he was bracing himself to speak. Let's go. After saying that he took a big step inside, and Mo Jiao followed him in. Entering inside, Mo Jiao saw the emperor sitting on the main seat at a glance. The dragon chi around him was thick and rolling around recklessly, but the killing intent was not light either. But that said, he was in the imperial position, but the dragon chi was still not as thick as Jing Xiaochen. Sure enough, Jing Xiaochen is the future of the emperor deservedly. Sitting on that position is sooner or later things. Mo Jiao's eyes turned between the two again. Just that Jing Xiaochen's imperial road was not easy to walk on. There were so many people in the way along the way. classifier for houses, small buildings, hospitals and institutions. Someone looked at this bold little snake. How dare she stare at His Majesty? Princess Hui went crazy as soon as she saw Mo Jiao and Jing Xiaoyun. I'm going to kill you. It's all because you made me disfigure my face. It's all because of you. The demonic snake. Only her body was overturned by Jing Xiaochen's palm wind before she could reach her heel. And Mo Jiao incidentally climbed up Jing Xiaochen's arm. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Mo Jiao and raised his head to look at Emperor Tian Shang. Father, Jiao is very well behaved and doesn't attack people randomly. As for what Empress Hui said that she was just questioning little 8, if it was really just a simple inquiry, I think that Jiao wouldn't have made a move. Jing Xiaochen's gaze fell on Jing Xiaoyun's face. Everyone seemed to have just realized the injury on Jing Xiaoyun's face. Emperor Tian Shang shifted his gaze from Mo Jiao to Jing Xiaoyun's face, and his voice suddenly sank. Little 8, how exactly did the injury on your face come about? Jing Xiaoyun is shake. Sight just with straight hook a face of resentment looking at them Hui Fei on. Jing Xiaoyun's face all of a sudden a change bang of kneeling. Father, all blame me disobedient. Cause Hui Fei lady angry. Father I do not mean. Oh, shut up. Jing Xiaochun spoke with a pale expression. Men don't shed tears when they bleed. You're disgracing our royal face. Jing Xiaoyun immediately stopped crying, wiping her tears. Everyone's eyes are watching, and indeed His Highness doesn't know how to write tenderness once, even being so harsh on his own brother. Several ministers nodded. The arrogance of the temple *** was something they appreciated. The face of Emperor Tian Shang, who was at the top, turned ugly for a few moments. So it was Consort Hui who made the first move against little 8, and then Snake defended her master? His gaze landed coldly on Princess Hui. Why did you hit Hachi? The 8th Highness for some reason ran out of the Jingyu Palace for a day without seeing anyone. The Queen was just worried and anxious, so she reprimanded the 8th Highness harshly. Light your Majesty forgive me. The Queen she is really just too concerned about the 8th Highness. Louis Vuitton handbags. The sister on the side hastened to argue. Only her face was also disfigured. And as soon as she looked up the Tian Shang Emperor at the top couldn't help but frown. And her favor towards Consort Hui and the others was lowered by a few more points. However, this was appropriate. And it was known to all that Princess Hui was good to His 8th Highness. Only because of this it caused the disfigurement of Princess Hui. For a while they couldn't help but feel that the 8th Highness's mind was a bit mischievous. Jing Xiaochen knew what their reaction was at a glance. He grunted coldly, his voice sinking. Wanhua Chinese. Sinking, the aura around the condensation. The pressure within the hall instantly climbed. In that case, how did the other wounds on the body of the little 8 come about? I did not know. Princess Hui is so concerned about the 8th Highness. Even care to the little 8 all over the body whip marks. Jing Xiaochen's voice seemed like ice ballast with a deep anger, pressing the entire hall to sink violently. The Emperor looked at Jing Xiaochun. What does the Crown Prince mean by that? Jing Xiaochen fiercely knelt down. Father, today's child minister would have had a matter to ask for, requesting Father to grant Xiaoyun temporary residence in the East Palace until he independently opens his own house. This is not reasonable. The ministers on the side were the first to open their mouths to retort. They valued etiquette the most. The East Palace was originally the residence of the Crown Prince. How could they allow other imperial sons to stay there? The Emperor looked at Jing Xiaochen with a sullen face. He was kneeling upright. His body was like a pine. Jing Xiaoyun on the side looked over in surprise. Not to mention Jing Xiaoyun, even Jing Xiaoyu and the others didn't expect Jing Xiaochen to make such a suggestion. If you don't want the Crown Prince position, just say so explicitly. Emperor Tian Shang was clearly enraged. You were the one who begged me to let concubine Hui adopt little 8 in the first place. And you're the one who's now asking me to take back concubine Hui's right to raise little 8. Jing Xiaochen, don't think that just because you're the Crown Prince that you can do whatever you want. No one at the top likes to have their authority challenged. But the old emperor meant to take on Jing Xiaochen's Crown Prince position? Mo Jiao fiercely straightened his head, glanced at the emperor, and then looked at Jing Xiaochen. Let's start with the wounds on Jing Xiaoyun's body and see what the emperor has to say. But if the emperor really did just lay off Jing Xiaochen's Crown Prince position, she would go to the old emperor's bedchamber at night and give him nightmares. Father, it's little 8's fault. Little 8 is willing to be punished. Jing Xiaoyun knew that the emperor was angry, and he was the best at reading people's eyes. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Jing Xiaoyun. His voice was light with no ups and downs, but his eyes seemed to be suppressing a raging storm. There are a total of 58 whip marks on little 8's entire body, the fatal one being the pinch mark on his neck. The time was probably within 2 months. Father, I would like to ask Princess Hui, is this how she cares about Zaya Hachi? If that's the case, I will also care about concubine Hui. I don't know if it's feasible? Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes became a pool of thick ink, dark and scary. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoyun bit her lower lip all out of blood, and her body was shaking from the moment Jing Xiaochen opened his mouth. How dare you? The emperor slammed the table, his chest rising and falling rapidly in anger. He dared to dispose of the palace consort, and he dared to talk about Jing Xiaochen. You're talking nonsense. It's not like the injuries on Jing Xiaoyun's body were inflicted by me. Concubine Hui was furious, and it looked as if she wanted to eat Jing Xiaochen alive. Jing Xiaochen's eyes sank into a cool color. I did not say that the wound was inflicted by concubine Hui. It's just that I'm not comfortable with little 8 living in Jingyu Palace anymore. A trace of resentment flashed under consort Hui's eyes. Jing Xiaoyun, you are a white-eyed wolf. I worked hard to raise you until you were 10 years old, and now you not only join forces with a snake to ruin my face, but even want to break away from the Jingyu Palace. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Consort Hui's face was already ugly as hell, and because of her speech, her face twisted into a ball, and the gloom under her eyes was like substance hitting Jing Xiaoyun. Jing Xiaoyun's body twitched violently. He didn't even dare to look at Princess Hui as he struggled to clench his fists. Jing Xiaoyun, tell me, do you really want to escape from Jingyu Palace? Consort Hui's voice was sharp and thin, as if it was a magic sound, striking his eardrums over and over again, chills spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Jing Xiaoyun shook his body and shook his head frantically. No, I'm not trying to break away from the Jingyu Palace. I won't break away from the Jingyu Palace. He kept backing up as if there was something terrifying in front of him, tears held in his eyes, his face pale. Bang! Jing Xiaoyun's left foot tripped over his own right foot and his body fell straight to the ground. Little 8. Jing Xiaochen's face changed and he immediately turned around. Mo Jiao had already flown up and reached Jing Xiaoyun's arm under everyone's shocked gaze. She straightened her body and ran her cultivation to ease Jing Xiaoyun's emotions. She looked, Jing Xiaoyun body shocked out of a cold sweat, eyes lax and dark, that pair of good-looking black eyes as if suddenly lost all the color, was filled with panic. One hot Chinese. She looked fiercely at concubine Hui. In the end, what had concubine Hui done to him? Why did these words have such a strong effect on Jing Xiaoyun that they directly awakened the fear in his heart? Emperor Tian Shang's face changed. This appearance of Jing Xiaoyun was something that no one had expected. Bus 6. Concubine Hui. What have you done to little 8? Emperor Tianshang was enraged. And when the Son of Heaven was angry, millions of corpses were ambushed and thousands of miles of blood were shed. Everyone shuddered. And the Inkjiao bared its teeth, its snake pupils raised, cold and unforgiving. Inkjet couldn't help but extend his fangs. This was the first time anyone had seen this snake's aggressiveness. Usually on Jing Xiaochen's arm, she always acted like she was cute and docile. The look of her was such that one could overlook the fact that she herself was a viper. A ferocious thing. Hui Fei saw Mo Jiao this look actually bizarre smile. Bite as long as you move your mouth. I am today as death also pull you this demon snake to hell. Bus 6. Princess Hui hates Mo Jiao with a passion. Although she knew that the wind came out of nowhere and no one was expecting it. Jing Xiaoyun came back to her senses and grabbed Mo Jiao's body. Don't bite her. She's crazy. You must not bite her. Jing Xiaoyun's face was full of tears. His voice choked but made people's noses hit the bottom of their hearts. Xiao 8. You temporarily returned to the East Palace to live. Tian Shang Emperor saw this. The heart of compassion also moved. This is his youngest son, lively and love to move, is no less than bring him fun, but did not think that he did not know when it turned into this appearance. Because of Jing Xiaochen's previous actions, Jing Xiaoyun's collar loosened a few points. The striking strangulation marks on his neck were shocking, so that people couldn't help but guess that the person who laid hands on him at that time, she was really going to strangle Jing Xiaoyun to death. Jing Xiaoyun, you dare to leave. Concubine Hui looked over fiercely. Her crimson eyes seemed like poisonous thorns, stinging Jing Xiaoyun. Jing Xiaoyun stood there with his head hanging down as he grabbed his ink jiao. Mo Jiao twisted her head to look at him, but all she could see was those 2 rows of long eyelashes hanging with teardrops fluttering feebly. What the hell is going on? You're going with her. Mo Jiao's exasperated voice turned into a shrill, powerful hiss instead. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen coldly glanced at concubine Hui and quickly reached out to point Jing Xiaoyun's sleeping point. Father, little 8 was up all night last night. He's tired. Let him sleep first. Before the matter was clear, Jing Xiaochen let Jing Xiaoyun fall asleep first, which undoubtedly challenged Emperor Tian Shang's imperial authority. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Prince! Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao from Jing Xiaoyun's hands and stretched out his icy fingers to gently tap her snake head. Looked up to the head of the Tian Shang Emperor. He knelt down squarely, Father Emperor. The matter of Zaihachi to be clear about the end of the children's subjects to come back to ask the Father Emperor to decide. As for Consort Hui's seriously injured nonsense, I think I should first ask the imperial physician to diagnose and treat, so as not to defile the eyes of my father. There was nothing wrong with what Jing Xiaochen said, but it also made Emperor Tian Shang, who was supposed to be making the decision, listen to it with a fury. Jing Xiaoyu, 3 people see this, together kneel down to open. The son thinks that the words of the big brother is appropriate. Princess Hui seems to be almost delirious. The face is an obstacle to look at. In front of the emperor to lose etiquette. It is better to let the imperial doctor to treat and then talk about this matter. Your Majesty, Jing Xiaochen is talking nonsense. My concubine is now very sober. I beg your Majesty to make a decision. Jing Xiaochen, he is simply a dog jumping over the wall. It's my concubine who has discovered something unimaginable. He wants to kill my concubine to silence her. Your Majesty, Emperor Tian Shang was already suspicious by nature, and when he heard Consort Hui's words, his gaze fell on Jing Xiaochen like a sharp sword. Consort Hui is careful with her words. I really found out that Jing Xiaochen was in league with the Flame Kingdom, and in the early years, he asked me to send messages to the Flame Kingdom. This time, he disappeared because he went to the Flame Kingdom to talk to Grand Prince Zaro about cooperation. And even the assassination of His Majesty was also arranged by him. Now that he has returned to the palace, because my concubine saw him talking to Zaro, he wanted to kill me and arranged for a poisonous snake to bite me to death. Concubine Hui lunged towards the emperor. Jing Xiaochen kicked at Concubine Hui, her eyes chilling. Concubine Hui wants to commit assassination in front of the emperor? Also at the same time Jing Xiaochen kicked her. The powder in his hand violently sprinkled towards Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao had seen the poisonous powder packet she had pinched early on, and she had used her cultivation to dispel it at that moment. One hot Chinese. But Jing Xiaochen reacted quickly and grabbed her 7 inches into his arms and turned around. Also at the same moment, the white powder sprinkled as much as it could onto Jing Xiaochen's back, and his sunken black crown prince coronation suit instantly resounded with a zippy sound. Everyone looked over in horror, and watched as the clothes on Jing Xiaochen's back became shards of powder. And the white powder quickly fell onto Jing Xiaochen's scarred back. Immediately after that, the flesh and blood on his back only corroded into his bones in an instant. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. He whispered, Jiao. Like, it hurts a little. Ink Jiao spat out the snake letters. The snake pupils still vertical, cold and merciless. From his warm chest slowly poked out his head. The white points of light on his body quickly landed on his back. The corrosion of the blood and flesh on his back slowly stopped. Jing Xiaochen said, Jiao, don't treat it. He needed this injury now. At this moment, Inkpot hung on his arm in silence. Just Princess Hui's words everyone heard. Collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country is a great crime. The prince committed this taboo, no matter whether it is true or false. A dead end. But Jing Xiaochen said that Princess Hui wanted to perform an assassination in front of the royal court. And that poisonous powder and his injured spine were there for all to see. The scene that had just occurred came so quickly that no one seemed to see it coming. And it was over. Concubine Hui could not even crawl up from Jing Xiaochen's hard kick, as if it was hard to even speak. Jing Xiaochen's expression was very painful. His forehead was covered in sweat. Just in an instant, but even his hair was wet with sweat. As if it had been drenched in rain, as if it was wet and stuck to the corner of his forehead. He stumbled on his feet and knelt down. Father, clearly investigate. My son would never do anything to collaborate with the enemy and sell out the country. Emperor Tian Shang was silent. Speaking of which, Jing Xiaochen was the most outstanding of all his sons, but also because he was too outstanding, he was even more uneasy. This time, the fact that Princess Hui suddenly said this was something no one expected. Originally, these are words of mouth. No evidence, this is considered slander. But he is in the end paranoid. At that moment, he remembered that the person who assassinated him was a person from a foreign country. And then according to the investigation, the person who assassinated the crown prince also had a person from a foreign country. And even at the place where the crown prince appeared, there was a person from a foreign country who appeared. If it was another prince, he naturally wouldn't suspect anything. After all, those princes were all in Kyoto. Under his watch, there was no possibility that they would go and contact a foreign race. But Jing Xiaochen is different. He went to the northern border, won the title of God of War and went to the southern border. Bus 6. These places are, after all, far away. And why did Princess Hui know so well? Obviously, Consort Hui is a person of the Flame Kingdom. and Consort Hui and the former Empress Ji Si Cheong are righteous and sisterly. So pulling strings for the Crown Prince is justifiable. That's why the Crown Prince is too much of a suspect. It made him wonder. Combined with the thing that Jing Xiaozi mentioned after he returned to the capital that the explosive power could destroy a city, and he hadn't seen Jing Xiaochen mention a single word about it until now. That kind of thing should definitely be handed over to the court and manufactured in bulk for use in the military. Buzz 6. That's why he was not just suspicious of Jing Xiaochen, but also defensive. This imperceptible son, he couldn't do a complete trust. It's just that Princess Hui is now suddenly assassinating. Whoever saw it, that the powder should be sprinkled to the Tiansheng Emperor. But I didn't expect to be recognized by Jing Xiaochen. And then Jing Xiaochen blocked the poison with his body. And now the whole spine is rotting and seriously injured. Jing Xiaofeng begged with a white face. Father, first call the imperial physician to see to the injuries of imperial brother. Consort Hui's mind is too malicious. This poisonous powder is so powerful. Emperor Tiansheng returned to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Go summon the imperial physician." As for concubine Hui, the assassination in front of the imperial court. As for Princess Hui, she was assassinated in front of the royal court and was put in the prison for interrogation. Yes, Your Majesty, spare your life. The cries of the palace maid were quickly suppressed and dragged down, and Princess Hui was now unconscious because of that kick. Seeing that Jing Xiaochen was unconscious and he was still protecting that snake in his arms, this was something that no one had expected. That moment was so dangerous. The first thing Jing Xiaochen cared about would be a snake. Waiting for people to empty, Tiansheng Emperor sat in the first place with his hands hanging down and did not say anything. There are too many doubts about what happened today. What's going on between Hachi and Megumi? Why is Hachi so afraid of Princess Hui? And what about the injuries on his body? Manhwa Chinese language and culture. And is what Princess Hui said true? Is it true or false that the prince collaborated with the enemy and committed treason? Come on, man. My lord. A secret guard soon came out. Take Princess Hui to the Dark Guard camp. Don't let her die. I will personally interrogate her. Yes. Go check on everyone in Jingyue Palace, especially the injury to the 8th prince. Yes. Go down. Emperor Tiansheng waved his hand, and the secret guards immediately disappeared in place. He rubbed his brow for a moment and called out, "How is the prince's injury?" Eunuch Qian came in from outside and returned. "Back to your majesty. The imperial physician has already gone over. It's just that the poisonous powder. There's no antidote. I'm afraid the situation is not too optimistic. That's poison powder. Something toxic. Not just a regular medicinal powder. Without the antidote, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." Emperor Tiansheng's heart thumped, and his heart tightened abruptly. After all, Jing Xiaochen is his outstanding and once favorite son. The only son that he personally taught. So to Jing Xiaochen, he always still has a father and son love. The first time I saw him, he was in the middle of a long journey. Pass on my oracle. Let the Imperial Hospital do its best to save their lives. If anything happens, I want their heads. Yes. Eunuch Qian saluted after receiving the oracle and respectfully exited. Emojiao coiled around Jing Xiaochen's shoulder and neck. Silent. Those scars on Jing Xiaochen's back actually faded to almost nothing. That was the effect after she brought the medicine from Yuan Nianqi and consequently also signed a contract with him to leave him alive and strengthen his body. But now Jing Xiaochen got it on again at the drop of a hat. That back was as bad as the lightning strike had ever been before. Serves him right for being in pain, the ink slinger thought. Jing Xiaochen has never had a long memory. The imperial doctors were originally trembling at the sight of Emojiao, tense and instinctively scared to death. But they had treated Jing Xiaochen for most of the day, and actually found that the snake, in addition to starting to stare at them, behind her gaze was placed as much as possible on Jing Xiaochen's face, and a piece of their heart was slowly put down. Emojiao knew that this poisonous powder was the same as the one that Princess Hui took out last night, and the ingredients used in it were basically the venom contained in some insects. It also happened that she knew the nemesis of these poisonous types. It was those things that were so much trouble to find. Emojiao thought about it, and finally heard those so-called imperial doctors one by one, shaking their heads and lamenting. She knew that after all was said and done, she had to make a trip in person again. Bus 6. As long as they found all those things and boiled them into a medicinal juice for Jing Xiaochen to drink, it would be fine. Of course, the fastest way was to ask Princess Hui for the antidote. However, she felt that Princess Hui might not want Jing Xiaochen to die. The possibility of giving the antidote is very small. Either she herself go to Princess Hui's hall to look for it, or write down the prescription and vigorously look for herbs to match it herself. Manhwa Chinese language and culture. She thought about doing a double take. Mo Jiao carefully recalled the growth habits of those poisons, and slowly made a list of herbs in her mind as she prepared to go find something. Of course, there were some that might just be available on the market, and she asked the guys at the Imperial Hospital to find them, and she'd go back for the rest that they couldn't help. In the middle of the night when those people had all gone down to rest, she used her cultivation again to make all the people serving around Jing Shaochen also go to sleep. She got out of bed and her body slowly changed, and in the end, the upper half of her body succeeded in manifesting. She draped on a piece of Jing Shaochen's clothing, then sat down at the table to write with a pen, writing down the prescription and precautions, as well as some of the expensive herbs needed. After writing, Mo Jiao put the prescription on Jing Shaochen's back. We'll see it in the morning when those guys come in. She then looked at Jing Shaochen again, changed back into her snake body, and dragged her body quietly away from the Eastern Palace. Because it is night, the people who come and go less are some patrolling guards, Mo Jiao body shape into the size of a small finger, and darkness, who did not pay attention to flew to the quiet Moon Palace. Jing Shaoyun has now been placed in the East Palace. As for the Princess Hui, a palace of people, all were escorted by the Emperor into the heavenly prison, so the large Jingyue Palace overnight will also become an empty city. Sure enough, there was nothing in the quiet Moon Palace. Mo Jiao again thought of searching on Princess Hui, but she didn't know how to get to the heavenly prison, so she summoned a few more snake grandsons to take her to the heavenly prison. Ancestor, this is the heavenly prison. We don't dare to go in, so we'll just stand guard outside. A red-spotted snake opened its mouth. These are local Kyoto snakes, so they are familiar with the whole Kyoto news. Mo Jiao nodded. Don't go yet, I'll go in and take a look. I might have to trouble you guys if I don't get any results. Those snakes nodded their heads hurriedly. It's our honor to be troubled by our ancestor. Ancestor, we'll wait here. Good. Mo Jiao answered and her body flew and disappeared in front of the entrance of the heavenly prison. Mo Jiao quickly went in and actually found someone interrogating a prisoner, which she wasn't interested in, so she turned around and looked from cell to cell, finding the courtesans and sisters, just not Princess Hui. Mo Jiao's face was a bit worse. She really did her best to be awesome for the sake of this reserve, but there was no gain, so in the end, the life of the reserve had to be saved by her personally again. The snakes were coming together and talking when Murdoch came out. The ink slinger suddenly heard an earful. The red-spotted snake said, Lord Snake Ancestor is so powerful. The aura on her body is so strong that I don't even dare to get close to her. White brocade snake, Lord Snake Ancestor is the most powerful snake I've ever seen. Speaking of which, it's almost spring and the breeding season is approaching. I wonder what kind of male snake Lord Snake Ancestor will choose to cross. One hot Chinese, golden ringed snake. It should be a snake with a very high bloodline. Or else ordinary snakes can't stand the powerful bloodline suppression of Lord Snake Ancestor. Mo Jiao. These snakes are so gossipy. And she's not just any snake. She made a sound. And as soon as the several snakes heard it, they immediately stopped their discussion and looked over. Snake Ancestor, did you find what you wanted? No. Mo Jiao led them towards the palace. I have a few herbs here. You guys help look for them and I'll pay you when you find them. Hiss. Can. Serpent Ancestor Sama's reward must be extraordinary. Their interest was very high. Mo Jiao gave them the habits, and used the snake's tail to roughly draw the shape of the herbs on the ground. Those striped snakes saw this, basically a snake, a kind of herbs to take the task away. Boss 6. Mo Jiao gave them all the herbs that could be found in closer places. As for the ones in faraway places, only she could go. After all, she was fast. But before she left, she definitely had to go back and check on the reserves and give a heads up if he was awake or he'd get mad again. She'd leave a letter if she didn't wake up. The sky was already bright when Mo Jiao returned to the palace. Only just outside the palace gate she paused. When will cousin wake up? A clear female voice cried low, her voice choked with sobs. The poison has not been resolved, and we are not sure when His Highness the Crown Prince will wake up. Imperial Dr. Zhang stood up after taking his pulse. So the herbs on that paper are the antidote to the poison? Boss 6. Several people from Imperial Dr. Zhang looked over in confusion. Wasn't this prescription brought over by Miss Ji? They came over early in the morning and found Ji Chui in the house, holding a prescription in her hand for them to see. After they looked at it, they actually found that several herbs were actually experimented with by a group of them with great difficulty. At that moment, several of them did exploration and reasoning together, and found that it was very likely that this was the antidote, and they didn't dare to delay in their excitement, and after trying again and again, they went to raise the herbs. But now why did Ji Chui suddenly ask this? Boss 6. Oh, This is I specially went to the temple to a cloud traveler Taoist priest begged. He said that your highness take the antidote made from this formula. The toxin can be solved. Ji Chui read I's words but said sincerely. Imperial Dr. Zhang nodded. This formula is indeed a good medicine. Just that in the end it has not been tried. Many of the herbs on it are treasures that have a market without a price. Raising these may not be easy. Besides, we will have to find someone to test the medicine before making a decision. In that case, the demand for this herb is twice as great, and it's even more troublesome to find it. So I hope it'll be found soon. The other imperial physician sighed. Ji Chui hurriedly opened his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Then I'll let my father and the others vigorously search for them, and we'll definitely find them all within 3 days. Mo Jiao was angry at what she had just heard, and her small eyes seemed to be spitting fire. How dare someone impersonate her? This is something she wrote specifically for her, and that person is too thick-skinned and loudmouthed to say that they will find it in 3 days? She let out a cold laugh, and under the eyes of everyone who was caught off guard, Mo Jiao flew up, her body viciously pumping on the piece of paper. Ah, snake! Ji Chui's face went white with fear. She bit her lip and threw the half-sheet of paper in her hand straight away, looking at Mo Jiao. At this moment, Mo Jiao's entire body was full of displeasure. Her snake pupils were erected, and the cold light in her eyes shot out in all directions, staring at Ji Chui, who almost fainted. Ji Chui's hands trembled as she looked towards Mo Jiao and took a violent step back, her eyes pooling with tears of fear. The ink slips under everyone's stiffened form. She rolled the prescription that had been destroyed by Ji Chui and herself and walked over to Imperial Dr. Zhang, and with a movement of the snake's tail, the piece of paper full of precious herbs was carefully picked up by Imperial Dr. Zhang. Wanha Chinese. Mo Jiao's snake pupil casually glanced at Ji Chui, a goose yellow pleated long gauze scarf-flown dress. The whole person looks like the temperament of vulgarity. Dusty noble. Eyes like autumn water. Mo Jiao felt that it was really an eye that could speak, but daring to pass off the snake ancestor's things as his own. Mo Jiao's goodwill towards Ji Chui dropped directly to zero. She also stopped looking at Ji Chui, then climbed onto the bed. What is she doing? A little pet. How dare she climb cousin's crown prince's bed? Someone come and throw her out. Ji Chui shouted out in shock as she watched Mo Jiao arrive at the bedside. A few imperial doctors took a look but didn't say anything. Recently they have seen this situation a few times. As for those maids in the East Palace, they have always known that Mo Jiao and His Highness are inseparable. His Highness said that this is their second master of the East Palace. Were they dare to do something to the master? Do not want to live? Shulan looked at Ji Chui. Miss Ji, that's His Highness's beloved pet. And His Highness has always eaten and slept with her, so there was no way they would even bother listening to Ji Chui's words to kick Mo Jiao out. What? Hearing the maid's words, Ji Chui was shocked beyond description. How can cousin, the hallowed crown prince, eat and live with a snake from nowhere? The expression on her face was condescending and full of disgust and anger. Cousin is also too uncaring. What if this snake is sick? Now that cousin is sick in bed, we must not let this snake aggravate his condition. What are you guys waiting for? Get on with it. Mo Jiao spat out her forked snake letters, her anger reaching the top, her body whooshing out to wrap around Ji Chui's neck. Hiss, you're the one who's sick. How can I be sick when I'm a snake ancestor? Ah! Help! Help! Mo Jiao's dark body wrapped itself viciously around Ji Chui's neck. The cold and slippery touch in the Mori fangs made Ji Chui's pupils shrink violently, especially when she met the pair of snake pupils. Fear was like the dark night, descending on every part of her body. Bus 6. Ah! Help! Hiss! Ji Chui was horrified to the extreme and fainted with a pale face. Gee, that's weak. The blood isn't good either. Yuck! Mo Jiao spat out the bit of blood from Ji Chui and skimmed his mouth as his body turned around and landed on the bed. I thought to myself, I'm sure it's still the blood of the reserves that tastes the best. Mo Jiao thought about leaving at night. She would have to leave words when those people left. Ji Chui was stunned after the imperial physician immediately rescue soon woke up. She grabbed the neck. Eyes are red. The actual bus 6. Mo Jiao gave her a cold look, and her body stiffened as she turned and ran out. Mo Jiao was lying down in front of Jing Shaochen looking at his eyebrows. In fact, his body had been remodeled a lot better. It couldn't hurt his life for a while when he encountered this poison, but it certainly wouldn't work without an antidote. In the evening Mo Jiao hungry ran to the kitchen. Those people immediately remembered to prepare food for Mo Jiao. Today no one ordered them to forget. However, because of this prospect Shaochen specially accounted for. Those people do not dare to be slow. The food is soon ready. Mo Jiao good full meal and then back to the room of Jing Shaochen. At this moment it was already the middle of the moon. Those imperial doctors had gone to rest, leaving only 2 palace maids to look after them. Mo Jiao climbed into bed and watched for a while, letting the men fall asleep before she climbed back out of bed and transformed into her body. It's okay now. At least it's not so big that you can control the size of the body, so that's enough for this room. She took a pen and wrote a letter, took the letter to the bedside. She put the letter to Jing Xiaochen's pillow and whispered, "Reserves, you'll give me trouble. You're hurt. Good is easy, but to have an antidote, only I can go to find. So this time you wake up and can't find me, don't get angry again. Where are you going?" A sudden voice and warm, strong hands gripped her wrists tightly. Mo Jiao blinked and turned around in surprise. "Reserve food, you're awake. Reserve food?" Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Jiao, who was still wearing his clothes in person. His eyes deepened. "Where is Jiao going?" "Go get you medicine." Speaking of this, Mo Jiao was furious. "You're really something. You even injured yourself on purpose. Do you think your life is so hard that you won't die?" Bus 6. A deep smile flashed underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes as he looked at Mo Jiao seriously. "But if I don't get hurt, it will reveal that you're different." How could the tightly closed chamber suddenly get windy? Mo Jiao's throat choked at the words. A hint of watery color flashed in those beautiful eyes, and her willow brows lightly knitted. "But you can't suffer from such a serious injury and still not let me cure it. I didn't stop you from healing, but this time, my injuries can't be healed so quickly." Jing Xiaochen looked seriously at the skin of the snow-white face. The corners of her eyes were hooked, adding to the demonic look, but her eyes were clear and soulful, rippling. Mo Jiao knew it after a slight thought. "It's because of Princess Hui's words?" Jing Xiaochen smiled gently, gentlemanly and dignified. "Gentle as jade, my family's Jiao is most intelligent." Mo Jiao then knew that her guess was correct. The corners of her moist lips curved slightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. "It seems that even if you come back, you may not be completely safe." She had thought that his situation was okay. After all, he was a prince. After all, the dragon chi around him was too strong. Jing Xiaochen's long and slender fingers suddenly landed on Mo Jiao's eyes, and he laughed. "My family's Jiao is really good looking. It's true that shoe color is pretty, and flowers lose their color." His eyes flashed as he felt her eyes. "One hot Chinese." Jing Xiaochen's sudden change of topic and praise made the tip of Mo Jiao's ears slightly hot. A feeling she had never felt before surged up to her heart, only wanting her to avoid those fiery eyes, yet an indescribable feeling of joy spread throughout her body. It was true that her looks were outstanding, but so many people had praised her once upon a time, and she had never felt this way. "Enough talk, I'm going to look for herbs." After all was said and done, his poison wasn't resolved. She was uneasy in her heart. Her eyes touched his blood-soaked back, and a flicker of heartache she didn't even know she felt flashed under her eyes. She suppressed the idea of healing him quickly. Jing Xiaochen, however, did not let go of her hand. Her hand and the snake body were the same, touch soft but also cold through the bone. He put her hand in the palm of his hand to look at Mo Jiao. "Look gentle. Herbs I sent people to find. A Jiao slowly for my healing. Hang my life can be good." Mo Jiao's gaze fell on those hands of his, and then slowly fell on his eyes. She drew her hands. "No good. Your life is fine for the time being. I'm the fastest to find herbs." Bus 6. Hiss. Because Jing Xiaochen's grip was too tight, she used force when she withdrew her hand, and it actually pulled Jing Xiaochen's wound, and Jing Xiaochen's face turned white with pain. Mo Jiao violently loosened her force and said, "Is the wound cracked? Let me take a look." "Let go of my hand." Then, Jiao, don't go, okay?" Jing Xiaochen's pair of good-looking phoenix eyes flooded with fine light as he looked at Mo Jiao. How could Mo Jiao's words of refusal not come out? "I'll take a look at your wound first." Mo Jiao gave a cold glance. Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips and slowly let go of his hand. "This palace has always been dangerous, and now that I'm seriously injured in bed, if someone comes, won't I be defenseless? Probably a corpse by the time you get back." Jiao, what if you come back and don't see me again?" Jing Xiaochen's fingers gently stirred Mo Jiao's ink hair that was hanging down from bending over and whispered softly. Mo Jiao's eyes moved slightly, her brows furrowed. "I can return very quickly." It could be seen that she was indeed listening to Jing Xiaochen's words and was indeed thinking about this issue. What would happen if he really came back and couldn't see Jing Xiaochen? "If you can't see me, there will be no more me as a person in this world. And in the future, a Jiao won't have my blood to drink." Jing Xiaochen smiled miserably. Mo Jiao watched and listened, slowly recalling that image as he spoke. Her heart suddenly tightened at the thought of Jing Xiaochen dying in her absence. She has not been many friends, The best relationship in the cultivation world is only one Qian Yuan. He is a white dragon. She was enlightened by him to cultivate adults. Their relationship is also a teacher and a friend. And together they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. It was only later after Qian Yuan left that she became friends with the human who had victimized her. So she had very few friends. And she'd had even fewer in this life. So after all this time together, she was thinking of reserve as a friend. If you go out this time and come back late, you won't see this friend. She clearly felt an emotion called hardness that sent chills through even the serpentine. But your injuries. She feels at the moment that she is in a dilemma at both ends. It is not possible to go. It is not possible not to go. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. With Zhao around, how could my injury be okay? She could never stand it when his arched eyebrows looked at her. Those eyes were really so beautiful that she couldn't help but put her cold hands on them as if compelled. His eyes were long and thin, with double eyelids and light sleepers when he smiled, and his long eyelashes swept her fingers, tickling and warming her all the way to her heart. Jing Xiaochen took his life into his own hands. It's amazing that he believes in himself so much. She curved her lips. Jing Xiaochen, your eyes are so pretty. The corners of Jing Xiaochen's lips rose lightly. Is a Jiao still going? Bus 6. Not leaving. You have someone go find medicine. I'll treat you. Mo Jiao mischievously used her fingers to gently trace his eyebrows and eyes. Jing Xiaochen said that he was good looking, but in fact, his face was the one that was stunningly dusty. Big brother. Just after lunch, Jing Xiaoyun ran in. I don't know whether Jing Xiaochen's point was heavy or Jing Xiaoyun's body was too weak. He slept for 2 days. He woke up at noon and immediately ran to Jing Xiaochen's bedchamber after hearing the news. Mo Jiaozi elongated her body to lie next to Jing Xiaochen. If not for the fact that she was too long, the black color of the ink would have fused with Jing Xiaochen's hair. Hearing Jing Xiaoyun enter, she slowly raised her head to look over. Jing Xiaoyun's face was still a bit swollen, and there were still tear marks on his face. Mo Jiao just couldn't figure out how this child was so crybaby. Jing Xiaoyun sat on the edge of the bed in a flash. Looking at Jing Xiaochen's back, his eyes misted up again. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. Hiss, don't cry. The sudden voice in the snake's head near his eyes startled Jing Xiaoyun. You, why are you here? Although he had heard people say that Big Brother and this snake ate and lived together, he had never imagined that Mo Jiao would sleep in this bed with Big Brother. Even if it was that cat of the Empress, that still had a little nest in the side hall, never really just went up to the Empress bed. Hiss, where am I if not here? Mo Jiao bared her teeth and barked twice. Then her elongated body slowly coiled up and stared at Jing Xiaoyun's face for a while. Jing Xiaoyun was stared at and his scalp went numb. Don't look at me. I'm scared. Seeing that Jing Xiaoyun was about to cry again, Mo Jiao called out twice and turned her head. Really? This kid is no fun to be around. So scared and cries when he's scared. And I don't know what's wrong with him. Jing Xiaoyun saw Mo Jiao move away from him a little bit, and he let out a breath. But then he saw Mo Jiao climb to Jing Xiaochen's pillow and coil up. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun. He was actually a bit heartbroken and jealous for a moment. It seemed that Big Brother was really good to this snake, and was even intimate to such a degree. And he rarely even had time to eat with his Big Brother. No matter what, Jing Xiaoyun's concern for Jing Xiaochen would not diminish in the slightest. He looked at the injury for a while and wiped his reddened eyes before looking at the imperial physician. What's going on with my Big Brother's injury? When will it get better? Bus 6. This injury of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. If it's just a traumatic injury, it's fine. The difficulty lies in this poison on his body. It's hard to solve. Nah. Imperial Dr. Zhang sighed and shook his head. Although that prescription was good, it was very difficult to find all those herbs. Even if His Highness had sent a large number of people to look for medicine after waking up in the morning, it's uncertain how long time to find it all. What? Consort Hui poisoned Big Brother? Jing Xiaoyun stood up with a sharp shock at his words, and his eyes floated with powerful thoughts for a moment. How could she dare? Oh, it's all my fault. Blame you for what? Why is Hachi crying? The voice rang out again from outside. Mo Jiao looked over, but the person who came was Jing Xiaozhe, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, followed by Jing Xiaoyu and the woman from yesterday, Ji Chou-yi. Mo Jiao eyes cold a few points. Jing Xiaozi and Yueshi do things she basically know later because of Wan Nianqi with the explosive charm fried him seriously injured back to the capital. Now that Jing Xiaochen is lying in bed, what is he doing here? And that woman from yesterday, why is she here again? Aren't you scared yet? Mo Jiao spit out the snake letter. Intends to stay close to a few people, as long as they have a small action. Her snake's teeth showed a sharp corner, and her forked snake mail made a hissing sound as it spat out and spat out. When Jing Xiaoyun saw them, he wiped his tears and the coldness under his eyes slowly sank as he saluted. Second brother. Fourth brother. But he didn't greet Ji Chui. Ji Chui frowned, feeling that she still couldn't like this cousin. Too impolite. Cousin. I've come to see my cousin. Aha! Jing Xiaoyun faintly answered. Ji Chui's face became even more unsightly. How could Jing Xiaoyun be so obnoxious? Jing Xiaozi saw Mo Jiao as soon as he came in. A trace of fervor flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, his royal brother personally brought it. The corner of his mouth picked up a light smile as he looked at Mo Jiao. Big brother is really as good as ever to this little snake. Mo Jiao did not pay attention to him. The green bean's big eyes have been rotating, coding a few points of spirituality, but unfortunately there is no one to appreciate. Oh, hearing Jing Xiaozi's words, Jing Xiaoyu showed curiosity. Where on earth did Big Brother recognize this snake as a pet? Jing Xiaozi looked at Mo Jiao with greed in his eyes. Ha ha, fourth brother doesn't know. When Big Brother was in Yueshi, he brought this snake to wherever he went. There are still killers chasing after him, and as a result, Big Brother exposed his identity and attracted enemies from all sides because of this snake's disappearance. Buzz 6. Hiss. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaozi unhappily. What she disliked the most was this kind of look. Like that human in the cultivation world, it evoked violence and disgust in her whole body. Jing Xiaoyu was actually a bit surprised for a moment. Big Brother actually favors this snake to such an extent. We thought that feeding and drinking was the limit, but we didn't realize that because of this snake, we didn't even care about our own safety. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaoyu couldn't help but think of that day again, when concubine Hui spread the poisonous powder over their big brother. Jing Xiaochen's first reaction was to put the snake into his arms to block the powder later on his back. For a while Jing Xiaoyu's mood was actually extraordinarily complex. He couldn't help but look sideways at Mo Jiao. In the end, what is so special about this snake that it can be treated so well by Big Brother? Jing Xiaoyun also looked at Mo Jiao for a moment, but he probably knew a little. It should be that this snake was too special. Jing Xiaozi saw the reaction of a few people and sneered but ultimately said nothing more. Regarding the special features of this snake that could change from big to small and could control 10,000 snakes, it would be good for him to know that he didn't want to have other people come to snatch it from him when it was hard to get this snake at that time. He pushed the imperative in his eyes to the back of his mind. Imperial Doctor. When will Big Brother wake up? When Jing Xiaozi saw Mo Jiao looking over, he showed his teeth and smiled a sincere smile. Listening to the Imperial physician speak, several people showed different emotions, and for a while the atmosphere in the hall was a bit depressing and heavy. Ji Chui wiped the corners of her eyes with her handkerchief and stepped forward to squeeze out Jing Xiaoyun and sit down. She knew that the snake was non-poisonous, so at this moment, she suppressed her fear and pulled up Jing Xiaochen's hand. Cousin, when will you wake up? Tears came down again as she spoke, but it seemed like she was sincerely concerned about Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao's eyes fell on the hands that were holding each other, and for a moment it actually felt extraordinarily harsh. The first time I saw it, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. Hiss. Jing Xiaochen still had injuries on his back, and this pulled on the wound. Also pull. Can't you see Jing Xiaochen's brow furrowing up? She had just expended her cultivation to make Jing Xiaochen's pain decrease a little bit, and Jing Xiaochen fell asleep as a result. Hiss. Mo Jiao's long snake letters spat out, and her body wrapped around from Jing Xiaochen's head to the edge of the bed. Buzz 6. Her pitch-black snake head lifted up, accompanied by forked snake letters and icy snake pupils, frightening Ji Chui to fiercely back up and fall off the bed with a bang. Hiss. Mo Jiao was lying on the side of the bed, snake pupils erected, fangs bared, in an attacking stance, and for a moment it seemed as if the air in the entire hall had turned to ice, shivering with cold. Jiao. Just when the atmosphere was at a standstill, Jing Xiaochen's voice suddenly came. Mo Jiao swished around, and all the thorns in her body seemed to have been put away at that moment. Jing Xiaochen, she hissed, her head already resting in his hand and rubbing it gently. This scene was something that even Jing Xiaozi had never seen before, and Ji Chui and Jing Xiaoyu also froze hard for a moment. Soon Ji Chui reacted and pounced over. Cousin. Her voice and movements came to a screeching halt, frozen in mid-stride, only because Mo Jiao violently straightened her upper body, her icy snake pupils standing up to look at her as if she would bite up the next moment. Ji Chui winced, her eyes with watery softness looking at Jing Xiaochen. Cousin. This snake is so scary. Jing Xiaochen glanced at her faintly and his gaze fell on Jing Xiaozi's men. Second brother. Fourth brother. Big Brother has woken up. Jing Xiaoyu spoke with concern. I wonder how Big Brother feels now. Still okay? Jing Xiaochen said with a pale face. Jing Xiaoyu nodded. Big brother recuperate well. If there is a need for younger brother's place, feel free to ask. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen nodded with difficulty. Thank you first, fourth brother. It should be. Jing Xiaoyu smiled. Then my humble servant brother will take his leave first. Fourth brother take care. Jing Xiaochen answered. And Jing Xiaoyu quickly went out the door as if he was really here to care for Jing Xiaochen. Cousin. Ji Qiui bit her lip and called out again. She didn't think that this cousin would just ignore herself. He was so gentle with that snake just now. Why couldn't he give himself a look? A hello or a greeting? Obviously they grew up together. Childhood sweethearts. Slowly a hint of resentment grew within her. Jing Xiao's gaze swept around Ji Qiui, raised his eyebrows and looked at Jing Xiaochun again. Mo Jiao also looked at Jing Xiaochun. Jing Xiaochen's fingers gently placed on the top of Mo Jiao's head, although Lone and Miss Ji are cousins. But after all, there is a difference between the ruler and the subject. The etiquette cannot be abolished. Miss Ji knows the book and the reasoning. This etiquette should be clear only. Ji Qiui's face instantly turned white. The mist in her eyes condensed into water, her face full of aggression and humiliation. Cousin, why would His Royal Highness the Crown Prince insult me like this? Usually His Highness into the Ji house also from will be so rusty. She finally couldn't hold back her tears, and one by one they fell down her cheeks like dropped beads. The beauty of the tears. The poor look do not know how many men to cause heartbreak. Manhwa Chinese. Ink sliver. Feeling that this woman was truly revolting. There was nothing wrong with Jing Xiaochen's words. Now the Tianshang Emperor was afraid of the Ji family and Jing Xiaochun. Now the relationship between Jing Xiaochen and the Ji family should be a little bit colder. This woman is always sticking up, not to mention that this next to the second prince is still there. She openly said that Jing Xiaochen and the Ji family have a lot of walks. Intimate and abnormal. This is not in the harm Jing Xiaochen? Sure enough, the next moment Jing Xiaoza laughed and sighed. Big brother and General Ji's family have always had such a good relationship. It really makes one's heart envious. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Jing Xiaoze. It's not as good as the relationship between second brother and the Prime Minister's family. After all, lone mother and queen are gone. The stepmother was none other than the Prime Minister's first daughter. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoza laughed coldly. Why did Big Brother even pull out his own mother to talk about it? Jing Xiaoyun's eyes showed anger. Second brother can leave. Big brother should rest. Jing Xiaoza dusted off the non-existent dirt on his clothes. Then Big brother rest well. Younger brother will leave first. Walking to the door, he turned back and smiled lightly at Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao bared her teeth. The greed in this man's eyes was too heavy. When Mo Jiao came back to her senses, she realized that Ji Qiui still had no intention of leaving, and even tried to move towards Jing Xiaochen's side again. She kind of regretted at this moment that she had put away her fangs when she bit Ji Qiui yesterday. She bared her teeth and violently straightened her body to look at Ji Qiui. Ji Qiui's body stiffened and took a step back. Still not dead, cousin. Crown Prince. This snake bit me yesterday, and also tore the prescription that I had no trouble begging for. Inkjet. How can a person be so shameless and brazen? She looked at Jing Xiaochen indignantly. I clearly wrote the prescription. Jing Xiaochen's voice carried a hint of appeasement, his fingers gently pointing at Mo Jiao's head. Jiao, don't be angry. He then looked at Ji Qiui again. Miss Ji is talking about a prescription to cure this poison? I wonder where and when it was sought, and how many flavors are in it. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaochen's words put Ji Qiui asked. She came in that day the prince quilt was placed on the prescription. She probably browsed through. Surprise, wait until the imperial physician came in. She hastened to offer to the imperial physician. Who knows that the imperial physician all of a sudden misunderstand what she was asking for. She simply made up a lie. The imperial physicians did not suspect. Directly excited to take the prescription to study to go. She also inquired privately of the maids, and none of them knew anything about the remedy. And she thought that whoever wanted to do a good deed without leaving his name, got up the idea of taking it up permanently. Who knew that Jing Xiaochen would ask questions in such detail? Fourth quarter or youngest amongst brothers. Stuttering, he opened his mouth. The antidote prescription was begged from a traveling doctor yesterday morning. The medicine inside. I don't know how to do this. The prescription was brought and given to the imperial physician, and then it was torn apart by this snake. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were cold. Bold Ji Qiui. How dare you privately divulge the physical condition of the orphan to others? What are your intentions? Ji Qiui's face changed furiously, thumped his knees. Table. Crown Prince, spare your life. I didn't divulge your situation. She hastily defended herself, but it seemed like she couldn't say anything about it. As a commoner, you address your subordinates casually in front of Lone. Not knowing the etiquette, come and slap your mouth. Yes, The two maids had good-looking marks, but they all had bad eyes and calm footsteps, so it was obvious that they had practiced martial arts. Don't! Beg your highness to spare your life. Cousin, prince, spare your life. Folk's daughter knows her sins. Ji Chui's entire body softened to the ground. She desperately dodged the maid's approach. How could she not avoid it? Bus 6. Pop. Your highness, spare your life. My daughter will never dare again. Ji Chui had never been so embarrassed. That maid's slap went down. Half of her face directly swelled up. A few imperial doctors shook their heads when they saw this. One hot Chinese. Now this situation they are not expected. But it is true that, as His Highness said, there is a difference between the king and the minister. This difference in status levels. If the relationship is good it is okay, but the relationship is average. This is all to be punished for the crime. Ignorant of etiquette, talking nonsense, should have been heavily punished. In consideration of the Manhwa Marquis and Jinghua Great General as my Great Jiayu State Community Ministers, so I will spare your life. The next time you do it again will not be lightly spared. Your Highness, my daughter, I know my sins. Ji Chui spoke these words with difficulty with a white face. Her tears had broken the dike. Her heart was filled with hatred, and she hung her eyes not daring to raise her head. Jing Xiaochen looked at her lightly. On the other hand, this prescription was written overnight by a friend of mine. I didn't expect Miss Ji to be so shameless as to take the results of others for herself. Miss Ji's character really impresses me. Men, send Miss Ji back to the Ji mansion and inform Marquis and Guo and Great General Jinggui of this matter in the hope that they will properly raise their children at home. Yes. Ji Chui was filled with shock and shame. She didn't think that this prescription was written for him by Jing Xiaochen's friend. At this moment in front of all the imperial physicians and palace maids, Jing Xiaochen's slap was too loud, and even the whole family would know about this from now on throughout Kyoto. Her face turned green and red at the thought, and she fainted all at once. Empress Mother, it's really that snake. Jing Xiaoze went directly to the Empress Fengyi Palace after coming out of Jing Xiaochen's place, and at that time, the Empress was sitting on the couch, holding her pet cat Noor. Bus 6. Hearing Jing Xiaoze's voice, she slowly raised her head. Her face makeup was thick and light. She was wearing a positive yellow Queen's Palace dress. The phoenix hairpin on her head swayed gently, dignified and luxurious. Zaire is saying that the demonic snake she encountered in Yueshi is now the crown prince's pet snake? Her hand slowly stroked the kitten's back, and the kitten squinted its round cat eyes in enjoyment. Yes, there's no mistaking it. Jing Xiao's salivation for that snake had already reached the point of demonization. I must get that snake. And in the future, with all the snakes in our grasp, do we need to think about what we want to get rid of? Jing Xiaoze imagined as he spoke, his wild eyes causing the cat to raise its entire body of white fur. Seeing this, the Empress pressed the white cat hard in her hands. Noor even tried to attack the little master. Her fingernails painted with cardamom were placed between Noor's neck, her eyes a coldness of indifference. Meow-Nur gave a miserable yelp before stiffening and lying down meekly. The Empress hooked her lips and smiled gently. That's good behavior. It's the way this palace likes it. Her white fingers placed on Noor's back again, slowly smoothing up her fur. So it seems that little snake is indeed not simple. Can be big or small. Can dominate 10,000 snakes. A trace of deep thought flashed in the Empress' eyes. Such a snake would be like a tiger adding wings to Jing Xiaochen, while it would be a major hindrance to them. One by one, she ran her fingers along the soft, snow-white hairs all over her body, and soon a dark color flashed in her eyes. In that case, this snake will either be used for us, or... Meow-Nur screamed miserably, startling Jing Xiaoze. He frowned slightly. Mother? Only to see the Empress grasping a tuft of snow-white cat hair in her hand, while the cat's entire body's fur exploded up its spine, arching out to stare at the Empress. The Queen looked at the slave child, sneered. The palace raised you for 5 years, but also raised not ripe? One hot Chinese. Meow. Nur gave a low, deep bark, turning and speeding out the door. The Empress threw away the hair in her hand and took a handkerchief to wipe her hands clean before looking at Jing Xiaoze. You see, the palace has raised this cat for 5 years and it can't get familiar with it. Zaire. Think that snake. How long could it take to get her to re-identify? Jing Xiaoze's brows were tightly furrowed together, his face slightly ugly, but that snake's ability is really rare. It would be a pity to dispose of it directly. The Empress half squinted her eyes, her fingers resting on her long and sharp nails, and thought for a moment. She opened her mouth and asked, do you know how long that snake has been following Jing Xiaochen? And do you have a way to subdue that snake? Is that snake poisonous? Once a few questions came out, Jing Xiaoze knew that as long as he answered these 3 questions perfectly, then the mother agreed to his proposal. He suppressed his excitement and spoke. Jing Xiaochen didn't have that snake when he came back and encountered the assassination. Otherwise the assassination couldn't have gone that smoothly. So that snake should have been encountered during the time Jing Xiaochen disappeared from Yueshi Mountain. It's only been 3 months since he encountered it then. My child has verified that the snake was non-venomous. The Empress interrupted him. How can you tell it's non-venomous? Many of our people were bitten to death by poisonous snakes. She was aware that there were snakes that were so poisonous that they could take a person's life in an instant. So if that was a poisonous snake, it had to be disposed of as soon as possible. Just yesterday, that snake bit the first daughter of the great general's house, Ji Qiui, and today I went to the Eastern Palace with her, and there was no discomfort on her neck other than the wound from the snake's teeth. Bus 6. Originally, so many people in Yueshi Mountain were related to poisonous snakes, so he once suspected that Mo Jiao was a highly poisonous snake, but after the incident of Ji Qiui, he was sure that the snake was non-poisonous. How else could a snake know who to poison and who not to poison? Even if she knows this, the snake's teeth containing poison itself is something she can't control. Hearing this, the Empress' brown eyes gently rolled. You said that snake bit Ji Qiui? Yes, my child even took the time to look at the wound when he left with her today, and it was indeed a snake bite. Manhwa Chinese. The corners of the Empress' large red lips slowly raised. Then how is Zaire going to get that snake? It is said that the Crown Prince is now very fond of that snake. The entire palace now knew that there were 2 people in the palace right now who loved pets as if they were their own. One being the Empress and the white cat Noor, and the other being Jing Xiaochen and the black snake. Ah Jiao. So it's not easy to want that snake. I'm afraid. Jing Xiao's complexion was obscure. Mother has something not. Knowing that, my son knew a famous snake catcher in Yueshi, and that black snake of Jing Xiaochen's was caught by him, and Jing Xiaochen exposed his identity in his haste. The day he encountered Mo Jiao was vivid in his mind, and he regretted countless times why he didn't think to ask that snake over at that time. Or else he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to catch it now. But it's a give and take. And if I had to come over at that time, it might have taken a long time before I would have gotten to that snake's special features. Snake catchers? The queen looked over approvingly. You are well prepared. But how to attract that person into the palace or even the East Palace? When to act can plan clearly. Due to the last assassination in the palace, now the palace guards can be double than before. Day and night patrols. Do not allow outsiders to easily enter the palace. As long as there is a wind blowing, your father will definitely get to the bottom of it. So this method can't be used at all. But luring the snake out. I heard that in addition to Jing Xiaochen, that snake will not go with anyone. And now Jing Xiaochen is seriously injured in bed, which is both fortunate and unfortunate for them. The first time I saw the bus 6 was when I was in the hospital. Mother, my son has thought of a way. Jing Xiao's voice lowered a few points. When I left the East Palace, the first daughter of the great general, Ji Qiui, had not left yet, so I waited outside for a few moments. That Ji Qiui was a fool to think that Jing Xiaochen would punish that snake for her, but from what I saw, he would not. So when I left, I purposely added fuel to the fire, intensifying the conflict between them. Sure enough, in the end Ji Qiui was sent out of the East Palace by the prince's people with an ugly face to the extreme. My son and understand the situation. Now Ji Qiui to that snake and the prince can be all hate, so my son is ready to contact her. She will bring the snake catcher in the name of apology into the palace can be. Manhwa Chinese. As long as that snake catcher enters the palace, how can that snake possibly escape? The Empress nodded. More appreciation for this son. Usually this son is indecisive in matters, overly dependent on her, but did not expect this time to go out to grow so much, according to Zaire said to do. Mother waiting for Zaire's good news. Receiving the Empress approval. Jing Xiaosa had a face of excitement and joy. My son will definitely not let my mother down this time. After saying this, he saluted and left impatiently, walking with the wind in his hair as if the matter had already been accomplished. Jing Xiaochen, how are you feeling today? Does the wound hurt? Mo Jiao asked this question almost twice a day for the past few days. Jing Xiaochen smiled and spoke, his voice as gentle as ever when he turned to Mo Jiao. It doesn't hurt. The toxin is well controlled by you. Mo Jiao didn't even have a trace of impatience when she asked him again. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyun silently looked at Mo Jiao and Jing Xiaochun a glance. Feel how she and Big Brother so sticky? I don't know what Mo Jiao hissed and screamed half a day, but Big Brother answered so seriously and smoothly, as if he was really answering Mo Jiao's question. But how did Big Brother know what Mo Jiao meant? Jing Xiaoyun was full of doubts, but asked Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaoyun skimmed his mouth, and his Big Brother would not give him the meaning of what in the end Mo Jiao He watched in boredom as the man and the snake conversed there, and he felt so redundant. Big brother, I'll go out first. Jing Xiaoyun wasn't going to bother them anymore. Aha! Jing Xiaochen answered, and as he watched Jing Xiaoyun about to go out, he suddenly remembered something. Has little 8 trained with green blood recently? Jing Xiaoyun. Big brother, I still have injuries on my body. It's been a few days off. Those medicines are the best. Your injuries should be almost healed in the next few days. After this time Hui Fei's matter, Jing Xiaochun feels that he should still let Jing Xiaoyun learn some self-defense by himself, or else it will be too difficult to survive in this palace. There is always a place where he can't see the light, and this time it is. If it wasn't for Mo Jiao, I don't know how much skin and flesh Xia had to suffer that day, and he had a hunch that there was something more important that Hachi hadn't told him, but no one could pry his mouth open without Hachi saying it. Only he could urge him to learn to be smarter and learn some defense while he was at it. Jing Xiaoyun cried and was speechless. He really hated himself for not leaving earlier. You go back first. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen spoke to the maid at the side. Go get Chang blood. Bus 6. Yes, Your Highness. Are those things that the child is hiding related to concubine Hui? Mo Jiao could clearly remember that day in the Jingyu Palace and in the main hall. Jing Xiaoyun treated concubine Hui with that look of fear and stoic compromise. They couldn't guess what exactly made Jing Xiaoyun prefer to suffer a severe beating or even face death rather than reveal the origin of those injuries. Perhaps. Jing Xiaochen's eyes, sullenly unable to see emotions. Mo Jiao's snake head rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's palm. Don't worry, I'll help you figure it out. But that consort Hui isn't in the heavenly prison. Bus 6. Should have been secretly imprisoned by father. After all, what Princess Hui said that day was too important. The crown prince collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country was no small matter. I'm afraid that one by one those brothers of his are now trying to get him to sit on this charge. Mo Jiao nodded. Recently I have gathered quite a few snakes around the capital. They have all gone to snoop around. There are snakes in the imperial prince's residence, the palace consort's hall, as well as some of the important ministers' residences. Wait for me to go at night to ask about the situation. Mo Jiao knew that right now even if Jing Xiaochen was in bed, those people still wouldn't stop, so she made sure to keep herself and Jing Xiaochen safe. Jing Xiaochen's ink pupils were glazed with waves of light. Jiao is really lucky to have you. Mo Jiao blinked. Every time those eyes of Jing Xiaochen were full of her shadow she always felt embarrassed to meet his eyes. She spat out her snake. You're my reserve. I'll make sure you're safe. Otherwise she won't have any blood to drink. Reserve food? What do you mean? It wasn't the first time Jing Xiaochen had heard this word. He narrowed his eyes and his eyes fell on Mo Jiao. Jiao only thinks I'm your food? One hot Chinese. He was suddenly reminded of the first time he met with Mo Jiao when he fell off the cliff only to wake up. And that was when he thought the little snake had taken himself for food. And sure enough, he had. But now that he thought that Mo Jiao had done so much for him, all because of his blood, his reserve status, his heart and fiercely hard up. Mo Jiao blinked, heart inexplicably a little weak. She is so good to him is really because of his blood, even to the present. If Jing Xiaochen's blood on their own no longer useful, her eyes moved. She didn't seem to know what would happen if Jing Xiaochen's blood wasn't useful to her. She seemed a bit reluctant to let go of Jing Xiaochen. When Jing Xiaochen took a look at Mo Jiao's appearance, his mood instantly hit rock bottom. He slowly closed his eyes for a moment before he spoke in a low voice. Jiao, if this blood, you can no longer use it, will you not hesitate to leave? At this moment he actually inexplicably thanked himself for this blood that was a delicacy on earth for Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao sensed the change in Jing Xiaochen's aura. Hearing Jing Xiaochen ask this question, she stretched her body to lie down next to Jing Xiaochen. Her head was in the way next to Jing Xiaochen's face and opened her mouth to say, "It shouldn't go. You said we are friends. I still have to help you get that position." Jing Xiaochen suddenly laughed. A light flashed under his eyes. Jiao, then let's make a deal. Even if you don't need my blood, you have to stay here and keep helping me until I get that position. His fingers slowly rested on the 7 inches of Ma Jiao's body. His fingers traced over her scales, smooth and cold, as if there wasn't an ounce of heat. It was like she, as a person, was actually cold from the bone. Being pinched by the 7 inches, Mo Jiao moved her tail and snake head uncomfortably. Luckily you're not someone else. Otherwise I would have bitten you to death. 7 inches is the lifeblood. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen was happy about this no one else for a moment. Mo Jiao spat out her snake letters and waited until Jing Xiaochen let go of her hand. She stretched out her teeth and ground Jing Xiaochen's neck. I've always been true to my word. One hot Chinese. Once Jing Xiaochen was happy, he stretched out his wrist. Come on, drink the blood. Ma Jiao had been drinking very little lately, and he felt he still had to keep Ma Jiao drinking. Ma Jiao blinked and just wanted to say that your health is not good, when he saw that Jing Xiaochen had already slashed his wrist and beads of blood were oozing out. Drink it or it'll go to waste. Ma Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen. The pupils of his eyes were cold. You are not well. Next time don't do this. When it was good he didn't say anything, she was actively drinking blood. Jing Xiaochen nodded in response. Ma Jiao, but a burst of powerlessness. How many times is this? Every time she said it, Jing Xiaochen answered it every time. And every time she didn't listen to me. After nightfall, Ma Jiao left the Eastern Palace and went back to the abandoned garden she had found earlier, and then began to gather those snake children and grandchildren of hers. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of them appeared densely. One by one, the ink slinger asked over to get the latest news. But one of the things that was strange was that Jing Xiaoze and the Jingui general's residence, Ji Qiui, had been in frequent contact recently, so purposely sent 2 more snakes to keep an eye on it. Ji Qiui is not enough to worry about. If she pisses herself off, she will definitely bite her to death. As for Jing Xiaoze, her deeper impact on him was those greedy eyes. I don't know what the 2 of them are up to when they get together, but it's never wrong to keep Snake on his toes. Before Mo Jiao had a chance to get any news from those 2 snakes that were purposely staring at Jing Xiaoze and Ji Qiui's heels, Ji Haoshuan came to the East Palace first. He came to the Eastern Palace a few times, and after Ji Qiui was sent back, he even came with Marquis Nguo to see Jing Xiaochen and also came to apologize for Ji Qiui. Then he came back today, fearing that it was because he had something to talk to Jing Xiaochen about. Jing Xiaochen waved away a few imperial physicians and looked at Ji Haoshen. What is the important thing that cousin came here for this time? Back to your highness. There is another clue about his majesty's assassination. What clue? Recently, my father and I have been investigating this matter, and on the night of the assassination, the change of guards in the palace was a few breaths late, and that's when the assassin entered the palace. This matter was noticed by His Majesty at that time. The captain of the team that was replaced happened to be the person under the hand of the 4th prince, who had to be promoted by the 4th prince. Because of this small mistake led to big things. That person was imprisoned. The 4th prince, because he was the person in charge of the palace guards at that time, coupled with this person's identity, the 4th prince was implicated, is not small. Bus 6. But when we recently looked into it more closely, we found out that the person the so-called 4th prince promoted was actually Ting, a maid in Shufei's palace that day. And that maid recently made a trip to Fengyi Palace. My grandfather and I didn't dare to jump to conclusions on this matter, so we came to seek advice from your highness. This is a matter of great importance. The day of the assassins, originally dead without proof, but in favor of the 4th prince because of the involvement. In order to get out of it will be blamed on the prince who is not in Kyoto, causing His Majesty to be suspicious. And with the recent events, this was like a snowball, making the emperor completely suspicious. Jing Xiaochen, Phoenix eyes icy cold, continue to check. If encountered things, temporarily withdrew back. Lone sent others to check. So it seems that it was the Queen's line that was involved with the assassins? They're the ones who are really collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country? Thinking about this, Jing Xiaochen's eyes deepened a few points. It's your highness. Ji Haoshuan saluted. He understood when His Highness said so. Suddenly, Mo Jiao moved. Ji Haoshuan hurriedly took a step back physically. He was still afraid of snakes. Where to go? Jing Xiaochen pressed down on Mo Jiao's body as she climbed to the bedside. It's obvious that Mo Jiao is going to get out of bed. Mo Jiao coquettishly rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's palm. I can smell the wine. It's especially good. It should be prepared by the cook. I'll go bring it over and drink it together. It refers STH. Preceding it, the real thing was that she was drinking by herself. And the current Jing Xiaochen couldn't drink wine. Jing Xiaochen laughed and shook his head, his scallion white fingers nudging Mo Jiao's head. You little drunkard. And I don't know how she loves to drink so much. Knowing that Mo Jiao likes to drink, after returning to the East Palace, he purposely took out some good wine to drink together. And as a result, after not drinking twice, Mo Jiao stole away to the wine cellar to drink all those treasures of his, and fell down drunk in the wine cellar. He was angry and amused, but he couldn't do anything about this greedy snake, so he had to let the kitchen collect different wine recipes from time to time, and brew some wine that was not easy to get drunk for Mo Jiao to drink. No, they hadn't smelled anything and this alcoholic snake couldn't wait to taste it. Mo Jiao knew that Jing Xiaochen had agreed when he said that. She stretched out her snake letter and nudged Jing Xiaochen's finger, immediately getting out of bed and flying out under Jing Xiaochen's stunned expression. Ji Haoshuan, your highness, this snake is really special. He had never seen such a spirited snake before. especially those eyes. Nice and soulful. As if those eyes could talk. Speaking of which though, how come your highness seems to know what the snake is talking about? Buzz 6. Hearing Ji Haoshuan's words, Jing Xiaochen echoed in a happy mood. Ah, Jiao has always been smart. Ji Haoshuan. He really just sighed. By the way, your highness, we found a traveling doctor outside the palace. The medical skill is quite good. Specially brought over, want to let him give you a look at this poison. The family history is all innocent. Also really test. Is the medical skill of the traveling doctor before dare to bring in. The main thing finished. Ji Haoshuan remembered the other purpose of today. No need. Having the imperial physicians is enough. Jing Xiaochen knew his situation. With these imperial physicians here, plus the presence of Mo Jiao, his poison would be resolved anyways. There is no antidote now just because of the timing. Cousin should still take a look. After all, this poisonous injury is extraordinary. Ji Haoshuan knew how powerful this traveling doctor was, and they all hoped that the crown prince would get better quickly. So he opened his mouth to persuade him. Seeing Ji Haoshuan so vigorously recommending him, Jing Xiaochen was somewhat curious about this so-called traveling doctor. Then meet. Okay, I'll go invite them. Bus 6. Dr. Boo, please. Soon the door came in two people. One is Ji Haoshuan. The stranger next to him is what he said, the traveling doctor Bu Daifu. Bu Daifu age is not big, 16 or 17 years old. Appearance, dressed in a linen suit with a snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder. Seeing this outfit, Jing Xiaochen's eyes sank slightly. This is, back to your highness, herborist Bu Feng, a traveling doctor. Bu Feng opened his mouth to reply. Where does the family live? How did you get to the Ji mansion? Jing Xiaochen did not believe that such a young man was a traveling doctor. Healers practicing medicine. The usual equipment should be a medical kit. But he took a snakeskin bag. The equipment is not appropriate. The appearance of childish, unlike the wandering people. My family lives in Bujia village on the outskirts of the capital. It was seen by Miss Ji when the grasshopper was practicing medicine. The man's eyes were clear and clean. Speak honestly too. Just Miss Ji? Jing Xiaochen looked at Ji Haoshen. His gaze carrying a smiling but not laughing meaning. Why don't you tell Lone explicitly how you came to be here? Ji Haoshuan's scalp tingled as he opened his mouth. Back to your highness. This person is indeed someone my sister found. She made a mistake before, and my father and grandfather lectured her. And now that she knows her mistake, she is determined to do something sincere for your highness. When she went out, she met Dr. Boo, and that's how she came up with the idea of helping your highness cure the poison. Jing Xiaochen's voice was cold as he refused. No need to look. Take it back. A trace of uneasiness inexplicably flashed through his heart. Ah, Jiao. Without waiting for Ji Haoshuan to speak, Jing Xiaochen spoke first. Bus 6. He called out towards the outside. Mojang's five senses were always attuned, so he could hear him calling out just by being around. However, after 2 times, there is no answer from Mo Jiao. Bus 6. Come on man. Go find Jiao. Tell him to go to his room when you find him. Yes. A maid hurriedly went down to deliver the message. Jing Xiaochen thought, Mo Jiao won't be drunk and unconscious somewhere again. He frowned, figuring it would be better to keep a closer eye on things from now on. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't let Mo Jiao leave his side. Since your highness has something to do, then Haoshuan will go back first. It was also the first time that Ji Haoshuan had seen Jing Xiaochen so anxious about Mo Jiao. It was important to realize that Mo Jiao had only been gone for a quarter of an hour. Hearing that the entire Eastern Palace was moving, Ji Haoshuan frowned. Wasn't His Highness paying too much attention to this snake? All things go too far. And now His Highness is overly concerned about this snake. The so-called playthings lose their will. For snakes to make such a big fuss, should not be the Prince's Highness to do is. Wait! Jing Xiaochen suddenly called out to the two, his sharp gaze landing on Bu Feng. What's inside the bag? When Jing Xiaochen's words came out, Ji Haoshen was startled. Your Highness, what opened the bag? Where did the bag come from? Along with Jing Xiaochen's words, Ji Haoshen's gaze slowly placed on Bu Feng next to him, who was also really stunned for a moment. Your Highness is talking about this bag? As he spoke, he took down the snakeskin pouch on his shoulder. Your Highness, this contains the things for practicing medicine and asking questions. Jing Xiaochen's gaze faded a few points. Open up. Bu Feng's hand shook. Yes, the snakeskin bag was not large. Bu Feng opened the bag under several lines of sight and took out the contents. A silk for pulse diagnosis and needles for acupuncture. Neatly wrapped. What is your Highness looking at this for? Ji Haoshuan looked puzzled. Your Highness is willing to let Dr. Bu Yu show you? Bu Feng also looked at Jing Xiaochen with slight anticipation. Jing Xiaochen waved his hand. Go down. When the people were completely out of the Eastern Palace, he spoke with sunken eyes. Hong Lan, what does your highness command? Go check out Bufong and Ji Choi. He always felt that this Bufong was not right, and he was uneasy not to find out. Manhwa Chinese. Yes. Any news of Jiao? Have you searched around the kitchen? The wine cellar? Jing Xiaochan rubbed his brow. The last time Mo Jiao got drunk and passed out in the wine cellar after getting drunk. If he hadn't gone looking for her, she would have spent the night in the cellar. It's all been searched. No. Greenblood and the 8th Highness have taken their men to the neighborhood to look for them. As soon as possible. Jing Xiaochan was still uneasy. Even if Mo Jiao was indeed powerful, it's supposed to be a fruit wine, and there's more than one kind of fruit in it, with a hint of sweet and sour but also the wine's clear alcohol. The flavor stretches and drifts. Only through the nose can feel the aroma of this wine. Drink the taste should be better. Only to exit the room and follow the smell of alcohol. Only to realize that it wasn't the way to the kitchen. And Inkbrand narrowed his eyes. She was a good drinker, but she wasn't stupid. And after the last time a snake catcher caught herself using this method, she was wary of it. Just like what Jing Xiaochan said, this palace is really dangerous. She must be careful. Although she is not afraid of those bulls and ghosts, but she is afraid that her disappearance again this time will cause more trouble for Jing Xiaochen. She is clear. Jing Xiaochen will be anxious if she doesn't see herself in a while. Bus 6. Her figure paused in place and narrowed her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. This path went to a small garden in the corner of the Eastern Palace. Classifier for houses, small buildings, hospitals and institutions. With another person luring themselves with alcohol? Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. The wine was good. The people were something else. She is going to see. Mo Jiao turned around and dove headfirst into the yard. The smell of wine is a tree under the emanation. Mo Jiao in a circle around the tree. The soil is freshly turned. The wine is naturally freshly buried. So burying the wine, that person is treating her as a little cutie. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. On closer inspection, there's even staghorn powder sprinkled around here. Used against her? TSK, don't look at who she is. She is the hallowed snake team. Still afraid that this little Xionghuan can't work? Of course, the last time is that her cultivation is a little lower. Because more than 10 years did not drink good wine, less vigilant, and caught that person's way. Now she will not. Jing Xiaochen but got her a lot of good wine. Mo Jiao sucked in his saliva. His tail moved, and he quickly pulled out a jar of wine. There was no one around, so it seemed that the man was very relieved to have this jar of wine. She just didn't know when the person was coming over. She wanted to see who it was. The ink-slick tail curled around the wine and climbed up the tree, pulling off the lid. Really good wine. Mo Jiao resisted the flood of saliva and closed the lid. Manhwa Chinese. Last time she got drunk again into a drunken snake lying on the road almost being stepped on by people. By Jing Xiaochen knew that she was severely punished. After that a new rule came out. To drink must be with him to drink. Drunk also have to have him in the time to be drunk, or not allow her to drink blood and eat enough. Really unreasonable. After waiting for a while, Mo Jiao finally heard a little noise. Mo Jiao looked over. The person who came was Jing Xiaoza? What was he trying to do? Subdue himself and then go after Jing Xiaochun? At the thought of it, the inkpot couldn't wait any longer and swished away with his tail curled around the wine jar. Jing Xiaoza had come specifically to see the results. He had planned for a long time to get the snake catcher into the palace. And the plan was perfect. But how come there's no snake? Jing Xiaoza stood on the dirt and looked at it for half a day. And finally simply dug up the dirt. And the wine jar was gone. The men were looking for her when Murdoch went back. Jing Xiaoyun saw Mo Jiao directly ran over. Where have you been? Big brother looked for you everywhere. Mo Jiao, hiss. I've only been out for a little while. Why is Jing Xiaochen getting more and more clingy? Jing Xiaoyun stated that he couldn't understand the snake language. Let's get back, or big brother will have to get out of bed himself to find you. Jing Xiaoyun felt that his big brother was simply overly concerned about the snake. This snake's power he knows. That day, that inexplicable wind, he thought of it until now is like a dream. On the big brother foolishly worried about the ink jiao. What's this? Qing Blood and Jing Xiaoyun looked at each other. Green Blood had smelled the flavor long ago. This is wine. Wine. Jing Xiaoyun was startled for a moment. Where did this wine come from? Jing Xiaoyun was ready to come closer to take a look. But when he saw Mo Jiao's suddenly turned head, he immediately stepped back. Mo Jiao bared his teeth, a smile flashing in his eyes as he rolled up the wine, speeding toward the great hall. Hearing the hissing sound, Jing Xiaochen's heart finally dropped. He looked toward the door. Mo Zhao's figure appeared little by little. The bottom of his eyes unconsciously brought on a touch of faint favor. Where did it go? Jing Xiaochen, are you alright? Before seeing the person, Mo Zhao spoke. Nothing. Where did you just go to drink? His eyes landed on the wine jar curled around the inkpot's tail. It does smell good. It's a good wine. By the look of Mo Zhao. This is without alcohol? The smile in Jing Xiaochen's eyes deepened. Knowing that Mo Zhao was putting his words at ease, it went over to the garden. Mo Zhao put the wine jar on the table. This wine should be Xianghuang wine. Someone tried to put me down the same way again. Jing Xiaochen's face sank. Xianghuang wine? He beckoned to Mo Zhao, and when Mo Zhao turned around and climbed onto his arm, his eyes looked over Mo Zhao's body and realized that there were no wounds loosened up before he said, "Don't drink it since it's Xianghuang wine, Manhwa Chinese." Instead, Mo Zhao shook her head, her dark eyes flashing with a bit of light. Now that I'm more powerful than before, this androgynous wine doesn't do much for me anymore. Those people still think I'm an ordinary snake. Although you're very powerful, humans are sometimes very cunning, so you still have to be careful. Jing Xiaochen took a handkerchief and wiped off the dirt flakes staining her tail bit by bit. Mo Zhao nodded and allowed Jing Xiaochen to move. I'll definitely beware. But it's you. Don't be careless. By the way, for this matter, I want to trick them to see what they're up to, and then put an end to it forever. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Mo Zhao's eyes. She disliked the fact that some people were counting on her and that the purpose might be to deal with Jing Xiaochen. All the more reason for her not to let it go. Jing Xiaochen balked at the words. No. Bus 6. Mo Zhao's voice sank. I've decided that I must go and see. Do not look at her uneasy. Open gun is easy to hide, dark arrow is difficult to prevent. I'm afraid that those people again on Jing Xiaochen put dark arrow. The current situation has been enough. And then there is something else. They are difficult to cope with. So it's best to be proactive. I just saw Jing Xiaoza. I guess he's the one who's going to arrest me. I'm going to take a look. And in the meantime, I'll find out about their collusion with the enemy country. This kind of thing was usually extremely well protected. But she was a snake. And no one would defend against a snake. Manhwa Chinese. Too dangerous. Jing Xiaochen disapproved. Jing Xiaozhe is fine. The danger is the Empress. If the Empress catches the Mo Zhao, he could hardly imagine the consequences of losing Mo Zhao. I still have so many snake children and grandchildren. I'll call them over to protect me, alright. What if they have snake tending medicine? Jing Xiaochen's gaze landed on the altar of Xionghuang wine with a sullen expression. Bus 6. Mo Zhao. Mo Zhao surprisingly, in order to prove that this wine was useless to her, she directly grabbed the wine pot and drank it in one gulp. Jing Xiaochen shouted in shock and anger, and Mo Zhao blinked and looked away, the wine in his hand going down with his eyes. Jing Xiaochen's face was directly dark and heavy beyond words. Look, this wine won't be of any use to me even if I finish it, so just don't worry, I'll be fine. Mo Zhao put down the wine altar and ran to Jing Xiaochen with bravado again. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were dark and sunken, and he slowly lowered his eyes. The corners of his lips pursed tightly, and his body tensed up without saying a word. Mo Zhao moved her tail and tilted the snake's head up to look at Jing Xiaochen. Are you angry, Jing Xiaochen? Jing Xiaochen didn't say anything, but looking at those eyes, the fire in his heart had more and more no place to spread. He tensed his face and lifted his chin, chillingly saying, no. Mo Zhao moved her eyes, and the snake's head rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's soft and warm hand. Then you agree that I should go, don't you? Jing Xiaochen. He disagrees. Don't worry, I will protect myself, so you don't have to worry about me. You protect yourself. I'll be back soon. Her cold snake tail curled around Jing Xiaochen's fingers, and her entire snake body popped out before Jing Xiaochen could speak. Don't worry about me. Watch out for yourself too. Protect yourself. Soon she was out of the great hall, and the serpent's tail, with the empty wine jar still rolled up on it, he turned and headed for that garden again. Incoming. Jing Xiaochen's body was covered in a cold aura. Qing Blood heard that Jing Xiaochen's voice was not right and quickly entered the bedchamber. What does your highness command? Take someone to watch over Mo Zhao. Don't let the slightest thing happen to her. If there's a single wound on her body, a single scale missing, bring your head here. Jing Xiaochen's voice was cold and chilly to the extreme, as if it was cooled to the bone. Green Blood was in awe. Yes, your highness. After getting the order he flew out of the temple. He knew in his heart that this mission was afraid to be the hardest of all missions, asking them to protect an unusual snake. Even he didn't know where the hell that snake had gone now. But fortunately, their men were all over the palace and soon learned of Mo Zhao's movements. Green Blood rushed over to the gardens with the information about Mo Zhao's trail. Mo Jiao's speed is very fast. When he went, Jing Xiaozi looked around with a cold face to find Mo Jiao in the altar. After looking for half a day and not finding it, his anger deepened and saw the snake catcher who had arranged for it to come over and grab the man by the collar. Didn't you say that the snake likes to drink good wine most of all? And that this altar of good wine will definitely be able to lure in that snake? Where is the snake now? There were no snakes around, so I'm afraid that the jar of wine was scrapped, probably dug up by some wine glutton. That's the wine he spent 1,000 taels of gold to get. He really put a lot of effort and money into this snake. Bus 6. Second Highness. Be at ease. Bufang clutched Jing Xiaozi's hand with both hands to make him let go. Jing Xiaozi shook off his hand with a cold snort. If you can't find that snake, this highness will throw you into the snake cave and let you die from 1,000 tortures. Bufang's body trembled when he heard these words, and suddenly he thought of that image. Countless poisonous snakes wrapped all over his body. That slippery and cold touch, coupled with sharp fangs that viciously pierced through the flesh and blood of his entire body. Jing Xiaozi saw that his face went white, the disdain in his heart intensified, and even a hint of doubt arose. Could this person really help himself catch that snake and tame it? Bufang gulped and took a deep breath. Your Highness, please see, these are the traces of the snake that crawled over. So that snake did come. Jing Xiaozi looked over carefully and did see a trace. Only it was very Manhwa Chinese, subtle enough that if you weren't well versed in the way snakes walk, you wouldn't have noticed. But where's the snake? Why isn't it there? Jing Xiaozi had looked along this trace to see the past. All found that there was only a trace here, but not elsewhere. So what was going on? Your Highness, let's look around a bit more. As long as that snake drank the wine, it will definitely not escape. Bufang also frowned. How come it was so easy for Master to catch that snake last time? He struggled to recall some of the details of that day. That day his master found many jars of good wine, and opened all the lids of this wine, and even arranged it so that it would be knocked over by rats. He once asked his master what this meant, and he said that the snake was very clever and was afraid of realizing that something was wrong and thus not falling into the trap. Snakes in general are very sensitive. Could it be that this snake was really so smart that it saw that they were deliberately burying the wine to set up a trap, so it didn't drink that wine and ran away again? But that doesn't make sense. The wine is gone. That's what you said before. But where is that snake? You find that snake for this highness. Jing Xiaozi's face was extraordinarily ugly at the moment. He looked at Bufang viciously, so much so that he wanted to tear his flesh off. Then, Your Highness, let's look around again. It was as if he was purposely saying it to himself, but also as if he was telling Jing Xiaozi, that snake likes wine so much, it must have drunk it. Let's just look around. Maybe she rolled the wine and found a place to hide and drink it. Jing Xiaozi glanced at Bufang again and suppressed the fire that filled his heart to find it. But in his heart, he kept thinking that if he got that snake, the first time he would definitely let her bite this person Bufang to death. It was simply too bad. The two of them quietly cat's body from the garden around bit by bit to find up. Not even an inch of grass. Manhwa Chinese. Your Highness, here. There are snakes here. Suddenly Bufang lowered his voice and opened his mouth to shout. Bus 6. Jing Xiaozi's eyes steeply lit up when he heard this, and he quickly darted over. But at that moment, the guards patrolling the eastern palace suddenly shouted, What people over there? Jing Xiaozi's face changed, and Bufang looked at his eyes. A blackened snake lay next to a fallen altar. Bufang looked at the guards over there who were about to come after him, and then looked at the snake on the ground, and with a clench of his teeth, he grabbed the snake and put it into his arms. Bufang used to not be afraid of snakes, but since that time when those snakes from Rowan's family bit his master to death and crawled all over him, he has been left with a shadow ever since. But he is a hard-hearted person. Because of that incident left a shadow on him. He nightmares nightly, continuous half a month from the dream to sit up, the spirit of the confabulation up. Even life almost cannot maintain. There was really no way out, and he figured he couldn't just escape the snake's nest and die of a snake's nightmare. He then grabs the countless snake-catching books left behind by his master during his lifetime and kills snakes to overcome his fear of snakes to the extreme. Then he realized it was an extremely painful practice, and with each snake he killed, the fear lessened. But when he kills a snake, he never grabs it with his hands. So just after grabbing the black snake and putting it in his arms, the cold hairs on his whole body stood up, his face was pale, and his body trembled non-stop. What man? What are you doing in the Eastern Palace? A few guards quickly surrounded them, and Bufang trembled as he walked over and lowered his head to look at Jing Xiaozi. Jing Xiaozi also didn't expect to attract the guards. He hadn't planned to come over in person today, so he came quietly, but luckily the snake was found, or he would have been furious. He glanced again at Bufang and didn't see the snake. Frowning, in the face of the guard's reply, he raised his head. That cat of mother's has carried His Highness's belongings to this neighborhood, and His Highness has come over to look for something. The guards looked at each other. What is it that Second Highness is looking for? I'm afraid there isn't one in the Eastern Palace, and my subordinates have not seen any cats passing by. They were the East Palace guards, and they were aware of any breeze in the East Palace. Buzz 6. Of course, when you come across someone of unknown origin, you have to question them carefully, no matter who they are. And who are you? What are you doing here? The other person who saw the bowed head of Bufang also opened his mouth to inquire. Raise your head. Bufang glanced at Jing Xiaozi again. Back to your excellency, I am. He would be stuck for a moment not knowing how to answer. If he was said to be a traveling doctor, then he would have already gone out of the East Palace along with Ji Haoshuan. And now he appeared again. And it was from the back garden where he had never come. But he said something else. He didn't know what to say. Buzz 6. Catch it. Wait. Jing Xiaozi spoke in a hurry. This person is my attendant specially here to help me find something. He saw the snake's tail with a glance and it was in Bufang's arms. Otherwise he wouldn't have wanted to save Bufang. But thankfully the snake did take the bait. Or else this. How can you stay in Bufang's arms at this time? Dressing inappropriately, the Second Highness and this one have something to say directly to His Highness. Take away. Those people showed no mercy at all. Jing Xiaozi's face was already very ugly. Big brother is injured right now. How can we dare to bother? Why don't a few of you help find that thing? And we'll leave once we find it. The guard's demeanor was not impressed. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes in Bufang's arms, thinking that these people were stupid. She didn't want to delay at all right now. She narrowed her eyes and quietly poked her head out of Bufang's arms. Greenblood led the men to hide in the shadows with a solemn gaze. Gazing around, so now where is that snake? His Highness said to protect Mo Jiao, but where is he going to do that? His eyes flickered and finally landed on the empty wine altar on the side. Buzz 6. It was the same wine altar that Mo Jiao had curled his tail around earlier. Getting closer and the smell of wine emanating out, he was more certain. Greenblood looked around carefully again. There was no figure of Mo Jiao. The wine altar was upside down. So where was that snake now? And now the Second Highness is still here. And this person, is not Ji Haoshuan take me that traveling doctor? He stared for a few moments and suddenly realized that a pair of familiar and dark eyes appeared in the young man's arms. He rubbed his eyes hard. Yes, it was Mo Jiao. The snake, the Mo master of their Eastern Palace. Mo Jiao blinked at Greenblood in the shadows. And the snake's tail flicked, meaning to let them go. This sign used to be done a lot by Mo Jiao. This was when she and Jing Xiaochan were eating. After she did this, Jing Xiaochan waved everyone away, meaning don't disturb them, they ate by themselves. At first he didn't understand the meaning of this, and then he asked His Highness once, and after His Highness said it, several of them were amazed for a long time, thinking that this snake had really become a spirit, and from then on they admired His Highness, who had subdued this snake, even more. But what did Mo Jiao mean by doing this now? Let them go and leave her alone? And leave the Second Highness and this man alone? Greenblood pointed at the two men and gestured to let them go, and Inkpot nodded. Qingblood's heart once again sighed at how different this snake was. In his heart, he suddenly remembered His Highness' order for them to protect this snake. All that to say that this snake and His Highness have some kind of plan and he is responsible for keeping this snake safe? Wanha Chinese. He pushed down the amazement in his heart and walked out. The guards of the Eastern Palace naturally recognized Qingblood. Lord Qingblood. Greenblood took another look at Xingqiao before looking at those people. Just encountered this side of things have gone to report to His Highness. His Highness said let everyone help the Second Highness to find something, said he while looking at the reaction of the Inkjiao. Sure enough the Inkjiao moved the dark snake pupil. Nodded. At this moment, Qingblood actually felt that Mo Jiao was praising him. He blinked his eyes and felt that he was really a bit bewildered. As soon as Jing Xiaozi heard his body relax, he realized that his forehead was covered in sweat. I wonder what Second Highness is looking for? Qingblood asked as he looked at Jing Xiaozi. It's a jade pendant. That was given by father at the New Year's Eve banquet. White jade color all over, with a hollowed out center, carrying the word Jing. Greenblood nodded. Everyone help find it. Yes, since Qingblood had spoken so, and it was His Highness the Crown Prince's intention, they wouldn't refute it. Mo Jiao glanced approvingly at Greenblood, who smiled. After searching for a moment, Jing Xiaozi saw the right moment to throw the jade pendant down and pick it up again. Found it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for your help. I will definitely thank you in person some other day. I still have important things to do today, so I will leave first. Buzz 6. Your Second Highness. Take care. Those people also breathed a sigh of relief. They still had a mission ahead of them, and after sending Jing Xiaoze and Bu Fang out of the Eastern Palace, they left. Just the captain of this team of guards always feel wrong, or into the prince's bedchamber will be complete and return the matter to the Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen suppressed the fire in his heart and said, "Strictly investigate the East Palace. Next time there is such a thing, severely punished." In the past, the East Palace was like an iron bucket, but now no one even knows when Jing Xiaoze Bufang came into the back garden to release the wine. You can imagine how lax the Eastern Palace has become. Jing Xiaochen's face was sullen, and the tightly pursed corners of his lips gave away his displeasure. The whole atmosphere in the hall was heavy and depressing for a while, and the maids were a little more careful in what they did. Manhwa Chinese. When he was out of the East Palace, a hint of excitement finally appeared on Jing Xiao's face as he looked to Bufang. "It's that snake, isn't it?" Bufang nodded, but there was a trace of doubt in his heart. He always felt that the snake had just moved a lot. Was it about to wake up? Thinking this way, his face turned a few shades whiter. "Your Highness, it might be that there was less material in the wine before. This snake is afraid that it will wake up right away." Jing Xiao's eyes snapped wide and he gritted his teeth. "Then why don't you hurry? When she wakes up and sees that the situation is not right, she will definitely make a scene. Just like his mother's cat. As long as the situation is not right, then the whole palace will know about it." Jing Xiaoze set up very carefully, and when he got out of the East Palace the journey was incredibly smooth. All the way to the carriage outside the palace, Bufang couldn't wait to take the snakeskin bag and grab the ink jiao out, shaking his hands and put it inside the bag. When this was done, Bufang let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before handing the bag to Jing Xiaoze. "Second Highness, the snake you wanted. Luckily, it hasn't woken up yet, so it's safe to use this bag now." Jing Xiaoze gave Bufang a contemptuous look. "This snake is not poisonous. What exactly are you afraid of?" Bufang wrinkled his eyebrows without speaking. At that time, he clearly remembered that the master said that the snake's body was highly poisonous. So how come the Second Highness kept saying that it was non-poisonous? It's just that he should act more carefully, in case it's really poisonous. He managed to escape from the pile of snakes with great difficulty, and he doesn't want to be bitten to death by snakes again. Manhwa Chinese. Your Highness is right. It's the grass people who are too timid. Since I've caught this snake, then the grasshopper will leave first. He could see Jing Xiao's disdain and contempt for him, and if he hadn't caught this snake, I'm afraid his situation would have been even more dangerous. So it was better for him to flee while he could. It's just that Jing Xiaoze doesn't intend to let Bufang go right now. You're a snake catcher. You should know how to tame snakes as well. When you tame this snake, I'll naturally let you go. Jing Xiao's face was cold and unfeeling, and Bufang's heart thumped as he listened. He had thought that all he had to do was catch it, and he was surprised that he had to help tame it. Snake taming is a dangerous chore. As long as you help His Highness tame this snake, whatever you want, His Highness can give it to you. But if you leave now, don't blame His Highness for being ruthless. Jing Xiao's icy gaze hit Bufang, and the killing intent in those eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Bufang's body chilled and his face went pale. As he watched Jing Xiaoze touch a dagger in his hand, his forehead was covered in cold sweat and he grabbed the snakeskin bag. Herb promised to help Your Highness tame the snake. Jing Xiaoze smiled. After taming it, His Highness will reward it with 1,000 taels of silver. Bufang's eyes brightened slightly. Herb will definitely tame it as soon as possible. Jing Xiaoze did not take the snakeskin bag. He was also afraid of snakes. Bufang saw this and took a deep breath, eventually tying the snakeskin bag tightly and putting it aside. Mo Jiao coiled into a ball in the bag and rolled her eyes. So Jing Xiao's idea was actually to tame her. It's hilarious. Horror. Bus 6. How could a human being who is a snake ancestor succumb to a small human being? It is also too underestimated her Mo Jiao. A hint of coldness flashed underneath Mo Jiao's eyes, and she narrowed her snake pupils to spit out snake letters. But why go through all the trouble of capturing her and then taming her? What exactly does Jing Xiaoze have planned? Bus 6. But she wanted to see who the snake catcher was. The resentment of the newly risen snakes on her body was so strong. She was afraid that she had killed a lot of snakes. These snake catchers are an abomination. They catch and kill snakes, usually snakes that have not committed murder in deep mountains and old forests. And he is not afraid of being bitten to death by snakes in retaliation in the future. Manhwa Chinese. The carriage quickly arrived at the prince's mansion. Jing Xiaoze is not yet crowned king now. Still a prince. He has done some big and small errands, but the results are not too outstanding. So the Tianshang emperor has not yet given him a title even now. After entering the mansion, Jing Xiaoze led Bufang into a room where a cage of iron mesh was created. which was specially prepared for Mo Jiao. Put her in. Jing Xiaozi signaled Bufang to move. Bufang grabbed the snakeskin bag and approached the wire mesh cage, threw the ink Jiao in at once, and then quickly covered the iron door. Looks like the snake catcher who caught her had some nerve. I don't know how he managed to catch those snakes and kill them with such little guts. I'll leave it to you next. How long do you think it'll probably take to tame this snake? Jing Xiaozi looked at Mo Jiao obsessively. His eyes flashed with a hot light, staring at Mo Jiao closely, as if Mo Jiao was already his. Mo Jiao erected her upper body and looked straight over, the sticky coldness hitting her body as if she wanted to suffocate. Jing Xiaozi was inevitably startled at this and took a violent step back. He still had palpitations about the huge form of the ink slinger at that time, but as long as the snake was tamed, he thought that once he tamed it, he could make this snake do a lot of things for him, commanding 10,000 snakes and collecting some human lives, all without him having to use manpower. What a hitter! Thinking so, Jing Xiaozi's mood became more and more urgent. Half a month to tame, is that enough? Bufang's body stiffened as he was stared at by Mo Jiao. When he heard Jing Xiaozi's question, he trembled his lips. His gaze slowly fell on Mo Jiao, and just happened to meet up with those snake pupils again, and a chill steeply rose in his heart. Bufang immediately withdrew his eyes. Second Highness, half a month, is not enough, I am afraid. This snake has a very that wary, sensitive and hateful look was breathtaking. It was safe to say that of all the snakes he had killed, none of them seemed to be as much of a threat as this one was to him. At the moment when Mo Jiao looked over, he sensed that his life was in danger. Jing Xiaozi frowned at his words. 20 days at most. Recently, the Yushan land in the south of the Yangtze River has been flooded with water bandits. His father intends to let the prince lead the troops to fight against the bandits, and if he can successfully eliminate them, he should be crowned after returning to the capital. So now he and Jing Xiaoyu are both fighting for this errand, but they both have concerns. That Yuchang bandits have many years of history, sent troops to fight a number of times, but were unsuccessful, so that gang of bandits more and more rampant bold, so this time to go dangerous. If he had this snake in place, and summoned 10,000 snakes to come out, he could even eliminate them perfectly without spending a single soldier, and the matter of coming back to be crowned king would be secure. So he is now fighting for up to 20 days to delay the matter. Bufang was in a difficult position, but seeing Jing Xiaozi's face, he could only agree. Chao Ming tried his best to tame it. One hot Chinese, not try my best, but definitely. Jing Xiaozi's voice was deep. His determination on this matter was very strong. If there is any need, call them at any time. Jing Xiaozi clapped his hands, and 4 men came in. All of them were the extraordinary guards of this second prince's residence. Yes, with these 4 people, Bufang was also slightly relieved. He looked again at Ma Jia, whose body was coiled in a ball and not looking at him. Buzz 6. It was only then that Bu spoke. Go catch some mice and frogs. The snakes liked this type of prey the best, and he timed his feedings so that he starved a little longer in the middle. One full and one hungry to kill the will. Yes, the 2 men quickly left with the order. When Mo Jiao heard this, her head lifted up fiercely. Her snake teeth were bared in anger. Her hallowed snake ancestor had never eaten any of this for so many years, and this human was actually going to feed her these disgusting things. She wanted to go out and bite him hard right now. If she had known that, she shouldn't have stopped those snake children and grandchildren from biting this man to death last time. When I heard the voice inside the carriage, I felt familiar with it. I didn't realize that this person was the disciple of the snake catcher that Yueshi had met. At that time, his whole body breath was clean, so she spared his life, but she didn't realize how long it had been. The snake resentment in his body had already rushed up to the sky, and she was afraid that all those dead snakes were resenting her. Pop! Squeak! The 2 rats had been barking madly ever since they entered this room, and when the 2 guards grabbed the rats and threw them into the cage, the ink jiaotail flew out in a sweeping motion. It didn't sweep out. Snakes are the natural enemy of rats. Rats see snakes out of instinct. The body shakes non-stop, even breathing seems to stop, frozen standing there motionless. Mo Jiao bared her teeth at Bufang, her erect snake pupils cold and appalling. Bufang shivered. Ahem, that, you should be hungry. You eat these 2 rats first. The ink slinger wanted to explode, but the human couldn't understand a thing. Her eyes fell on 2 mice that were dying of fright. She was tempted at the moment to shove a rat in Bufang's mouth and let him try eating it, but she had to act captive now. She spun her body around the cage a bit and the snake's tail flicked the 2 rats to the far corner. Buzz 6. That was enough. This human she was remembering with a vengeance. She, Mo Jiao. But she really holds a grudge. Bufang frowned at Mo Zhao's reluctance to eat. You just got caught and don't want to eat? There was no answer to Bufang's words. Mo Zhao's body had already coiled up to put her head in the center and closed her eyes. She didn't want to look at this human and those two rats at all right now. She was afraid that if she looked again she wouldn't be able to help but do it and just let that Bufangxing eat the rats. But it's annoying that she can't act rashly when the purpose of her visit to the second prince's residence hasn't been achieved yet. Bufang said a lot of things back and forth without seeing Mo Zhao's response. His face slowly became ugly. He also tried the lock mouth command. But it seems that all of them are useless to this snake. He even took out the book left behind by the master again. Reading and learning from the ink jiao. Looking at the ink jiao fire is even bigger. Simply close the five senses opening to cultivate. Really? These humans are too uninteresting. This time is also too difficult to endure. I wonder what Jing Shaochen is doing now. If he has eaten, and if his wounds are hurting anymore. Normally she was supposed to ease his pain every day, but today she hadn't even gotten around to it. I hope Jing Shaochen can endure the pain of the wound. Big brother, it's time to eat dinner. Shall I feed you? Jing Shaoyun looked at Jing Shaochen expectantly with his dinner in hand as he leapt to his feet. No need. Jing Shaochen opened his mouth indifferently. Jing Shaoyun, which was a person who liked to get together. Besides, how could he let his brother feed him food when he's all hands and feet? Bus 6. Oh, then. Big brother. You eat. Jing Shaoyun set the meal on the bed. You go down, I'll eat slowly. Jing Shaochen slowly sat up. And even though his forehead was covered in cold sweat and his face was terribly pale, his pair of dark eyes did not have a single fluctuation, as deep and dark as an ancient well. Oh, Jing Shaoyun answered uneasily and left. Watching dinner, Jing Shaochen inevitably thought of Mo Zhao. In fact, his wounds were painful, but within his tolerance. It was that Jiao always thought that his wounds would be painful, and every day he spent his cultivation to heal his wounds, and he did not listen to him even after he said it several times. Then he came up with a way to have Jiao heal him only once a day, and then when he ate, Jiao turned into her human form and ate with him. As a result, Jiao seems to have misunderstood, and every time he eats, he thinks he can't move his arms and legs and feeds him. Even if he basically hit his chopsticks hard on his tongue every time, he was willing to do it. Now that Jiao is not here, I wonder if she has eaten now. Didn't even drink blood today. Thinking of this, he found a small bottle and slashed his wrist. Red Lan, what is your highness order? Hong Lan came quickly. Jing Shaochen handed the porcelain bottle to Hong Lan. This must be handed over to Qing Blood as soon as possible, so that he can give it to a Jiao. Also, have Jiang Ling come here to loan in a quarter of an hour. Yes, Hong Lan answered and disappeared into the room. Only then did Jing Shaochen grab his chopsticks and slowly eat his meal. This time, even because of these things let Jiao risk. Jing Shaochen's phoenix eyes flashed sharp cold light. It seems that some things are better to be resolved as soon as possible. During the day Greenblood and a few others lurked in the shadows keeping watch. Upon hearing the news from Hong Lan, Qing Blood personally traveled and then brought back a porcelain vase. Bus 6. Porcelain bottle is not big, on the ordinary load medicine kind, but also looks as if it is different. The whole bottle more than a touch of special feeling. Hold in the hand is also like warm jade. Greenblood was very curious about the contents of the bottle, but he ended up not opening it. He waited until it was dark and the people inside were gone, then he grabbed this porcelain vase and a lunchbox and went into the room. When he saw Mo Jiao climbed out of the cage, the snake's tail swept two rats, and heard the rats' fearful cries. The green blood hard draw the corners of his mouth. The world's most important thing is to have a good understanding of what is going on in the world and how it works. They let you live here and feed you this? He gestured a bit incredulously at the cage and the rat inside. You know that Mo Jiao is the crown prince of the East Palace Heart Treasure. Is the second master of their East Palace? Eat, that is the mountain delicacies. Live, that is the East Palace of the luxury master bedroom. It ended up here, eating rats and living in a cage. If His Highness finds out about this, Greenblood shivered inexplicably. Speaking of which, His Highness treats Mo Jiao better than he does himself. Mo Jiao glanced faintly at Qing Blood, who felt as if Mo Jiao was saying that he was asking questions knowingly. This is what His Highness asked me to bring you. This meal was also prepared by the Eastern Palace and is still hot. Qing Blood opened the food box and set out the meat and vegetables inside one by one, and after placing the porcelain vase to the side he took a few steps back and stood at the door. Mo Jiao soon quickly passed. Really hungry, she had not eaten for a day, and of course no blood to drink. In fact, when she came here she had made plans to temporarily run out of blood to drink, but it was just as well. Now that Jing Shaochen had injuries on his body, it was not advisable to lose a large amount of blood, but as long as she was in front of Jing Shaochen, Jing Xiaochen was still feeding himself blood without fail, so if she wasn't in front of him, he should be replenishing faster as well. Mo Jiao was just about to eat it when her eyes rested on the porcelain vase again. Something that Jing Xiaochen personally brought to her? What is it? Ink Jiao curiously circled the bottle, her head tilting just in time to see Greenblood's gaze. Mo Jiao rolled the bottle and turned it around. Boss 6. Green blood. He was just curious about what His Highness had brought and wanted to take a look at it. So how did he make it look like he was trying to rob the bottle? Murdoch nursed the bottle and opened the cork. The moment she smelled it, she was suddenly struck dumb. This is Jing Xiaochen's blood. Even at night, she could see very clearly. The small bottle was exactly the one that contained those 3 drops of spirit water at that time. Anything that could contain spirit water must be a good thing. So she gave it to Jing Xiaochen to let him keep it, just in case it was useful at some point. I didn't expect Jing Xiaochen to really use it. He used this bottle and sent it to her filled with his blood. The sticky blood carried a special sweet smell, but her bright, clear eyes seemed to be covered in a mist of water. She blinked fiercely. The snake Dan at her 7 inches kept trembling. A warm feeling spread all over her body, and even her snake tail couldn't help but tremble and curl up gently. Jing Xiaochen, how can he be so good? Manhwa Chinese. Since the first day Mo Jiao left the Eastern Palace, Jing Xiaochen had brought her his blood every night. Mo Jiao seldom went out during the day, and also at night she quietly ran to the study, looking for something, but searching and searching for 3 days did not find anything useful. Jing Xiaoze came to visit a few times a day, but in the end, she didn't follow him around, and the news she learned was just limited. And then Mo Jiao wanted to pretend to be tamed, and then let Jing Xiaoze bring her around, so she could find out more news as soon as possible and then go back. To be honest, she kind of missed the warmth of Jing Xiaochen's body. It's just that Mo Jiao thinks that Bufang is simply a cutie. She threw the rat out the first night and ran away. The men thought she had eaten it, and then got rats in quick succession, which she had to throw out the next night and threatened not to let go, until the next day, when Bufang saw her. Bufang was amazed for a while, wondering how the rats got out, when the cages were clearly locked. After he was done being amazed, he had the frogs looked for again. She threw it out again in the middle of the night. On the 3rd day, Bufang, who saw the frogs, froze slightly and had the toads captured again. Mo Jiao was so angry that she almost couldn't help but go out and bite Bufang to death. On the 4th day, Bufang was shocked to see the dead toad. Your Highness, what exactly does this snake eat? So counting down, this snake seems to have eaten 2 mice on the first day and then no more. There's no way for Bufang to do anything about it. Jing Xiaoze circled around the cage. I don't know if it's an illusion. It seems like this snake is a bit thinner. He suddenly thought of earlier, when Mo Jiao's huge figure came to mind. His expression moved as if he had an epiphany. I know what she eats. Buzz 6. Curious, Bufang asked. What? Mo Jiao also moved her eyes to look at Jing Xiaoze, thinking to herself, could this person really be smart for once? To know that she has always eaten the same as people in the Eastern Palace. In fact, she does not ask for much. Just eat some cooked meat food. Buzz 6. Results. Jing Xiaoze spoke excitedly. Someone, grab 3 or 5 fat and fresh live chickens. Bufang. He looked at Mo Jiao's figure and thought about the fat live chicken, and felt that His Second Highness was here to find trouble. Mo Jiao. She bared her chilly fangs to stare viciously at Jing Xiaoze. Jing Xiaoze, you see, she understands my words. It seems that the live chickens are really right. The ones you caught before were too small. It's not even enough to stuff her teeth. Bufang. Your Highness, the live chickens are here. Cluck. Coo. Coo. With the man's voice, several loud and clear chicken clucks, large and small, sounded. Jing Xiaoze signaled. Throw it in. Bufang thought something might be about to happen. The man answered and threw himself in quickly and stiffly under the erect snake pupils of the ink slinger. LOL. GUH. The 2 chickens squawked frantically, and Mo Jiao swished her body around. Buzz 6. And then, Mo Jiao was furious and fought hard with these 2 chickens in the cage. Jing Xiaoze exclaimed at this. Good. Well done. Ink Spot. Bufang. Second Highness. This is not cockfighting. Manhwa Chinese. Soon the battle came to an end. The cage was covered with chicken feathers, and the 2 naked chickens cowered in the corner, shivering. Mo Jiao swung her body to swing down the chicken feathers all over her body and bared her teeth to look at Jing Xiaoze. She wanted to bite this man now. She smelled like chicken and it was awful. This Jing Xiaoze and Bufang are such little cuties. Straight up encounters with douchebags, right? In the evening, Mo Jiao rolled the chicken out, found Jing Xiaoze and Bufang's bedroom, and stuffed their mouths full of chicken feathers respectively. The next day, the entire second prince's house was shocked. and Jing Xiaoze was furious and never ate chicken again. Mo Jiao almost laughed 3 times in the air at that. Jing Xiaochen probably knew who did it as soon as he heard it. Although Mo Jiao had retaliated on her own, Jing Xiaochen still felt that it wasn't enough. So soon the news of the second prince's fondness for chicken feathers spread throughout the whole of Kyoto and beyond. Emperor Tianshang was shocked to hear it, and couldn't figure out how this second son could have such a fetish. Since that day Jing Xiaoze finally treats it normally, and gives the cooked food to Mo Jiao, who begrudgingly goes down on it. Seeing Mo Jiao start to eat what he gave him, Jing Xiaoze's gloomy mood made gloomy by the rumors of his fondness for chicken feathers for days added a few points of sunshine. Look, Bu Feng, she's eating what I gave her. I'll try to feed her from now on while you watch from the side. Jing Xiaoze opened his mouth with a big smile. Bu Feng responded, congratulations to your highness for starting the first step of taming. As long as she eats what you give her, she is already not far from being completely tamed. Good. Reward. Jing Xiaoze happily rewarded Bu Feng. Mo Jiao secretly rolled his eyes. Completely tamed? Do his dream. Even at Jing Xiaochen's place, there is no such possibility. She is a snake ancestor. The future is even more to become a dragon. Bus 6M. Bus 6. Gee, this guy is so ignorant he deserves to compete for that position? In the evening Murdoch went to the study again. As luck would have it this time, Jing Xiaoze was surprisingly still awake when she arrived, and he was discussing things with someone. What news has come out of the prince's side? Back to your highness. The crown prince's side has realized that the snake is missing privately, but doesn't dare to vigorously search for it. Jing Xiaoze pondered slightly. You guys find a way to find a similar black snake to put in there. The black snake better be poisonous. Mo Jiao snake pupil steeply sharp. This person originally played this idea, looking for a snake instead of her back. As long as the Jing Xiaochen move that snake, will be bitten and poisoned. Now that Jing Xiaochen was injured, he couldn't even hide and then died. But fortunately, Jing Xiaochen was different from normal people, and Jing Xiaoze's trickery would never materialize. But she was still unhappy, and if she dared to hit Jing Xiaochen's idea, she had to be prepared to be retaliated by her. The black pupils of the Ying Jiao in the darkness were cold and gloomy. Early the next morning. Ah! Snakes! There's a snake! Help! The entire second prince's mansion was filled with shouts. Jing Xiaoze flew to the house where Mo Jiao was under the escort of the guards. As he pushed the door open he looked excitedly at Mo Jiao. Was it you who did this? Wasn't it you who used this ability to unify all the snakes? Little snake, you're simply amazing. Little snake. No! Snake King. I really wasn't wrong about you, huh? Jing Xiaoze rushed to the front of the cage as if he had gone crazy. Little snake. Don't worry. From now on, if you follow me, I'll make sure that you'll be well fed and well drinking, and serve you like an ancestor. Mo Jiao narrowed her eyes and slowly looked at Jing Xiaoze. Although her body was half erect and she was not much lower than Jing Xiaoze, at this moment her upright snake head, erect snake pupils, and pitch-black body were all manifesting a powerful and incomparable aura. She spat out her snake letters, knowing that she couldn't kill the second prince now. All those who have dragon chi in their bodies, if she moves in person, karma will be added to their bodies and they will be destroyed in ashes. At the same time, because she now had a contract with Jing Xiaochen, these karmic consequences would also be counted on Jing Xiaochen, and Jing Xiaoze was Jing Xiaochen's brother, which counted as Jing Xiaochen's patricide. This is not permitted by heaven, so she was just scaring Jing Xiaoze today to teach him a lesson. It's just that Jing Xiaoze's reaction is a bit strange. Since that day, Mo Jiao once again made the second prince's residence full of snakes. Jing Xiaoze has been attentive to feed Mo Jiao every day. Bu Feng also realizes that what killed his master was either a coincidence or an order from this snake. He hated Mo Jiao even more, but he was also more afraid, and he didn't even dare to come to Mo Jiao's side. Mo Jiao didn't care about that. She had recently intentionally shown a hint of closeness to Jing Xiaoze, and Jing Xiaoze was so excited that he could hardly find his way out. Since yesterday Jing Xiaoze boldly touched Mo Jiao's head. Mo Jiao didn't do anything else. Jing Xiaoze was very happy. He came to Mo Jiao early today. Little snake, I'm going to let you out to go around the yard today, okay? Jing Xiaoze looked at Mo Jiao expectantly. Bu Feng said that snakes are very sensitive and active, and can't be kept in cages all the time. And now that the little snake has shown a docile side, it is possible to try to take her out to let off some steam. But he doesn't dare to take her out of the mansion at the moment. But it's still possible to let her roam around the mansion freely. Mo Jiao's eyes twitched at his words and he looked up at Jing Xiaoze. Jing Xiaoze reacted with joy at this. You promise? Mo Jiao felt that this second prince was getting more and more stupid. She had to move her head slowly, meaning that she wanted to go out. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaozi was very excited and surprised. Little snake, are you able to understand what I say? You're so smart. He wasn't surprised about animals being psychic. The cat his mother had was extremely intelligent. It could even count numbers, as if it knew everything except that it couldn't talk. Sometimes when he went to Fingy Palace, her mother even asked the kitten to bring her a fan or close the door. As soon as he said he would do it, Jing Xiaozi personally went to Mo Jiao to open the cage. Mo Jiao looked at him and withdrew his eyesight body movement. Soon the cage inside climbed out. Buzz 6 really suffocated her. She has always disliked constraints. Actually did not expect to one day actually for Jing Xiaochen to this point. But who made Jing Xiaochen her reserve food? She becomes willing to do this. A few of you follow. Don't let anyone disturb little snake. Jing Xiaozi watched as Mo Jiaojia moved quickly and crawled out of the room. He also saved a little bit of testing to see if the little snake would escape or not. If he did not flee, he could have gone further. But fleeing, Jing Xiaozi's complexion was grim, his eyes staring in the direction where Mo Jiao left. Your Highness, Prince Pingnan's son Shang Yunqi has come over. It was at this moment that his Xiaozi came over to deliver the message. Highest heaven. As soon as Zai heard this, his face brought a smile to his face. Quickly receive Shitzi. This Highness will come over right away. Yes. Jing Xiaozi narrowed his eyes and turned around to go out of the room. When he passed by the garden on the side, he happened to see Mo Jiao climbing up a small tree. His body stretched out lazily basking in the sun. Jing Xiaozi was even more satisfied with Mo Jiao when he saw this. He also instructed the person watching Mo Jiao under the tree to keep an eye on Mo Jiao before he walked away quickly. One hot Chinese. It is the time of spring in February, when the leaves are budding, the willows are green and the flowers are red, and the climate is pleasant. The inkling felt the long-lost sun and comfortably spat out his serpentine letters. It had been 10 days since she had been shut up in that house in the dark, and only at night could she get a free moment to come out and look around. But she had important things to do, too, and came and went in a hurry. That's why it's so dear to see the sun now. Of course she knew Jing Xiaozi's intention to test the waters, so there was nothing for her to do today. She was prepared to keep lying on the tree. But what did she just hear? Prince Pingnan's son Shang Yunqi to the second prince's residence? Mo Jiao's snake pupil lightly narrowed. Shang Yunqi was working with Jing Xiaochen. Now why did he run to Jing Xiaozi? And looking at Jing Xiaozi's demeanor, Shang Yunqi came for something good? Mo Jiao watched the men stand under the tree in boredom as she slowly climbed back up. As soon as those people couldn't see Mo Jiao's figure, they immediately scattered to look for it. Until they realized that Mo Jiao was under the leaves, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ink Jiao so 3 or 4 times, has climbed very high. Those people do not look carefully, basically will not find, but they see Ink Jiao peacefully lying there not moving. They slowly also put down their hearts, thinking that the snake is really good fun, good movement. Mo Jiao watched as they relaxed against the tree. She bared her teeth and her body jerked as a dark shadow swiftly swept past the tree. A few of the guards couldn't even look at it. The inkblot landed under a side corridor and slid fast next to the edge of it. She was aware of the layout of the entire second prince's mansion. She originally had a good memory and had strolled around the entire second prince's mansion in the past few nights, so she knew how to get to the hall where guests were entertained. Along the way Mo Jiao saw a lot of people, but none of them found Mo Jiao's figure. Bus 6. Only just reaching the door of the hall room did he hear the voices of Jing Xiaozi and Shang Yunqi talking. World Sun, how about we go to the study to talk in detail? Jing Xiaozi asked. Shang Yunqi nodded. Second Highness, please, please. Jing Xiaozi politely reached out and opened his mouth. Finished. Jing Xiaozi took the lead to walk out the door, while ordering the maid, study room to watch the tea. Shang Yunqi walked behind Jing Xiaozi, with just the right amount of smile on his face. He was already good looking, and in the land of Pingnan, he was known as the jade-faced gentleman, warm and gentle, and the light smile on his face caused some of the maids to blush so much. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. Shang Yunqi was good looking, but compared to Jing Xiaochen it was still a lot worse. Of course the two people's looks were different types and had a lot to do with their personalities, but that being said, Jing Xiaochen was gentle and genuine if he smiled, so he didn't smile for long, and when he did, he could make people stunningly infatuated. And Shang Yunqi is often smile, but the bones are cold and detached, which is also typical of the smiling tiger. Smile and hide the knife. To be honest, because he almost laid his hands on Jing Xiaochen last time, Mo Jiao's good feelings towards Shang Yunqi dropped directly below the freezing point. Mo Jiao followed them toward the study, but along the way the two did not say a word. Mo Jiao feel that they should be planning something secret. She followed behind instead of good to enter the room. Mo Zhao simply decided to walk quickly. First they step into the study to hide. Zhao's speed is very fast. To the study she opened the window to find the top of the bookshelf lying down and waiting for them to come over. Bus 6. It didn't take long for Murdoch to hear the door slam. Why is the window of the study open? Jing Xiaozi frowned. The windows of the study were personally closed when he left this morning. Shang Yunqi's eyes casually turned and didn't find anything. Did the wind blow it open? Maybe. Jing Xiaozi looked around again and didn't find anything. He closed the doors and windows with his hands before he sat down to the main seat. Please sit down. Shitsi. Many thanks, Second Highness. Shang Yunqi smiled faintly and sat down. Only Shang Yunqi did not speak first. Jing Xiaozi took a sip of tea and put down the cup before looking at Shang Yunqi, who was not moving like a mountain. Shang Shitsi. One hot Chinese. Shang Yunqi smiled faintly. Second Highness. Jing Xiaozi frowned, thinking that this Shang Yunqi was not a simple person after all. This highness also doesn't like nonsense. Today Shitsi came. Is he agreeing to this highness's proposal? They had met before to talk about some things, but of course it didn't work out and they parted on bad terms. But today, Shang Yunqi took the initiative to come, and could only be agreeing to that proposal. I agree, but I have a request. Hearing Jing Xiaozi's question, Shang Yunqi spoke directly without putting on airs. Mo Zhao listened in confusion. What kind of things were they talking about? Request? A hint of displeasure flashed underneath Jing Xiaozi's eyes, daring to make demands from him, not even looking at what status he himself had. But Shang Yunqi dared to make a request, indicating that he had something to fall back on. Mo Zhao slightly stretched her snake head to look over, and sure enough, she saw Shang Yunqi smiling with a calm face. So what the hell kind of things are they talking about? World Sun, please speak. Jing Xiaozi took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Shang Yunqi's eyes faded a few points, a cold determination in his eyes. My request is very simple. I can help you, but those 30,000 soldiers and generals must be in my hands. Impossible. Jing Xiaozi stood up directly upon hearing this, his face dark, the fire in his eyes seeming to spurt out. Are you kidding me? If it wasn't for these 30,000 soldiers and generals, how could he possibly cooperate with this fox? Shang Yunqi? Bus 6. The smile on Shang Yunqi's face had long since retracted. Your Highness should know that these 30,000 soldiers and generals were originally my Shang family soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that the Withering Order was now with Jing Xiaochen, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Jing Xiaochen is a good cooperation object, but his own things hold in their own hands to rest assured. And Jing Xiaochen is too smart and transparent. At that time, he in order to save his life will be transferred to the order of Jing Xiaochen. Naturally, it is temporary, so he is now stabilized necessary to take it back. One hot Chinese. The ink sliver's snake pupils were cold and terrifying, hitting the two as if the air had gone a few degrees colder. But looking around the entire chamber did not reveal anything. But Shang Yunqi was quietly cautious and alert for a few moments. I'm afraid that Jing Xiaozi won't agree to lay his hands on him. Jing Xiaozi laughed coldly. The entire world is my Jing family's. How can this soldier in general be yours? Shang Yunqi, however, suddenly laughed. Your Second Highness is only half right. Although the world is the Jing family's, it's not your Jing Xiaozi's. Right now the crown prince's position is secure, while several highnesses, although they've reached adulthood, haven't even been crowned king. Jing Xiaozi's face became even more ugly as he coldly looked at Shang Yunqi. The future is still unknown. After all, right now, Imperial Brother is not clean either. Collaborate with the enemy and sell out the country. Jing Xiaozi said and smiled. So that's why Shitsi is eagerly looking for me to cooperate. Jing Xiaozi's words were indeed correct. As far as he knew, Emperor Tianshang had already believed 7 out of 10 about the Crown Prince's collusion with the enemy country, and now he was waiting for the evidence. That's why he had to get down to business quickly to retrieve the transfer order from the Crown Prince. Otherwise, when the time comes to implicate him, his years of planning are afraid of going down the drain. Now Jing Xiaozi has the most power, orthodox identity, and the Queen's escort. The possibility of ascending to the throne is very high. Otherwise he would not look for Jing Xiaozi. Shang Yunqi's face sank slightly. Second Highness, since I can make this request, what does it mean Second Highness should be able to know? Jing Xiaozi's eyes turned slightly. I don't know what Shitsi is talking about. I wonder if your Second Highness knows of a maid named Mei Xiao. If you don't know it you can ask the Empress. Surprisingly, the Mother Empress was also involved, and Jing Xiaozi's face became much heavier for a moment. And just as Shang Yunqi continued to speak, I think this matter or ask the Empress said, or when the second prince does not know the original story, harm the Empress would not be good. One hot Chinese. Bang bang bang. Your Highness. Suddenly the door of the study was slammed to eagerly. Jing Xiaoze had been uncertain because of Shang Yunqi's words, and the sound of the slamming door directly made his fire erupt, who was noisy pull out and cane. The door was violently pulled open, and Jing Xiaoze's furious face was exposed. Several guards looked at Jing Xiaoze with trepidation. Your Highness, that snake is gone. You guys even lost the snake. Jing Xiaoze grabbed the front flap of the man who spoke. Buzz 6. I beg your Highness for mercy. The snake was clearly in the tree, and in the blink of an eye I don't know where it ran off to. Your Highness, it's important to find the snake first. Bu Feng, who had come with those people, spoke. Jing Xiaoze slammed his fist on the guard's face. Why don't you go look for it? Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that snake. Yes yes yes. A few guards hurriedly agreed before leading people to look for them. Jing Xiaoze's stern gaze rested on Bu Feng. Where would that snake go? Could it have escaped back to the Eastern Palace? Bu Feng frowned. I don't think so. Generally speaking, snakes are willing to let you touch her and don't bite you. That's basically an approval. Besides, the East Palace is far away from here, and this snake was unconscious when it came out, so how could it know the way back? So, Jing Xiaoze's anger has dropped 2 points, but without seeing Imo Jiao, it was impossible for his anger to completely subside. You go and look for it too. Yes, lure it with wine. Make sure you find that snake. One hot Chinese. Yes. Bu Feng went down with a few guards. Shang Yunqi inside the study changed his face when he heard the commotion outside. Snake? The Eastern Palace? Inexplicably he thought of the prince's snake, and the python that had appeared on the river that day, and his fingers touched the wall of the teacup, and the look on his face slowly settled down, burying all his emotions so deep in his heart that no one else could see a trace of them. Soon Jing Xiaoze entered. Shitzi, please go back first. His Highness still has things to take care of here. Shang Yunqi smiled faintly. Then I will take my leave first. What I just said. If your Highness agrees, then send someone to inform, so that I can make preparations. Jing Xiaoze waved his hand in annoyance. Got it. Shang Yunqi didn't care about Jing Xiaoze's attitude. A gentle smile reappeared on his face. By the way, Second Highness, did you catch that snake of the Crown Prince's? If so, I advise Second Highness to be more careful. Farewell. Without waiting for Jing Xiaoze to react, Shang Yunqi turned around and had already left. As a future partner, he felt that this matter should still be reminded after all. The prince's snake was really extraordinary, so I hope your Second Highness can listen a little bit and don't make a death wish. Otherwise, Shang Yunqi's eyes flashed a dark color. Otherwise, I am afraid that the death is not far away. After all, that is a demon snake. Jing Xiaoze quickly reacted to what Shang Yunqi was saying, but he couldn't figure out what Shang Yunqi meant. Why would he say that? Does he know something too? Jing Xiaoze's hand gripped the teacup in contemplation. There was a lot of commotion outside looking for the snake. Jing Xiaoze took a sip of the cold tea with a ruthless look on his face. Who cares if Shang Yunqi knows that the snake is different or not? Since this snake has come here, there is only one way to tame it. Thinking of this, Jing Xiaoze violently put down his teacup and stood up to stride out of the study. Hearing the door slam, the Yingqiao slowly straightened up, its long snake letters hissing ghostly. Buzz 6. Vertical snake pupils flushed with coldness retracted from the closed door to land on the epigraphs. It was all searching outside before Mo Jiao made a little noise on purpose from the kitchen. Snake! That snake found! But in the blink of an eye, Jing Xiaoze had already arrived in the kitchen, and at the moment, Mo Jiao was gnawing on a roasted chicken, with many bones beside it. Jing Xiaoze laughed, but those in the kitchen cried. Mo Jiao looked up at Jing Xiaoze with a confused expression. Jing Xiaoze shook his hand and slowly placed it on Mo Jiao's head. In her heart, Mo Jiao was resisting others from moving her, but this was Jing Xiaoze, the object she needed to gain trust to get more information. So she suppressed the snake teeth that she couldn't control to show and continued to enjoy the deliciousness. Jing Xiaoze was in a good mood when he saw that Mo Jiao had glanced at him before continuing to eat and did not show any resistance. Jing Xiaoze took a look at Mo Jiao, then looked at Bu Feng, and violently grabbed Bu Feng's hand and placed it on Mo Jiao's head under Bu Feng's horrified eyes. Buzz 6. The ink-slithering snake's body immediately tensed up, baring its teeth and turning its head. It was obvious that it was going to bite. Even if Bu Feng knew that Mo Jiao wasn't poisonous, the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. His hand quickly broke away from Jing Xiaoze's control. Mo Jiao bit into an empty space, and everyone inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, little snake, are you recognizing me? Jing Xiaoze laughed while grabbing Mo Jiao with his hand. Mo Jiao fiercely gripped the last piece of meat automatically wrapped around Jing Xiao's arm, and Jing Xiao's sleeve was instantly rubbed with glowing oil tsk. Jing Xiao's face darkened, but he didn't dare to move Mo Jiao at the moment. He gritted his teeth and stroked Mo Jiao's head. As long as little snake is happy, anything is fine. Mo Jiao secretly rolled his eyes, and the subordinates present each looked at each other, not daring to believe that this was their clean-loving Second Imperial Highness, and each almost thought that Second Highness was bewitched. How could some people who knew the snake's origin not be able to figure out why both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince had changed their temperament for this snake? What's so special about this snake? This question of course no one has answered for them. Mo Jiao lies on Jing Xiao's arm and lets him lead him back to his room. She now desperately needed to gain Jing Xiao's approval, then follow along when Jing Xiao went into the palace to look for the Empress, to hear what that Mei Qiao and Shang Yunqi's words was, and why she would say that it might be harmful to the Empress. There's also the study. Some of Jing Xiao's things aren't complete. There should be a secret door or something, putting in some important letters, just like Jing Xiaochen, so she had to keep probing. It would be best to have Jing Xiaoze take her in. From this day on, Mo Jiao almost ate and slept with Jing Xiaoze, greatly gaining Jing Xiaoze's trust. One hot Chinese. One night, a black eagle suddenly flew to the top of Jing Xiaoze's bedroom to hover and whine. Jing Xiaoze, who was ready to sleep, immediately rolled over and went to the window and whistled, and the hawk flew down. The dark serpentine pupils of the ink slash looked at the eagle. That eagle also saw Mo Jiao, and when Jing Xiaoze took the message, that eagle's eyes were sharp and its movements were agile as it rushed towards Mo Jiao. The ink Jiao snake's body arched violently, its teeth sharp. Seeing that the eagle was about to grab Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaoze whistled again, and the moment the eagle paused, he quickly grabbed the eagle's feet and grunted coldly. Is this snake something you can also grab? Mo Jiao hissed twice and looked at the eagle. Why do you listen to humans so well? Are you tamed? The eagle Jie shrieked a few times, its mung bean-sized eyes turning nimbly. Cut the crap. I'm going to eat you today. Eat me? You should be dreaming. You'd kill you even if you ate me. A human. By the way, who is your master? You're the one dreaming. I'm going to eat you. Mo Jiao's body moved slightly, and a trace of aura slowly fell onto the eagle's body. That black eagle's body trembled violently as it looked at Mo Jiao incredulously. What was that thing just now? Mo Jiao's snake pupil was slightly cold, and used another hint of pressure. That eagle couldn't even scream at that moment. It stared at Mo Jiao, knowing that animals are sensitive, and especially understanding the gap between each class. Mo Jiao saw that the eagle was restrained, and she said, I'll give you what you just gave me as long as you tell me who your master is. That eagle was in a bit of a dilemma. It could sense that the scent just now was something very good for it, but it couldn't betray its master so easily. Mo Jiao's eyes moved, and just as he was about to continue luring, he saw that Jing Xiaoze had already grabbed the eagle and walked towards the study. Bus 6. When he left, he even made a point to give Mo Jiao, you go to sleep first. I'll be right back. He insisted that if Jing Xiaochen ate and lived with this snake, he would have to do the same in order to do so. So now when he slept, he put Mo Jiao on the small collapse specially prepared beside the bed. Inkjet. She late. I haven't slept since I was on it. Okay. Mo Jiao intuited that this eagle came and should have something big in mind. Bus 6. When Jing Xiaoze left Mo Jiao quickly got off the small collapse and walked towards the study. When he reached the door of the study, Mo Jiao changed his body into the size of a thin thread and drilled through the doorway. The eagle was taken aback by the sight of Mo Jiao, but before it could call out, Mo Jiao was already gone. Mo Jiao hid behind a bookshelf on the side and saw Jing Xiaoze holding the letter paper and reading it a few times before he proceeded to reply to the letter. When the return was finished, Jing Xiaoze tied it to the eagle's feet and released the eagle with the eagle reluctantly walking away. Mo Jiao looked in the direction the eagle had flown, heading south. She turned her head to look at Jing Xiaoze again and noticed that he was slightly pale. Jing Xiaoze sat there for a while. He read the letter over and over again, and finally took the letter and tapped it 3 times where under the desk, and a secret door appeared from the corner behind the chair. Mo Jiao was happy, but did not expect to be so lucky today. Which saw the dark door. Seeing Jing Xiaoze go in with the candlestick, Mo Jiao moved quickly, and at the last moment when the door closed she burrowed into the doorway. Although Jing Xiaoze in front glanced behind him, he did not look at his feet. Mo Jiao's body was long against the corner of the wall, waiting for Jing Xiaoze to walk for a while, and when it darkened behind him she slowly crawled forward a little, just like that. After walking for a few moments, Jing Xiaoze reached the innermost part, a tiny house with little air circulation. They went lower and lower. and this last place they reached would have been under the study. Several large and small boxes were placed inside, and then a landscape painting hung on the wall, with a delicate box behind the painting. Bus 6. Jing Xiaozi took the key and opened the box, placing the letter paper in his hand. Mo Jiao did not expect this person to be cautious to this extent. Then that box must be filled with unseen secrets. Jing Xiaozi locked it up after putting down the letter paper and grabbed the key and candlestick before turning around and walking back. Mo Jiao knew that she wouldn't be able to take those things today, so she followed behind Jing Xiaozi all the way out of the dark door, and then took a step ahead of Jing Xiaozi towards Jing Xiaozi's bedroom. Only just reaching the bedroom she suddenly paused as the room was occupied. Her serpent's head swiveled, and her form, which had recovered halfway through, stood alert and upright to look at where someone was. Jiao. Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao's whole body's wariness instantly retracted, and her voice leapt up with surprise. Under the moonlight Jing Xiaochen stood long in a white brocade robe. The most familiar smile of Mo Jiao hung on his lips, and those dark eyes were warm and gentle. The outline is clear. In the cold moonlight seems to be surrounded by light. The moon banishment is just like this. The moment Jing Xiaochen turned to look over, he stunned Mo Jiao's gaze. Mundane world. Bright moon immortal. Mo Jiao thought. Jing Xiaochen always said that he transformed into a human form pretty face, the posture of the city, but I do not know that his face is the moon of the 9 heavens, stunning the ancient and modern. Why did you come? They always worked well together, and as soon as she made a leap, Jing Xiaochen would inevitably catch her. Jing Xiaochen put Mo Jiao in the palm of his hand. He lovingly touched Mo Jiao's head, and then gently tapped Mo Jiao's brow with his long and slender fingers. Let me take a look at a little heartless snake. Mo Jiao blinks her tiny eyes. The light in her eyes is amazing. I came here for you. I am the most conscientious augur. Snake. An augur snake? Jing Xiaochen's eyes were lightly curved. His eyes that were loaded with stars were now loaded with a tiny snake. Yes, yes, yes. My Jiao is the most conscientious. That's why I came to see you today. Mo Jiao was inexplicably embarrassed, avoiding his gaze and rubbing his palm out of habit. How's your injury? Fortunately, the medicinal herbs are almost found. Jing Xiaochen carefully held the ink jiao and drew her eyes back again. Then you tell them to make the antidote quickly. What about the emperor? How is he treating you now? She inevitably remembered the conversation between Jing Xiaozi and Shang Yunqi today. Father, is okay? For the time being the situation is manageable, because his injuries were not yet healed and the evidence was not complete. Emperor Tian Shang felt slightly guilty in his heart because of his actions of blocking the injuries, so for the time being, he was still safe. Bus 6. Mo Jiao nodded. That's good. She was afraid that Emperor Tian Shang would make a move against Jing Xiaochen now. There's also Jing Xiaozi and Shang Yunqi. They're colluding together to prepare to deal with you. So be careful. Mo Jiao chattered with worry, as if she wanted to tell Jing Xiaochen everything she knew. Bus 6. And Jing Xiaozi might even find a viper to give you to replace me. You must recognize it. As long as it won't talk. Any more resemblance is not me. By the way, I also discovered a secret of Jing Xiaozi today. Wait for me to bring you all those things. And about the Empress, I heard from Shang Yunqi today. Mo Jiao spoke rapidly, but it was a mixture of concern for Jing Xiaochen and worry. Her mouth was not far from the gathered news, and Jing Xiaochen's dark eyes locked onto her form, slowly thickening into a pool of ink. Mo Jiao felt Jing Xiaochen's hot line of sight. She blinked her eyes and looked over. Her 4 eyes were facing each other. Those starry eyes slowly haloed with moonlight, looking incredibly good. Mo Jiao looked straight into his eyes, as if the air had gone still. Little snake, where are you? I'm back. It was at this moment that Jing Xiaozi's voice suddenly rang out. Mo Jiao panicked and averted her eyes, curling up into a ball and burying her head into her coiled body. Her snake Dan seemed to be throbbing madly as if it was sick and she couldn't even suppress it. Bus 6. That's what's going on. The ink blot itself is not clear. She quietly looked at Jing Xiaochen, not knowing if it was because of Jing Xiaozi's sudden arrival. Jing Xiaochen's face had darkened into a ball of ink. The light in Jing Xiaochen's eyes shone brightly, and a chill rose around him. Over there, Jing Xiaozi had already walked to the side of the bed and looked to one side of the small collapse. The little snake was not there. Where did she go? Little snake? Bang! Just as Jing Xiaozi's voice rose, Jing Xiaochen chilled his face and slashed the back of Jing Xiaozi's head with a heavy hand slash. Jing Xiaozi couldn't even react in time before he fell unconscious on the ground. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen, who stood there with the corners of his lips turned up, a faint smile in his eyes but not reaching his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from Jing Xiaochen's body, and Mo Jiao felt his scales explode all over his body. She couldn't help but erect her body, her snake pupils cold and unfeeling. Jing Shaochun frowned when he saw this, his aura instantly loosening as he pressed his fingers on the top of Mo Jiao's head. Jiao, at no time can I possibly make a move against you. Mo Jiao was a little embarrassed. She knew, but her heart was still lifted. Maybe she still didn't trust Jing Shaochun wholeheartedly. She curtly rubbed against Jing Shaochun's palm, a warm and familiar feeling that filled her heart with pleasure. Bus 6. Come a Jiao. It's time to eat. Previously, it was Qing Blood who brought food over every day. Tonight, Qing Blood didn't come, and Jing Shaochen came in person. Jing Shaochen led Mo Jiao to the table, and only then did Mo Jiao see the familiar food box sitting on the table. Jing Shaochen put Mo Jiao on the table and then took out the food one by one. Not heavy dishes, but all of them are Mo Jiao's favorites. Mo Jiao smiled when she looked at the dish. Her snake pupils were slender and slightly curved with bright light. Have you eaten? I've eaten. These are all yours, Jing Shaochen said as he pinched the dishes one by one onto a plate and put them in front of Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao lowered her head and ate, and the corner of Jing Shaochen's lips raised. Watching Mo Jiao dining, the breath around him is also slowly gentle, as if the breeze of March. Warm. The word, show and tell, suddenly came to mind for Inkpot. She always couldn't help but take a couple bites and look up at Jing Shaochen's smiling face, as if that would make her eat more. When the food was almost done, Jing Shaochen put away the food box and plates to put Mo Jiao on his arm. Mojang looked at him quizzically. What's wrong? I haven't drunk blood yet today, Jing Shaochen said, having already pulled his sleeves apart. His arms were lean and strong but also extraordinarily white, and Mo Jiao always hated to leave cuts on his wrists. Hearing Jing Shaochen's words, Mo Jiao paused. She looked up at Jing Shaochen's hyped expression. The snake's letter touched his wrist. The touch was soft and warm, but her teeth didn't come out. Bus 6. No. Mo Jiao inclined her head and spoke heavily. Jing Shaochen's brows gradually rumbled. Jiao, obey. His fingers moved and cut another slit. Jiao, if you don't drink it, it'll go to waste. Mo Jiao bared her teeth in exasperation and looked over. Why do you always do that? Jing Shaochen seemed like he wouldn't be angry at all. You don't drink if you don't. Bus 6. Inkjet turned his head and coiled his body together. White spots of light surged and the wounds on his arms instantly faded. Not even a speck of blood. Jing Shaochen. But you don't drink. You can't eat enough. Jing Shaochen sighed and grabbed Mo Jiao and spoke in a low voice. Mo Jiao spat out her snake letters and her voice lowered. But your body is all thin and your wounds aren't even healed yet. She had brought a letter to Qing Blood asking him not to bring blood over again. But Jing Shaochen had been indifferent. I'll just go back and recuperate properly. But Jiao is going to be out here looking for news. So you should eat and drink well. Jing Shaochen's voice continued with a soothing power. In order for you to have the strength to complete your mission back to the Eastern Palace as soon as possible, if you don't drink this blood today, I'll bring double the amount tomorrow. Ink spot. Nah. Drink. Jing Shaochen's arm cut open again, and he pressed Mo Jiao on his arm. Mo Jiao depressedly drank. Jing Shaochen smiled deeply. That's right. Jiao, drink it to cultivate and fully transform into human form as soon as possible. Or help me to fulfill my wish as soon as possible. Mo Jiao knew Jing Shaochen's wish to ascend to the world. She nodded heavily. Alright, I'll try my best to help you. I'll make sure to let you fulfill your long-cherished wish soon. Your Highness? In the morning the maid came in to serve Jing Xiaozi to get up, but she found Jing Xiaozi's figure on the floor. Jing Xiaozi woke up in a burst of calling. He covered the back of his head with an ugly face and asked the maid, "Did anyone come in my room last night?" The maid shook her head. "Didn't see it." "Then why does it hurt so much here in one's neck? As if one had been struck by someone. Is there an assassin?" Jing Xiaozi was puzzled by this, and Mo Jiao secretly snickered in her heart. And if no one gave Jing Xiaozi the words, it was estimated that he would never know for the rest of his life. While Jing Xiaozi was going around investigating what really happened last night and with all sorts of conspiracy theories, Mo Jiao had already put the matter of taking the key into the secret room and stealing the letter paper on the agenda. Due to this incident, Jing Xiaozi has been very tightly guarded lately, heavily guarded everywhere. Even the room he sleeps in is surrounded by expert guards. After a 2-day reprieve, Mo Jiao was ready for action. In fact, stealing the letters is a small matter for her. It is to send the letters out. It is a little difficult. After all, in the last 2 days, even the green blood came in extraordinarily difficult. Most of the time she went out quietly. The most important thing is that she goes out quietly most of the time. Bus 6. Now she's fine going out alone. It's more or less inconvenient to bring something with her, but she thought of a way. At nightfall, Mo Jiao let Jing Xiaoze fall into a deep sleep. Then she rolled the key her figure into a chopstick-thin one and carefully went out of the room. Under the cover of darkness, no one would be able to spot Mo Jiao's figure without carefully getting down to look at it. Mo Jiao all the way to the study without any problems. No one around to find out. Her body shape changed again. Become half-human body. Grabbed the key to open the secret door. And found the firefolders, took the unlit candles and walked in. When the dark door closed, she lit the candles and walked inside. Soon after arriving at the place, Mo Jiao went straight to the back of the painting. Mo Jiao carefully took out the box and wondered what secrets were hidden in the things that Jing Xiaoze was so careful about. Kada! The small box was opened. The dim candle flame imprinted on the white paper. And Mo Jiao took out those things. As the speed of looking through those papers increased, those fine autumn eyes slowly deepened. Have been to see the back of the Ink Jiao's hands seemed to be trembling, but those eyes low but slowly filled with laughter. Ink Jiao holding these things almost up to the sky to laugh. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaoze did all these things for the throne. He also pushed everything onto Jing Xiaochen. You'll suffer when these things reach me. Mo Jiao snorted coldly. It turned out that the eagle came from an enemy country. How dare it still want to ask for parasites from an enemy country to put parasites on Jing Xiaochen, even trying to turn her completely into a puppet snake that would only listen to commands without looking at what kind of face he had. Mo Jiao's pupils were erected full of coldness. Fortunately, I saw these letters today, and the most recent one was exactly what that heavenly eagle sent over. Mo Jiao licked the corner of his lips and grasped the letter and smiled slowly. She took out these letterheads, and put a considerable thickness of white paper, used illusion to disguise the letterheads, and of course this latest one she deliberately imitated to write one hot Chinese. With everything done, Mo Jiao turned around and opened a few more boxes on the side, which were filled with gold and silver treasures. It was a pity that she couldn't ship it out tonight, or else she could have filled up Jing Xiaochen's small treasury a little more. Looks like it's just going to have to be watched again. She shifted back to her snake form, and afterward blew out the candle flame before rolling the epistle gently out the door. As soon as she was out of the study, she went straight into the garden, her figure moving quickly, but not even a small insect was startled. Going into the shadows, she extended her snake head and hissed a few times. Hiss, hiss. A continuous hissing sound rang out, and the entire courtyard was filled with the sound of snakes chirping one after another for a while. These snakes have been staying around the second prince's residence. The guards of the entire imperial prince's residence were all startled. All of their figures erupted, and Mo Jiao took the opportunity to mix into the group of snakes and flew out of the residence. Those people didn't even notice her. After leaving the mansion and turning a few more corners, Mo Jiao saw green blood. You finally came. Green blood mentioned the heart put down. Usually this time Mo Jiao early with the evening meal early back. Today is later than usual an hour. He also quietly rue house to find, but did not find but also almost found by those people. He hastily retreated out. Bus 6. Xin was glad that nothing was wrong with this little master. Or else he would have waited for him to go back to meet what he feared would be His Highness's wrath and the punishment of the Preceptor's Hall. Hiss! Mo Jiao screamed twice, then placed something from the snake's tail on Qing Blood's hand. Qing Blood was shocked for a moment. Even after spending so much time with this snake, he was still afraid of snakes, especially since this snake was indeed a highly poisonous snake. Only he quickly calmed down and looked at his hands folded together, not being able to see the something of a thick pile of something. He tentatively asked Mo Jiao, "Give this to your highness?" Inkpot nodded. Hiss! It must be delivered. Mo Jiao's eyesight looked straight at Qing Blood. Looking at Qing Blood's scalp, numb sweat hairs stood up. Must be sent to the hands of His Highness? He asked with even a guess. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Mo Jiao's eyes. Hiss! It was da. This was something she had covered up with a bit of illusion, and it would automatically unravel in about a day's time, which was also for the sake of secrecy and just in case. Qing Blood nodded and put away the item in his hand, then proceeded to take out the small porcelain vase. A hint of helplessness flashed through Mo Jiao's eyes, unable to figure out how Jing Xiaochen could be so obsessed with feeding her blood. More active than her as the person in question? Because now Jing Xiaoze is giving her cooked food. After Jing Xiaochen came, she specifically gave her word that she doesn't need to bother bringing her food every day. So in these 2 days Qing Blood only brought Jing Xiaochen's blood. She didn't want anyone other than Jing Xiaochen to know that she used Jing Xiaochen's blood for food. So Mo Jiao still rolled the bottle away from Qing Blood before drinking the blood and handing the bottle over to Qing Blood. Bus 6. When green blood was gone, Mo Jiao slowly went back to her room. Snakes could be seen everywhere along the way as they exited the royal palace in an orderly fashion. Even so, the entire imperial prince's residence had a sleepless night. As soon as Mo Zhao returned to the room, he let Jing Xiaozhe awake. Jing Xiaozhe heard the snakes outside and looked at them before running to Mo Zhao to stare at her and asked, "Did you do it again? Why did you suddenly summon those snakes again?" Although this showed that Mo Zhao did have this ability, it was always bad to always summon so many snakes in the imperial prince's residence for no reason. Mo Zhao gave him a look of unconsciousness and hissed twice. Jing Xiaozhe couldn't understand either. "Forget it, you stay in the mansion first, and wait for a few days to take you out." He had to make a trip to the palace tomorrow, to ask who the person named Mei Xiao was that Sheng Yunqi said last time, then see whether to agree to Sheng Yunqi's request. After all, the matter about the candidate for bandit suppression has now reached a critical moment, and has to be finalized as soon as possible. Hearing Jing Xiaozhe's words, Mo Zhao narrowed her eyes. She had already figured out Jing Xiaozhe's purpose for grabbing her over and trying to tame her that day. Boss 6. So when he said he'd take her out in a few days, he was taking her to fight bandits? Mo Zhao has been waiting for Jing Xiaozhe to enter the palace to find the queen, so the next day to see Jing Xiaozhe deliberately changed clothes. Breakfast has not been used to order people to prepare the carriage into the palace. She rushed a block in front of Jing Xiaozhe. Hiss, is the little snake unable to let his highness leave? Jing Xiaozhe this face with a hint of pleasure. In the end, this recent period of time together with the small snake to him more and more close. This is a good thing. He is now not sure when Zaru in the end to the snake control method to him, and the bandits are approaching. Can only be the first and this snake to get on good terms. Mo Zhao nodded. Then her body moved and directly wrapped around Jing Xiaozhe's arm. Jing Xiaozhe made a few times did not see Mo Zhao down. He was both happy and annoyed. He was happy that Mo Zhao so sticky him. Annoyed at the delay. Mother most annoyed that he is not punctual. Go late will certainly be scolded. Mo Zhao felt Jing Xiaozhe's impatience. She slowly got off Jing Xiaozhe's arm and plopped down on the table. You stay well. When I come back from mother's place and take you out to eat. Seeing this, Jing Xiaozhe didn't dare to refuse too much and suppressed his anger to speak softly. Sure enough, it's going to the queen's. The ink point of the heart of the Jing Xiaozhe words scoffed. Jing Xiaozhe, this person is completely a profit-oriented people. This will be useful to him. He will be condescending to suppress their own emotions, which if you wait for the use of their own, I am afraid that will be a knife chopped. Boss 6. Jing Xiaozhe didn't waste any time after he finished speaking and took a big step towards the door. Mo Zhao rolled her eyes and followed behind Jing Xiaozhe quickly out of the mansion, climbing onto the carriage from the side. Hiya! The sound of wheels rattled through the early morning streets, and Mo Zhao was on the verge of dozing off as she lay on top of it when the carriage finally stopped. Inside the palace is not allowed to sit in the carriage. To the palace door doubtful, all get off and walk into the palace. Whoosh! Mo Zhao looked at the timing. At the moment Jing Xiaozhe got off the car from the roof down, directly pounced on Jing Xiaozhe's arm. Both Jing Xiaozhe and the driver were startled, and when he saw clearly, Jing Xiaozhe was shocked. He did not expect that Mo Zhao would come with him. At the moment he was all the way to the palace gates. Jing Xiaozhe frowned at Mo Zhao. At the moment a lot of people coming and going. He selfishly does not want people to find Mo Zhao's figure. We must know that now, even if the crown prince is in the hospital bed, also still instructed people to look for this snake everywhere. Boss 6. If he was seen, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. What's the matter with Second Highness? The guards guarding the door saw him fiddling with his sleeves and hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. Jing Xiaozhe lowered his long sleeves and said, "Nothing." After saying that, he flung his sleeve and entered the palace gate with a big stride. "It's just a matter of bringing it in." He spoke in a low voice. "This is the palace, you must be at peace. Don't use your ability to summon snakes indiscriminately." Hiss, that had to be. Of course she couldn't use it even if she wanted to. The snakes inside this palace were few and far between. She had to run outside the palace to call those little snakes to do her errands. Does this Jing Xiaozhe really think that her powers are through the roof? Mo Zhao gave him a soft response, and Jing Xiaozhe was quite relieved. "Greetings to mother," Jing Xiaozhe said with a curtsy. "Zaire is here." The empress revealed a hint of a smile. "Sit, you've come just in time. This palace has something to say to you." "Mother is talking about the bandit suppression?" The empress nodded, her fingers gently stroking the white cat's head. "Are you certain that this matter will succeed?" "Mother, my child has made 2 preparations for this event, one being this snake," said Jing Xiaozhe. Pulled open his sleeve. Ink Jiao's snake body is clearly visible. Her snake head flattened, long snake letter hissing movement, vertical snake pupil a cold. The world's most important thing is to have a good understanding of the Chinese language. The empress was startled by this sudden appearance. Her brows knit tightly. How did Zaire bring her into the palace? The white cat Noor also saw Mo Zhao, jumping up violently from the empress's arms. a pair of cat eyes glaring threateningly as she opened her mouth. Meow. Mo Jiao narrowed her eyes. Her figure instantly moved, and she had already slid from Jing Xiaoza's arm to a side table, and Noor pounced. Jing Xiaoza explained while saying, Mother doesn't know. My child has recently been cultivating intimacy with this snake, so she is always with me. She is now no longer resistant to my closeness, so that when the time comes to fight the bandits, she can play a big role. While looking worriedly at Mo Jiao and Noor's entire body's fur was snow white, and when it blew up, it fluffed up, and the ink slinger stood half erect, baring its serpentine teeth, and the scales around its body shone with a cold light. Buzz 6. A cat and snake battle is on the horizon. The Empress opened her mouth after listening to the words in slight contemplation. That's good. Then the other preparation Zell spoke of is. The Empress's gaze fell on the inkpot and the slave. Although the Noor's body was fat, it was agile, and its sharp claws constantly captured the figure of Mo Jiao. But the foot-long snake body of Mo Jiao was just as deft in dodging Noor's attacks while still being able to strike on its own accord, with the snake's tail snapping at Noor's body. The Empress frowned when she saw this. This snake was quite spirited, and it was indeed unusual as Zaire had said. Originally, the cat is also the natural enemy of the snake, but at the moment did not see the black snake has the slightest fear. The body's breath, cold snake pupil is even more than the Noor's momentum is still enough. Does the Empress mother know of the Prince of Pingnan's son, Shang Yunqi? Jing Xiaoza also looked to a cat and a snake fight. CMO Zhao not the slightest bit of the wind. He slowly put down his heart to concentrate on answering the queen's question. Buzz 6. The Empress withdrew her gaze to look at Jing Xiaoza. Is it the third son of the Pingnan king, the man of wonders, Shang Yunqi? It's him. Mother should know that Shang Yunqi came to the capital this time, saying that he came to the capital to congratulate Father Emperor on his birthday, but in fact he came to serve as a hostage. Good. Your father does intend to do so. Zell intends to join forces with him? Jing Xiaoza's eyes flashed with a hint of sullen color. Mother doesn't know. Although Shang Yunqi went to the capital to serve as a hostage, he asked the king of Pingnan for a transfer order for 30,000 generals on his way out. The Empress' eyes twitched. I have never heard of this matter. Zaire is well informed. If this is true, these 30,000 generals will be of great use to us. Child also knows by chance only that Shang Yunqi is a fool. He met the crown prince on his way to the capital. In order to save his life, he made a deal with the crown prince, and now the transfer order is in the hands of the crown prince. Speaking here, Jing Xiaoza hated his teeth. He in order to Pingnan king's military power, and Pingnan king's other two sons to cooperate in addition to Shang Yunqi. But I did not expect Shang Yunqi. The fox is too cunning. Not only took 30,000 transfer orders, and safe and sound to the capital, but also to find things for those brothers. Now the Pingnan king is disappointed with those two brothers, and for a short period of time, it is impossible to divide the military power and the throne again. Rather, he didn't expect that the last 30,000 transfer orders also fell into Jing Xiaochen's hands, while he had the feeling of stealing a chicken. Now it is even more for 30,000 soldiers transfer order and Shang Yunqi cooperation, and this transfer order in the end may not fall into their hands. The Empress heavily tapped the table upon hearing this. The transfer order must be obtained. Never let Jing Xiaochen take it. Jing Xiaoza is naturally clear about what the Empress means. His mother's family is a civil minister and lacks military power, while Jing Xiaochen's mother's family is a great general. That's real military power in hand. Buzz 6. That's why he wanted to find a way to get the Pingnan king's power. But now Jing Xiaochen preceded them, directly holding Shang Yunqi's lifeblood. This is the military power in the hand, plus 30,000 soldiers transfer orders. So go on and Jing Xiaochen press them head on. How can they compete for that position in the future? That's why Jing Xiaoza wants to work with Shang Yunqi by all means. Buzz 6. How could it be that Jing Xiaochen and the Pingnan king couldn't get on the wrong side of each other? But mother, Shang Yunqi has a request. Cooperation is fine. The transfer order must be in his hands. Originally, my son wanted to use the matter of banditry to openly and honestly get Father Emperor to order and get those 30,000 soldiers. Jing Xiaoza's thinking was very good. His father was just thinking of ways to weaken the Pingnan king's power, and his proposal was just right. But who knows? Shang Yunqi's ambition is not small. Heart is even more. The Empress' face sank. Shang Yunqi's request is simply delusional, as they want them to take back the transfer order from the crown prince, and he still won't let go of the right to transfer the order. How in the world can there be such a good thing? What mother said is true. Jing Xiaoze agreed with this statement. It's just that. Empress Mother. Shang Yunqi said there's a person. I wonder if Empress Mother recognizes him. Who? The Empress knitted her brows and looked over. What kind of person could Shang Yunqi propose? Or did she recognize it? The Empress thought back carefully to the people related to Shang Yunqi, and when she thought about it, she didn't recognize anyone. Ma Qiao. Splat. The Empress accidentally broke the teacup in her hand. Who did he say? The ink-slithering snake's tail wrapped around Nur's neck, and she looked over furiously at the sound. She had been paying attention to their conversation, and by this point, her curiosity about that macho was growing. The Empress not only broke her teacup, but even her face went white. On closer inspection, even her hand shook for a moment. Mother? Jing Xiaoze looked over in confusion. He couldn't stop his heart from sinking. Looking at the Empress Mother like this, that person called Mei Qiao was indeed extraordinary. What in the world does it have to do with the Queen Mother? Nothing. The Empress's eyes were dark. The bottom of her eyes flashed with sinister. That Mei Qiao. What happened to Mei Qiao? Jing Xiaoze was also curious. The Empress held up the phoenix hairpin on her head, and the pallor on her face slowly pressed down. Mei Qiao is a little girl who was supposed to be damned? He was given to death by your father for his offense, but he didn't think he was dead? Don't worry about this matter anymore. Mo Zhao secretly memorized what the Empress said and prepared to find an opportunity to have Jing Xiaochen find out what was going on with this person. Jing Xiaoze hid the doubts in his heart. Child knows. It's just that Shang Yunqi's request. The Empress did not reply, but her gaze fell on the white cat. Noor, come here. Meow. The white cat's low voice resounded in Mo Zhao's ears. Mo Zhang's eyes twitched, ready to let go of Nur's body. The Empress's sight was sharp as a knife, suddenly landing on Mo Zhao with a stern look. But the words were addressed to Jing Xiaoze. How long has Zaire been raising this snake? Back to mother. Less than a month. Jing Xiaoze suddenly couldn't figure out what the Empress meant at this moment. Without Shang Yunqi and the transfer order, would Zaire have been able to accomplish the bandit suppression? Mo Zhao let go of Noor, who jumped away with a low shriek and quickly ran into the queen's arms. The Empress lowered her eyes to look at the marks on Noor's body that had been pressed out by the entanglement of the ink jiao, and her alabaster fingers gently brushed over those hairs. Jing Xiaoze pursed his lips. He thought he somewhat understood the meaning of the mother. This is ready not to 30,000 transfer orders, but also not to get involved with Shang Yunqi? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Back to mother. It should be fine. Now the little snake will already listen to me. Bus 6. Although Jing Xiaoze's face was sullen, he answered truthfully. It was supposed to be foolproof to fight the bandits, but now a chip is missing. The Empress narrowed her eyes. You raised it for a month. Jing Xiaochan raised it for 3 months. Jing Xiaoze looked at the Empress with great suspicion. The Empress laughed and suddenly pinched the side of Noor's neck gaze but looked to Jing Xiaoze. Zaire knows that your royal brother is poisoned? Jing Xiaoze looked over in surprise. Mo Zhao's body jerked and looked at the Empress. The Empress's eyes lightly landed on Mo Zhao, but seemed to be elsewhere as she continued. Last night, your royal brother's antidote herbs were found, and those people let him take it after dispensing the medicine. This son's servant heard about it last night. Jing Xiaoze was clear after a moment's recollection. My son thought that Imperial Brother's poison had been resolved, but has it not been resolved? Inkpot's upper body straightened involuntarily, his body tensing. The Empress laughed coldly. I don't know where the prescription came from, but last night the Crown Prince drank the so-called antidote. Afterward, the poison was not relieved, but it went straight to hell, bleeding from the 7 orifices into a bloody man. Hiss! Impossible! The body of the ink slinger snapped upright. The pupils of the serpent erected and its fangs bared. How can that be? That's the antidote. She's researched it. There's no way there could be a septuagenarian situation. Bus 6. No wonder the atmosphere in the palace today is solemn. It is actually this matter. Little snake, where are you going? Jing Xiaoze's words were not finished. Suddenly saw Mo Zhao quickly out of the palace door. So fast that it seemed like they couldn't even stop it. The Empress' eyes were cold. Someone come and stop this snake. The Queen's speed was very fast, and countless palace people quickly stopped in front of Mo Zhao. Bus 6. Sure enough, this snake was chanting Jing Xiaochen. The Empress was not comfortable with this snake that Jing Xiaochen had kept for 3 months. This time, when she went to fight the bandits, Jing Xiaoze was putting her life on this snake, and if she didn't have Shang Yunqi's 30,000 soldiers, she would have to ensure this snake's loyalty. For Jing Xiaoze's safety, she had to make sure that nothing was wrong. Mo Zhao was anxious at this moment, even though she knew that the Empress might have lied to her, but her snake Dan was just trembling madly. Even her body couldn't stop shivering. She was surprisingly afraid. Afraid that Jing Xiaochen was really bleeding out of his 7 orifices as the Empress had said, and died of poison. Feared that if she went one step late, what she would see would be Jing Xiaochen's corpse. Mother! Jing Xiaoze shouted in surprise, his footsteps already heading towards Mo Jiao. Little snake. Mo Jiao is fully committed to the fight and doesn't care who you are. The bared fangs almost bit into Jing Xiaoze's body. Zaire, this snake is really a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. The Empress grabbed Jing Xiaoze and pulled him quickly away from the battlefield. Jing Xiao looked over. At this moment, Mo Jiao's whole body was cold and chilly, especially in those eyes. It actually let him see a kind of determination that ghosts should kill ghosts and Buddhas should kill Buddhas. He trembled his body for a moment, actually a bit unable to believe that the snake he had raised for almost a month did not have the slightest bit of attachment to himself. And even just now the sharp teeth almost bit over. There were too many people. Mo Jiao was shaking with anger. So many people were blocking the road. Damn it! Her body shifted out of control. To the horrified eyes of the Empress and her court, she transformed from a foot-long snake to a barrel-thick python. Meow! The cat in Nura's entire body exploded violently and flew out of the queen's arms to flee backward. The Empress just wanted to test the loyalty of the Ma Jiao. As far as she knew, an animal's loyalty would usually be very high, unless the original owner did something to hurt her, and then it might look for the next owner. So she simply and casually opened her mouth to tell the matter of Jing Xiaochen's poisoning to see to what extent Jing Xiaoze's so-called taming had actually gone. Buzz 6. I didn't expect to force Mo Jiao to reveal her original bodyline. The snake's pupils that emitted anger were the size of copper bells. The blood in her eyes surged with incomparable ferocity, and her wide-open bloody mouth, sharp fangs, and hard scales, every poisonous manifested her danger. It was obvious that this was one of the abilities of this snake that this prospect Xiaoze had said would change its shape. The Empress and Jing Xiaoze kept retreating. In front of their eyes there was already a bloody color. The ground was full of corpses. The thick tail flung all those guards who were guarding the safety of Fengyi Palace into mush. The whole Fengyi Palace was filled with chaotic screams. Even the huge body of the snake flashed with black and red light, and it was not known whether the blood on her body was her own or that of her enemies. The Empress struggled to suppress her wildly beating heart and looked toward the men. Quickly, go find His Majesty. After speaking, she grabbed Jing Xiaoze's hand with a shaking hand. This snake cannot be kept. It must be gotten rid of. Jing Xiaoze clenched his fists. The fear of facing this snake directly at this moment made his entire body freeze in place, his mind going blank. Buzz 6. That time when Mo Jiao transformed, he was in the dark, not close, and saw the ability of this snake to control 10,000 snakes. He actually did not put this change of form in the eyes. Now see, and think of so many days together. He was incredibly grateful that he did not anger Mo Jiao, or I'm afraid that he would have been dead. Now hearing the Empress' words, how could she dare to refute them? He quickly returned to his senses and nodded. What Mother said is right. Since this snake cannot be raised well, it cannot be placed by our side in a million ways. Nor can we allow her to become Jing Xiaochen's greatest aid. We must get rid of her. Jing Xiaoze's rare decisiveness and ruthlessness. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger, and they even dared to go and call Emperor Tiancheng. Mo Jiao Yang Sky Long Whistle. The snake tail will be those who blocked the viciously thrown on the ground to rise up in the air. In the eyes of all, the shocked shadow quickly disappeared. He couldn't let Emperor Tiancheng know, or else Jing Xiaochen would be in a difficult situation, and he was supposed to be in a difficult situation right now. Mo Jiao landed in an abandoned. Inside the palace. The cultivation is not enough. Even stepping into the air and flying cannot be maintained for a long time. Not to mention that she has too many people, she inevitably suffered injuries. In the process of falling she shrunk her figure. Those people had already looked for her along with the trail she had just followed. Mo Jiao's figure was like chopsticks, sticking to the branches of the tree. Inkpot bared his teeth at the blood falling from his body. Snap! What the blood? The guard immediately responded. The snake was here. Mo Jiao swooped down, fangs rolling under the man's horrified eyes, before his form quickly moved away. After all this, Mo Jiao quickly changed the hiding place. This time those people came and went to look for several times, almost digging 3 feet, but did not find the figure of Mo Jiao. As for those people shouting in horror that there were poisonous snakes, Mo Jiao didn't care. After waiting for fewer people, Mo Jiao immediately acted. In the tree she already knew where this was, so at the moment she accelerated her speed toward the East Palace. The Empress knew that Mo Jiao's destination was the East Palace, so she sent someone all the way from Fengyi Palace to the East Palace, alarming countless people. But even with so many people guarding them, Mo Zhao still stepped on the road back to the Eastern Palace without any problems. Just the Empresses really go out of her way. Even the corners near the East Palace are not spared. Really no blatant search. She simply does not put Jing Xiaochen in the eyes. Louis Vuitton outlet. In the past, she was still wary of Jing Xiaochen. So now Jing Xiaochen's life was really in danger? Thinking of this, Mo Zhao more anxious. Last night the green blood came early. Also said that he left when those imperial doctors in the refining medicine. So she just more or less to the queen's words believe a few points. But this section of the road is to the front of the East Palace. Straight and spacious. A glance can be seen to the end. Not a bit of debris. So she has no place to hide. Mo Zhao couldn't wait to go up and bite those people. Mo Zhao was on fire and circled around. She went to look for another way. There were many people on either side. And what's even more excessive is that the Empress had already brought Emperor Tianqing over. Bus 6. Mo Zhao eyes flashed a trace of coldness. Is at this time? The other side suddenly appeared a wheelchair. Wheelchair sitting in a man. Handsome. More than a few points of pallor. But look at the direction is obviously to the East Palace. Mo Zhao eyes move. Eyes fixed on the wheelchair. In the wheelchair close to the wheelchair. Quickly scrambled up to stick to the bottom of the wheelchair. On wheels. The man who was there suddenly moved his gaze. Yan Wu, have you ever seen anything? The person pushing the wheelchair frowned and went to look around the wheelchair all over again. There's nothing. Strange. Just clearly saw a black shadow fall on the wheelchair. How no? Bus 6. It might have been a sight for sore eyes. Yan Wu still grimaced as he checked the wheelchair again. There should be nothing. First go to the Eastern Palace to see Big Brother. Yes, Your Highness. Yan Wu continued to push the wheelchair along. Inkjet's body pulled away long enough to circle the wheels, and immediately climbed to the bottom of the wheelchair in relief when she heard she was going to go. This should be safe now. She looked quietly ahead, the wheelchair tilting against the pavement, the steadying sound ringing in her ears as she got closer and closer to the Eastern Palace. She was getting more and more uneasy, and it seemed as if the serpent Dan were all soaking and frying in the fire. Closer, closer. Mo Zhao stared at the gate of the Eastern Palace. Why are so many people guarding this place? His pale face changed slightly, and his body looked extraordinarily weak. Yan Wu said, could it be that His Highness the Crown Prince can't make it? Mo Zhao's pupils shrunk violently, and the snake's teeth suddenly couldn't stop being bared, and the snake's body stood upright. Yan Wu, be careful what you say. The cold and heavy words caused Yan Wu to tremble, not daring to open his mouth again. A moment later he said, they don't look like people from the Eastern Palace. They seem to be looking for something. Your Highness is right. Yan Wu agreed. See you. Third Highness. The people at the entrance of the Eastern Palace saluted when they saw the visitor. Bus 6. I've come to see Big Brother. How is his body nowadays? Jing Xiaoyuan's voice was gentle but feeble, and his face was worried. The palace man's face heaved for a few points, laboring on Third Highness concern. His Highness has not yet awakened. What the hell? The palace people just said here. They saw a black shadow coming straight at him, scaring everyone. Yan Wu's hand speed is surprisingly fast to grab over, but grabbed a blank. Mo Zhao landed on the ground. Her figure turned around and headed in the direction of Jing Xiaochen's bedroom. Snake. It was only then that Yan Wu could see what the hell it was. After saying that, Yan Wu hurriedly looked at Jing Xiaoyuan. How does your Highness feel? How did the snake get under the wheelchair? He suddenly thought of the way he came. Your Highness, it was that black shadow. My subordinate wasn't mistaken then. A few courtiers also hurriedly looked over, and when they saw what it was, their mouths opened wide in shock. Chiefly, Master Mo has returned. It's been almost a month since I've seen Mo Zhao. Everyone in the East Palace knows that their Mo master has disappeared. Jing Xiaochen was angry about it and sent people to look for it, and even punished some of the people on duty in the East Palace because of Mo Zhao's disappearance. Bus 6. So all the people in the East Palace were more aware of this snake's status, and usually served carefully, and didn't dare to mention Mo Zhao in front of Jing Xiaochen. But they didn't expect her to come back all of a sudden. Lian almost flew over. Where is Master Mo? Jing Xiaoyuan had heard that his elder brother had a precious pet snake, which he favored very much, but they hadn't seen the Crown Prince getting along with the snake, so they couldn't figure out how the Crown Prince, who had always been cold-hearted, and whose heart was focused on the world's social affairs, actually favored a snake. Now seeing the attitude of these people in the Eastern Palace, Jing Xiaoyuan thought that the rumors were really true. Look at him. The third prince is here. As the Grand Master of the Eastern Palace, yet he is the first to ask the whereabouts of a snake. Should have gone to His Highness's house. Several courtiers returned. Chief Executive Li breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be back. It's good to be back His eyes turned to Jing Xiaoyuan. See you. Third Highness. Jing Xiaoyuan nodded indifferently. Chiefly, this Highness is here to see Big Brother. His Highness has yet to wake up. Chief Steward Li sighed and said, there's no harm in it. His Highness is just worried about Big Brother. Go take a look. Jing Xiaoyuan perennially held the disease in the body. Said two words a little gasp, this Highness many years of poor health. The medical profession is also involved in the Big Brother suddenly poisoned. Then want to do a little bit to see, in case things have a turnaround? Jing Xiaoyuan in order to him this body. Really spent a lot of effort. These 10 years, medical books read a lot, especially poison difficult and complicated diseases of a kind. Chief Steward Li thought for a moment and said, this way please, Third Highness. Jing Xiaoyuan nodded his head, and behind him, Yan Wu pushed his wheelchair and followed behind Chief Li. Mo Jiao put her speed to the extreme and quickly arrived at Jing Xiaochen's bedroom. One hot Chinese. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the strong and bitter smell of medicine. Inside the room were the footsteps of those imperial doctors walking hurriedly. The depressing atmosphere makes Mo Jiao more anxious. Only just into the inner room Mo Jiao stopped, because Jing Xiaochen bedside sitting a female, grabbing Jing Xiaochen's wrist, eyebrows and eyes cold, appearance stunning. On the side, Jing Xiaoyun stood, but his eyes were fixed on the woman and his body was stiff. Next to them were Green Blood and Hong Lan whose gazes were also on the woman. Sister Yun Jie, how is my brother? Why isn't he waking up yet? Jing Xiaoyun asked eagerly. Mo Jiao narrowed her eyes, but her speed was not slow, and under everyone's astonished looks, she leapt onto Jing Xiaochen's bed. Snake, you how did you come back? Didn't you run away? Jing Xiaoyun spoke first, his voice stuttering as he spoke. Green Blood stepped forward to look at Mo Jiao. Ha, why are you back all of a sudden? Hong Lan was surprised for a split second and quickly collected her expression. She knew that this snake was lost and where it had gone. She also knew. She just didn't expect it to come back suddenly. The woman at the side frowned, her cool face slightly stagnant. So you're the pet snake that His Highness the Crown Prince is said to have kept? Hiss. Mo Jiao bared her teeth. I'm not a pet. Jing Xiaochen is the one who is my reserve. Quite fierce. Yun Jie smiled gently, that cool face thus becoming even more stunningly beautiful. What species of snake are you? Mo Jiao directly turned her head to look at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen. She called out twice but Jing Xiaochen didn't respond. Seeing this, Yun Jie said, your master is still in a coma as the toxin is unstable now. Bus 6. Mo Jiao turned her head to look at Yun Jie. Yun Jie's eyes were still clear and cold, like snow lotus flowers on the mountains. Her voice was as penetrating as spring water. The snake's body is glossy and bright. Its head is big and its neck is thin. Its fangs are long and sharp, and it has poisonous glands, so it's actually a highly venomous snake, said the latter with a hint of surprise in her voice. Not to mention Chung Blood and Hong Lan. Jing Xiaoyun's face instantly went white when she heard this. Sister Yun Jie is sure she's a poisonous snake? Jing Xiaoyun's voice took on a tremor. Yun Jie nodded. It is indeed a venomous snake. I just don't know what species it is. She shook her head. I didn't expect your highness to raise poisonous snakes, but snake molts are good medicine. Qing Blood and Hong Lan took a breath to quickly calm down, and Hong Lan asked, Senior sister, when will his highness wake up? I'll prescribe 2 patches of medicine and see what happens tomorrow. Yun Jie gazes, the poison on the temple is more complicated. It's more troublesome to solve it. One hot Chinese. Trouble sister Yun Jie. Make sure my big brother is alright. Jing Xiaoyun sniffled and spoke. Don't worry, your 8th highness. Yun Jie will do her best to save your highness. After saying that she put Jing Xiaochen's arm into the quilt and stood up. Just as she was about to leave she looked at Mo Jiao. Watch out for your poisonous fangs. One bite and even the gods can't save your life. After saying that she looked to Qing Blood and the others. You guys take more care. Don't let her bite your highness. Green Blood and Red Lawn looked at each other. We'll be watching. Aha! Yun Jie sat down. Her veined finger held the pen. And the pen came to life. And soon a prescription jumped onto the paper. Feed this medicine to your highness 3 times a day and take it. So I will leave first. Elder sister. Hong Lan wanted to say something, and Chang Blood could see what Hong Lan meant, but neither of them dared to open their mouths easily. What is it? Yun Jie asked as she simply knew how to pack her things. Why don't senior sister stay at my place now? After all, it's better to look after anything in time. Yun Jie spoke in a faint voice. No, as long as you drink this medicine, you'll be fine for now. I'll come back tomorrow at noon. After she finished speaking she turned her head just in time to meet Mo Jiao's line of sight. Her gaze was as light as the moonlight, quickly moved through and then out the door. Third Highness, please. Elderly had already brought Jing Xiaoyuan over. Ahem. That one just now is. Jing Xiaoyuan just happened to see Yun Jie's back as she turned around, and he felt a hint of familiarity. Elderly looked over and knew who Jing Xiaoyuan was asking. She's a traveling doctor, hired to treat His Highness. Jing Xiaoyuan nodded. Looks quite young. I wonder how good the medical skills are. Governor Li smiled and only said, Third Highness, His Highness is in the palace, so the slave will go down first. When Yun Jia left, the few people in the room were a bit silent, and they looked at Mo Jia with a scrutinizing gaze. It was a clear feeling that this was no ordinary snake, a poisonous snake that could kill. Hiss. Sure enough, it was human. Mo Jiao bared her teeth and her snake pupils looked at them icily. Jing Xiaoyuan was scared and took a step back, staring at Mo Jiao with wide eyes. Green blood and red lawn also tensed up and stared at Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao coldly glanced at them before looking at Jing Xiaochun. It was only Jing Xiaochun who still trusted himself when he knew he was poisoned, and even handed over his lifeblood to himself. This was the first time she had seen such a stupid human. That's why Jing Xiaochen is different. And that's why she's willing to give Jing Xiaochen the same trust and put her 7 inches into his hands. Wanhe Chang. She slowly moved to Jing Xiao's neck, and under the trembling eyes and defenses of the three, she closed her eyes against Jing Xiaochen, but still emitted a trace of white light points around her body to heal Jing Xiaochen's injuries. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen. There isn't much aura left today. I didn't even bother to use it myself, so you mustn't be alright. Your Highness, that snake has returned to the East Palace. Rubbish. What use do I have for you? The Empress threw the teapot hard, making a crisp sound. So many people can't even catch a snake. The Queen's face rubbed her brow in an ugly manner. As expected, the Empress' eyes flashed with viciousness. We have to take advantage of the fact that Jing Xiaochen can't get up right now to dispose of that snake. Otherwise there will be endless consequences. If she hadn't seen the horrifying appearance of that snake after it changed today, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry. If she couldn't kill that snake, I'm afraid no one would be able to restrain her in case that snake went crazy at some point. The other one was that she was obviously too loyal to Jing Xiaochun. She couldn't help but attack people just by hearing that Jing Xiaochen was poisoned. If they were to lay hands on Jing Xiaochen in the future, how could they possibly survive in front of this snake? And a snake that understands human language. What mother said. Jing Xiaoza slowed down for a while before he came back to his senses. A snake like that was just too scary. He couldn't even help but think that if he kept bringing that snake with him, he didn't know when he would make that snake angry. I'm afraid that even one of him wouldn't be able to fill up that snake's stomach. So rather than life, the ability of that snake became a danger he could not afford. It's just that that snake went back to the East Palace, and now that the East Palace is guarded like an iron barrel, I'm afraid it won't be easy to get at that snake. Previously, the eye wires they had managed to insert into the Eastern Palace were also basically cleared out due to the 2 cleansings of the Eastern Palace. The Empress grabbed Noor, her expression cold and dark. Where is His Majesty? Back to your Highness. When I just went to invite His Majesty had already gone to the Crown Prince's East Palace. Wanhe Chinese. Just now the Empress was ready to let Emperor Tian Shang come over personally. As long as Emperor Tian Shang saw it and knew that Jing Xiaochen had brought such a dangerous snake into the palace, he would inevitably pursue Jing Xiaochen's responsibility and at the same time do his best to eradicate the snake. Just did not expect that the speed of the snake was so fast. Directly out of the Fengyi Palace, and changed back to the original size, and now back to the East Palace. Did not see with their own eyes. Tian Shang Emperor is afraid that will not believe. The first time I saw it, it was a very good thing that it was a very good thing. Still, it's a good idea to check out the situation. Set up a ride to the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince is not feeling well. As Empress, this palace should go and visit him. The Empress hugged Noor and gave the order in a faint voice. And the people below immediately took action. Jing Xiaoza asked in disbelief, what is Mother going to the East Palace for now? That snake is now in the Eastern Palace. The Empress pulled out a cold smile on her lips. If she is really in the East Palace, to the palace hands are good. Mother! Jing Xiaoza spoke with worry. Nothing. Since that snake understands human language, it is also intelligent. This palace is the Empress. Even he, Jing Xiaochen, doesn't dare to make a move easily, let alone that snake? The Empress lowered her eyes to look at the white cat in her arms. In that case, it is only right that my son should also visit his elder brother. Mother and son both quickly set off toward the Eastern Palace. Eastern Palace. Your Majesty has arrived. The Empress has arrived. The eunuch's shrill voice spread throughout the Eastern Palace. Mo Jiao snapped her eyes open to look over, but she just happened to meet Jing Xiaoyuan's gaze. He had also just arrived in this hall not long ago, and was just about to go up to see what was going on, when a sound rang out from outside, and his still unretracted gaze just happened to come eye to eye with the snake. Mo Zhao quickly turned away her gaze, thinking that the Empress and the Emperor came together. Must be talking about her. That woman's heart is very vicious. Bus 6. Jing Xiaoyuan didn't expect a small snake to have such clear eyes with a watery light, while the scales on her body were pure black to the point of glowing, just like ink and jade, which in turn looked good. It seems that the royal brother has kept this snake for a bit of a reason after all. He smiled at Mo Zhao in a friendly manner, but Mo Zhao didn't even give him a look. He laughed helplessly and said to Yin Wu behind him, "Time to go receive the driver." Bus 6. Qing Blood and the others glanced at Mo Zhao, still uneasy to go and receive the driver. Jing Xiaoyun almost stood here and didn't go. Mo Zhao gave them a cold look and didn't care what happened to them. Her eyes slowly looked towards Jing Xiaochun, probably because of the poisoning. His face was a bit white with a hint of greenish purple, and those phoenix eyes were tightly closed, leaving only long eyelashes that left long silhouettes on his eye sockets. Mo Zhao liked his faces, but more than that, he liked those eyes, very warm eyes, with the light of the sun, as if the sight of looking over with just the right temperature. She couldn't help but gently touch his eyelashes with the head of the snake. "What are you doing?" The sudden voice in turn startled Mo Zhao. Mo Zhao looked over and the person who spoke was Jing Xiaoyun. He didn't expect to see the snake attempting to bite his big brother's eye as soon as he arrived. At that moment the blood in his body seemed to freeze and he cried out in horror. The Empress saw this and her eyes moved slightly to look at Jing Xiaoyun. It felt like his expression. Something was wrong. Her gaze slowly fell on Jing Xiaochun's bed, where the lacquered, the black snakes coiled together, and because of Jing Xiaoyun's sudden voice, her snake's head snapped to look over with a cold glare in her eyes. Sure enough, it was back to its original size. Jing Xiaoza pursed his lips, but he didn't expect Jing Xiaochen and this snake to be intimate to such an extent. That snake was all over him sleeping. Emperor Tiansheng wrinkled his brows and looked at Mo Zhao, then at Chief Li and the others. This snake has been eating and living with the crown prince in close proximity? Bus 6. Chief Steward Li shook his body and hung his head. Yes. Ridiculous. How can His Highness the Crown Prince act like this? Isn't it a joke? Mo Zhao raised her eyes to look at Emperor Tiansheng. This guy is really. How is it ridiculous to have a pet affectionate? If she hadn't been unable to speak, she would have had to dislike her. Looking at the pair of soulful eyes gurgling and gurgling, Jing Xiaoyuan thought it was very cute. He smiled slightly. "Father, Big Brother has always done things with a sense of propriety, and this pet, since Big Brother has such a high regard for it, it should have its own merits. Besides, this snake raising is not much different from the Empress mother raising a cat. One hot Chinese. Humph, what can a pet have to offer?" Emperor Tiansheng snorted coldly, and was not prepared to go into detail on this issue. This matter is not to be taken into account. Jing Xiaoyuan secretly winked at Mo Zhao. Mo Zhao returned a glance at him, rather than knowing that this third prince was so kind and lively. Hearing Jing Xiaoyuan's words, a trace of coldness flashed under the Empress' eyes, her gaze instead looking at Jing Xiaoyun. What was little H shouting about just now? How come it seems to be in fear? Qing Blood and Honglan were startled and quietly looked at Jing Xiaoyun, hoping that he would stabilize. Jing Xiaoyun's body trembled and quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he suppressed the panic in his heart and spoke. "I'm afraid that snake will press on Big Brother's wound. He may be small, but he knows what to say and what not to say. For example, if Mo Zhao is a poisonous snake, we can't let father know." Mo Zhao unexpectedly glanced at Jing Xiaoyun and found that his face was white and he was still looking at himself warily. Mo Zhao returned a teeth-baring smile to him, which again almost made Jing Xiaoyun jump in fear. Mo Zhao once again felt the timidity of Jing Xiaoyun, and she thought it would be better to help Jing Xiaoyun practice his guts some other day. If Jing Xiaoyun knew what she was thinking, he would probably cry, not hearing the desired answer or news. The Empress' face sank and her grip on Noor tightened steeply. Meow. The Empress suddenly had a twinkle in her eye and came up with a brilliant idea in her mind. Noor jumped onto Jing Xiaochen's bed with a whoosh because of the pain from the Empress's movements. Oops. The Empress exclaimed in shock, coming to hastily apologize. "Your Majesty, forgive me. Noor is really stubborn." Meow. Noor screamed miserably, and Mo Zhao's cold, hard tail swept heavily over the moment she saw it had been purposely thrown onto the bed by the Empress, and the cat fell hard to the floor without defense. Mo Zhao straightened up her body, her eyes shot icy cold at the Empress. The Empress dared to leave the cat on Jing Xiaochen's bed. Unforgivable. Cold sweat instantly rose on the Empress' back. The snake's eyes seemed to be quenched with poison. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoyuan, however, laughed softly and spoke. I didn't expect this little snake of yours to be smart enough to protect its master. When these words came out, the atmosphere instantly turned stiff. Mo Jiao glanced at Jing Xiaoyuan. His skin was white and almost transparent because of his years of being bedridden, but those eyes always carried a faint smile, as if the illness did not make him turn into a cold person. Mo Jiao also took the favor for the time being. She couldn't speak, and the others hadn't seen the queen's movements, so if something did happen here, and the queen blamed everything on that cat, she might just bite the queen to death. Empress, the emperor's voice was low, but it made the empress's body flinch. Your Majesty, this cat is the natural enemy of snakes. Noor should have seen the snake and pounced on it out of instinct. I will carry it down, the empress said and glanced at Jing Xiaoyuan, a glimmer of light crossing her eyes. After saying this, the empress had already squatted down and picked up Noor. I will leave. The empress tenderly hugged Noor, and it could be seen that she doted on this cat. Buzz 6. The empress glanced at Mo Jiao again on her way out, and Mo Jiao always felt something was wrong. Cough cough. Since Imperial brother has someone to take care of here, my son will leave first. Those Imperial doctors one by one crowded in front of him. He himself in turn felt physically powerless. Jing Xiaoyuan extraordinarily hated this body of his. Well, go back and get well. Don't run around if you're not well. Yes, my son honors my father's teachings. Yan Wu, let's go. Yes. The emperor carefully asked a few more imperial doctors about Jing Xiaochen's condition, and finally just said that he would do his best to save him and left. Mo Jiao felt the emperor cold attitude. Eyes slightly moved. The emperor, this attitude is not to say that he has been in charge there. What definitive evidence do you hold? A flash of anxiety flashed through her. I wonder if Jing Xiaochen has read the letters she stole and what plans and preparations he has. After everyone left, Hong Lan personally went down to boil the medicine. Mo Jiao lay on Jing Xiaochen's arm and secretly checked the situation again. According to reason, Jing Xiaochen won't be poisoned. At that time, the two treasures brought from Ruan Nianqi made Jing Xiaochen's body too much stronger. It can be said that Jing Xiaochen's body strength has definitely reached the top of the world. As long as those medicinal herbs are found, it will directly detoxify the poison. As for those injuries on his back, when Jing Xiaochen came to see himself at the second prince's mansion, he was already growing new flesh. So it could be said that the speed of recovering from his injuries was first rate, but now suddenly poisoned and unconscious. What has happened in it? The medicine is here. Hong Lan quickly brought the medicine. When he arrived in front of him, Qingblood directly took out a silver needle and tried the poison first, and there was no change in the needle before he nodded at Hong Lan. When Mo Jiao saw this, she suddenly had a flash of insight. Could the antidote have been poisoned? This thought immediately penetrated. If the antidote was poisoned or under the lure before that poisonous things, she looked over at Jing Xiaochen. His breathing was weak now, just as it was when she first saved him, but there was no dead air to be seen, which meant that the poison was not deadly. Mo Jiao stared at Hong Lan and Qingblood helping Jing Xiaochen up, but Jing Xiaoyan's hand gripping the medicine bowl was shaking non-stop and his gaze kept drifting towards her. Mo Jiao rolled her eyes and then climbed to the foot of the bed to watch them feed the medicine. It's just that Jing Xiaoyun's action of feeding the medicine wasn't skillful, and a lot of it spilled out, causing Jing Xiaochen's collar to be covered in medicinal water. Jing Xiaochen is a very clean person. Wanha Chinese. Mo Jiao bared his teeth. Jing Xiaoyun was even more afraid, and in the end it was Hong Lan who took over and slowly fed the medicine. But Mo Jiao still felt unhappy. Hong Lan's head was too close. It was almost face to face with Jing Xiaochen's face. One must know that Jing Xiaochen had always disliked being so close to people. Mo Jiao's burning eyesight stressed the three, and they were relieved when they finally finished feeding the medicine. In the evening, Shifli made a good table of meat, all for Mo Jiao. The way Xiaochen treated Mo Jiao in the foreground made them not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Mo Jiao nodded with satisfaction. She winded up eating her meal and then quickly. Buzz 6. When they reached the bedroom, they guarded next to Jing Xiaochen. At night, after 3 nights, Mo Jiao suddenly felt something. She opened her eyes violently, and saw first cold white bones. Mo Jiao spoke in surprise. Jing Xiaochen, you're awake. Jing Xiaochen's voice, however, was cold and deep. What happened to the injuries on your body? His fingers just happened to cross those wounds, and his pale face sank into an unusual expression. Hurt? Mo Jiao turned her head to look at the past. There is indeed a wound there. It is those people with a knife cut. She did not care. Her body becomes bigger. The wound is a bit hideous, but now becomes smaller. It looks like a small one. actually did not expect. Jing Xiaochen woke up as soon as he noticed these. The first time I saw this, I was able to see it in my own eyes. His head went around his fingers to his palm. These are small cuts. They're fine. So what's going on with your poisoning? Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes to look over, and the little snake's dark eyes were all his shadow, with worry gathered within. He pressed his fingers against Inkbrand, and at Inkbrand's puzzled look he slowly sat up then got out of bed. What are you doing? Mojing looked at him in surprise, then quickly stopped him. But Mo Jiao didn't stop Jing Xiaochen, and she violently turned into a human body in some haste. Running down the bed she grabbed in front of Jing Xiaochen. Your body is so weak. What are you doing out of bed? The beauty knit brows are pleasing to the eye, amazing eyeballs. Jing Xiaochen sighed and turned his eyes away to drape his own clothes over Mo Jiao. Ah Jiao, pay attention to your clothes when you transform in the future. Her voice was raspy from the long period of unconsciousness, and her slightly lower voice lunged at her with heat. Mo Jiao's stunning face unconsciously dyed peach color. Her heart suddenly jumped so much that she couldn't help but want to cover her face to hide from that hot to the sight. What a strange feeling. Buzz 6. But she couldn't help but look at Jing Xiaochen again. Blinking her clear eyes, the natural upturned corners of her eyes were like a small hook. Flirtatious and enchanting as if she wanted to hook people's souls away. Jing Xiaochen took a deep breath and quickly turned around to take out what he wanted and headed for the bed. But underneath the inked hair to those ears were red and dripping with blood. Jing Xiaochen couldn't help but think. Really is a demonic spirit. If it wasn't for his good stamina, who could stand up to such a special thing? When Mo Jiao saw the small medicine bottle in Jing Xiaochen's hand she knew that Jing Xiaochen had originally come to look for medicine. Come here. Jing Xiaochen sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Mo Jiao faintly as he opened his mouth. Mo Jiao slowly raised Jing Xiaochen's side to move and curiously opened his mouth. Jing Xiaochen, what are you going to do? Mo Jiao's voice was a bit thin, yet with an unspeakable delicacy. Her eyes were sincere and curious, yet with a hint of purity and clarity. Jing Xiaochen felt his ears burn even more. In a trance this voice all seemed to overlap with the one in the dream, so good that it was sweet. The most important thing to remember is that it's a good idea to have a good relationship with your family. It's true that even the voices of good-looking people are heavenly music that goes around the world for 3 days. A ghostly light swept across Jing Xiaochen's eyes as he pressed down his lips. Give you medicine. My injuries are minor. I'll be fine tomorrow. Come here. Jing Xiaochen's voice sank 2 points. A hint of displeasure on his face. Mo Jiao knitted her brows. You're angry? But why? She hadn't angered him. Jing Xiaochen holding the bottle of medicine looking down at the person who has come close to his eyes. Broad palm on the top of her head. Silky smooth to the hair to make him love. Gently rubbing. Jiao. I'm angry at myself for letting you get hurt. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao looked over with a sideways glance. Jing Xiaochen's brows were composed. His joy and anger were hard to discern, but the movements in his hands were extraordinarily gentle and doting. Mo Jiao knew that he was distressed. She grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes with a light smile. It's okay, the injury isn't serious. I also do not hurt, but my heart hurts. Jing Xiaochen's words came out of his mouth. After saying that both of them were stunned, Jing Xiaochen's eyes gently turned. His thin lips lightly pursed, grabbed the medicine and said in a deep voice, I'll put the medicine on for you. He changed the subject stiffly, taking the medicine and concentrating on putting it on her. Her wound was a little above her tail, and due to her transformation into a human body, the snake's body was thick, and the clots of coagulated blood all around the wound looked particularly gruesome. The breath around Jing Xiaochen's body was a few more points colder, and he smoothly grabbed the handkerchief and water at the top of the bed and gently wiped the blood clots around her. Under the dim candlelight, he moved seriously as if he was treating a treasure. His side face was exquisite, his profile perfect, and under the light, he was like an immortal. Her heartbeat slowly sped up to her own surprise, but there was as if that face carried magic, drawing all her eyes. Jing Xiaochen really was the best looking of all the people she had ever seen. She wanted to. The powder was sprinkled on the wound with a stinging pain, pulling back the inkling's mind. Does it hurt? Jing Xiaochen stopped his hand to look over when he felt a slight tremor in her body. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It's okay. Ah Jiao. Jing Xiaochen's dark starry eyes looked over. You can tell me when you're in pain. I don't like it when you lie to me. Mo Jiao blinked her eyes. How could she be in pain? She is a hallowed snake ancestor, the king of augurs, the only augur that can transform into a dragon for thousands of years. She's so strong. How can she be in pain? Even when he blew himself up, he didn't say it hurt. Manhwa Chinese. And how could you possibly cry out in pain because of this small wound? she's never been in pain, but she couldn't say anything against those phoenix eyes. The crimson corners of his lips moved several times without making a sound. Only her eyes were sore and achy, and even she couldn't figure out what was going on, and her eyes went hazy. Suddenly Jing Xiaochen came closer. His warm thin lips imprinted on the corner of her eyes, and she only had time to see his rippling glazed eyes, carrying a pain she couldn't tell. The warmth hit her eyes, and it was as if she even stopped breathing, frozen at the corners of his lips. Watery, light, warm, a place that is divided. Ink pretty hard lake but as if cast a stone, flooding the layers of ripples, the heart for a long time difficult to calm. Jing Xiaochen said, "This is your punishment for lying to me." He looked at the pair of clueless eyes, shifted his eyes hastily to her wound. After spreading the medicinal powder, he took a clean cloth to gently bandage the wound, and again raised his eyes to look at Mo Jiao. "Does it hurt?" "No." Jing Xiaochen looked fixedly at Mo Jiao and continued to ask, "Does it hurt?" "Well, there is a little bit." Mo Jiao's eyelashes moved, and as she locked eyes with Jing Xiaochen, those seductive eyes took on a few more playful moments. Jing Xiaochen felt even more hooked. "A little what?" He avoided her eyes and lowered his head to continue treating the wound, his hands moving carefully and gently. "It hurts a little bit." Mo Jiao stretched out her luxuriant fingers and gestured. "Really just a little bit." "Good. I know." Jing Xiaochen finally tied a knot and withdrew his hand, but he suddenly lowered his head. The corner of his lips imprinted on the cold snake scales, and he said, "Give me a kiss, and it won't hurt anymore." Mo Jiao blinked and suddenly turned back into a snake before Jing Xiaochen could react. Body. Jing Xiaochen. How did a Jiao suddenly change back? Bus 6. A hint of a smile flashed under his eyes as he watched Mo Jiao coil herself into a ball and continue to speak. "Does the wound hurt?" After asking the question, he saw her figure shrink violently, and the bandaged cloth detached all of a sudden. He frowned and rebandaged her again. "Jiao, next time you're hurt, don't change around or it'll hurt." Mo Jiao didn't want to listen to him, balled up her body and almost shrunk herself into a ball, which was blocked by Jing Xiaochen. "Give me a word if you're uncomfortable. Don't move yet." Mo Jiao bit down hard on his wrist in anger. "Jing Xiaochen, today's blood supply is late. You drink more." Mo Jiao. Her teeth ground Jing Xiaochen's wrist, grinding a bit of skin, but not drawing blood. Jing Xiaochen bandaged it again and held Mo Jiao in his hand. "Don't worry about biting. I don't feel any pain. Do you want me to help you?" Mo Jiao. "No need." At this moment she suddenly felt too powerless. How can this person be so rogue? One hot Chinese. Mo Jiao finally drank the blood. She knew that she couldn't wear down Jing Xiaochen. Letting Jing Xiaochen do it himself must have scratched another big wound. However, she drank very little this time, and under Jing Xiaochen's sunken line of sight she bared her teeth and fiercely let out, "I'll just drink this much today. Don't force me to drink, otherwise I'll leave." Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes. "Go? Where is Ah Jiao going?" He grabbed her 7 inches, his narrow phoenix eyes slowly swooning into a pool of ink, darkness clumping in. In that moment Mo Jiao felt chills all over her body. It's a strange feeling. She's cold-blooded by nature, but the look in someone's eyes can make her feel cold. Mo Jiao stared and looked over carefully again, but Jing Xiaochen covered his eyes. Only his voice was low and cold, and his breathing was unsteady. "Jiao said she would help me fulfill my wish. How can I leave before my wish is fulfilled?" Inkpot suddenly felt like he'd dug himself a giant hole. Another feeling was that Jing Xiaochen was angry again and was difficult to coax. She couldn't help but sigh. How could humans be so atmospheric? Just before she could think of how to coax, she heard Jing Xiaochen's feeble voice. "Jiao, must not go." Breathing unsteadily, Jing Xiaochen slowly had difficulty breathing, and under Mo Jiao's astonished eyes that hand lost its strength and hung down. Coma. Jing Xiaochen. "Mother, what's going to be done about that snake?" After returning to Fengyi Palace, Jing Xiaozi couldn't wait to open his mouth. "Your Majesty, my subordinates have something important to report." It was at this time that a voice suddenly rang out from outside the Phoenix Palace. "What is it?" The Empress looked to the visitor with her cat in her arms. It was one of the people who had lined up to go out and look for that snake in the morning. "Your Highness, that snake should be a poisonous snake. Highly poisonous." The man knelt down and spoke solemnly. The Empress and Jing Xiaozi were startled and stood up violently. "What do you mean?" Jing Xiaozi's hands were shaking. "That snake is poisonous?" "Yes," the man returned. "After that snake went out of Fengyi Palace to the abandoned palace, we looked for it. At first we didn't find any trace of the snake. Then it was discovered by Wu Xing. When we smelled the sound and went over, we just happened to see that the snake escaped again. We immediately tracked it down. We didn't manage to care about Wu Xing, and when later that snake went back to the East Palace, we went back to find that Wu Xing wasn't there. Manhwa Chinese. When they get there they realize that Ying Hing has died of poisoning. A strange light erupted from the bottom of the Empress' eyes. Go, bring up the body. Jing Xiaozi wrinkled his brows. My son clearly saw the snake biting Ji Chui's wound earlier, so how could it be a poisonous snake? Ji Chui didn't have anything going on until now. The body was soon carried up. Wu Xing was black. Bleeding from the 7 orifices is very horrible. Meow. The Empress and Jing Xiaozi, as well as Nuer, were all taken aback. Sure it was the snake that bit you? The Empress quickly composed herself, her expression obscure. My subordinate has already looked for the imperial physician. It is indeed snake venom. At that time, there was no other snake in that palace except that one. You go down and leave the body for now. Bus 6. Yes, what is mother going to do? Jing Xiaozi still harbored doubts about the matter. That snake, is it poisonous or not? The Empress' eyes were grim. Whether there is poison or not, she must be made poisonous. The Empress violently grabbed Nuer's neck. Meow. Nuer's dark eyes glared over. What Mother Nature means is, as long as your father thinks she's poisonous, this snake, it won't stay. It's just that father didn't see it with his own eyes, so how could he decide that the snake was poisonous? Jing Xiaozi knew that Emperor Tianshang had always been guided by evidence, and now that there was only one corpse, who knew how that person had been poisoned? It's hard to believe with the lack of evidence. The Empress' gaze slowly fell to Nuer on the ground, the corner of her mouth pulling out a cold smile. Then let him see for himself. Jing Xiaozi's gaze shifted to Nuer, who was licking his fur at the moment, and sensing the two unusual gazes, he was instinctively wary, his entire body's fur exploding in defense to the point of looking at them. Mother is trying to. Jing Xiaozi's eyes lit up, quickly heeding the Empress' meaning. Bus 6. Is that snake catcher still around? Go find a highly poisonous snake and fetch the venom. The Empress smiled at Nuer and beckoned. Nuer slowly lowered her guard and approached the Empress little by little with a graceful stride. Bus 6. My son will go now. Jing Xiaozi suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned around to stride to away. The Empress hugged Nuer as she held her. Her downcast eyes were chilly. Jing Xiaochen was in this coma until noon the next day. After Jing Xiaochen fell unconscious, Mo Jiao didn't rest and directly started cultivating. Until dawn, she dumped a brainful of her accumulated aura onto Jing Xiaochen, who still didn't wake up. Divine Dr. Yun, you're here. Yun Jie came early the next morning. She was still wearing a white dress today, and with her dusty appearance, her posture was amazing. Chief Steward Li, I'm going to check on His Highness the Crown Prince. Yun Jie's voice was cool and pleasant, and her temperament was fragrant. Chief Steward Li's face smiled into a flower. This way please, Divine Dr. Yun. On the way, Yun Jie asked a few more questions to get a rough idea of the situation. Divine Dr. Yun is here. The East Palace to Grand Palace Maiden. Bamboo Smoke opened her mouth with a hint of surprise. How is your highness? Did you wake up last night? Did you take your medicine on time? The slave girl did not hear His Highness' summons last night, and all 3 of yesterday's medicines were taken on time. This morning's medicine has not yet been used. Bamboo Smoke said, picking up the medicine placed on the side and testing the temperature. It's already ready to be used. Yun Jie sat on the edge of the bed and pulled up Jing Xiaochen's hand again to take his pulse. The situation has improved. We should be able to wake up at noon. Bamboo Smoke saved. Divine Dr. Yun is wonderful. I'll feed it. You help your highness. Good. Thank you Divine Dr. Yun. Bamboo Smoke spoke in surprise. Mo Jiao spat out her snake letters and wrapped them around Jing Xiaochen's arm to watch Yun Jie move. Although Yun Jie looked high and cold, her movements were gentle. Seeing Mo Jiao's gaze over, she didn't have any change in her expression and only fed the medicine slowly. It didn't spill a bit. Only halfway through the feeding, Yun Jie's cool eyes suddenly brought a hint of surprise. Your Highness has woken up? Jing Xiaochen frowned and glanced at Yun Jie as well as the medicine bowl in her hand, quickly turning his gaze to look at the inkpot. Realizing she was still on his arm, he took a breath of relief before saying, my daughter Yun Jie, see your highness. Bus 6 Manhwa Chinese. Yun Jie? A healer's daughter? Who let you come? Jing Xiaochen looked at Yun Jie with a faint gaze. Yun Jie's hand that was feeding the medicine gave a beat, and returned, my daughter's teacher is from the Broken Dragon Mountain medical sage, and this time when I returned to the capital, I just happened to meet Homeland's senior sister and then went along to the palace to cure your highness's poison. Your highness, this medicine can suppress the toxicity in your body. Yun Jie finished speaking and scooped up another spoonful of medicine and handed it to Jing Xiaochen's mouth. Jing Xiaochen leaned his body back against the bed. Put it down. I'll drink it on my own. Your Highness' body is weak. The folk woman is a medical woman. This is used to doing. Your Highness rest assured that it will not spill. Yun Jie did not listen to Jing Xiaochen's words, and resumed handing it over. Your Highness, it's not good if the medicine is cold. Your Highness should still drink it while it's hot. Hiss. Inkjaw bared his teeth in displeasure. Mo Jiao didn't like the idea of someone forcing Jing Xiaochen like this. In fact, even if Jing Xiaochen's body didn't have this tonic, she could always make him better with her aura and cultivation. Originally, she saw that this medicine was okay and didn't stop Jing Xiaochen from using it, but why was this Yun Jie so annoying? Jing Xiaochen had already said he would use it. What did she keep trying to feed Jing Xiaochen medicine 3 times? Lone said I would use it myself. Jing Xiaochen stroked Mo Jiao's head soothingly. The voice that spoke to Yun Jie was a few degrees heavier. Yun Jie knitted her brows, put down the medicine bowl and advised, Your Highness, or earlier use of medicine, or earlier detoxification. Dr. Lady Yun. Lone is not short of imperial doctors to see him. Jing Xiaochen's words were very heavy. Yun Jie's heart fluttered. The eyes of those cold eyes seemed to be able to see into her heart. She slowly lowered her eyes. Your Highness, forgive me, my daughter has been in the mountains since she was young. She doesn't know the rules of the palace. She only knows how to see a doctor. If I have offended your Highness, please forgive me. Jing Xiaochen also didn't intend to pussyfoot around with a medical girl. He said indifferently, Go down. I don't need you here. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao up and gently touched her head. Mo Jiao inclined her head and spat out her snake letters. Jing Xiaochen's eyes contained a smile and pointed at Mo Jiao's head. Does the wound still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Small wound. Why are you so nagging? Jing Xiaochen. Mo Jiao bared her teeth. Her sharp little teeth had already pressed on Jing Xiaochen's arm. Yun Jie, who raised her head violently, saw the scene. Her breath almost stopped. Her hand flew towards Mo Jiao's 7 inches and grabbed it. Your Highness, be careful. This snake is poisonous. Pop. Jing Xiaochen's hand hit Yun Jie's hand hard, and those black eyes were cold. The ink sliver snake pupils stood up, eyes full of ice, fangs bared. Yun Jie's pupils shrunk. Startled for a moment, she took a deep breath and suppressed her undulating thoughts, pursed her lips and looked at Jing Xiaochen. Your Highness, this snake is poisonous, highly poisonous. As for the hand, that was beaten. She clenched it little by little behind her back, and her nails sank into the palm of her hand. Jing Xiaochen's scrutinizing gaze fell on her as if it were a cold blade. Whether or not Jiao has poison, I know best. There is no need for outsiders to say, much less allow anyone to touch her in the slightest. Yun Jie pinched his fingers. Thin spine straightened, his voice resolute. Snake is a cold-blooded animal. The story of the farmer and the snake must have heard of His Highness. But why is His Highness obsessed with her? Yun Jie was puzzled by this. Was it more important to keep this snake by his side than his life? Mo Jiao inexplicably felt bad in her heart when she heard this. She had a strong poison, but she would never use poison on Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen felt Mo Jiao's momentarily lowered emotions softly soothing. I know. Jiao never used poison on me. Wanha Chinese. It turned out that Mo Jiao had said this without realizing it. Hearing Jing Xiaochen's reply, Mo Jiao rubbed his fingers affectionately. Jing Xiaochen understood her. Yun Jie opened her mouth. From not being able to use poison? How can His Highness guarantee the mind of a snake? No matter how well a pet is raised, there will be times when it is unhappy and has the possibility of biting. So what guarantee does His Highness he have? Lone doesn't have to explain these things to you. How Jiao is doing is fine. It has nothing to do with you. An outsider. Jing Xiaochen's voice was low and hoarse, yet it carried a deadly coldness and detachment. Yun Jie's face turned slightly white. Your Highness, don't come to the Eastern Palace from now on. Jing Xiaochen directly ordered without even looking at her. Yun Jie's hand trembled, raised his eyes to look. Jing Xiaochen leaning on the bed, wearing snow-white lingerie, 3,000 ink hair casually scattered, although his face was pale, but could not hide the dignified and powerful aura. Light convergence of the eyes flashed refused to people outside of the icy cold. Buzz 6. Yun Jie then knew that Jing Xiaochen was serious. Her expression suddenly changed and she knelt down with a bang. Your Highness is strangely poisoned. Only the civil daughter can solve it. Please take Your Highness' body as a priority. Jing Xiaoyun, who had just entered the palace gates, almost fell over when he heard these words. Big brother, put your body first. Jing Xiaoyun's face was scared. White. Ran in and grabbed Jing Xiaochen's sleeve, looking at him worriedly. The cold light in Jing Xiaochen's half-squinted eyes was exquisite. Only you can solve it? Did you develop this poison? although Jing Xiaochen's voice was light. In Yunjie's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Her body trembled. Her eyes filled with watery mist. What does your highness mean by this? As a doctor's daughter, I'm just unwilling to let your highness disregard your body and waste your life because of a snake. Is this also wrong? Mo Jiao spat out the snake letter. For Yunjie's words flooded with a few points of discomfort. Jing Xiaochen's poison is indeed complex, but it is not necessary for her to be unable to do so. On the contrary, it is she who is trying to find the unpleasantness 3 times. And now that Jing Xiaochen doesn't want to let her detoxify the poison, she is questioning what is wrong with doing this to Jing Xiaochen. Simply hilarious. Mo Jiao heart that if it is not now she cannot be full-body personification. The morning to teach her what is the refining of drugs and antidotes, but also need to dilly-dally here crying, as if other people put her how the same. Bus 6. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen. Sure enough, even someone as good-tempered as Jing Xiaochen was angered by her words. Lone's patience has never been limited. Since you won't listen to advice, I'll give you a ride. Come on man. What is the Lord's command? A shadow-like person suddenly appeared in the darkness, so fast that it was difficult for the human eye to distinguish. Bus 6. The ink slinger knew where the man had just been hiding, and she spat her snake at him. This was Jing Xiaochen's shadow guard, responsible for secretly protecting Jing Xiaochen's safety. There is no need for this man to appear in the Eastern Palace. Bring him down. Yes, Your Highness. Yunjie's eyes showed a hint of panic. She had never thought that the Crown Prince would do this to her. She closed her eyes and reopened them, and they were dark. She murmured softly, Your Highness, your poison is really something only I can cure. Mo Jiao naturally heard Yunjie's last sentence. She moved her eyes and suddenly became very curious about the reason for Jing Xiaochen's poisoning this time. What exactly was it that caused Jing Xiaochen to be poisoned? And the original prescription she wrote didn't work, turning it into a poison that only Yunjie could cure? She looked at Jing Xiaochen, whose aura was still cold, past the green blood. Hong Lun. Bamboo Smoke immediately got up and went to look for someone upon hearing this. Jing Xiaoyun was also quiet as a quail at the moment, not daring to say anything at all. He had always been afraid of Jing Xiaochen, but then his eyes fell quietly on it's a poisonous snake. But this viper is so well behaved in front of Big Brother. Mo Jiao rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's fingers. Don't be angry. I should be able to cure your poison. If I really can't solve it, I'll ask Ruan Nianqi for 100 clear pill. The 100 cleansing pill was the cultivation world's antidote for poisons. As long as they weren't world rare poisons, they could usually be solved. In the case of this mortal poison, naturally, a pill is the cure. Although the 100 clear pills were not simple to refine, she always felt as if Ruan Nianqi could take out any treasure. Mo Jiao's dark snake pupils turned up flexibly, thinking that this was indeed a good idea. If Jing Xiaochen ate 200 clear pills, would he not be invulnerable to all poisons in this mortal world? Manhwa Chinese. Ruan Nianqi, who was still serving a certain floormaster with tea and water far away in Xian Tian building, suddenly sneezed. Just ready to drink tea. Beiyu grasped the teacup face cloudy. Which way did you just sneeze? Bus 6. Ruan Nianqi. She looked at the cup of tea and wanted to cry. Beiyu after the body well in order to avenge that time, every day to change ways to toss her. This cup of tea is her 8th today to make. I'll go get you another one. Beiyu suddenly laughed, his androgynous face a smile of absolute color. Come, this cup of tea is for you. Drink it. Beiyu grasped the teacup with one hand and handed it over. The other hand intercepted the white wrist, only to see a silver needle clipped to the fingertip. You've got an endless array of weapons. Where did they all come from? Ruan Nianqi. This is my last weapon. For defense you give it back to me. Seeing that Beiyu took the silver needle from her hand, she grabbed Beiyu's arm and looked at him resentfully and opened her mouth. Beiyu was shaken by her look. This ICU look was quite inviting. TSK. But you can't be spoiled, MS. Ruan, this is the 18th time you've used your weapon on me. If I don't take precautions, won't I die early? He leisurely put away the silver needle. Woe to you. How could you possibly die? Ruan Nianqi grabbed the teacup in tears. It's good that he's dead. No one will bully her. North Spectre narrowed his eyes. What did you say? No. Didn't say anything. Oh. She had to run away quickly or send a message to Ma Jia. She definitely didn't want to stay here. She hated herself for not going with Mo Jiao in the first place. Mother, this morning Father Huang mentioned the matter of banditry again. After the morning court, Jing Xiaozi arrived at Fengyi Palace with a gloomy face. Before, he was sure of the bandits, but now he was not sure at all. So the morning court brought up the fact that he didn't dare to take the initiative to solicit work at all this time. But because of the previous padding, They are all looking at him now. So he is now riding a tiger. The Empress' face sank. How many soldiers is your father prepared to send to fight the bandits? 2,000. 2,000 soldiers? The bandits there had been entrenched for years. If 2,000 could be eliminated, they would have been eliminated long ago. Father means to outsmart them. 2,000 is enough. Jing Xiaozi sat in his chair frowning. But when it comes to outsmarting, it always puts him off. Mother, what's going on with that Mei Chao? He still wanted to take this opportunity to cooperate with Shang Yunqi. To cooperate now, and then to work slowly to get his hands on those 30,000, or even the Pingnan King's 100,000 troops. So this cooperation can also be said to be a breakthrough, and he is more inclined to the cooperation thing. It's just that request was a bit difficult to fulfill, and if it wasn't a big deal he wouldn't have agreed to it. The Empress' face changed, her eyes darkened. You'll delay this matter for a few more days. First settle that snake and settle Jing Xiaochun. Then even Mei Qiao won't be able to threaten this palace in the slightest. The Empress' complexion was cold and obscure, her voice calmly threw out. But for now, you can agree to Shang Yunqi's request first. When Jing Xiaozi heard this, his expression was happy. My son understands. What the Empress meant was that when that snake was resolved, then the Crown Prince would be resolved, and then the 30,000 generals would directly be theirs. And by then, even if he said he was backtracking, Shang Yunqi wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Is the snake venom ready? The Empress gently stroked the fur on Nur's body. Last night I caught a highly poisonous snake, and today Bufang proceeded to take the poison, and it will be presented early tomorrow morning. The Empress nodded. In addition to the snake venom, you send someone to the pharmacy to find one more thing. Jing Xiaochen, I got another piece of news today. Mo Jiao went out in the middle of the night and got some news from Little Snake and came back to Jing Xiaochen to share. Boss 6. Jing Xiaochen touched her cold scales. Aren't you practicing tonight? When did you go out? Boss 6. No more practicing. It's been a bit. 2 days. What? Jing Xiaochen asked after him. Nothing. I just wanted to get out and about. Take a turn and gather some news. You're too passive now that you're in bed. Jing Xiaochen's heart softened. This silly little snake thought his intelligence network was fake. But he was also glad that Murdoch had taken him to heart. He laughed softly. Well, then I'll trouble Jiao. Mo Jiao rubbed his fingers. I've asked Little Snake to inquire clearly. Jing Xiaozi sent someone to catch the snake yesterday and took the snake venom. I don't know what I'm going to do. When Jing Xiaochen heard this, a hint of blood color flashed under his eyes. Whenever he heard words like killing snakes, it was always hard for him to avoid being upset. Jiao should be more careful. Don't leave the Eastern Palace. I know. Jing Xiaochen, you're too careful. I won't leave the Eastern Palace. Mo Jiao's snake tail moved around, slowly wrapping itself around Jing Xiaochen's arm. Then the snake's head bit on his wrist and spoke as he drank the blood. I seem to be starving fast lately. You eat more during the day to replenish your body. I need to drink more blood. Hungry fast? Jing Xiaochen suddenly remembered how fast Mo Jiao used to get hungry. He answered, his gaze resting on Mo Jiao again. And suddenly he wrinkled his eyebrows and spoke. Isn't the color on Jiao a bit lighter? He looked over carefully. The scales that were originally black and glowing were now a bit lighter in color. Is it? Mo Jiao turned her head to look. It seems to be true. She thought about it, and then seriously looked at it. Her eyes moved. Maybe. It's going to molt. Boss 6. Jing Xiaochen's heart tightened, remembering the heavenly thunder when he first molted. He pursed his lips as his mood sank. Jiao, stay by my side these days. Don't go anywhere. It's fine. Molting is normal. Last time it was because of the transformation python promotion that the thunderbolt was attracted. This time I don't have the feeling of a breakthrough. My cultivation isn't enough yet, so it should just be a normal molting. Don't you worry. Snakes have to molt once every 3 months or so, and she last happened to be in the middle of winter. And now that it's almost March, it's molt time. Mo Jiao's comforting didn't do much. Jing Xiaochen was still nervous, while Mo Jiao was practicing. He kept his eyes open until dawn, and shortly after he fell asleep, he heard voices coming from outside. Your Majesty has arrived. The Empress has arrived. Jing Xiaochen woke up violently and looked at the sun. It turned out that it was already 3 poles above sunrise, the first time his eyes looked. Turning towards Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaochen was relieved to find Mo Jiao staring at him. See, Father Emperor. My son cannot get out of bed to salute. Please forgive me. Father Emperor. Jing Xiaochen gasped for half a day to say a sentence. His face was pale and his voice was feeble. Boss 6. Emperor Tianqing's brow peaks frowned slightly and unnoticeably. This son was never strong. When was he as breathless as he is now? unable to even get out of bed? Just thinking again about the evidence he had now gathered. It was as if a pot of cold water had been poured over his heart again. Emperor Tianshang nodded his head indifferently. I have heard that this poison of yours, the antidote, is hard to find. How is the situation now? Jing Xiaochen smiled bitterly. Father need not worry. This body of my son should still be able to survive for a while. Mo Jiao blinked her eyes. Her gaze was on Jing Xiaochen's face. She couldn't help but feel that Jing Xiaochen was really good at acting. Obviously he was full of energy just now. However, thinking of the evidence she had recently gathered up, she also felt that Jing Xiaochen should indeed pretend to be weak first now, or else this old emperor would immediately strike. I heard that the disciple of the healer sage can cure this poison. How come the crown prince refused her to cure the poison? The empress held Noor and slowly walked over, curiously inquiring. Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao's eyes fell on the empress. Manhwa Chinese, a disciple of a medical saint? Emperor Tianshang's face sank slightly, his expression inexplicable. If you can cure the poison, why don't you? The empress's gaze fell on Mo Jiao. I have heard that. Back to father. My son just thinks that the imperial physician of the imperial hospital specially trained by father is the saint of medical science in our entire great Jiashan kingdom. And how can it be comparable to a person from the countryside? Jing Xiaochen interrupted the empress, causing her face to look ugly. Emperor Tianshang's face turned slightly. Indeed, several imperial physicians are among the best in medical skills. The empress' eyes turned dark, pinching Noor and saying, but I heard that Dr. Girl Yanjie was driven out of the eastern palace by the crown prince's anger because she was sure that this snake of the crown prince was a poisonous snake. Emperor Tianshang's face sank, and his gaze fell on Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao as if they were substance. Where did the empress get this from? If it was really a poisonous snake, what was Jing Xiaochen trying to do by keeping poisonous snakes? Emperor Tianshang had to think about this. Back to your majesty. It was that medical girl who was wronged and begged my concubine to be the master. And only then did I know. Emperor Tianshang coldly glanced at Jing Xiaochen and said in a deep voice, summon that medical girl. The indoor smoke was flooded with a faint odor, and Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and gently touched Mo Jiao's head. Meow. Before the doctor's daughter came, the newer in the empress' arms suddenly jumped out. A pair of glazed eye pupils flushed red, and jumped directly onto the bed. Ka! Sharp teeth bit heavily on Jing Xiaochen's arm. Hiss! The ink slinger exploded violently. The snake's pupils were upside down. The snake's body was upright, and it directly flew over. Jing Xiaochen frowned at the cat-snake battle, and his heavy gaze fell on the empress. The empress raised her hand to support her forehead. A cold smile crossed the bottom of her eyes, but her complexion was full of worry. How is this? Noor naughty again? Noor, come back quickly. That's a poisonous snake. Woo! Meow! The empress had already told the maid at her side to snatch the cat out of the snake's mouth as the inkpot's fangs were bared. The maid trembled and almost cried. Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to place it on top of Mo Jiao's head, who slowly put away his fangs. Can't be killed by a poisonous bite. Mo Jiao bared her teeth fiercely, but at that moment that maid didn't know where to get the guts to hug Noor and fell to the ground, with tears and snot in her eyes. Emperor Tianshang coldly watched this scene. A hint of regret flashed in the empress' eyes. Why didn't she bite? But it can't hurt. She hurriedly squatted down and hugged Noor. My Noor, why are you suddenly naughty? That's a prince and a poisonous snake. You dare to bite? She stroked the cat's head. Luckily you're fine. Otherwise what would I do? The empress' tears almost came out in worry. Buzz 6. Her long fingernails were painted with a luscious tansy, and her hand gently stroked over the slave's body. I will take Noor outside to take a look. The empress was heartbroken as she hugged Noor and curtsied. Meow. Oh, meow. Suddenly Noor's miserable screams echoed throughout the room. Everyone was startled and looked over. Noor was bleeding from her mouth and nose. Her glazed cat pupils were wide open, and her limbs were constantly struggling away. The movement was so great that he fell directly from the queen's arms to the floor. Noor! The empress screamed in horror and crouched down in a hurry. Don't move! It's snake venom! Just as the empress was about to place her hand on Noor's body, a cold and urgent voice rang out from the doorway. Manhwa Chinese. The empress' hand trembled, stopping in midair to look at the doorway. What did you say? Yunjie is all in white coat, stepped in across the medicine chest, and she glanced at the white cat on the floor. Pure white fur stained black and red by the poison blood, the body now in small convulsions, those beautiful eyes wide open with pain and despair in them. It's hopeless. My daughter Yunjie. See your majesty. Empress Dowager. Crown Prince. Be excused. Emperor Tianshang sat there, His majesty surrounding him and his high position was so deep that people generally didn't dare to look at him. But Yin Jie's demeanor was so generous that she couldn't pick a problem with either saluting or speaking. Your Majesty, this is a highly venomous snake. It can kill you in a breath of time after it bites. And it's hard for an immortal to save you. Yun Jie repeated her judgment of Mo Jiao. Soon Yun Jie came to the conclusion. That snake should have just bitten this cat. At the moment the cat had lost its breath, but its eyes were wide open as if it were dead. The Empress trembled for a moment, and tears had already left her eyes uncontrollably. Your Majesty, I beg you to do the right thing for my newer. The Crown Prince raises poisonous snakes. In the end, what are his intentions? It's fortunate that this was discovered early. Or else what if someone had been bitten accidentally? Pity my slave child. Jing Xiaochen looked at this scene coldly. Mo Jiao coiled on Jing Xiaochen's arm and looked at Jing Xiaochen and said, it's not dying in peace. Jing Xiaochen's gaze fell on Noor. After only a glance it was placed on Mo Jiao again. Its soul doesn't want to go. It's in a bit of pain. Mo Jiao said this. The bottom of Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Soul? Jing Xiaochen, if you treat me like this in the future, I'll never come back. She thought of the news she got last night, that Jing Xiaoze had caught the poisonous snake and taken the venom. Buzz 6. So that's what it was used for. Jing Xiaochen was just about to speak when he saw all the white points of light pouring out from Mo Jiao's body reach above that cat. Mo Jiao looked at that and spoke softly. Go away and find a good master in your next life. This cat bit Jing Xiaochen, but it also suffered the pain of betrayal. It was also pathetic that its owner killed it with his own hands, so she could also show some kindness and help it die and leave without pain. The corners of Jing Xiaochen's lips were slightly hooked. His Jiao was very kind. How could he do that to her? In this lifetime, it's impossible. The queen had this cat for a long time. Manhwa Chinese. Not short of that, the entire palace knew how much the empress loved the cat. Tiansheng Emperor was naturally no exception. He often went to Fengyi Palace, and this cat had been looking at it for so many whole years. How could he not be angry now that he had suddenly and tragically died? What's more, what was Crown Prince Jing Xiaochen trying to do by raising this poisonous snake? Emperor Tiansheng gave Jing Xiaochen a deep look. Vipers are dangerous, and keeping them is an unforgivable offense. Considering the Crown Prince's ignorance, he will be punished by being grounded. And as for the poisonous snake, he will be directly executed. Once Emperor Tiansheng's order was given, 2 guards quickly came with swords and knives to look at Jing Xiaochen. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please hand over the viper to my subordinates. A hint of blood flashed underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Who dares? I dare. Emperor Tiansheng heavily slapped the table. Seeing this, Yun Jie on the side suddenly knelt down. This snake is your Highness' favorite. It is normal that your Highness is unwilling to part with it. My daughter has a way to get the best of both worlds. The queen looked over with cold eyes. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes and gently rubbed his fingers against Mo Jiao's head. And Mo Jiao also wanted to hear what this person had to say to get the best of both worlds. Let's hear it. Emperor Tiansheng opened his mouth, and Yun Jie looked at Mo Jiao with a reassuring smile. The poison of a poisonous snake comes from the poisonous glands, and since your Highness loves snakes, you can remove the poisonous glands of this snake, and you don't have to hurt the snake. After saying that, her pair of beautiful eyes contained a bit of starlight as she looked at Jing Xiaochen. What does your Highness think? At these words, the queen's face changed violently. It wasn't this snake she wanted to remove its poison glands. This snake was also more powerful than just poisonous, so it was only necessary for her to accept this snake today. Your Majesty, this snake is very vindictive. Noor only bit the Crown Prince and she bit Noor to death. What if someone messes with the Crown Prince in the future? Even if she removes the venomous glands, what if she calls in other venomous snakes to avenge her death? So your Majesty, this snake must not be kept. Manhwa Chinese. The Empress' words hit hard in the hearts of those present, especially Emperor Tiansheng. Thinking of the evidence he now has, if he moves the Crown Prince in the future, Tiansheng Emperor's eyelids jumped to look at the snake. At this moment, she is looking at the Empress with her teeth bared. She really does hold a grudge. Bus 6. Yun Jie looked at Mo Jiao, then at Jing Xiaochen's eyes on Mo Jiao, and she slowly lowered her eyes. Emperor Tiansheng slowly sank his heart and asked, what about the Crown Prince's thoughts? Stay, or kill, keep or kill? When everyone looked at Jing Xiaochen, he gently placed his finger on the top of Mo Jiao's head and nodded. Father, what if a Jiao is not poisonous? It can't be kept either? Impossible. The Empress directly exported a rebuttal. It was impossible that there was no poison. That guard was the proof. Impossible. My daughter grew up learning medicine in Broken Dragon Mountain. encountered countless snakes, and never made a mistake in judging whether a snake is poisonous or not. So how could she possibly recognize a mistake? Yun Jie's gaze fell straight on Mo Jiao. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao bared her teeth at her and asked Jing Xiaochen, should I try biting her later? Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a soft smile rippling through them. Good. Everyone looked at Jing Xiaochen weirdly as if he was answering a snake's question. Why does it feel a little creepy? The Empress laughed coldly. Your Majesty saw with his own eyes that the snake was poisonous, so how could it be false? Jing Xiaochen's face was pale and he only placed his gaze on Emperor Tianshang. Father, seeing is not always believing. I've been living with Ajiao for such a long time. How could I not be clear about whether there is poison or not? Rather, there are some people. A cold light flashed in Jing Xiaochen's eyes. The Empress' heart flinched. Jing Xiaochen's gaze seemed like it could see right through her. Buzz 6. She pinched her fingers and looked at Emperor Tianshang, her voice mournful. Emperor, the evidence is all here. The Empress pointed at the tragically dead slave child. That snake biting the slave child was all there for all to see. Could it be a fake? Is it also false that the slave died of snake venom? That snake was originally an animal. It's understandable that she protects her master out of instinct without distinguishing between right and wrong. But what is the prince's intention? As the master, to intentionally raise poisonous snakes? Jing Xiaochen's aura changed abruptly, and his dark phoenix eyes all seemed to be dyed with frost. Mo Jiao suppressed the coldness in her eyes, and rubbed her eyes against Jing Xiaochen's palm and advised, it's fine. Let them talk. Those words won't do anything to me. You don't want to anger the emperor now, or you'll be in even more danger. The Empress said this just to provoke Jing Xiaochen. Just let her have her fun. Still really think Mo Jiao is an ordinary snake? Is not a soft persimmon? Mo Jiao's black pupils flashed, and his heart quickly had an idea. The Empress had to have this snake die today, or else she wouldn't feel at ease. This snake is too protective. Those poisonous eyes. It made her mind uneasy. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao and looked at Emperor Tianshang. Father, not to mention whether or not a Jiao is poisonous. Just now why did that cat suddenly rise up and bite someone? If it hadn't been for Jiao's timely intervention, if there had been anything wrong with that cat, my son would have been poisoned, and now he might have died from the poison. So I would also like to ask the Empress why the cat has been in her arms all this time and why it went crazy. And why did it charge at my son after going mad? And what is the Empress' purpose in bringing a cat that has gone mad to my son? Buzz 6. Once the three questions came out, Emperor Tianshang sat there with his gaze falling on the Empress, then slowly falling on Noor, and finally settling on Mo Jiao's erect snake pupils. The Empress fell to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. Noor was just being naughty and came across prey. That day Your Majesty also saw that Noor was trying to catch that poisonous snake. How did it turn into a conspiracy to murder when it came to the Crown Prince? Your Majesty, after all is said and done, the Crown Prince is just excusing this viper. Buzz 6. Your Majesty, look at the eyes of that snake, obviously holding a grudge. If you let this poisonous snake go today, I am afraid that one day she will run amok and bite someone. Then something big will happen, Your Majesty. The Empress spoke in tears. Emperor Tianshang's face changed after hearing this. Jing Xiaochen, today this viper must be put to death. Come on, man. Father. Jing Xiaochen looked at those people. What if a Jiao is not a poisonous snake? Why are father and the Empress bent on having their way with my son? With my son's pet? Jing Xiaochen's voice sunk slightly, his eyes looking ghostly straight at Emperor Tianshang and Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen, how can you prove that this is not a poisonous snake and still let her bite you? The Empress laughed coldly, feeling ridiculous at Jing Xiaochen's feeble defense. Soon this snake would be dead, and then she would begin her next step. What was Jing Xiaochen? The Crown Prince? Emperor Tianshang said in a cold voice. The palace rules are clearly set up. You can't keep poison. The Crown Prince knowingly violated the rules, and still dares to ask me why I'm having trouble with you? Emperor Tianshang flung his sleeves and stood up. Do it! The palace does not allow anything life-threatening to exist. The inside and outside of the palace had to be inspected at regular intervals, without letting go of an inch of grass. Moreover, after listening to the Empress' words, it was inevitable to think about Jing Xiaochen's purpose of raising poisonous snakes, and to think about the evidence that had been collected, although there are still doubts, but let him believe most of them. Collusion with foreign enemies of the prince, raising poisonous snakes, which is not pointing to that position, pointing to him? So the moment I knew it was a venomous snake, it never occurred to me to let the snake go. Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes half narrowed and suddenly smiled. If a Jiao is indeed poison-free, what are father and the Empress going to do? Mo Jiao blinked her eyes at Jing Xiaochun. Why did she feel that Jing Xiao was calculating something? Now that the human and material evidence is complete, where is there room for the crown prince to defend himself? The empress knew what was in Emperor Tianshang's mind when she glanced at him. Emperor Tianshang didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with the empress' words. Jing Xiaochen, however, blocked in front of those people. Father, if Jiao is indeed free of poison, can father allow Jiao to travel around the palace at will from now on, just like the empress's cat? If there is no poison, will the empress apologize to Jiao and tell the truth about the cat's death? Impossible. The empress glared angrily at Jing Xiaochun. How was it possible for her to apologize to a snake? And how is it possible to get her to tell the truth about the cat's death? Yun Jie looked at Jing Xiaochen worriedly. Your Highness, there's no way the snake isn't poisonous. She heard what Jing Xiaochen meant. He agreed with the empress' words to test the poison on his own. Jing Xiaochen didn't pay attention to Yun Jie's words and only looked at Emperor Tianshang. Does father agree to this condition? Does Empress Mother agree? If you don't agree, if you want to move Jiao today, step over my son's corpse. The implication was clear, either agree to the terms he said, or don't move Mo Jiao for a bit, whether she's poisonous or not. Jing Xiaochen. Emperor Tianshang was furious at his words. Do you really think I won't move you? Who couldn't hear this obvious coercion? This is simply provoking His Majesty. Jing Xiaochen's face was cold and chilly. Father, my son just wants to beg for the truth. Bus 6. Why does the Empress Mother slander Jiao Father Emperor will believe? The son said those doubts Father Emperor will not pay attention to it? Jing Xiaochen's aura around him did not lose to Emperor Tianshang at all, his icy cold eyes glaring at him. Men, do it. If anyone dares to obstruct, shoot on sight. When the Son of Heaven is angry, no one can resist. Manhwa Chinese. Who dares? Jing Xiaochen stood barefoot on the ground, his ink hair moving without wind, his aura strong. At this moment the air all seemed to ignite with sparks and swords were drawn. The Empress and Yun Jie were shocked by the atmosphere of the moment and took a step back in unison. The Empress raised her eyes to look. At this moment, Jing Xiaochen's aura was even more amazing than Emperor Tianshang's. Her heart chilled, and she suddenly felt as if she had entered a net. And now whether or not the Emperor answered Jing Xiaochen's request, he had directly set her on fire. If she didn't agree, the Viper wouldn't die, and her scheming today would be ruined. If you promise. She slowly looked at Yun Jie, who was frowning at the moment. Was it really good for the Crown Prince to go against the Emperor? Emperor Tianshang's face changed in anger, shaking his hand and pointing at Jing Xiaochen. Sinner son, you prefer to go against me today, don't you? I will beat you to death today. Clang! Emperor Tianshang drew his sword from the guard's hands, the blade pointing straight at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao, who wanted to pounce on Emperor Tianshang. Father, my son's request is not excessive. Mo Jiao wrapped herself around Jing Xiaochen's arm, her snake pupils looking straight at Emperor Tianshang. Jing Xiaochen stepped forward and grabbed the long sword. Whether or not Jiao is poisonous, my son would like to personally test it. If it is poisonous, my son has no life to live today, and I don't need my father to get a reputation for regicide for nothing. Emperor Tianshang's heart choked with anger, gasping for air, but the sword in his hand advanced one more point. He's big on reputation after all. Bus 6. If it is non-venomous, my son's request is commonplace. A non-venomous snake pet, like that cat in the palace, can do no harm. Jing Xiaochen had known his nature, and as he said the latter words, his fingers exerted force, and the sword blade popped with a crisp sound and snapped in response, while blood spurted from his palm. He was using this to give the high and mighty Emperor Tianshang a step down. Emperor Tianshang's face was ugly as he threw his sword. This step was indeed given just the right amount. If it was non-toxic, he had nothing to lose. Mo Jiao's sight landed on Jing Xiaochen's palm this time, baring his teeth as he looked viciously at the blood that kept dripping. Jing Xiaochen gave a soothing glance at Mo Jiao before continuing. As for the Empress, Jing Xiaochen inclined his head. His eyes fell on the Empress. The corners of his lips gently hooked, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Isn't it true that the Empress has always been convinced that Jiao is poisonous? Why do you not dare to agree to the orphan's request at this moment? Manhwa Chang, could it be that there is something strange about this cat's death, and the Empress knows about it? Even more so, this cat's death was indeed someone's attempt to use it to frame my son and worsen the relationship between my son and my father? Muscovite, mica, used in TCM. Looking towards Jing Xiaochen, a hint of something flew across the bottom of his eyes. The Empress spine chilled as she looked towards Emperor Tianshang, just in time to meet his deep eyes. The Empress's hand could not restrain the shaking. She tried to suppress her panic and held her temples. What does the Crown Prince mean by this? This palace doesn't understand. Jing Xiaochen sat down with his eyes downcast. In the end, his poisoned and unresolved body was a bit weak. Does father still need proof now? Emperor Tiancheng looked at the Empress. The Queen's scalp was numb. Your Majesty, that snake is a poisonous snake. The evidence does not prove that they are all poisonous snakes. Then prove it. Emperor Tiancheng was also feeling a bit tired at the moment. Go, pull 2 death row inmates. He still doesn't believe that the snake is not poisonous, but it doesn't matter. It's poisonous. Just kill it. Has father agreed to my son's request? Emperor Tiancheng lightly glanced at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen looked at the Empress again, and the Empress couldn't even say anything to retort. She looked at Yun Jie again, whose eyes were cool and unreadable. Jing Xiaochen smiled. There's no need to trouble father to find a death row inmate. Jing Xiaochen pulled the clothes on his arm up to look at Mo Jiao. Come on. Jiao, bite it. The Empress' face changed violently, and her heart drummed. Jing Xiaochen actually did try the poison with his body. Your Highness must not. Yun Jie's pupils shrunk slightly as she eagerly grabbed over to stop it. Emperor Tiancheng's face was pitch black as he stood up from his chair. Buzz 6. Snort. Without waiting for them to stop, Mo Jiao's teeth had already entered Jing Xiaochen's arm. The next moment Mo Jiao bit down hard on Yun Jie's outstretched wrist again. Yun Jie subconsciously called out. Jing Xiaochen glanced at Yun Jie and said to Mo Jiao's, Jiao, come back. Mo Jiao spat out the snake. TSK. Hard to drink blood. She locked back onto Jing Xiaochen's arm and looked at everyone coldly. Yun Jie's body softened to the ground, her face pale and her body shaking. Jing Xiaochen, however, did not even look at him. Just now, Yun Jie lunged over, and her hand was directed towards Mo Jiao's 7 inches. Jing Xiaochen touched Mo Jiao's head to look at Emperor Tiancheng. Father, Jiao is not poisonous. One hot Chinese. Impossible. The steps on the queen's head shook badly. She looked unbelievably at the intact Jing Xiaochen and Yun Jie. How is that possible? It's obviously poisonous. That snake is a poisonous snake. It must be Jing Xiaochen's trick. It must be. Your Majesty, don't believe him. The Empress grabbed Emperor Tiancheng with a white face. Arm. An intense light erupted in his eyes. Your Majesty, Jing Xiaochen is lying to you. He raises poisonous snakes and has bad intentions. Empress Mother, how is seeing is believing a lie? Could it be that the Empress Mother is afraid of apologizing? Afraid of telling the truth about the cat's death, and is deliberately playing dumb? But father has answered, and the Empress is now prepared to defy father's words? Only then did the Empress react to the fact that she had been tricked by Jing Xiaochen again. Jing Xiaochen made the request at that time, especially the truth of the cat's death, and intentionally provoked the Emperor, and finally used the father-son relationship, directly let the Emperor ordered to respond to the request. Buzz 6. And she had actually only thought that the snake must have snake venom, not having thought of exchanging these 2 requirements. Empress, the cat died as a result. Emperor Tiancheng's gaze sank as he looked at the Empress who kept changing her color. The heart knows that it is being used as a target by the queen. This queen is really bold. The Empress raised her eyes to look, and when she met the Tiancheng Emperor who had an icy expression, her cold sweat suddenly became dense. Father, the Empress has yet to apologize to a Jiao. Jing Xiaochen spoke indifferently, but his voice was unquestionable. He put the inkpot in the palm of his hand and looked at the queen with the inkpot. No way. I am the mother of a country. How can I apologize to a snake? The Empress spoke with a face of humiliation. Your Majesty, I can't apologize to this snake. If this were to spread, where would my face go? Even your face, Your Majesty, will be damaged. Jing Xiaochen spoke in a deep voice. As the mother of a country, the Empress speaks evil words and does not keep her promises. Where is the etiquette and face of my great Jiashan kingdom? If this gets out, where will father's face go? Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen was not slow and unforgiving. He sat there upright, his phoenix eyes deep. Emperor Tiancheng rubbed his brow, an unexplained feeling of exhaustion surging through his heart as he looked at his pale wife and slowly spoke. Empress, apologize. A sentence, as if sentenced to death. The queen in an instant as if placed in the ice cellar. Face as dust. The gazes of everyone in the hall fell on her. The Empress's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single sound as if her throat had been pinched. Empress Dowager, apologize. Jing Xiaochen seemed to be smiling, and then again, he didn't. I'm sorry. The Empress gritted her teeth and uttered these 3 words as if she had lost all her strength. Tears falling down her cheeks drop by drop on the ground. Spending her makeup. At this moment Yun Jie's understanding of Jing Xiaochen deepened a few more points. Protective and deep. Next it's time to talk about the death of this cat. Jing Xiaochen looked faintly at the Empress. Hong Lan, subordinate. Check it out in detail. Yun Jie blanched. Obviously she had just seen the body. And His Highness didn't believe her. Hong Lan glanced at Yun Jie and focused on crouching down to check out the body. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. Before the Empress could let go of the humiliation that filled her heart sank again. Jing Xiaochen today was not going to bring this matter to light. Emperor Tianshang's brows furrowed heavily at this, his voice carrying a hint of warning. Crown Prince, father, you can listen to Hong Lan's examination results first. Jing Xiaochen was not moved. The Empress had framed Zhao, so how could he let this matter just blow over? Your Majesty, Your Highness, this cat did die of snake venom. It's just that before being poisoned by the snake, the cat was exposed to catnip, which is something that has a fatal attraction to cats. Bus 6. No wonder it went crazy. It should be that the lone body is stained with this thing. Otherwise the cat wouldn't recognize only the lone person. Your Highness said exactly that. As Hong Lan spoke, her gaze turned slightly and landed on the small incense burner next to Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen looked over and quickly understood. Check. Yes. Hong Lan turned his head to move, and Mo Jiao got off Jing Xiaochen and slid next to Noor. Manhwa Chinese. The Empress still can't stand snakes in front of her. Her eyes are cold back a few steps. Cold eyes look at the ink Jiao. Mo Jiao turned around and quickly returned next to Jing Xiaochen. It's silver ring snake venom. Just a little bit of it will kill you in half an hour. Half an hour. That means the queen fed this cat poison before she came. It's really mean. 2. Jing Xiaochen waited for Mo Jiao to wrap around his body. He personally walked over to Noor and squatted down next to her to look at it before saying what Mo Jiao said. The Empress' heart jumped, and Emperor Tianshang looked at the Empress. Snake venom? Where did it come from? Snake bite poisoning and poisoning. 2 concepts. I don't know. I really don't know anything. The Empress's panicked defense subsided under Emperor Tianqing's dark gaze. Men, go search Fengyi Palace. Your Majesty, the Empress screamed out incredulously. Searching the palace of the mother of a country. How is this going to make her live in the palace in the future? Go search. Emperor Tianshang stared at the Empress and spoke. Yes. Those people quickly dispersed cleanly, and Emperor Tianshang glanced at Jing Xiaochen again and flung his sleeves out of the eastern palace, and the Empress chased after him. Jing Xiaochen looked at the red. Lan, buried that cat. Yes. Hong Lan looked for a bag to keep the cat ready to go when he looked at Yun Jie again. Senior sister. Bus 6. The poison on the temple is not yet removed. There are some things Lone won't say twice. Your Highness, forgive me, my subordinate will take senior sister down. Hong Lan grabbed Yun Jie's arm and pulled her down. What are you hiding there for? While waiting for everyone to leave, Jing Xiaochen looked toward the door. Big brother. Jing Xiaoyun slowly poked out a head, then walked in. Jing Xiaoyun looked a little nervous as he twisted his fingers. Aha! Jing Xiaochen looked at Jing Xiaoyun, wanting to see what he said. Who knew that Jing Xiaoyun was looking at Mo Jiao, his eyes peeking out, as if afraid and curious. Big brother, is she really not poisoned? Manhwa Chinese. Hiss. Mo Jiao bared her teeth, and Jing Xiaoyun was still startled. But since it wasn't poisonous, he slowly became unafraid. Big brother, she's your favorite pet, so I'll help you protect her in the future as well. He suddenly remembered that Mo Jiao had helped him deal with Princess Hui before, and his attitude after learning from Yun Jie that Mo Jiao was poisonous, and he felt a little weak in his heart. Mo Jiao blinked. Ha, what's going on with your brother? Did the sun come out of the west? Jing Xiaochen laughed lightly and touched Jing Xiaoyun's head. Good. Little 8 will do what he says. Jing Xiaoyun nodded heavily. Aha! Alright, go back and read. Don't delay your studies because of these things. Jing Xiaochen turned into a serious look again. Jing Xiaoyun's complexion collapsed in disgust and walked away. Why detain him if he doesn't like to study? Mo Jiao clearly saw Jing Xiaoyun's playful nature. Jing Xiaochen shook his head. Royal descendants. They must learn more, read more, and memorize more in order to live well. The ink slinger kind of got it, and she nodded and left it at that. But there was one thing that she would like to know the situation. Then how did the injuries on Hachi's body come about? Have they all been found out? Check it out. It's Princess Hui? Humph. A dark aura flashed underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Why? Mo Jiao was a little puzzled. I thought Princess Hui didn't have any children? The little 8 she raised is a full-blooded prince, the crown prince's brother, and consort Hui and the former empress are still bosom friends. So what reason does she have to lay her hands on Jing Xiaoyun? This matter is still being investigated. Although he basically knew most of the things, and there were also speculations, there was a lack of evidence in the middle, and further investigation was needed to confirm it. Corporal punishment consisting of tattooing characters on the victim's forehead. Pao nodded. I'll help you check this matter as well. By the way, there's a maid named Mei Chao, who Shine Yunqi said was related to the Empress. Check it out. I've also asked Little Snake to check it out. Mei Chao? Jing Xiaochen felt that the name was a bit familiar. I'll have someone check it out. Good. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen lying on the bed with his face too pale. She thought for a moment and said, now I'll heal your injuries a little. I have to go out tonight. Where to go? Jing Xiaochen subconsciously grabbed Mo Jiao's 7 inches. You're about to molt. Don't go out of the Eastern Palace easily. I know. Mo Jiao rubbed his palm soothingly. I'll go to Fengyi Palace to find the Empress. She's too hateful. She must be taught a lesson. Buzz 6. The dark snake pupils of the ink slant glowed with a glazed color. What are you going to do? I'll get Greenblood and the others to help you go to. Mo Jiao interrupted Jing Xiaochen. No. I can do it myself. Don't ask anyone to follow me or help me. As for what to do, you'll know tomorrow. A hint of cunning flashed in Mo Jiao's eyes. Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows, rather provoking curiosity at Mo Jiao's so secretive approach. It was night. The moon was clear and the stars were bright, and a fresh breeze was blowing. Mo Jiao arrived silently at the place she had sought earlier to leave the palace. Hiss, hiss. The inkling tilted his head and let out a few long, soft chirps. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In less than a quarter of an hour, countless snakes came densely in all directions, and if people saw them they would think they had arrived at the snake cave. Come with me later and don't make a sound, Mo Jiao warned as she looked at them. Okay. Everyone listened to Snake Ancestor's orders. Mo Jiao nodded. Depart. After saying that, Mo Jiao led the way. Since she had been out at night a lot before in order to find these little snakes for information, she knew all about the palace patrols and changes of guard. So when no one saw it, those snakes neatly followed behind Mo Jiao and entered the palace silently. All the way to Fengyi Palace. I'll go ahead and wait for me to vocalize. Scare them tonight. No biting. Yes. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao went in and let those maids fall into a deep sleep and then came out to call those snakes. Mo Jiao lying on the beams of the queen's bedchamber in the main hall of the Fengyi Palace. Snake pupils raw cold. Hiss. The sound of rushing voices woke the queen from her dream. When I looked up, my eyes were filled with snakes, glistening in the moonlight in a variety of colors, all with an icy texture. Ah, cat death thing. The last queen really no way to launch a small courtesan top crime. Tianshang Emperor is a little dissatisfied. After all, that snake venom is too powerful, but the queen bites the dead, and there are courtesans top crime. This matter can only be uncovered, but Emperor Tianshang had specifically sent someone to keep an eye on the Empress. Mo Jiao scared people, deliberately avoid those guards. 3 consecutive days out, directly to the queen scared sick. Do not dare to sleep at night, always say that there are snakes difficult body full of bed crawling. Buzz 6. But the palace maids on watch didn't see anything. Not even the people sent by Emperor Tianshang to keep an eye on the Empress. So when the Empress went to sue Mo Jiao, no one believed it, and in the end, Emperor Tianshang attributed it to the Empress's weak heart, ordered her to recuperate, and almost even the Empress's precious seal was temporarily withdrawn. Buzz 6. Not going out tonight? Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao and smiled lightly. Not going out. Mo Jiao laughed at the thought of the Empress. Then the Empress is going to be scared out of her mind. A warm smile spread across Jing Xiaochen's lips. How true. Well, Jing Xiaochen, will you think I'm a little bad? Mo Jiao looked up at Jing Xiaochen's face, not sparing a single trace of his expression, and the lightly trembling tip of her tail gave away a hint of her apprehension. She asked this question. She was nervous about what Jing Xiaochen thought of her. It's strange. She used to do things from her heart and never cared about what others thought. Jing Xiaochen raised his thin lips and spoke under Mo Jiao Baba's eyes. No. Jiao did a good job. Mo Jiao sighed in relief for no reason. Her eyes sparkled as she curved her dark eyes. Of course, I'm a snake ancestor. I'm sure I'll do a good job. Looking at Mo Jiao's small eyes, Jing Xiaochen only felt that his heart was soft, and his eyes unconsciously took on a smile and warmth. There is a punishment for doing bad. Then there is a reward for doing good. Ha! Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen with some surprise, not realizing there was a reward. Reward? I want to drink the sake you made. The ink slinger's mouth was watering. Jing Xiaochen cried and laughed a little. Little drunkard. That wine still needs 3 months to drink. Suddenly Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and seemed to think of something. He put Mo Jiao in the palm of his hand and looked at Mo Jiao's black jay-like eyes. Jiao, are you aren't stealing and drinking my cellar wine again? Mo Jiao's eyes moved around, just not looking at Jing Xiaochen. No, I just had a small taste. Jing Xiaochen. He knew it. There's a penalty for lying, stealing alcohol and losing your reward. What do you think I'm going to do with you? Mo Jiao thought that there was only a glass or so of wine in a heartbeat. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao's eyes and guessed that there was probably not much left. That wine is still his hand brewed, buried in the yard under the peach tree. Wait for a period of time and then drink with Mo Jiao. And he clearly said that drinking can only be drunk in front of him. Mo Jiao is good. And without saying a word to steal and drink the whole thing. Jing Xiaochen was about to be infuriated. Say it. How to punish? Jing Xiaochen grabbed her snake tail and twisted it into a flower. Bus 6. Inkjet. She knew that she couldn't hide this from Jing Xiaochen. And had she known, she wouldn't have mentioned the wine. Mo Jiao blinked, thinking of the punishment Jing Xiaochen had said. She bared her teeth and violently turned into a human before Jing Xiaochen could react. Chirp. Mo Jiao flew and kissed Jing Xiaochen on the cheek. Jing Xiaochen froze. Mo Jiao quickly turned into a snake shape again. Nah. Punishment I'll take on my own accord. When he finished speaking, his body coiled together and buried his head in it. Aha! Why are you so embarrassed? Why was her snake Dan burning up again? Mo Jiao did not see that Jing Xiaochen slowly reddened the tips of his ears, but his eyes became deeper and deeper, as if it was a pool of ancient wells, imprinting only a moon called Mo Jiao. Yun Jia had been waiting for Jing Xiaochen to find him. After all, Jing Xiaochen's poison could only be solved by her, and naturally, the sooner the better for this antidote. But after waiting left and right, 10 days had passed, and if she waited any longer, she would miss the best time to detoxify the poison, so she couldn't sit still. Qiuyi, do one more thing for me. Yun Jia sat upright, her gaze falling on Ji Qiuyi. Hearing Yun Jia's words, Ji Qiuyi was shocked. What do you want me to do for you again? I'm not going. Manhwa Chinese. Yun Jia looked at her with a sullen gaze. Don't forget your body. She flipped the silver needle in her hand, seemingly carelessly, but it made Ji Qiuyi break out in a cold sweat in a split second. Ji Qiuyi's face was pale, and her hand shook a little as she looked at the silver needle. You said you'd match me with an antidote to clear up both sides after you did what you did last time. You don't count your words. Ji Qiuyi had suppressed anger in her eyes, but she didn't dare to vent it. Yun Jia smiled gently, her smile clear and clever. Qiuyi, last time, I only said that if you help me do one thing, the antidote will naturally be dispensed, but I didn't say that we are too clear. Moreover, your antidote is difficult to match to the extreme. In a short period of time to match not qi, can only be inhibited by zapping the needle. If I'm in a bad mood one day and don't want to zap the needle, Ji Qiuyi instantly seemed to have lost all her strength. What do you want me to do? Yun Jia took out a thing. Find a way to get the prince to eat this. No. Ji Qiuyi looked over and it was a crimson-colored elixir. Last time it was hard to find a chance to poison. This time that snake is there every day. I don't dare. Thinking of that snake, Ji Qiuyi's body was flooded with cold. Obviously that snake is not poisonous. Moreover, now that Jing Xiaochen doesn't like me at all, I can't get into the East Palace. Cowardly as a mouse. The corner of Yun Jia's eyes were clear and cold. That's just a non-poisonous snake. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, if you can't get in, don't you still have your father and brother? But, this if it is found out. Ji Qiuyi's eyes flashed a trace of fear. There are no buts. Yun Jia interrupted Ji Qiuyi's words. Within 3 days, it must be done. Or, you know it. The silver needle in Yun Jia's hand flashed and was placed into the bag she was carrying. Ji Qiu commented on this and shrunk her body. Under Yun Jia's gaze she shook her body and left slowly. Yun Jia snorted coldly and took a sip of clear tea. But at that moment, there was a knock on the door. 3 people came. 2 men and a woman. Bus 6. The female came in and spoke. Someone wants to see me? Yun Jia's complexion moved slightly as she looked at the person in front of her. Yes, Miss Yun please. The maid was dressed uncommonly. Her demeanor and speech carried a strong presence. It was obvious that her master should have a very good status, or else she wouldn't have let even a maid give off a sense of being above the others. What if I don't go? Yun Jia thought it might be some dignitary who knew she had come to the capital to seek her medical attention. Bus 6. It had happened in the past, when those people came to Broken Dragon Mountain to look for her, but she didn't see everyone. She sets her own rules for visits to the clinic. If you don't go, don't blame the slave girl for doing it. The maid's aura changed. and she was actually not an ordinary maid. Yoon Jie sneered. I have rules for healing. Pay 100 deposit first before anything else. Otherwise everything is off the table. My master said it. The maid looked at Yoon Jie and said word for word. There are some things that if you want people to not know, unless you do it yourself. Yoon Jie's pupils dilated steeply and her eyes were sharp. What did you say? Who is your master? Don't worry, Miss Yoon. My master is just trying to help you fulfill your heart's desire. As for who it is, Miss Yoon will know when she sees it in person. The maid smiled, uttered her next words, and finally said, Miss Yoon, please. Yoon Jie knitted her brows, and half a day later, she couldn't figure out who exactly was looking for her. She just had to follow the maid, but it wouldn't hurt to go over there and take a look. Yoon Jie ended up following someone into the back door of a large mansion. Even though those people purposely took a small path, Yoon Jie probably judged that this was Nobleman's Alley, where those dignitaries lived. As she suspected, she lowered her eyes and looked at the bag she had with her, which contained all sorts of strange medicines and poisons. Your Majesty, the people have arrived. Finally walking to an elegant courtyard, the maid came forward and knocked on the door. Yoon Jie frowned. Your Highness? Someone from the palace? Who could it be? Soon a voice came out from inside. Come in. The voice contained a hint of feebleness and hoarseness, and the spirit was not good. I wonder what's wrong. The maid led Yoon Jie inside. The boudoir is exquisitely decorated and noble, and none of the decorative ornaments inside are ordinary. So Yoon Jie knows that this lady should have a high status in the harem, and should be a favored person. Only the next moment she was genuinely surprised to see someone leaning over the bed. It's actually the Empress. Bus 6. Only today's queen is not at all the same as the one she saw the other day, who was dignified and noble. Manhwa Chinese. Today's Empress, full of emaciation, pale, with a deep blue-black color under the eye sockets, in a trance, with obvious anxiety and restlessness, is an omen of shock. But how could the queen be so frightened? Hearing the footsteps stop, the Empress returned to her senses, and a pair of lustrous and obscure eyes fell on Yoon Jie, inexplicably causing a wave of discomfort to flood Yoon Jie's heart. Miss Yoon has arrived. See you. Empress Mother. I don't know what the Empress is looking for my daughter for. Although Yoon Jie asked this, in her heart, she was already in the process of gaining a general understanding of the Empress state, and it could be said that even the medicines were almost ready to be dispensed. Who knew that after the Empress opened her mouth there was not the slightest connection with Yoon Jie's thought of looking for her for the purpose of seeing a doctor? The Empress' needle-like gaze swept Yoon Jie over inch by inch as she slowly revealed a slightly creepy smile. Does Miss Yoon want to be the crown princess? Yoon Jie fiercely shocked to converge her eyes. What is the Empress Mother saying? The people's daughter can't understand. You really don't understand? The Empress smiled coldly. Miss Yoon, let's not speak in the dark. What you let Ji Chioi do, this palace knows exactly. When the words came to this point, Yoon Jie pinched the bag she was carrying. Her gaze sank slightly. What exactly does the Empress want to do? By now, she vaguely guessed what the Empress had in mind. Is not, in order for her to heal, but rather to get her to do something. And it's about the prince. The Empress pressed her brow, a touch of ruthlessness shooting out from her pale face. Help me get rid of that snake. Everyone said she was having a nightmare about snakes. Only she knew that she had actually seen, felt and smelled it those 3 nights. One hot Chinese, cold, fishy, sticky, crawling all over her. And on the roof, a pair of chilling snake pupils stared at her. There was no escape, no avoidance. Ah! She clutched her head and let out a yelp. Those 3 days were hell for her. A nightmare, not to be thought about, not to be remembered. Empress! That jacket immediately stepped forward and pressed the Empress, her face full of anxiety. Don't think about it. Your Highness, drink some water. The Empress shook her lips to irrigate the water. Her forehead was densely covered with cold chills, and her face was agonized and grim. Yoon Jie raised an eyebrow, a sign of shock. Could the snake have done something? She watched the Empress carefully and waited for her to slowly calm down to speak. Your Highness should know that the snake is not poisonous, so why do you still want to get rid of her by all means? Yoon Jie slowly touched the teeth marks on her wrist that had only a hint of an impression left. In fact, even she herself is puzzled. Obviously is a poisonous snake. Whether it is the appearance or bite marks, all do not indicate that the snake is a poisonous snake. But why she and the Crown Prince did not have a trace of signs of poisoning? Bus 6. What, exactly, went wrong? The Empress took a deep breath and suppressed the fear that filled her heart. Yoon Jie, this palace knows that you like the Crown Prince, but if you don't get rid of that snake, your position as the Crown Princess is simply hopeless. Yunjie's complexion changed slightly. Her eyes lowered and she said in a faint voice, "My daughter is only a first-rate doctor's daughter. How could she dare to like His Highness the Crown Prince and think about the position of the Crown Princess? Don't dare to like. Don't dare to xiao xiao?" The Empress snorted coldly, "Yunjie, this palace is not a little cutie. His Highness should have detoxified his body to recover this time. Why is he suddenly poisoned and unconscious again? And only you can detoxify the poison?" Yunjie's hands shook and she blushed. The Empress glanced at her and continued to speak. "Do you know why this palace must get rid of that snake? And why it says that it's hopeless if you don't get rid of you, Crown Princess?" Yunjie bit her tongue and looked at the Empress. Her fingers attached to the snakebite teeth marks on her wrist. She did wonder why the queen hated that snake so much. "That day I wanted to get rid of the snake, but I couldn't. So today I found myself to help get rid of it. So what's so special about that snake? Because that is a demonic snake." The Empress spoke through gritted teeth and eyes full of pain. "It can change its body into a python, can command 10,000 snakes, and can recognize human speech. If you don't get rid of her, as long as she knows what you did to Jing Xiaochen, she will definitely get rid of you." The Empress' words were like a shocking thunder, hitting Yunjie heavily. Her cool face cracked a little, and her heart suddenly couldn't stop panicking at that moment. If what the Empress said was true, only the matter of commanding 10,000 snakes could put someone to death. Not to mention, transforming into a python? This is simply a story of legend. How can it be in reality? Bus 6. How is it impossible? How is it impossible when this palace saw it with its own eyes? The Empress spoke with a look of uncontrollable fear and excitement. Even that good-looking face was nearly distorted. "Do you know why this palace has become like this? Just because this palace saw her transform into a python and wanted to get rid of her. Just because this palace's newer bit Jing Xiaochun. She brought countless snakes to crawl all over this palace's chambers at night. If you don't get rid of her, then you'll be subject to her revenge just like this palace. Manhwa Chinese. At night, your whole body is crawling with countless snakes, twisted together, touching your skin, and between your breaths is the fishy odor of snakes, as if you were in a snake cave, with poisonous snakes as far as the eye can see. Ah, don't say it. Stop it." Yunjie gasped as if all that the Empress had said had come true for her. She couldn't even sit still and almost fell out of her seat. The Empress' words buzzed like a magic voice through the ears, clear as a nightmare. "So do you help or not?" The Empress looked straight at Yunjie. Her long nails sank hard into her palms, the stinging sensation tingling her nerves, making her realize that this was not the land of nightmares, not that earthly purgatory. Yunjie bit the corner of her lip, beads of blood staining her pale lips. She moved several times before she shuddered out, "How can I help you?" The Empress' hand propped up on the bed, her head slightly drooping, the phoenix hairpin steps on her head gently colliding, making a crisp sound. Her eyelids ruffled, staring at Yunjie. The bottom of her eyes was endless darkness. "Use poison. Configure the world's insurmountable and most poisonous poison. Poison that snake to death. Let her corpse die." The Empress' words caused a gust of coldness to violently radiate from Yunjie's heart. But thinking about the Empress' words and what she handed over to Ji Chui again today, if that snake didn't die, then the Crown Princess to the position would really not have any destiny with her. She had worked so hard to get to this point, so how could she let her plan go halfway? What's more, the image of the queen describing the snakes wrapping around her body was too strong, as if those snakes would really get back at her like that. Yunjie pinched the bag she was carrying tightly, exerting so much force that her fingers turned white. "Okay, I promise the Empress." Empress, listening to the white lips slowly hooked up, she closed her eyes. "Will be in the mind to those images little by little squeeze out." Before looking at Yunjie, "As long as things come to fruition, the palace will help you to become the Crown Princess." Manhwa Chinese. A strange glint crossed Yunjie's eyes, and the corners of her blood-stained lips were as colorful as they could be. "Then thank you, Empress Dowager first. Miss Yun is truly a beautiful and intelligent woman, just right for the Crown Prince." The Empress smiled and sighed. The corners of Yunjie's lips were slightly raised, but her gaze was as calm as water, and in just a moment's time, she gathered all her emotions. "Your Highness, since that snake is a demonic snake as you said, I'm afraid it won't be simple if I want to deal with her. Poison alone is not insurance. How could this palace not know? That snake. Ah, it's simply weird to the extreme." The Empress sighed and then looked at Yunjie. "I wonder what brilliant plan Miss Yun has." Yunjie squinted her eyes, pondered for a moment and said, "The day my daughter saw that snake, she found that the skin color around her body was slightly darker, with a small range of whiteness around the corners of her eyes. It should have arrived at the time of molting." The more the Empress listened, the wider her eyes opened, and she gently pinched her fingers and raised her chin at Yunjie. Continue. Yunjie nodded and said, snake molting is a major event for snakes. It is about life. And when the snake is shedding its skin, it needs a lot of energy, and it usually won't actively attack people. On top of that, when it molts, it's also the time when the snake is the weakest, and its body is all in a semi-stiffened state. That's why it's the best time for us to lay our hands on it. Buzz 6. Wouldn't it be better to not even have to poison them and just hack them to death and skin them? The Empress clapped her hands and praised. This is a good method. Skinning the snake and pulling out its bones, letting that snake taste all the pain of cutting its skin, would only ease her heart's hatred. It's just that we can't be sure exactly when and where that snake will molt. And with the crown princes guarding the East Palace, it mustn't go. The majority of it is well known that the crown prince was overly kind to that snake. Yunjie and the Empress had even seen it with their own eyes. So how could the prince, as the owner, not pay attention to what happens when a snake molts? Then lure her out. Yunjie said with sunken eyes. The Empress shook her head when she heard this. That snake is very smart, and will hide when something happens, so it's not easy to lure her out. Buzz 6. So many people were sent that day and they couldn't catch it. Besides, they are outside, and do not know when to molt. When to lure is the best time. If it is lured out from the molt time is still far away, or has been molted. Thinking of that snake getting angry and transforming or summoning a million snakes situation, the queen vetoed the proposal. Yunjie pondered for a moment and opened that bag of her own and rummaged through it for a few moments. Suddenly she smiled. The Empress should have someone in the Eastern Palace. Buzz 6. The Empress half narrowed her eyes. This was a confidential matter. How could she let Yunjie, who might be the future crown princess, know about it? Seeing that the Empress did not answer, Yunjie also stopped pursuing the question, but only put forward the method. Folk daughter can mix a kind of medicine. Just can make that snake's molting period advance. As long as she has a hint of molting signs can be used. The Empress slowly smiled. It's still divine Dr. Yun's wonderful hands. I wonder if this medicine has any flavor color and how long it will take to kick in after taking it. She'd heard Zell say that the snake was a picky eater. In the Eastern Palace, I heard that the crown prince had invited several chefs to cook for that snake specially. If the flavor was not right, that snake would smell it and would certainly not take it. It can be made into a colorless and tasteless powder that doesn't need to be taken. Sprinkle it onto the snake's body, and it will kick in after half an hour. Yunjie thought about it and said. The Empress smiled broadly and spoke. Good. Then this palace will first have someone sprinkle poison on her, and then introduce her to the ambush place within half an hour. After saying that, she suppressed her excitement and continued to ask, how long will it take to be able to dispense the medicine? When Yunjie thought that she had to make Jing Xiaochen take the medicine from Ji Qiuyi's hand within 3 days, she said, tomorrow at the latest, I'll be able to dispense it. In that case she would need to give a word to Ji Qiuyi to give the crown prince his medicine on the 3rd day. When the time comes to see if the crown princess position to get, then this drug prince does not serve. After all, is a medicine 3 poisons, but also hurt the body. As for the snake, Your Highness, when the time comes, can the snake molten snake bile be given to the people's daughter? These 2 are very good Chinese herbs, not to mention the pure snake body of Mo Jiao, shed on it. Besides, this was still a variable python, a demonic snake that could rule over snakes, and was equivalent to a snake king. The snake molten snake bile on the snake king's body, that was really hard to find in the world. To be honest, she had grown up and taken countless snake bile, but she had never seen the snake king's snake bile. What was the difference? Then this palace will receive you into the palace tomorrow, at which time you can take the bile yourself. The Empress slowly sat up straight, a deep smile piling up on her face. Yunjie smiled and got up. My daughter will go prepare the materials. Winter Moon, send Miss Yun out of the mansion. Miss Yun, this way please. Dong Yu, the same maid who brought Yunjie over, once again brought Yunjie out. Yunjie went back to the Ji mansion after leaving from the Empress, informing Ji Qiuyi that she would act 2 days later. Ji Qiuyi answered. The night was dark and moonless this evening. Ah Jiao, are you practicing tonight? Jing Xiaochen flipped through a few pages of the book to read it slowly. Manhwa Chinese. To cultivate. I'm going to molt recently. I'm going to cultivate more and let my cultivation go up a bit more. For some reason, she always felt uneasy about this molting. Cultivators all have a certain sense of heavenly destiny. In her previous life, as one of the top old ancestors in the cultivation world, she had reached the level of transforming a Jiao into a dragon, which was equivalent to a mortal ascending to the realm of an immortal. Buzz 6. In this life, Even though he was reborn as an ordinary little snake, his sense of heavenly destiny was not weak. So something big should happen with this induction. I just don't know if it's for Jing Xiaochen or for her. At dawn the next day, Jing Xiaochen was woken up by Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochen's head full of cold sweat and said in disbelief, "What nightmare did you have that you had a nightmare?" When it was really rare, Jing Xiaochen's dragon chi was thick and heavy, deeply sheltered by the heavenly Tao, and even connected to her contract. How could he also be nightmared? Jing Xiaochen rubbed his forehead, his face sullen. "What did you dream about last night?" "Don't remember." The corners of Jing Xiaochen's eyes were all tinged with a hint of red, and Mo Jiao looked even stranger. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao and gently touched her head. "You need to practice during the day as well?" "Aha!" Mo Jiao rubbed it in. "I'm going to go cultivate." Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao's departing figure and narrowed his eyes in deep thought. He didn't seem to have gotten over the feeling of being in a dream. It was an excruciatingly painful feeling, as if heaven and earth had collapsed, and the pale wilderness was strewn with blood and red, as if it were him, and as if it were not him, crying out in heartache, "Your Highness, the tea is here." Bamboo Smoke walked into the chamber. Jing Xiaochen was meditating with his eyes closed. Hear the voice, he slowly backed to God, opened his eyes, but a blood red in the eyes, the body of the fury filled, as if the fall into the hell of the devil, regenerating people's souls. The Bamboo Smoke was shocked by the shock of the fierce back 2 steps. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen's faint gaze fell on her body, and Zhu Yan's body stiffened as she stood still with chills running down her spine. "Your Highness, you have not been in this situation for a long time." Bamboo Smoke slowed down, swallowed and spoke. "She is one of Jing Xiaochen's secret guards, just usually hidden in the shadows. To Jing Xiaochen's physical condition has always known. This time back Jing Xiaochen specially let her turn to the open to protect Mo Jiao. This situation appeared after His Highness used the dragon sword. Only since his return, His Highness had not used the dragon sword. So how did this situation suddenly appear now?" Jing Xiaochen did not answer Bamboo Smoke's words and only asked, "Where is Ah Jiao?" "In the tree." After saying this, Bamboo Smoke said, "I'll go get the medicine from Honglan." Manhwa Chinese. Most of the reason Honglan studied medicine was because of His Highness's body. At that time, the aura was too serious. They asked the medical saint to cure, because the medical saint is a Jianghu people, often to visit all over the world. When in a hurry to find people, His Highness took the medicine and sent a bit of talent after the Red Lawn passed, specializing in learning the configuration of this medicine. Humph. Jing Xiaochen closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the surging blood of qi that was difficult to calm. This situation is the cultivation of the heart method out of the problem, but also by the sword qi rushing break caused. But now he did not use the sword. How can suddenly attack? Because of the poison? Or was it triggered by last night's dream? Jing Xiaochen walked slowly and methodically to the window with his teacup in hand, and just outside the window was a huge tree that was full of greenery. Mo Jiao was practicing with her body coiled on the tree, and white points of light were slowly drilling into her body. Those leaves seemed to have sensed the unusual atmosphere. Windless movement gently hit on the body of Mo Jiao. Under the dappled light, her dark scales seemed to be glowing. Jing Xiaochen's eyes stared at the scenery without blinking. He didn't feel the tea in his hand getting cold, and his heart slowly calmed down. "Big brother, how are you doing? We brothers have come to see you." Jing Xiaofeng's voice suddenly rang out. Mo Jiao's body moved. Jing Xiaochen had not yet faded out of. The color of blood slowly climbed back up. Splat! The teacup in his hand shattered in response. The ceramic cutting a long gash in his hand as crimson blood snapped and fell. Inkpot's eyes snapped open. Jing Xiaochen slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Jing Xiaofeng several people had already arrived at the door. The color of blood under his eyes flashed. Those ink-colored eyes became even deeper. Mo Jiao smelled blood. Jing Xiaochen's blood. Then she saw several people from Jing Xiaofeng enter the inner room, and she hurriedly slid down from the tree ready to go and see what was going on. "Ah! Hiss! Jiao!" Bus 6. When Jing Xiaochen heard Mo Jiao's voice, he had just fought with a few of his brothers and he came out with a big stride. The color of the blood under his eyes getting thicker and thicker. "What's going on?" Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao and put it into his hand, looking over Mo Jiao's body tightly. "Are there any injuries?" "No." Inkpot shook off the water stains on her body. No matter what, she was still a snake. Most people in the Eastern Palace were still afraid of her. This was normal. Mo Jiao would not be so petty as to count on this. Seeing that Mo Jiao was indeed fine, it was only then that his stern gaze landed on the palace maid who had fallen on the ground. "Your Highness, spare your life." The palace maid knelt on the ground shivering, and beside her tumbled the medicine bowl. which had already spilled as much medicine as it could. It just so happened to be Jing Xiaochen's lunchtime medication time. It should be that my haste in coming down from the tree just now scared her. So don't punish her. Mo Jiao rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's palm. Wanha Chinese. The cold touch allowed Jing Xiaochen to slowly calm down as he coldly looked at the palace maid. This will not happen again. Yes. Thank your highness for sparing your life. The slave girl will go down and reboil the medicine. What's the rush? Next time come down and be more careful. Jing Xiaochen moved his fingers to narrow his eyes and said, Are you hurt? I smelled the flavor of your blood. Mo Jiao said as her gaze suddenly placed on Jing Xiaochen's right hand palm. A long bloodstain near the thumb. What happened? How did you get hurt? Mo Jiao with a hint of pain in her eyes healed Jing Xiaochen's injuries. It's fine. I accidentally cut myself. Jing Xiaochen frowned as he looked at the hand that didn't have a single wound. In the future, it's better not to use such a technique casually. I know. I only use it on you. Except for Jing Xiaochen, no more. People make her so trusting to deliver so many secrets anymore. Jing Xiaochen hooked the corner of his lips and took out a pad. Don't panic next time you encounter something. Buzz 6. Mo Jiao thought to herself that if it wasn't about Jing Xiaochen, she wouldn't be in a hurry if the sky was falling. Big brother. Jing Xiaofeng and the others looked at each other. Big brother was simply too good to this snake. They had just heard nothing and Big brother rushed out. When Jing Xiaochen entered the inner room and sat down, Jing Xiaofeng was the first to speak. Big brother, you're so leisurely now. Unlike them who still had to read, practice martial arts, and had more coursework than they could write. Finished. A few people touched Jing Xiaochen arm on the ink. Jiao, voice a beat. Big brother to this snake is really too good, so that every time they see him and this snake get along always feel too sticky. Buzz 6. It's not impossible if you want to experience it. Jing Xiaochen gently wiped Mo Jiao's body with a handkerchief while returning Jing Xiaofeng's words. No need, huh? Jing Xiaofeng hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Such a leisurely or have to use his life to exchange. They are aware of the big brother who almost lost his life this time. Being rubbed by Jing Xiaochen in public like this, Mo Jiao was still embarrassed. She twisted her body. It's fine. The water dried up long ago. Aha! Jing Xiaochen answered still unmoved. Mo Jiao felt the warm yet gentle hands brushing over her body, and she snake dance seemed to be out of sorts again. As soon as Jing Xiaochen stopped, she slid to the ground with a whoosh. I'll go cultivate. You drink your medicine on time. Jing Xiaochen was holding a handkerchief and his eyes were dark and heavy. Jing Xiaofeng and the others always felt that today's big brother gave off a wrong feeling, but they couldn't tell where it was wrong. Little snake, can you go somewhere with me? Mo Jiao had just come out of the doorway when she met Jing Xiaoyun. He had a hint of redness on his face and a hint of wheezing in his breath, as if he had run over in some kind of hurry. His eyes red and on the verge of crying in a way that was heartbreaking. Mo Jiao was puzzled as to what was making him so anxious. She had wanted to cultivate now, but then she felt a bit hot from the snake dan, so it was good to go out for a spin. Mo Jiao nodded, and when Jing Xiaoyun saw Mo Jiao agree, he grabbed Mo Jiao and ran out the door. Mo Jiao's snake pupil flashed a trace of surprise. Usually Jing Xiaoyun do not dare to move their own a bit, even if you know that they are not poisonous or afraid of very much. Today in the end, how is it? Jing Xiaoyu drank a mouthful of tea, and finally opened his mouth with a stiff upper lip. Recently, the big brother in the imperial court has heard about the matter of the bandit suppression and has not come? Jing Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and didn't reply. It seemed that Lao Si came today for a purpose. Jing Xiaoyu thought about what Jing Xiaoze told him after the court today. Jing Xiaoze is bound and determined to fight the bandits, but he will not give up. Mother consort grandfather, they are trying to fight this errand, but, lone recently bedridden, not involved in the affairs of the court. This matter is not very clear. Fourth brother wants to know what, why not ask father? Jing Xiaochen picked up his water cup and sipped a mouthful of bitter tea, his eyes clear and cold. Jing Xiaoyu clenched his fists, but second brother said that big brother has something in his hands that can help me fight the bandits. Jing Xiaochen's eyes turned sharp. What do you mean? Jing Xiaoze even gave Jing Xiaoyu the matter of 30,000 transfer orders. What exactly is the intention? The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get it to work. The sight of the Jingxiao Wind and Jingxiao Hong saw this shrinking head. They did not expect the fourth brother is not simply to visit the big brother. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoyu's body was chilled. He swallowed his saliva for a moment before he said, that is, will big brother go to fight the bandits? He changed the subject with his words, and at this time, he suddenly felt that Jing Xiaoze had played him for a fool. Recently, he was indeed a bit obsessed with the matter of banditry, and he didn't even notice Jing Xiaoze's sinister intention for a while. which was to use himself to test the crown prince's elder brother. A hint of obscurity flashed underneath Jing Xiaoyu's eyes. Rather than a little cutie, Jing Xiaochen spoke faintly. Fourth brother thinks that I can still go wherever this body is now? As long as big brother is detoxified, big brother will naturally be able to go wherever he wants, Jing Xiaoyu said in relief. Big brother, it's getting late. The fifth and sixth brothers and I will take our leave first. Big brother, you take care of your health. Aha! Jing Xiaofeng still wanted to stay in the East Palace for lunch, but he was pulled away by Jing Xiaoyu and Jing Xiaohong. Waiting for the people to leave the East Palace, a deep thought flashed across Jing Xiaochen's face. It seemed that Shang Yinqi and Jing Xiaozhe were afraid that they had reached a consensus. Green blood. Your Highness. Green blood came quickly. Get someone to keep an eye on Jing Xiaozhe and Shang Yinqi. These two are very restless right now. Did you find out the identity of the maid called Mei Qiao? It was found that Mei Qiao was the maid who served the seventh prince at that time, and then after the seventh prince fell into the water, that maid was executed by the emperor. The seventh prince? Something to do with the queen? Jing Xiaochen's eyes became dark. Keep investigating. Start from the empress side. Yes. After Qing blood left, Jing Xiaochen slightly frowning. Why was there a hint of unease? He stood up and walked to the window to look at the tree. Suddenly his complexion changed. There was no figure of Mo Jiao. Come on man. Where did Jiao go? Bamboo Smoke and a few other maids who followed and waited on them shook their heads one by one with trepidation. Jing Xiaochen suppressed the violence that had suddenly arisen. Go find it. Mo Jiao didn't know exactly where Jing Xiaoyun was going because she was currently being tucked into Jing Xiaoyun's sleeve, not allowing her to look outside at all. Ink Jiao is getting more and more curious about what Jing Xiaoyun is really going to do. Jing Xiaoyun ran all the way back to Jingyu Palace. Because of Princess Hui's accident and Jing Xiaoyun didn't live here, Jingyu Palace was already half deserted. Usually no one would pass by here at all. He stood in the doorway and took a few big breaths, then said, I'm coming. You give me my big brother's antidote. Jing Xiaochen's antidote? Mo Jiao's heart sank slightly. Jing Xiaochen's poison was a double poison. The first one was the one placed by Consort Hui, and after that, it was the one placed by someone else when solving Consort Hui's poison. A mixture of the two was a pain in the ass to solve, or she would have done it long ago. And who can cure the poison now? That Yun Jie? I don't know why thinking of that Yun Jie Mo Jiao feels uncomfortable. Yun Jie's mind is too deep. It's just too much bending. When she can't see Yun Jie's special to Jing Xiaochen, even if you have a bad heart, you still have calculations in your eyes, so you really don't deserve Jing Xiaochen. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Eighth Highness, the old slave did say that I would let you bring the snake here, and you want the antidote now that you've come empty-handed? The person who appeared was actually Sister Zhang. Mo Jiao could hear the man's voice, snarky as hell, but by rights she should be in jail. How did she get here? And specify yourself? Mo Jiao bared her sharp teeth, not to mention what exactly Sister Zhang wanted to do. Jing Xiaoyun, this little cutie, when it comes to things, he doesn't discuss with Jing Xiaochen, and bringing himself out is simply too much of a beating. This could simply be said to be betraying her, as Jing Xiaoyun had really brought her over. She loathed being betrayed the most in her life. Snort, teeth into the flesh. Jing Xiaoyun's body trembled. His face went white. He held back his tears and looked at Sister Zhang. I brought the snake. But you have to give me the antidote before I can give you the snake. Otherwise you don't want the snake. Jing Xiaoyun looked at Sister Zhang angrily. Bus 6. He had been raised next to Princess Hui since he was a child. How could he not know what kind of person Princess Hui was? But precisely because he knew, he was also afraid. Princess Hui, she's a madman. A madman who makes poison. Generic term for a sacrifice the gods. Everyone said that Mother and Hui Fei is the best friend. In front of people Hui Fei also very good to him, but in private, she poisoned himself not to mention, but also put a snake to bite him, and was afraid that he told his big brother, but also purposely gave big brother poisoned. Bus 6. If she doesn't listen, Princess Hui will let her big brother die. He had thought that it would be fine if Princess Hui was in jail, but it turned out that she had poisoned her elder brother again. Now that his big brother's health was getting worse, he was aware of it, so he was desperate to find the poison. And it just so happened that this morning he came back from his morning class and heard Sister Zhang calling him. Sister Zhang wanted the snake, so she asked him to bring it out in exchange for the antidote. One hot Chinese. He knew how much his big brother favored this snake and how powerful it was, and for the sake of the antidote he had no choice but to bring it out. He endured the pain and fear and looked at Sister Zhang and said, when I get the antidote, that snake will come out. Otherwise you won't see that snake. No, The old slave has to see the snake first. Jing Xiaoyun looked at Sister Zhang coldly. That snake will obey. If you don't give the antidote, she won't come out. Sister Zhang took out a red box with a vial of medicine inside. You've seen the medicine. Let me see where that snake is. How do I know if this is true or not? You try. Jing Xiaoyun said while observing Sister Zhang's expression. Seeing the flash of impatience in Sister Zhang's eyes, Jing Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes. Did he really think he was easy to fool? Eighth Highness, the old slave's patience is limited. Sister Zhang said angrily. Since you refuse to hand over that snake, then we can only condemn his Eighth Highness. Men, grab him. It was at this point that a lot of people suddenly came out of the yard. Jing Xiaoyun's face went white as they prepared the bureau. He grabbed his sleeve and struggled. Let go. Who are you? I'm the 8th prince. Father will definitely kill you if he knows. Pop. Shut up. Where is that snake? Make her come out. Sister Zhang viciously slapped Jing Xiaoyun's mouth. The corners of Jing Xiaoyun's mouth were broken. He tightly grasped his cuffs and stared at them viciously. Sister Zhang, how in the world did you escape from jail evil? Mo Jiao rolled her eyes. Jing Xiaoyun is tough at this time. What did she do earlier? It's just dumb as hell. But just now, this kid even made it a point to protect his movements. Just save him one more time, and when she goes back to see how she can clean him up, even if Jing Xiaochan doesn't agree. Hiss. I'm here. Mo Jiao lazily climbed out of the cuffs that Jing Xiaoyun had pinched tightly to. Seeing Mo Jiao come out, Sister Zhang's eyes lit up violently. Jing Xiaoyun shouted nervously. Mo Jiao, quickly go find Big Brother. Mo Jiao coldly glanced at Jing Xiaoyun, then extended his sharp fangs in the eyes of everyone's astonishment. She used fangs this time, regardless of who was behind it, since she had already confirmed in front of the emperor the day that she was a non-poisonous snake. If she used the poison again now, even if it was discovered, no one would know at all. Ah, viper. She's a viper. Look out everyone. Watching the men dwindle and fall one after another, everyone was appalled. Sister Shang's body shook into a sieve, falling to the ground and crawling out on her hands and knees, muttering under her breath. How could it be poisonous? It's clearly been rumored that it's non-toxic. Jing Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with horror as he saw those people immediately fall down again once they were bitten. It's really a viper. Mo Jiao's cold and chilly snake pupils glanced over, and Jing Xiaoyun was chilled to the bone. Mo Jiao ignored Jing Xiaoyun for the time being and moved more and more quickly, but only she knew she was in a hurry. Very urgent. She sensed that molting time was here. Surprised I didn't feel it earlier this time. Usually molting was accompanied by high temperatures. This time she knew the molting was fast and the temperature had been rising, just not as sharply, making her get used to the occasional high temperatures. So just now in Jing Xiaoyun's sleeve, her snake dance started to burn. She didn't care, but who would have thought it would suddenly be wrong now? With his whole body burning violently and the same tearing pain as the last time he was in the water spreading from head to tail, her movements slowly stiffened. It was so damn painful. She's going to molt. Do it. Suddenly a cool voice came out from the side, like a tranquilizer, causing those who were otherwise fearful to light up one by one. Jing Xiaoyun turned his head to look in shock. The person said a word after the hidden form, but still enough to let him understand that this from beginning to end is a bureau. For Mo Jiao set up a bureau. Buzz 6. He couldn't even care if Mo Jiao was poisonous or not to yell at Mo Jiao. Hurry up and go. The ink slinger didn't have time to answer, nor did he have the strength to go any further. Jing Xiaoyun see this began to struggle madly. The person who grabbed him coldly watched Jing Xiaoyun's action indifferent. A child only. These kicks and punches just to give the Buzz 6. He's just scratching an itch, but that viper is still too dangerous. That person grabbed Jing Xiaoyun and kept retreating, attempting to move away from the battlefield. Jing Xiaoyun found the opportunity to turn his head and bite on the hand. The man ate the pain and loosened the force. Jing Xiaoyun took the opportunity to run out. Mo Jiao was in pain to the point that his eyes were constantly red, as if they were seeping with blood, and they were horrifyingly red. Those people heard what the man said before and knew that the snake's time to die was now. Buzz 6. The swords in his hands were all together, and his expression was fierce, bound to cut down this poisonous snake under the sword. Mo Jiao endured the severe pain all over her body, slowly and stiffly dodging the swords. One cut. Ah! Jing Xiaoyun screamed in pain as the knife landed heavily on his arm, and he took the opportunity to grab Mo Jiao ready to shield her in his arms. But his arm was injured. His whole body was twitching in pain. His hand unconsciously loosened, and the ink xiao fell down hard. The snapping blood continued to flow downward, landing all over the ink slinger's body. The blood stimulated Mojang's sanity. Her snake pupils had long since changed color. and her snake teeth grew sharper and sharper, her pitch-black body standing straight up to attack those people. Just a few less nimble movements in the end. Yoon Jia thought, this snake is indeed a bit strange. It is non-poisonous if it bites Jing Xiaochun, but highly poisonous if it bites someone else. Just now when she molted, her whole body is stiff and hard to move, like meat on the board. Get rid of her, can be said to be easy. It is not as horrible as the queen said. Jing Xiaoyun watched those knives fall on the body of Mo Jiao, deep enough to enter the bone. Scales were peeled off. Mo Jiao's whole body was bloody. Jing Xiaoyun was full of despair at the moment. No one came to save Mo Jiao. It's all his fault. How could he not have expected the inkling to suddenly molt? Ah! Hiss! Suddenly, the agonizing to the point of hissing belonging to a human being interspersed with the hissing of a snake resounded through the sky. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the tiny snake body with so many stab wounds recoiled and rose up, becoming a barrel-thick boa constrictor in the air, splashing out in all directions along with the blood on its body. Everyone was shocked. Jing Xiaoyun seemed to have forgotten even the pain. I don't know when the empress who arrived at the entrance of Jingyu Palace was the first to come back to her senses. Her body trembled, her lips trembled non-stop, and she popped out a few words. Emperor, look, my concubine didn't lie to you. This is a demonic snake. Manhwa Chinese. It must be removed as soon as possible. Drop her. Emperor Tianshang's face was pale and deep when he saw the scene. His body shook, but his voice was firm and sharp like never before. Come on, kill her. Must kill this demonic snake. The empress smiled. The feathered forest army was deployed, and she was still afraid that she couldn't hack this demon snake to death? Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaoyun looked over furiously at his words and fell into Emperor Tianshang's deep black eyes, and he only had time to call out to his father. Mo Jiao's whole body was trembling with pain, and the snake's skin on his body was molting inch by inch, and it was only molting to the head of the snake. Ouch! It hurts like hell. Blood and flesh rolled over. Scarlet everywhere, all belonging to her. Mo Jiao. She looked up at the sky with a shudder. An endless blue color. Not a cloud in sight. Another great day. It was actually exactly the same as the day she died in the cultivation world. In a trance it seems as if he was in the cultivation world, and he was besieged in the nick of time on the occasion of the transformation of the dragon, and eventually blew himself up and ended up in ashes. At that time she thought of the person who gave her the name. They were also teachers and friends for thousands of years, and in the end, when he left, he expected himself to be transformed into a dragon, so she thought that when she was transformed into a dragon, she would go to the dragon palace to find him for a drink. In the end she failed to transform into a dragon and missed her appointment. In this life, the heavenly Tao was not easy to give her a ray of life, but did not expect a moment of inattention destroyed in this place. If she does die today, there may never be an afterlife. Also she was going to miss another appointment. It is also, never to see Jing Xiaochun again, the gentle and good-looking reserve, the one who was so wholeheartedly good to her that she delivered her lifeblood. The poison in his body hasn't been detoxified yet. She hasn't helped him get into that position yet. How can she die? Buzz 6. It's so hard to live again. The huge snake's body suddenly moved wildly at this moment, and with the last of her strength, she rushed up into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. No more strength this time. Jing Xiaochen was afraid that he would never see it again. Jing Xiaochen sent out the entire shocking cloud guards and learned of Mo Jiao's trail when he was anxious. He flew over. Halfway there he felt a peculiar pain, as if a knife had cut into his body. His body shifted, and he was just halfway there when he heard the sound of Mo Jiao's agonized voice. His pupils contracted violently and he raised his inner strength. Your Highness must not. Zhang Ling and the others' voices disappeared along with Jing Xiaochen's figure. After Mo Jiao fell down, the Fei Lin army instantly surrounded all of them, and the swords in their hands were raised and fell down fiercely, bound to cut this demon snake into pieces, leaving no bones or corpses behind. Mo Jiao looked hard to look up and saw a black crowd and sharp swords glowing with cold light. She looked out of the gap with a sideways glance, and there the Empress was smiling with a smug look on her face. Buzz 6. It was the Queen who set it up. Mo Jiao glanced over just in time to meet the Empress at eye level, and the Empress's smile froze on her face as chills spread throughout her body. The Empress squeezed her hand and looked at the feathered soldiers and spoke eagerly. Quickly, kill her. The snake was simply too weird, and the Empress couldn't let go of her heart until she watched Mo Jiao die with her own eyes. Hiss. Buzz 6. Hiss. Finally, the ink sliver snake pupils flashed with coldness as they looked at everyone. What came was the snake she had summoned. Her screams had traveled far out before. It was just that those snakes were outside the palace. Usually she was the one who went outside to look for them. and now she was suddenly summoning them. Too far away, but they should be able to hear them as well. So she was waiting for those snakes to come. She can't even do self-detonation now. Her whole body is already numb from the pain, but she still wants to avenge her death. She has to die by dragging the person who harmed her with her. I don't know what Jing Xiaochen is doing right now. Thinking of him, I don't realize that my eyes are red. Why didn't I look at him more today? She blinked hard, as if trying to wipe away the mist in her eyes, but in her heart, she unconsciously thought, so the ice-cold snake pupils also have a temperature when they think of Jing Xiaochen. Snake. It's this demonic snake that summoned it. Quickly kill this snake or all of you will die. The Empress uttered in horror. Yun Jie's body in the dark couldn't stop trembling, listening to that dense snake call. I'm afraid there are hundreds of snakes coming. It turned out that all the Empress had said before was true, because she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. She was skeptical about it, but she was cautious and careful. So even if there were a few points of falsehood, that would be fine. As long as there was one point of truth, it would be enough for her to make a move and stifle all crises and variables. Now that she knew it was true, she was even more glad that her union with the queen had been the right one. Quick, kill her first. Emperor Tianshang's face also turned ugly. That concentrated voice like 1,000 armies of snakes rushing in. If this snake didn't die now, it would be a disaster for his great Zhao kingdom. The feathered soldier viciously stabbed the sword in his hand down. Wow! Clank! Suddenly a strong sword chi charged away with a fury. The falling swords broke in unison, and those people had cut wounds between their necks, splattering blood in all directions. The body of the ink slinger seemed to be soaked in blood, covering all of her black scales. Mo Jiao looked over. Jing Xiaochen was wearing a brocade coat, jade crown binding his hair. His face was exquisite, good-looking as if he walked out of a painting. Those phoenix eyes shot out cold light. His aura was strong like a killing god. Step by step he stepped on blood and came. His Royal Highness the Prince. Yun Jie almost shouted out as she watched Jing Xiaochen arrive. She looked at the man in fascination and narrowed her eyes to see what the crown prince would do with this demonic snake that could turn into a python. Everything around her seemed to be far away, and the only thing in Mo Jiao's eyes was the man walking towards her. Buzz 6. In that moment, Mo Jiao suddenly wanted to call out his name as usual. Smile, or rub against his warm hand. She laboriously and slowly bent those slightly red eyes. Jing Xiaochen, seeing you. The moment Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao, his entire body's breath brutally rushed out of his body, and his deep eyes abruptly turned blood red. The surrounding people were unconsciously shocked. Their whole body was flooded with chills, cold sweat was dense, and their legs softened and directly knelt down. Bodies were strewn all around and blood was flowing. The scene was silent. One hot Chinese. Looking at Mo Jiao's smile, Jing Xiaochen trembled and knelt down to carefully hold her head in his arms. His voice hoarse and choked. I'm sorry, I'm late. Ink Jiao's snake-tail gently moved. She looked up at him and wanted to say that indeed came too late. Almost cannot see the last but she couldn't say a word, and a hot teardrop suddenly fell from the corner of her eye, landing on his hand and burning his heart. Jing Xiaochen. Emperor Tianshang had never been in such a violent rage as he was now, and Jing Xiaochen's aura had actually taken him in. How can this be? You sinful son, how dare you save that demonic snake? Someone come, take down the crown prince for me and kill that snake. Jing Xiaochen's gaze seemed to carry knives as he coldly glanced at everyone and turned around with Mo Jiao in his arms and exited the encirclement. Yun Jie saw this and opened her mouth wide in surprise. That was a demon snake. What was His Highness doing? Why was he still hugging that snake so compassionately? Yun Jie's eyes were dark, staring at Jing Xiaochen's back and the drooping, blood-colored snake's tail. Jing Xiaochen, you stop right there. As Emperor Tianqing's words fell, Jing Xiaochen's figure was long gone. Hiss, hiss, help, the snake is coming. The Empress cried out in horror, her whole body going cold, and all of a sudden she fell softly to the ground. Emperor Tianshang casually glanced back, his entire body suddenly stiffening and his face turning white. As far as the eye can see, they are all snakes, big and small, flowery and green snakes with earthy, sticky pinches covered this side of the world. Buzz 6. Jiang Ling and the others had already rushed over, and their scalps also tingled when they saw the scene. Xing blood slightly calm a trace. He saw in front of the already unconscious Jing Xiaoyun on the side, picked up Jing Xiaoyun, turned his head to Jiang Ling. Lord Jiang, the Emperor's people are almost dead. You take the Emperor to go Buzz 6. After all, it's the Emperor. How can we not let him be bitten to death by a snake? As for the Queen, Greenblood gave the Empress a cold look and turned around. Jiang Ling, Help! The Empress watched with horror-filled eyes as Jiang Ling and the others led Emperor Tianshang and the others away. Ah! The Empress screamed in despair. Yun Jie looked at the snakes shaking and sweating. She gulped and stiffened as she flipped open that bag of hers. Yun Jie! Save this palace! The Empress gaze steeply turned to see Yun Jie, and as if she had seen a lifesaver, a warm light erupted from her eyes. Yun Jie glanced around the queen. Snakes were plentiful. She shivered. As long as you help this palace, the position of crown princess will definitely be yours. The Empress' voice trembled in pain as she was bitten. Yun Jie didn't want to save the Empress. The position of the crown princess she could get by herself. It was just a little bit of trouble to plot, but she wasn't afraid of trouble. Besides, she didn't have much snake repellent. When the Empress saw this, she secretly hated it in her heart, but in order to survive, she gritted her teeth and continued. That one is still there. This palace will help you get rid of the snake. Otherwise you won't even be able to touch the Eastern Palace. If you don't get rid of that snake soon, you will die without a body. It's tough to get rid of snakes when you have no power. The Empress' gaze fell on those snakes. Yun Jie was silent for a moment. What the Empress said did make some sense. You have a low status. Without this palace helping you, you can only be a concubine when you enter the Eastern Palace, and your status can't be raised at all. But if you save this palace will be able to arrange a better status for you. Enough to be worthy of the crown prince. At those words, Yun Jie turned around. The Empress lowered her eyes to cover the hate flooding her eyes. Jing Xiaochen had just arrived at the East Palace when his body shook violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. His grip on Mo Zhao's body tightened violently. He was poisoned and sick. He lowered his eyes to look at Mo Zhao in his arms. Her inky jade-like eyes had closed. Thankfully there was still a hint of breath left. When he reached the inner room, he gently put down the ink. Jiao, come on people. Go and ask the imperial physician. Veterinarian. Yes. Bamboo Smoke's voice lowered as she looked at Jing Xiaochen's pale, almost transparent face. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Zhao. Her whole body was injured. The snake skin deftly pulled at the location of the snake's jaws. The molted skin was much darker in color, but it was still stained red with blood. Jiao. No one answered him. The aura around Jing Xiaochen grew colder and colder. A moment later Bamboo Smoke returned. Your Highness. His Majesty does not allow all the imperial physicians from the imperial hospital to be invited. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were instantly cold and stern. He stood with his back turned to the end. His body seemed to fall in a darkness. The light from the window hit him as if it couldn't illuminate the heavy blackness. Go call Honglan. Your Highness. Honglan came very quickly. She had been prepared to come. His Highness's poison was afraid to have entered the heart chakra. She took a lot of medicine, thinking that it would be a moment to be able to suppress it for a while. Look at Jiao's condition. Jing Xiaochen took a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood on the snake's body. There was surprisingly not a single piece of the huge snake's body that was intact, and Jing Xiaochen's hands were shaking as he grasped the handkerchief. Honglan looked at Jing Xiaochen's face and wanted to say something, but when she watched him so focused and serious as he wiped away the blood of the snake that had once saved them from fear and terror, she suddenly didn't know what to say. She crouched down and examined it carefully for half a second, looking at all the wounds on the snake, and for a moment even she was moved. Just, quickly looking over the situation, Honglan pursed her lips and stood up. Jing Xiaochen's dark gaze looked over, and Honglan spoke stiffly. Your Highness, Ink Master, S breath is too weak. Subordinates, can't cure it. Honglan's voice became lower and lower as the pressure from Jing Xiaochen's surroundings forced the nerves of her entire body. Honglan gulped, as if his body was about to be lynched by an invisible breath. Jing Xiaochen suppressed his madly churning breath and asked, who else can cure it? Honglan cannot cure, and then find other people can be, go to post notices, looking for doctors with excellent medical skills. As long as you can cure the Jiao, 1,000 taels of gold. Loan again promised a condition. Honglan heard the words full of surprise. His Highness's commitment to a promise can be several times heavier than 1,000 pieces of gold. How can this be permitted? Your Highness. Jing Xiaochen's voice was cold and his eyes were dark. Still not leaving? Honglan was in awe. Yes. Honglan went out and ran into Cheng Blood. Seeing the person Jing Xiaochen was holding, she was shocked. Eighth Highness, check it out. Aha! Honglan checked the situation while giving Cheng Blood a quick message to convey Jing Xiaochen's command. Bus 6. After hearing that, Green Blood was surprised, but he was unconditionally on a mission, so he immediately left. Just as quickly, Green Blood returned. Your Highness. Cheng Blood endured the tyrannical breath that was churning in this space and gritted his teeth and spoke. The emperor is not allowed to post a notice or find a doctor to come into the palace. Xing Blood looked at Mo Jiao, who was lying there like a dead snake, his teeth clenched tighter. His Majesty is too desperate this time. But it's understandable. A demonic snake. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? Especially when the emperor's suspicion is heavier. Seeing the danger of this snake, he is afraid that he will not be able to sleep well. Jing Shaoqian's ancient well-like deep eyes moved. A flash of scarlet red flashed under his eyes, and his absolutely beautiful face seemed to be dyed in ink, haloing out bit by bit. You personally go and bring the best doctor in Kyoto City here. Yes. Green Blood understood. His Highness meant to bring it over if he couldn't invite it. Green Blood laughed. Jing Shaoqian's hand slowly placed on the head of Mo Jiao. Usually his hand put over she will be good to rub a little, and then bent her eyes to look at him. But now, cold and stiff touch. Jing Shaoqian's pupils shrunk violently. His trembling fingers placed on Mo Jiao's 7 inches. Okay, Your Highness, my subordinate has a recommendation for someone. Perhaps she can come and take a look. Hong Lan suddenly remembered someone. Her senior sister who could basically inherit all of her master's medical skills. Who? Yun Jia. Hong Lan finished and then wanted to speak again. Jing Shaoqian looked over with a cold gaze. Yun Jia? That person who has targeted Jiao 3 times. Can she be trusted? Jing Shaoqian lowered his eyes and his fingers fell on Mo Jiao's 7 inches. Feeling the increasingly faint breath, he sank his voice and said, Go, bring her here. Red Lan went away quickly. Jing Shaoqian thought, as long as he can save a Jiao, as long as he can make a Jiao a little more angry. Bus 6. Ah, Jiao, don't let anything happen to you. Jing Shaoqian looked deeply at Mo Jiao, his fingers rubbing against the corners of her eyes, but he spoke slowly and methodically, as if he wanted her to hear him clearly, but inexplicably it stopped the shivers. His pupils were deep, and at the moment the light under his eyes was brightly colored. Extermination. With an aura of light and darkness around him, like a heavenly god about to fall into an infinite abyss, stood before the cliff. See Your Highness. Yun Jia came very quickly. She suppressed the joy under her eyes, the corners of her lips lightly hooked, her voice pleasant. Bus 6. Look at her condition. All of Jing Shaoqian's attention was on Mo Jiao, and he couldn't spare a single thought elsewhere. Yun Jia lowered her eyes and glanced at Mo Jiao. Her eyes flickered. Your Highness, you have poisoned your heart veins. You should be treated quickly. You don't understand Lone's words? The gaze Jing Shaoqian looked over at him was eerily cold, carrying a piercing sharpness. Yun Jia's face went white. Your Highness, if you can't be cured, get out. No one could withstand Jing Shaoqian's anger. Red Lawn and Green Blood outside the door frowned. They didn't even dare to take a step closer to His Highness now. What is Yun Jia doing? Under the intimidating gaze, Yun Jia stiffened her body, holding back her tears and gritting her teeth. Your Highness, I can cure it. Jing Shaoqian's gaze inked on Jiao Jiao, looking sideways. His eyes were deep yet gentle. It was something Yun Jia had never seen before. It was at this moment that Jing Shaoqian suddenly looked at Yun Jia, his voice containing a warning. Don't play tricks, or Lone will make you regret coming to this world. Yun Jia stiffened, a chill running through her entire body. His Highness didn't believe her. Under Jing Shaoqian's forced gaze she gritted her teeth and slowly squatted down to look at Mo Jiao's condition. Her whole body was stiff, her eyes were tightly closed, and her breath was weak. She was aware that if the snake's molting was suddenly interrupted, it would surely die if it couldn't supply energy. This snake at the time of molting and suffered such a serious injury. Not to mention that she that dispensed that medicine but added a lot of things. Bus 6. So this snake, how could it have survived? She didn't even need to do anything. Sooner or later it was hard to get away from a death. A cold smile flashed across the bottom of her eyes, and the corner of her lips hooked as she looked at Jing Shaoqian and said, My daughter has heard that if she can treat this snake, Your Highness promises one condition. You can cure it? Jing Shaoqian's eyes contained a question. Yun Jia replied, My daughter will do her best to make her wake up. Jing Shaoqian's gaze turned around. My daughter will write the prescription later. Your Highness's poison. I'll cure it as well. Write the prescription. Jing Shaoqian's voice was faint, yet it sent chills from the bottom of one's heart. Yun Jia's lips trembled. Yes. When Yun Jia sat down on the chair to write the prescription, she realized that she had just spoken just a few words with His Highness, and she was already drenched in sweat. Your Highness, the Emperor is furious and has asked you to hand over the body of this snake. Jiang Ling entered the Eastern Palace with the news. Who said it was a corpse? Ha! Roll! A stern sword she swept in with an overwhelming killing intent that, bang bang bang! Jiang Ling's body chilled and hurriedly used his inner strength to the extreme. The sword she brushed his shoulders and hit the door. which instantly became flying debris. Jiangling couldn't stop his body from trembling as he looked at the wood shavings falling from the sky. Your Highness seems to have taken another step forward in her kung fu. Now it had actually reached the point where there was sword energy without using a sword. But the poison also went a step deeper. Your Highness, you shouldn't use your inner strength. His Highness was the god of their entire shocking cloud guards, the one they had to guard. So His Highness absolutely couldn't have anything happen to him. Jiangling blamed himself for speaking too bluntly for a moment, knowing that the snake was His Highness's heart. And talking about the corpse, His Highness was right to be furious. It's just that any more rage now would be hopeless. Jing Xiaochen's hand clenched into a fist, veins rippling on the back of his hand. He was desperately enduring the pain of the poison entering his heart and veins. Dispatch the shocking Cloud Guard Martial Hall to protect the Eastern Palace. All outsiders are not allowed to set foot in the Eastern Palace. Yes, Jiang Ling sighed in his heart. His Highness's approach now was in direct opposition to His Majesty. Your Highness, the medicine is here. Bamboo smoke entered the inner room with the boiled medicine. Jing Xiaochen took the medicine bowl and tested the poison, and then tried it himself under everyone's astonished gaze before feeding it to Mo Jiao. This day Mo Jiao's body didn't move a bit. Jing Xiaochen didn't sleep and guarded the whole night. The next day Jing Xiaochen specially explained to let people keep an eye on Yun Jie. After all, previously Yun Jie 3 times to target a Jiao. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. He didn't believe that Yun Jie would really save Jiao, but with him watching, she wouldn't be able to do anything about Jiao for a while, as long as she can get Jiao to stick around for a day or two more. He went to see Jing Xiaoyun, who had already woken up and explained what happened. Big brother, how is Mo Jiao? Jing Xiaochen's gaze was icy cold, doing things without considering the consequences and being biased. Jing Xiaoyun, you disappoint me. Jing Xiaoyun's shoulders shrunk, and she held back the tears in her eyes even though they were swirling, not daring to fall. He hung his head and his breath was low. I'm sorry big brother. Boss 6. It's not me you should be apologizing to. Nurture your wounds. After saying that, Jing Xiaochen turned around and left the room. Study. Your Highness, the Empress has settled down quite a bit lately, and the second prince and the fourth prince have been fighting in a ring to compete for the bandit suppression. In addition, His Majesty has issued successive decrees for you to hand over Master Mo's body to the Get out! Green blood set his scalp tingling. How could he not say the last few words? It was really because they didn't dare to mention these words in front of Jing Xiaochen, as if they were taboo. A cold light appeared underneath Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Go find Jing Xiaoyu and ask him to fight to take down the bandit suppression. And the news that was previously collected about the second prince's collusion with the enemy country. Release a portion of it. No one who heard Jiao will be spared. Since they're all restless, let's find something for them to do first. Jing Xiaochen's eyebrows were sharp and his aura was surging and oppressive. After quickly giving a few orders, he turned around and headed for the bedchamber again. Boss 6. Ah, what are you doing? Jing Xiaochen pinched Yun Jie's wrist, and a thin silver needle in her hand shone. Boss 6. Yun Jie didn't expect Jing Xiaochen to suddenly return. Her eyes moved slightly. A pair of autumn water eyes flooded with watery light. Your Highness, you're hurting me. Jing Xiaochen pulled out that needle without any mercy as Yun Jie fell to the ground. He pinched the needle and looked condescendingly at Yun Jie. His pale thin lips pursed lightly, and his deep eyebrows carried a bone-chilling cold. What do you want to do? I just want to try acupuncture. Yun Jie bit her lip and stubbornly argued. That snake, she's dying. Folk daughter just wanted to try something else. Ah! Jing Xiaochen's fingers flipped, and that silver needle flew out and ruthlessly pierced into the back of Yun Jie's hand. Yun Jie's face changed and she screamed out in pain. Jing Xiaochen had a cruel, cold-blooded expression on his face. Acupuncture would be on the eyes? Yun Jie's face went violently white. Men, pull them down. Your Highness, listen to me explain. Your Highness, Jing Xiaochen arrived at Mo Jiao's side, the first time still placed on her 7 inches. Luckily, the breath was still there, just fainter than yesterday. Those wounds on Mo Jiao's body where the skin turned white he medicated and bandaged bit by bit. Jing Xiaochen closed his eyes and suppressed the red color under his eyes. Jiao, wait a little longer. You mustn't be okay. You haven't helped me fulfill my heart's desire yet. He gently nudged the scales on her head. It's also the only place that's sort of intact. In the evening, Jing Xiaochen slowly fed Mo Jiao with water. Your Highness, the people have arrived. Blue Shout's voice came with a hint of a gasp. Jing Xiaochen's hand shook violently, and the water almost spilled out. He set down his glass of water and stood up before striding out the door with a hint of disorganization in his stride. When he reached the outer room, Jing Xiaochen saw the gray-head, dirt-faced people. He frowned. Why didn't it look like it? Ahem. Quickly give me some water. Ruan Nianqi's throat was dry. She was shopping yesterday when this guy caught her. If it wasn't for this man saying that the crown prince and Mo Jiao had something for her, she would have fled long ago. Then 2 days and 1 night, changed 3 horses, rushed to the palace without a bite to eat or drink. What's so urgent? Ruan Nianqi couldn't help but guess. Bamboo smoke. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Ruan Nianqi and walked inside while calling Bamboo Smoke to bring water. Ruan Nianqi lifeless to the inner room. The next second her pair of almond eyes violently round. Mo Jiao? What happened to her? Jing Xiaochen's dark gaze stared at her. Jiao is seriously injured and has yet to wake up. He was aware of it. This man had unusual magical powers. Once he had speculated whether this person was a demon like Jiao? If so, maybe she knows how to save Jiao. That's why he made multiple preparations yesterday when he came back from holding Jiao. Ruan Nianqi blinked. She had an inexplicable premonition that she wouldn't have to raid her treasures again. She just took a sip of water. Then heard Jing Xiaochen say, "Save her." Commanding tone. Without a hint of negotiation. Manhwa Chinese. Nianqing Guin. It's true what I expected. Ruan Nianqi resigned herself to the fact that she had stepped forward with shaking hands to see what was going on. Buzz 6. The poison induced molting. But before the molting was complete, she suffered a great injury, breaking her bones and losing her vital energy. This is her destiny. A death calamity. Ruan Nianqi didn't expect the situation to be this serious. Her heart sank and her face was already ugly when she finished speaking. After all, we've been through life and death together. When Jing Xiaochen heard this, his face became more and more transparent. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. His gaze fixed on Ruan Nianqi. How are we going to save her? Ruan Nianqi pursed her lips and looked at Jing Xiaochen. How is your body? How to save her? Jing Xiaochen didn't seem to put his own life and death in perspective. There is a method, but I don't think it's possible to do it. Ruan Nianqi looked at Jing Xiaochen's face and then placed her gaze on Mo Jiao. You just have to say the way to save her. Whether or not he could do it was his business. He was bound to save Mo Jiao. Ruan Nianqi closed her eyes and communicated with the system in her mind. Ling, how do we save Mo Jiao? In fact, according to what the system had just said, Mo Jiao was bound to die. However, the system said that Mo Jiao still has a ray of hope. Only this chance of life. In Jing Xiaochen, Ling said, life for death. Life for death? Ruan Nianqi was shocked. How was it possible to exchange a human life for the life of a snake? She shook her head breathlessly. Ling, this is not the way to go at all. Which is more important, the life or death of a human or the life or death of a snake? Moreover, the fact that the vitality was in Jing Xiaochen meant that it would be impossible to exchange Jing Xiaochen's life for the life of a snake. In her opinion, Ling's contemptuous voice resounded in Ruan Nianqi's mind. The heavenly Dao loves the crown prince. How could it agree to such a method in exchange for the life of a scaly snake? Ruan Nianqi secretly rolled her eyes. That's because there's ambiguity in what you're saying. If birth doesn't refer to the crown prince's life, what else could it refer to? Jing Xiaochen's anger. Lifespan. For the life of this snake. Ruan Nianqi opened her mouth wide. This still feels ridiculous. It's impossible. Cut the crap. This snake's time is running out. Ask him if he'll change. Jing Xiaochen stared at Ruan Nianqi's slightly closed eyes, her complexion with an odd look, her face changing, so he guessed that Ruan Nianqi had a way to save Jiao. Buzz 6. Ruan Nianqi violently opened her eyes and was startled by Jing Xiaochen's sight. What method? Jing Xiaochen asked again. Use your lifespan for Mo Jiao's life. Ruan Nianqi said while looking at Jing Xiaochen. That handsome human in God's face changed, but his phoenix eyes remained as deep as ink, unable to see what he was really thinking. How do I change it? Jing Xiaochen slowly walked to Mo Jiao's side. His eyes softened, precipitating emotions that Ruan Nianqi could not understand. Ruan Nianqi looked over in shock at the words, as if she wanted to make sure that Jing Xiaochen had really agreed. Seeing Ruan Nianqi's indifference, Jing Xiaochen's sight was sharp. How to change? Manhwa Chinese. Ruan Nianqi then knew that Jing Xiaochen was really using his life expectancy to exchange Mo Jiao for a ray of life. In her heart, she suddenly envied Mo Jiao. A snake, but a person who was willing to break his life for her. This was a relationship that she once could only read about in novels, and it was amazing that she, as a human being, had never found someone who was so wholeheartedly kind to her. Friends or relatives? Never. An unspeakable sadness spread. Ruan Nianqi fixed her mind before continuing. You have to think clearly. Life expectancy is gone when it's replaced. In addition, your dragon chi will be drastically reduced, which means, later, it may be related to the throne. No margin. The stronger the dragon's chi, the more stable his position as crown prince, or even his future empire, would be. But once the dragon's energy is weakened, Ruan Nianqi, as someone who had read countless novels, she was aware of how obsessed these emperors were with the imperial throne. What's more, it was Jing Xiaochen, who had been raised as a crown prince since he was a child. Ruan Nianqi sighed in her heart. Ah Ling, is there no other way? Ah Ling said. No, Wanha Chinese. A sudden firm voice roused Ruan Nianqi's thoughts. Change. Ruan Nianqi looked at Jing Xiaochen in shock. You've thought about it. Jing Xiaochen's eyes glanced at Ruan Nianqi with a light color, and it was easy to see what she was expressing. In his opinion, the throne was not determined by any so-called dragon energy. He always believed that people make things happen. Instead, the life of Mo Jiao must be left behind. Just less life expectancy for myself. Even less time for company down the road. His eyes rolled back in a crimson flash. Just as well. At least there's still time for company. When does it start? His fingers landed gently on the closed snake pupils. You have poison in your body. You have to detoxify it first. Ruan Nianqi opened her mouth a bit meatily. You can solve it? Looking at her expression, Jing Xiaochen knew that this person did have something good. Ah Ling consoled Ruan Nianqi, spending 100,000 points to exchange for 100 clear pills. But the value of the dragon qi in his body to the system is not something that can be estimated by a single 100 clear pills. Speaking of which, you've still earned it. But isn't the dragon breath used on Mo Jiao? Not really. To save that snake, the system has to have sufficient energy. So the system has to extract a portion of the dragon's energy to convert it into integral energy. And that snake uses a portion of it. Hearing Ah Ling say that, Ruan Nianqi again felt as if she owed Jing Xiaochen Bus 6. After all, she could earn when her points were gone, but there was no way to recover Jing Xiaochen's dragon qi when it was gone. Ah Ling, however, sighed softly. Everything is just a matter of karma and reincarnation. Before you used millions of points to exchange for spirit jade water, pills, and bursting talismans, all for the sake of saving Jing Xiaochen, and now you need to save this snake, and you don't have enough points to make the system work, so you can only extract the dragon's qi, and you brought me to the wrong world and just happened to give them life. So yeah, everything was meant to be. Ruan Nianqi was taken aback for a moment, and then very breathlessly, spit, wearing the wrong world is you getting the wrong space, okay? Other people's providence doesn't take the blame for this. Aling, this is the 100 cleansing pill. Take it to cure the poison and then save Mo Jiao. Jing Xiaochen received the black elixir. The medicinal fragrance filled the air, and for a moment, he actually felt that the divine platform had cleared up quite a bit. Sure is good stuff. He took Bai Chengdan, looked at Mo Jiao and asked again. My life expectancy. How much? In exchange for Jiao's life. With how much? He wasn't much surprised about exchanging his lifespan for his life. After all, a poisonous snake can be transformed into a person. Ruan Nianqi do not know what demon has been fully transformed into a person. With a strange treasure, the things in the words became true, and the rarer things became deserved. Ruan Nianqi asked Ling after the return, should have been 80 years of life. Now the life change used up 20 years. The dragon energy and suffered a loss of life. Life expectancy, uncertain. Jing Xiaochen's breath stuttered. His lifespan was uncertain, which meant that he didn't know when he would die. Bus 6. Could die early, could die late. Who knows? Are you still willing to change? Ruan Nianqi also didn't expect the system to give such a statement. She had thought, 80 years of high life. Used up 20 years. Now Jing Xiaochen is 20 years old. There are still 40 years left. Can still accompany Mo Jiao for 40 years. But now, it says longevity is uncertain. Not knowing when he died, Ruan Nianqi suddenly felt a sour nose and inexplicable sadness in his heart. Bus 6. Jing Xiaochen closed his eyes and then opened them again. The bottom of his eyes were dark. He lowered his eyes and lowered his head to kiss Mo Jiao's forehead before saying, change. Seeing this scene, Ruan Nianqi was shocked, but knew that Jing Xiaochen had made up his mind. His face was still pale, but that face seemed to carry light. Ruan Nianqi looked at Mo Jiao again. She was lying there quietly, lifeless, but there seemed to be an aura spreading between them that she couldn't understand. Time slowly passed, and Ling calculated the time it would take for the 100 cleansing pill to detoxify the poison. The entire atmosphere in the hall was dead silent. Jing Xiaochen went out during this period. He was there to find Jiang Ling, and purposely gave orders to send additional people to guard the East Palace and his bedchamber. By the time Jing Xiaochen came back again, the time had reached the 11th hour. Jing Xiaochen sat down to meditate for a few moments. It should be because of the elixir that stirred his internal organs. Suddenly spitting out a mouthful of black blood, Ruan Nianyo stood up violently. Time's up. Jing Xiaochen had always been a sensible person, but after running into a snake, or a snake demon that could turn into a human, he realized that his sanity could also break down. This little snake demon was so silly that it softened his heart time and time again, slowly coiling itself around his heart. Even he didn't think he'd agree to trade his future for the life of a snake, but he did agree. He closed his eyes and felt a tingling sensation start from the top of his head and spread throughout his body. It felt like an extraordinarily long time had passed. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were tightly closed and difficult to open. He was unable to see the dragon's energy, but he also knew that there was indeed something that had been sheltering him and would always turn his misfortunes to good. But in this moment, he deeply felt that thing slowly drawing out of him. Is he unconscious? Ruan Nianqi asked as she looked at Jing Xiaochen, who was sitting upright and straight without moving, but his breathing was much weaker. No. Ah Ling was like a milky white ball of light spinning around Jing Xiaochen, and the moment the majestic dragon chi drew away, Ah Ling almost couldn't bear it. It spun frantically, transferring the dragon's chi back to Mo Zhao after receiving it through it. It wasn't until Mo Zhao's entire body was surrounded by dragon energy that Ling stopped spinning. The white ball of light was surrounded by dots of gold. Ling marveled. The dragon chi on him is also too heavy. Now there is no need to worry that he will die soon. If there are no accidents, at least 10 years are still available. It had only extracted a portion of the dragon chi. It was just that this part would also make it very likely that Jing Xiaochen would have no chance with the imperial throne, slowly turning from the honored crown prince admired by all the people into an ordinary prince, or even a position that would not be guaranteed, and a fate that would be ill-fated. Ruan Nianqi was silent for a moment. As the crown prince, there were too many accidents in the end. Ha! Suddenly Ruan Nianqi uttered in surprise, her gaze falling on Mo Zhao. Only the dragon's energy and lifespan not only saved Mo Zhao's life, but also turned her into a human being. It was just that she had so many scars, patchy and messy, that it took the shine and color out of that beautiful body. Buzz 6. She's become human, Ruan Nianqi exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she had seen a demon turn into a human. Just this face. Ruan Nianqi's gaze fell on Mo Zhao's face, but at this moment, Jing Xiaochen's eyes snapped open, shooting out a cold light as he stood up, his body swaying but unable to stop him. In 2 steps, he stood in front of Ruan Nianqi to block Mo Zhao's body. Wan Ho Chinese. There are clothes in the left closet. Please take them. Ruan Nianqi rolled her eyes. So that's how it is. But they're all women. You. Worrying about what? No wonder Jing Xiaochen was willing to trade his lifespan for his life. So he knew about Mo Zhao's situation. Knowing that the ink slinger can change people. So between them, is what love looks like. Ruan Nianqi casually took a piece of clothing, and saw Jing Xiaochen skillfully embracing Mo Zhao to dress. Seeing her gaze, Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed with piercing coldness. Only one glance let her scalp numb. Ruan Nianqi once again turned around speechlessly. I don't look at it okay. It's so possessive that the women aren't even allowed to see it. It was logical that she, who was also a woman, should be allowed to change the clothes. Only after wearing it, Ruan Nianqi looked over and realized that Mo Zhao's face was a bit miserable. Half of his face was covered with black traces, as if he had torn the skin of his face hard, and a glance at it was inexplicably hair-raising. Only a pair of eyes long and thin light hook, eyelashes long and soft hanging. Can imagine if she woke up, how good-looking those eyes. How could this happen? Ruan Nianqi thought about the novels she had read. Which demon turned into a human was not as beautiful and bewitching as a heavenly fairy? Why is Mo Zhao's face so ugly? She glanced again at Jing Xiaochen, who was gently tucking in the quilt, and a trace of strangeness flashed across her face. His Royal Highness didn't even care about Mo Zhao's appearance. Buzz 6. A love that has nothing to do with looks. It's true love, she exclaimed. Ling had a head full of black lines. That's because the molting is not finished. She was originally a heavenly immortal, but looking at this situation, she needs to molt a second time before she can do so. One hot Chinese. So it is. I'm curious about what Ma Jia looks like. When will she wake up? Jing Xiaochen's fingers gently ruffled Mo Zhao's hair, then let those strands fall smoothly to the side. I'm not sure. She's too hurt this time. Jing Xiaochen nodded and took another look before saying, follow me. Only after entering the outer room did Jing Xiaochen whisper, lifespan for life. This matter can only be known to you and me. If I let Lone know that you leaked any information, be careful with your life. The bottom of Jing Xiaochen's eyes flashed with a cold, lingering light. Ruan Nianqi gulped and hurriedly assured, don't worry, you'll never let her know. She knew that Jing Xiaochen meant, Firstly, to hide it from Mo Jiao, and secondly, to hide it from everyone inside and outside the palace. After all, if it became known that his lifespan had been compromised and his dragon's energy greatly diminished, I was afraid that the danger would be even greater. In addition, Jing Xiaoqian's face grew deeper and deeper. His gaze seemed to be looking at Mo Jiao through the painting screen, but also seemed to fall to a very far place. Under the dim candlelight, the long figure stood with a touch of warm light yet more than a little ethereal. Ruan Yanqi waited with bated breath. Jing Xiaoqian's next words. Jing Xiaoqian quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Ruan Yanqi and said word by word, "In the future, I will protect your safety and you will help me to take care of a Jiao. If there is a day when Lone is dying, you will find a way to make her forget her memories of me and take her with you." Ruan Yanqi's pupils snapped. Looking over in shock, not waiting for her to speak, Jing Xiaoqian coldly interrupted her. "I know that you have medicine that can make people lose their memories. And even more so, I know that you have benefited from the dragon's chi on my body, and if you shouldn't, I have all the means to make you spit out your secrets." Buzz 6. His voice was cold and chilly. His deep eyes were deep, and the dangerous aura coming from his face made Ruan Yanqi's sweaty hairs explode, and his heart chilled with fear. Her secret, Jing Xiaoqian was surprisingly so perceptive. At this moment, even the air seems to be thinning out, and Ruan Yanqi feels like she can't even catch her breath in the big space. Jing Xiaoqian's voice was even colder and more merciless, and the aura around his body flowed furiously. "Should or should not?" "Should." Ruan Yanqi spat out a word with difficulty. After saying that, Ruan Yanqi felt her body steeply lighten and the sense of oppression disappeared. She gasped for air and took a moment to recover, only to realize that her palms were sweaty. "Go down." Jing Xiaoqian got the promise he wanted before turning around and entering the inner room again. Ruan Yanqi left the room immediately with a vicious sigh of relief. Jing Xiaoqian had already prepared a room for her, and after entering the inner room and closing the door, Ruan Yanqi exchanged words with Ah Ling. "This person is also too powerful. Why don't I just run away? I can't even sleep soundly if I stay here. Haven't you already agreed to the Crown Prince's request? If you flee now, aren't you afraid that you'll be recaptured and tortured again?" "Afraid?" Ruan Yanqi bemoaned. "Forget it, just stay for now, or else your life might be in danger now. But speaking of which, I just realized that His Highness the Crown Prince is so affectionate." When she thought about Jing Xiaoqian arranging all of this, she was inexplicably sad again. "You said he might die at some point, so why did he have to mess with Mo Jiao again?" Knowing Jing Xiaoqian's series of practices, she knew that Jing Xiaoqian would wait for Mo Jiao to wake up and would also make Mo Jiao fall in love with him, which is why he said that he died to make Mo Jiao forget and lose her memory. Doing so, it's too overbearing and unfair. Perhaps, the desire to control is at work. Ah Ling guessed. Buzz 6. After all, Jing Xiaoqian was used to being in control of everything, and it was impossible to let the person he liked have any possibility of liking someone else while he was alive, but also affectionate. He died dust to dust, earth to earth. Will not want to link Jiao, a demon who does not know the years for him to hurt the spirit of suffering and waiting. The moment she saw Jing Xiaoqian come, the moment she was carried into Jing Xiaoqian's arms, Mo Jiao couldn't hold on any longer. All her consciousness was far away and she fell into a darkness. In a trance she didn't know where she had been. She saw a man. He was wearing a special purple vestment. The vestment was flashing with streams of light. His long inky hair was tied up with a celadon hairpin, and in his hand he was holding an altar of wine as he stood at the glacial pole. He pinched the decision to cellar down the wine. Only after cellaring down he suddenly turned his eyes. His sight just landed on the place where Mo Jiao was. His cold eyes cold. Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan had the same pair of good-looking phoenix eyes as Jing Xiaoqian, only that Qian Yuan's aura was thick and introverted due to his many years of cultivation, and his every move seemed to have a unique rhythm, so fresh and noble that people didn't dare to look directly at him. He was a mentor and a friend to her, and he taught her so much. Qian Yuan's wine was one of the best in the world, and her addiction to wine was caused by Qian Yuan's wine. Just now how did she suddenly appear here and saw Qian Yuan? Speaking of which, she and Qian Yuan hadn't seen each other for a long time. Mo Jiao wanted to say something but realized that Qian Yuan couldn't hear her at all. Buzz 6. She frowned and spun around. At this time Qian Yuan walked over. His slender fingers moved gently but just reached her eyebrows. He called out in a cold voice, "A Jiao?" Inkpot was stunned and nodded heavily, but Qian Yuan couldn't see her. And at this moment, her nose suddenly turned sour. Blinking her eyes, Qian Yuan's hand had already retracted. But where no one could see, he slowly tightened his fingers. His starry eyes remained cold and detached without a hint of fluctuation. He turned around, and a distant voice came out from him. Go back. You don't belong here now. Mo Jiao fiercely stretched out his hand, but did not catch anything. Can only stand helplessly in place to watch that back shadow fading away, until it completely disappeared in. Her words didn't come out in time. She wanted to say she was sorry she missed her appointment and would never get another chance to go to his dragon palace. One hot Chinese. Everything around her slowly turned into a pale. No glacier. No heaven and earth. She looked around in bewilderment. Where was this? In a daze I thought I heard someone talking. Your Highness, the Emperor has decreed for that snake again. Jiang Ling had learned to be smart now and directly omitted the word corpse. Except that this was the third royal decree in 3 days. And by now the Emperor didn't have any patience left. Either hand over the body or this crown prince position is off the table. It's surrounded by the Feilin army. Come, this is the last chance given by Emperor Tiansheng. Either he handed over the corpse of that snake himself, and Emperor Tiansheng could disregard Jing Shaoquan's treason, or if he did it the hard way, then Jing Shaoquan's position as the crown prince would really come to an end. These 2 days, Emperor Tiansheng had not been well. The snake on that day had cast a huge shadow on him, the torment of continuous nightmares, and then a few of the imperial sons in the court were restless, fighting over the matter of eliminating the bandits. Originally Jing Shaoquan was ready to send Jing Shaozai, but now suddenly got the news about Jing Shaozai and the Flame Country's Grand Prince collusion. Another evidence but proof that Jing Shaoquan and the enemy country collusion. Basically similar evidence. In addition to the collusion of a person who was the boss. A time. Even he is also difficult to judge in the end which one is true, which one is false. Bus 6. Coupled with Jing Shaoquan's attitude, Emperor Tiansheng had been made cranky for the past 2 days. So after even issuing the holy decree, Emperor Tiansheng was no longer patient. Jing Shaoquan was holding a cup of water and slowly feeding Mo Jiao. Flooding is still a bit difficult due to the fact that Mo Jiao is unconscious. Jiang Ling couldn't help but look at the person on the bed. To be honest, the first time he saw it, he was particularly curious about the woman lying on the bed under His Highness. Only his face still twisted for a moment after seeing that face. I didn't expect that their wise and powerful crown prince would be so special to an ugly and faceless woman. Just where's the snake? Jiang Ling was wondering where that snake had gone again. After feeding him a small half cup of water, Jing Shaoquan put down the cup before leading Jiang Ling outdoors. Find a black snake to give him. Jiang Ling, are you kidding, Your Highness? Jing Shaoquan spoke expressionlessly. You think Lone would joke? Jiang Ling shook his head with a stern expression. He felt that if he found a black snake and gave it to the Emperor, perhaps the Emperor could now instantly and immediately lay down His Highness's position as the crown prince. After all, before the Emperor called a few ministers to discuss this matter, only because of the lack of evidence, as well as the opposition of the ministers, until now there is no conclusion. It was at this moment that Ruan Nianqi walked over. She naturally heard the conversation between Jing Shaoquan and Jiang Ling. With a twinkle in her eye, she asked Ling, I do have an idea. Do you think I should help Jing Shaoquan? One hot Chinese. Ling knew Ruan Nianqi's character. Say it was wimpy and petty, but in fact, her heart was still quite good. It was that she always liked to be affirmed by others. You can help if you want. Now the points are enough for you to build. Her almond eyes rolled as she looked at the trail of uncountable zeros after the one. Don't like to owe people anything? After all, just by using a bit of Jing Shaoquan's dragon chi, her points instantly exploded. And how was Jing Shaoquan's current descent into a difficult place not a manifestation of losing his dragon chi? So it's really hard not to help her. Wait. Ruan Nianqi called out to Jing Shaoquan and Jiang Ling. I have a solution that should be able to touch the current difficulties. Jing Shaoquan's eyes flashed, which was just right. What way? Your Highness, let's go in and talk. Ruan Nianqi led Jing Shaoquan into the room, then said to Jiang Ling, wait outside. Jiang Ling nodded, but had a hint of curiosity about this female doctor that His Highness had specially found. Before His Highness's poison, Cloud Jie and several imperial doctors are helpless. Just Redlan's sister Cloud Jie to the capital. Redlan immediately invited into the palace. Cloud Jiepulse will assert that His Highness and the poison is strange and difficult to solve. Just she will be able to solve. Just need more than a month's time. They arranged for Cloud Jie immediately on the hands of the diagnosis. One hot Chinese. Who knew that in the end Yun Jie's purpose was surprisingly impure, and is now still being held in the Hall of Abstinence, interrogated by Blue Shout. But then comes this woman. Only one night's time will be able to solve the medical saint. Big apprentice needs a month to solve the poison. How to not call them surprised? Bus 6. After entering the inner room, Jing Shaoquan's gaze still fell on Mo Jiao at first glance. Wan Nianqi was envious of this, thinking that Mo Jiao was awesome, only now there was no time for her to delay. Then she said, "Your Highness can use a fake python just like Mo Jiao to fake the real thing." Just now she thought of the TV series she watched in modern times, The Legend of the New White Lady, in which after Su Xian was scared to death by Bai Suzhen's transformation and then rescued, Bai Suzhen used her spell to transform into a fake snake to remove herself from suspicion. Where to find the black python now? Jing Shaochen spoke slowly and methodically. "Your Highness, please look." Wan Nianqi moved her finger. A white light flashed, and on the ground lay a snake identical to Mo Jiao. Even the wounds on his body weren't that far off. Jing Shaochen's breath hitched as he walked over and squatted down to take a look. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiao was now lying on the bed, he might have thought that this was Jiao. "Jiang Ling!" Jing Shaochen shouted as he stood up. Jiang Ling quickly came in and was shocked to see the python on the ground. "Your Highness, this, send it to father." Jiang Ling was surprised for a moment. This snake really has no breath? And His Highness wants to give it to the Emperor? Isn't this snake His Highness's treasure? He went out looking for someone with doubts. It was at this time that Blue Shout suddenly appeared. "Your Highness, Yun Jia has escaped." Yun Jia met Jing Shaochen at the Ji Mansion when she was 8 years old. Her aunt is the side lady Yun of the Xinhua Great General Ji Chang. Yun Jia and Yun are very close. Yun knows a little bit of pharmacology and will teach it to her, so they are very close. When she was 8 years old she was picked up by her aunt to be a guest at the Ji Mansion and was pushed into the water by Ji Chui, the first young miss of the Ji Mansion. The water was so deep, and it was winter, that the cold, biting water took her life little by little. Bus 6. Looking at the shore, Ji Chui giggled, and she was filled with despair and hatred. Wanha Zhonghua. If someone could save her, she thought, even if she had to work as a cow. Just as she was getting misty-eyed, a stranger in black entered the water and saved her. She later inquired and realized that the only stranger who came to the Ji Mansion that day was His Highness the Crown Prince. So it was His Highness the Crown Prince who saved her. She hadn't been able to get a good look at the Crown Prince at that time, but later, when she was on her way to the carriage on the day she was sent away, she met His Royal Highness who happened to come to the Ji Mansion. A glimpse of her eyes stunned her. Due to the winter into the water, the body is cold. Go back to her and a serious illness. Almost died. Because her parents are the only daughter and aunts begged for the grace of the general to go to the medical saint treatment. After she recovered from her injuries she knelt in front of the healer's saint for 3 days and nights begging him to take her on. Because she stumbled upon a book that spoke of poison, she was bound to take revenge for this illness she suffered this time. In addition, His Highness the Crown Prince saved her. She has nothing to repay. She can go to the Crown Prince's side to be a medical girl to repay the favor of saving her life. The medical saint did not agree, but let him stay in the mountains as an apprentice. And then she worked hard enough. Medical saint also found that her medical talent is good, will slowly teach her medical skills. She privately and secretly learned the art of venom, and now can be said to be medical venom double excellent. She stayed in the mountains during that time, and then she met His Royal Highness again when she was 13 years old. The 16-year-old prince has a handsome face, because he has been to war with the killing spirit, noble and cold, difficult to approach. That time he came to cure the fury caused by using his sword. He came and asked for advice on the problem, and left Honglan to learn medicine and dispensing, specifically to restrain his condition. That time she didn't even have time to say the prince left, and Honglan together with the doctor. When Honglan is very focused, very few words, but Honglan very much admire the prince. Sometimes under her encouragement will tell the prince in the battlefield heroics. Listen to more of her heart to the prince also has a more understanding. Slowly the prince became a heavenly godlike existence in her heart. By the time she saw the Crown Prince for the 3rd time, it was when she was 15 years old, and the Crown Prince was returning from a great victory, passing by Broken Dragon Mountain and stopping by to look for the Master's Pulse. Bus 6. The fury in his body was under control, but the medicine couldn't be broken, and this time Hon Lan left with it. She picked medicine back to learn that the Crown Prince just left. She flew all the way out, saw the Crown Prince on a slope. He rode a date red horse, ebony hair flying, wearing silver armor in the sun seems to glow, seems to feel her gaze, icy cold gaze straight. At that moment her heart beating wildly crouched down to sneak a peek, completely lost in the handsome face under the Bus 6. When she heard the horse's hooves galloping by, she quickly stood up again, and watched that back slowly go away among the pale mountains, and she covered her chest for a long time. It was hard for her to get back to her senses. Ever since then she's felt like she's been poisoned by something called the prince. She would always try to find ways to inquire about the prince and learn about his movements every time she went down the mountain. as if she was crazy. But the crown prince was in the palace. She couldn't reach him. She even specifically went back to go to the G mansion. But each time she stayed for a few days and didn't see the crown prince come. She had to first avenge Ji Chui for pushing her when she was a child. So Ji Chui was poisoned with a poison that only she could cure. And at first Ji Chui was quite thankful to her. Then later was last year. She heard that the crown prince went to the southern border. She also got up the idea of going to the southern border. Only the master did not allow. And her apprenticeship is not yet over. So she only had to press down her mind to learn medicine. Who knew that when she finally finished her studies and went down the mountain to the capital, it just so happened that she heard about what the crown prince had been going through recently. And it also just so happened that she was one step too late. And the poisoned crown prince was about to be detoxified. So she searched for Ji Chui, and let Ji Chui find an opening to tamper with the antidote herb. And then she contacted Honglan to let her know that she had come to the capital. Everything was going smoothly, except for the snake that suddenly ran out and disrupted all her plans. I didn't expect that the poisonous snake is not dead now, and the way to save her life to make His Highness feel good about her didn't work, but now because of that demon snake into the prison to be tortured. So she is an expert in using poison, deliberately found a good gap to put down people to escape, and just happened to have the queen's people to receive. She is finally considered safe. Miss Yoon, my master has an invitation. This time the one who came was not. It's Winter Moon, another of the queen's maids. Let's go. Yun Jie spoke after calming down a little. Upon hearing the news of Yun Jie's escape, Jing Xiaochen's black eyes contained anger. Since when has the Hall of Abstinence been unable to keep even a weak woman locked up? Please punish your highness. Blue scolded himself knowing that it was his fault. Jing Xiaochen? The voice that suddenly came out was small, but Jing Xiaochen's face suddenly changed, turning around and entering the inner room. Blue scolded a blank face kneeling on the ground. Just now that voice seems to be a woman's. But the East Palace, in addition to that day, he brought back a woman named Wan Yanqi. Where there are other strange women? Entering the inner room, Jing Xiaochen was surprisingly stunned when he looked at the pair of soulful starry eyes looking over. Wan Yanqi, who was on the side, saw this scene and thought to herself that she was just a redundant person. She'd better not be a light bulb. So she said to Mo Jiao, "You rest, I'll go down first." She even gave Jing Xiaochen a special look as she left. As soon as Wan Yanqi left, only two people were left in the room. Jing Xiaochen walked to Mo Jiao's bedside. "A Jiao feel in your kind?" His phoenix eyes locked onto her, and Mo Jiao slammed into his eyes as soon as she raised them. "Jing Xiaochen, I almost couldn't see you." The soft voice seemed to touch the tip of Jing Xiaochen's heart, and he hugged Mo Jiao at once. "A Jiao, fortunately you're fine." Mo Jiao's body stiffened, instinctively pushed back, but after hearing Jing Xiaochen's hoarse voice she felt a sourness in her heart. She couldn't get down to push him, and she held up her arms at a bit of a loss. Bus 6M. Bus 6. But at this time Jing Xiaochen took the initiative to let go of her. His hand lifted to help Mo Jiao smooth her hair. This time the whole body has changed. Mo Jiao's face was slightly sideways, just touching the palm of Jing Xiaochen's hand, and she rubbed against it out of habit, but for the time being, she can't turn into a snake body. Even if she turns into a human, Mo Jiao's whole body is still cold. Her face touches Jing Xiaochen's palm. The warm and soft touch makes Mo Jiao squint comfortably, but Jing Xiaochen's body is stiff. His finger gently moves to place it on Mo Jiao's face's wound. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Thinking of what Jing Xiaochen had said before, Mo Jiao's demonic eyes were serious. It really doesn't hurt this time. Looking at such a lovely Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaochen's eyes rippled with laughter. "Well, I believe you." Looking at Jing Xiaochen's smile, Mo Jiao unconsciously bent her eyes. "Jing Xiaochen, you've been detoxified?" Mo Jiao asked as she looked at Jing Xiaochen's face that had finally returned to normal. Solved. Jing Xiaochen had just finished answering, when Mo Jiao knitted her brows and opened her mouth with a piece of doubt in her eyes. "But why is the dragon chi on your body much weaker?" Jing Xiaochen's breath hitched and he absently voiced out, "Dragon chi? I don't know what dragon chi is. But speaking of which, you haven't drank blood for many days." Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaochen put his wrist to Mo Jiao's lips. "I'll come or you'll come?" Mo Jiao blinked in disbelief. A smile spread on Jing Xiaochen's lips. The fingers of his left hand moved. A wound appeared. Not waiting for Mo Jiao to react, he had already fed it to Mo Jiao's mouth. It was true. She hadn't drank blood in a long time, and when she just woke up she hadn't thought about it for a while. Mo Jiao drank the blood while turning her eyes to look at Jing Xiaochen. Obviously Jing Xiaochen is her reserve food. She raised him just to drink blood. Bus 6. I don't know when it started, but she would always lose track of time. and then Jing Xiaochen would chase after her to feed her blood instead. Drinking the delicious blood and looking at the gentleness that surfaced on Jing Xiaochen's handsome face, Mo Jiao's fingers unconsciously curled up gently. How was it so nice? When Jing Xiaochen saw that Mo Jiao's gaze had been lingering on his face, a touch of doting surfaced in his eyes, gently crossing Mo Jiao's heart. She blinked. Why was her heart suddenly beating faster? Looking at the redness that had crept up to the tips of her ears at some point in time by Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaochen's smile deepened. Mo Jiao was immensely satisfied with her drink this time. She gave a small burp and her brimming eyes looked at Jing Xiaochen. Still can't change my body. I should have to wait for my second molt. Aha! Jing Xiaochen answered, but his eyebrows turned sharp in an instant. This time Mo Jiao's molting had taught him a profound lesson. But I should be in a very dangerous situation this time. How did you save it? As well as how the situation was, Mo Jiao was well aware of it. Ruan Nianqi saved it. Didn't you say she had something good? Mo Jiao smiled and bent her eyes. Jing Xiaochen, you're so smart. In my case it's true that only she can save me. She didn't realize that what she had said to Jing Xiaochen in the past, Jing Xiaochen had taken it to heart. When she was in Yueshi she had told Jing Xiaochen about the treasure in Ruan Nianqi's hands and how his life had been saved. I didn't expect Jing Xiaochen to think of Ruan Nianqi this time. Jing Xiaochen smiled. Ah, Zhao is the smartest. Speaking of which, this sudden molt of my skin thing, it was the Empress who designed it. I wonder if the little snake bit her that day, dared to lay hands on her. The black pupils of the ink sliver flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Jing Xiaochen's face sank. No, she was rescued. I'll have little snake go and bite her to death. Mo Jiao spoke viciously. She wouldn't let any of them go if they hurt her. Now that the entire palace has used snake repellent medicine, all those snakes have retreated outside the palace and can't get in. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Jiao's hand to calm her down. The Empress is insidious and venomous. You'll suffer if you go now. Mo Jiang frowned. What then? She couldn't even use her aura now, and was no different from an ordinary person, so it would indeed be inappropriate if she were to suddenly look for it. Jing Xiaochen pressed Mo Jiao to sit down, his handsome face a cold chill. How about letting her eat her own evil? Self-eating? The Empress's wish was for Jing Xiaoze to seize the position of crown prince. To this end she colluded with the enemy country by any means necessary, and pushed everything onto me. Fortunately, the hard evidence that Zhao got from Jing Xiaoze helped me out of this predicament. Jing Xiaochen's gratitude was displayed in the corner of his eyes, so Mo Jiao was unconsciously happy. I said I would help you ascend to the throne. Jing Xiaochen's expression was pleasant, as long as a Jiao was around. I know those will be there. Mo Jiao felt her face burning a bit. Why did she feel that today's Jing Xiaochen was a bit off? She blinked and changed the subject. Then are you going to expose the Empress and Jing Xiaoze? Can the Emperor believe your words? As of now there is indeed a dilemma. That is, here on the letters on the seal and handwriting all belong to Jing Xiaoze. And Jing Xiaoze and the Queen also have letters, handwriting and seal all is Jing Xiaochen's name. Bus 6. Everything is about physical evidence and human evidence. And nowadays there is physical evidence and less human evidence. What about the witnesses? Get confirmation from the enemy prince? Mo Jiao felt this was a bit impossible. The person who colluded with the enemy country is now in their country. And how can they easily come to Dezhao? And besides, even if they come, it is impossible to tell the truth. Bus 6. So physical evidence-wise, it's kinda hard. It was indeed difficult before. Jing Xiaochen agreed. So it's not hard now? You found a breakthrough? Mo Jiao's bright eyes looked at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaochen raised his hand to cover those seductive brows. When her eyes were covered and she lost her vision, her other senses were sensitized, and she heard Jing Xiaochen's extraordinarily low voice say, Does a Jiao remember Mei Qiao? Her eyelashes were long and slender, like small brushes sweeping over Jing Xiaochen's hand. Jing Xiaochen's hand burned to move away from those provocative eyes, and his hand gripped lightly, wanting to retain the scent that belonged to her. Mo Jiao was puzzled for a moment due to Jing Xiaochen's action, but was quickly attracted by Jing Xiaochen's words. One hot Chinese. Remember, the person the Empress avoids. Did you find out the Empress' relationship with her? Mo Jiao was clearly remembering the Empress's reaction that day when Jing Xiaoze mentioned the name. Mei Qiao was my seventh brother's maid, but then because I didn't watch over my seventh brother and let him fall into the water and die, my father was furious and beat and killed most of the people who served my seventh brother, and Mei Qiao was among them. Bus 6. So she's dead? Did not. She survived. Jing Xiaochen's eyes were cold and chilly. The Empress has looked for this person several times recently and failed to find her. Because the Empress searched for someone privately, Shang Yunqi controlled the person in one place and specially shifted the location. So my people found the trail. Mo Zhao's inkjade-like eyes turned at his words. You suspect that your seventh brother did not accidentally fall into the water, but that someone deliberately plotted to kill him, and that person is the Empress? Jing Xiaochen laughed lowly in appreciation. My Jiao is really smart. Mo Jiao. What I'm my own. She quietly rubbed the tips of her reddened ears. How come she woke up feeling as if Jing Xiaochen had changed? What was said always made her woo. Really? What was she so shy about being a snake ancestor? Jing Xiaochen hooked his lips. What Jiao said is alright. Then does Jiao want to continue to hear about the collusion? Mo Jiao nodded heavily. Listen, the Empress is related to Mei Xiao and the seventh prince. But what does all this have to do with the breakthrough? Could it be that Jing Xiaosa is colluding with an enemy country and the seventh prince's mother consort has something to do with it? After Mo Jiao asked, she saw Jing Xiaochen's phoenix eyes looking at her with a smile. She touched the scar on her face and blinked. Really? Jing Xiaochen's fingers gently placed on the side of her face, the uneven scars from the fingertips to the bottom of the heart. Jing Xiaochen's eyes dark. I do not know if Consort Hui knows the details, but already convinced that the Empress and Jing Xiaozhe can be linked with the Flame Kingdom. It is Consort Hui's line to build a bridge. Now only need Consort Hui to testify about this matter. Is human evidence and material evidence is complete. I think that Princess Hui definitely doesn't know about this. And you see that Princess Hui is now so resentful towards Xiaohachi for no reason. It must have something to do with this matter as well. Wanha Chinese. After listening to Jing Xiaochen's words, Mo Jiao put forward her own idea after thinking about it. Jing Xiaochen nodded his head in agreement. I also think so, but now the first thing to do is to hold Mei Qiao. Since the Empress is so jealous of Mei Qiao, it must be that Mei Qiao knows something. Mo Jiao picked up on Jing Xiaochen's words. Then tell Princess Hui the real reason for the seventh prince's death, so that she can testify about the Empress and Jing Xiaozhe colluding with the enemy. Jing Xiaochen nodded and looked at Mo Jiao with an approving gaze. 8. Mo Jiao raised her eyes and smiled coldly. At that time, the Empress will have nothing to gain, not to mention that she will not be able to keep her life, and she will be considered to have eaten her own evil. Speaking of this matter, Mo Jiao thought of something else. What about Jing Xiaoyun? Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment. He was clear about all the things that happened that day, including the fact that the palace maid who poured medicine on Mo Jiao's snake that day was the Empress's informant, as well as the fact that Sister Zhang coaxed Jing Xiaoyun into exchanging his antidote for Mo Jiao. The Empress had designed everything, just waiting to get rid of Mo Jiao and then get rid of him. But unfortunately, because Mo Jiao was not a mortal snake, her plan came to naught. As for Jing Xiaoyun is indeed a dumbass. Mo Jiao life most hate betrayal of people. If it is not that kid in the critical moment and in turn for her a snake blocked the knife, but also Jing Xiaochen's younger brother. Say what she will not let go of him. But a lesson is also essential. Mo Jiao's glazed eyes turned, indescribably vivid and animated. Jing Xiaochun, I think your brother should grow a brain. How could he believe Sister Zhang's obvious coaxing? The first time I saw this was when I was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. Not to mention the fact that he can't verify the authenticity of the medicine. But he's a little doll who went into the enemy camp alone. Who does he think he is? Well, Jiao is right. Then what did Jiao say for him to do? Jing Xiaochen smoothed Mo Jiao's hair. This head of ebony hair was silky and smooth, making him love it. Let him read books. What, the 4 books? The 5 sutras? The hundreds of schools and so on. And also let him memorize. I'll check after memorizing. Mo Jiao's corner of the eye raised, recently revealed a touch of evil smile. And martial arts can't be left behind. The other day was casually restrained. Simply dish. Jing Xiaochen laughs. Of favor, okay, all according to what Jiao said. Jing Xiaoyun, who was still recuperating from his injuries, sneezed one after another, startling a few of the attendants, and hurriedly went to ask Honlan to come over to see what was going on. At night, the moon shed a cold, silver-white light that shone through the window into the room. At this moment, it was already time for rest. But Mo Jiao and Jing Xiaochen stood at the edge of the bed looking at each other. The reason is simple. How to sleep. Usually when she was a snake, she would definitely sleep on Jing Xiaochen's chest at night. But now she couldn't change into a snake, which meant that she was now a human and couldn't sleep on Jing Xiaochen anymore. Mo Jiao looked grudgingly at Jing Xiaochen's chest, which was her favorite place to sleep. Today, once Jing Xiaochen saw this expression on Mo Jiao's face, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Jiao, sleep in this room. I'll go to the study. Bus 6. Mo Jiao frowned at that. Why don't you sleep here? Jing Xiaochen. He took a deep breath and suppressed the sudden rising agitation. Jiao. Before being betrothed, a man and a woman can't live together. A man and a woman are not related. Mo Jiao blinked. So, then I've lived with you for so long. Jing Shaochen twitched the corners of his mouth as he looked at Mo Jiao seriously. Back then you were a snake. Now you're a human. Mo Jiang frowned. Not all me? Jing Shaochen rubbed his brow, feeling that the matter of getting Mo Jiao to open up was a bit difficult. It's not the same. It's that you, as a snake, can be with me all the time, but as a human, if you want to be with me, you have to first. Betrothal? Mo Jiao's eyes twitched and connected with what Xiao Chen said in the foreground. Jing Shaochen's eyes flashed with surprise. Yes, betrothal. Marriage, also known as a mate? Inkpot frowned. Mates can be different from friends. Right, Jing Shaochen said back as he suppressed his happy mood. Mo Jiao shook her head. Right now I don't intend to find a mate. She was a snake ancestor, and now she was afraid that no male snake would dare to be her mate. What's more, she still had to cultivate and help Jing Shaochen ascend to the throne. How could she have time to find a partner? Jing Shaochen's expression stuttered as he listened, but Mo Jiao did not see it. Jing Shaochen asked seriously, why don't you plan to look for it? Boss 6, because I have to help you. And practice. I don't have time. In the end, this accident is still a self. The strength of oneself is too weak. Otherwise where to allow those people to move her? Boss 6. Jing Shaochen opened his mouth and felt like lifting a stone to hit his own foot. Mo Jiao looked at his dark face and was a bit confused. Why did it seem like he was angry again? Jing Shaochen sighed lightly in his heart, knowing that this was not something that could be rushed. He then said, it's very late. You can't cultivate right now. Take an early rest. I'll take you outside the palace in the morning. Mo Jiao's eyes swished brightly. Seductive in the night. Yes, I want to eat a candy cane. Jing Shaochen's good-looking eyes were dyed with a fine smile, hooked his lips and said, this period of time has been for me to run hard for you. Tomorrow go out what you want to just say it. Boss 6. Mo Jiao nodded and Jing Shaochen went out the door under Mo Jiao's gaze. After bringing the door with him he stood outside, his silhouette erect and slender in the moonlight. It was already the middle of March, and the midnight wind blew his inked hair lightly. Jing Shaochen stood for a moment before lifting his pace in the direction of the study. Mo Jiao inside the room moved her eyes. Today's Jing Shaochen has really been strange. Until she slept she was still thinking about these questions. Thinking about why Jing Shaochen seemed to have changed a little when she woke up, and why the dragon's qi on Jing Shaochen's body had faded. That will Jing Shaochen quickly diverted the problem qi, but also this will be in the heart. I do not know when. About Jing Shaochen a lot of things. She seems to be unknowingly concerned about the note down. The next morning, Mo Jiao woke up early. She meditated and tried to absorb the aura, and realized that it still didn't work, so she had to give up. Buckle up, Jiao. Are you up? It's Jing Shaochen. Murdoch got out of bed and went to open the door. Today's Jing Shaochen was wearing a crescent white brocade robe with a white jade hairpin to hold his hair. Simple yet elegant. As soon as Inkbrand opened the door, he felt a bright light in his eyes. Jing Shaochen looked at the Mo Jiao in front of him. She was wearing a lake blue cloud brocade dress. Her figure was pretty, although her face was blemished, but her eyes were brilliant like stars. Her long black and thick hair was slightly with grave with ring above, and her lake-colored jade hairpin was lightly pointing, which was indescribably stunning. Jing Shaochen's eyes were smiling. Ah, Jiao is so pretty. Mo Jiao's long eyelashes fluttered as she rolled her eyes. I still call my face good looking like this? Jing Shaochen immediately responded. A Jiao looks good in any way. Inkjet. After breakfast, Jing Shaochen took Mo Jiao ready to go out. Ruan Yinchi know they want to go out. Immediately said she also want to go. The prosperity of Kyoto from the past only seen on TV, have not seen it with their own eyes. Jing Shaochen did not have an opinion on this. The company's website has been updated with the latest information on the website, including the latest news. It's just that Jing Shaochen purposely found another way when he left the palace. This remote path is still pointed out by Mo Jiao. Now Mo Jiao appeared in the East Palace out of thin air. Only bamboo smoke and a few other close people know. They will be puzzled but won't say anything. But it's not good to be seen by other people to suspect the identity, especially associate it with something. Now that Mo Jiao's body has not recovered, he must protect it in every way, including Mo Jiao's appearance. And this time he left the palace in order to be able to bring people back to the palace in a bright and honorable manner. Out of the palace only to find that today's Kyoto is bustling with people standing on both sides of the street on tiptoe to look ahead. What are they all looking at? Ruan Yinchi didn't see anything even though her neck was stiff from looking at it for half a day. Jing Shaochen escorted Mo Jiao to the side, and the people next to him heard Ruan Yinchi's words while turning their heads to look over and said, Today is the Scholarly Masters Parade. Ho! What a handsome young lady! This was followed by a startled sight of Mo Zhao's face. Jing Xiaochan looked over with cold eyes, and the man's body shook and turned around. Ruan Nianqi slapped her forehead as she said she forgot something today. You should have gotten you a veil to cover this face. Mo Zhao did not have much of a reaction to this. What she cared about was never physical appearance. People who cultivated immortals were secondary to their cultivation. Of course she herself liked to look at handsome people, like Qian Yuan, like Jing Xiaochen. Good-looking people were always pleasing to the eye, but seeing Jing Xiaochen's gaze on her face, she was suddenly a bit nervous. Jing Xiaochen should also like good looks. With that thought, a flash of inexplicable feeling rose in her heart, and she looked to Ruan Nianqi. Do you have a veil there? Ruan Nianqi looked at them all, and there was really something. She took out a white veil, and Jing Xiaochen could tell at a glance that this veil was extraordinary. Manhwa Chinese. For Ruan Nianqi to be able to take out what she needed whenever she wanted scenario, Xiaochen was no longer surprised. Mo Zhao raised an eyebrow at this. It was actually shark veil. This thing is also a rarity in the cultivation world. Mo Zhao took a special look at Ruan Nianqi. Why does it seem to have become generous? Thanks. After saying this, Mo Zhao added, I won't take these things of yours for nothing. When cultivation restored, I'll help you. The value of these things was difficult to estimate even in the cultivation world, let alone in this world. Not to mention there was the fact that this time Ruan Nianqi didn't know what she had used to save herself. She definitely had to find a way to pay it all back. No, I have a lot of. Ruan Nianqi's words stopped under Jing Xiaochen's icy gaze. I have a lot of these things. I don't need you to return them. Until then, Jiao, there are too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant where the view is better. Jing Xiaochen spoke in time. Bus 6. Looking at the backs of Mo Zhao and Jing Xiaochen walking alongside each other, Ruan Nianqi sighed softly. The backs look like they're a real match. And I don't know when Mo Zhao will recover her appearance. But just now Mo Zhao said something. Ling, did you hear it? Ruan Nianqi's almond eyes twitched as she opened her mouth not far behind the two. She said, cultivation? Cultivation. Ling and Ruan Nianqi spoke out together. Manhwa Chinese. No way. As far as I know, this world doesn't have any cultivation or anything like that. That means it's really true that I've hit the nail on the head. Mo Zhao is also a traveler. Only that she's traveled from the cultivation world. And I'm a modern traveler. No wonder she's so knowledgeable. Ruan Nianqi with awe and wonder. Turns out she's not the only alien in this world. Just now she said that she restored her cultivation. Ling, you said that Mo Zhao wouldn't be some kind of big shot, right? Ha ha. No wonder so many snakes listened to her. Ruan Nianqi suddenly felt like she could go and hug her thighs. Ling felt that Ruan Nianqi was too slow. Since she said so, it's just right. Borrowing her cultivation to bring you into the country. Saying this, Ling felt a little guilty. I don't know if I can still go to the cultivation world. Ruan Nianqi pursed her lips. We'll see when the time comes. Despite saying so, Ling's words affected Ruan Nianqi's mood in the end. She was afraid that her chances of going to the cultivation world were not very good. Mo Zhao was so powerful that she was stranded in this side of the world, let alone a rookie like her. In fact, this world is not bad, now that I have the backing of Mo Zhao, a big brother, and then there is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As long as I don't commit any deaths, how can I live my life peacefully? This is much better than the dangerous cultivation world. Ling sighed. You have a big heart. Ruan Nianqi pulled the corner of her mouth. What else could she do if she wasn't big-hearted? They soon arrived at the restaurant, where Jing Xiaochen had ordered a good room, and they stood, looking down from the window. You can just about get a clear view of the street. Ruan Nianqi went in when Mo Zhao and Jing Xiaochen had already sat down. Jing Xiaochen was pouring tea for Mo Zhao and himself, and there were small snacks on the table that looked delicious. Ruan Nianqi was already sitting down when she went in. Ruan Nianqi heart tsk. The Crown Prince seems to be the high above the earth, does not eat earthly fire banishment, but did not expect him to be able to for Mo Zhao down the mortal world into the world. The first time I saw him was when I was in the hospital, and he was in the hospital. Mo Zhao grabbed the dim sum and her eyes lit up, bending her eyes to look at Jing Xiaochen and said, Yummy, you try it too. Nicky Nguyen, who saw the scene, felt like she was full before she even ate. Here it comes, the scholar is coming over. The voices below suddenly perked up, accompanied by cracking firecrackers that rang throughout the street. Mo Zhao and Ruan Nianqi stood up with their pastries and walked over to the window to look down. People on the street raised their hands in excitement, and some women even threw themselves into the center with purse handkerchiefs and the like. The middle of the Shuntian government office of the ceremonial guards opened the way. A man holding a horse. The horse sits in a scarlet embroidered fowl crown. Scholar treasure yarn hair. Cannot speak of the clear talent. People marveled at. Yikes. It's Mu Qing. Ruan Yinchi pointed at the scholarly opening with a face full of surprise. Muching? Mo Jiao looked at Jing Xiaochun. His talent is really outstanding. He actually won the first prize. Jing Xiaochen nodded. He is indeed talented. But his heart still needs to be polished. The following people heard Ruan Yinchi's words. Subconsciously looked. Mu Qing also looked up. He was slightly surprised, actually did not expect to be Ruan Yinchi. At that time, when he was with Ruan Yinyo, he did see Ruan Yinchi several times. Even though they are Nguyen's family, they are different from the others. At that time when he was with Ruan Yinyo, Ruan Yinchi had written a letter informing him to be careful of the Ruan family and Ruan Yinyo. He thought that she was jealous and villainous. After all, Ruan Yinyo was her older sister, and how could he not be angry with her when she talked about the woman she liked so much? So when he saw Ruan Yinchi again, he subconsciously avoided it. Who knew that in the end he realized that the entire Ruan family was only this little girl who was kind. Later, when he came out of the prison, he knew about the situation of the Ruan family, especially went to see her. But it turned out that when he went there, the whole Ruan house was already empty. Then I looked for it and never heard from it again. But I didn't expect to come across it here now. He looked up at Ruan Yinchi and made a gesture to wait for a moment, and asked the person next to him to go up and pass on a message. Only when he turned his head he actually saw the person who saved him there again, the honorable crown prince of the current great Jiaosu kingdom. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Ruan Yinchi went to open the door. The person coming was the government guard from Shun Tianfu seen below. This young lady, Mr. Scholar, has asked you to wait for him here for a moment. Ruan Yinchi nodded. Alright, thank you for running, my lord. Bus 6. Out of the way. The man passed the word and left. But Ruan Yinchi actually didn't have much to say to Mu Qing right now, and saving him in the first place was also because of the original owner. The original main character is a concubine daughter of the Ruan family. Because her birth mother is a brothel girl, she is not popular in the Ruan family, so she has developed a weak and timid nature, shrinking in the home to follow her birth mother quietly, literacy and reading. So the original owner is a good writer and usually goes to the bookstore to secretly buy books to read when they run out. She has seen Mu Qing many times in the bookstore. Mu Qing looks good, talented, and then once encountered heavy rain. She did not bring an umbrella and see the sky late, ready to run home in the rain. Mu Qing lent her umbrella. Bus 6. With this loan, that heart of the original owner could no longer be managed. She even gave birth to the idea of sisters serving one husband, even if it was a concubine. So once she deliberately said the identity to test the reaction of Mu Qing. Mu Qing did not find her like, and did not have any indecent ideas about her, talking and doing things, observant and rigorous. With Mu Qing and Ruan Yanyao's marriage just around the corner, it is the original owner who discovers the machinations of Ruan Yanyao and his father. The original owner immediately wrote a letter to inform Mu Qing. Do not believe. The original owner personally go to find Mu Qing. Was Mu Qing think that the heart is evil? Even see also do not see. And she wrote a letter to Mu Qing. Was Ruan Yanyao found? Raw death of the original owner. It just so happened that at that time, Ruan Yanchi died and crossed over. And I don't know if it was because of the same name, but she had originally gone to the cultivation realm. And then she came here. And at that time, the original owner's soul hadn't even left. She was not prepared to care about Mu Qing. Only the original owner had entrusted her in the end. At that time, she woke up to recuperate. Did not expect that Ruan Yanyo was afraid of a long night as well as the arrival of the second prince. They began to plan in advance. And when she got the news, Mu Qing had already been beaten and half crippled into the prison. Thinking about this, Ruan Yanchi was a little saddened. Rather, it is the creation of the original master is still there, and there is no Ruan family to stop. Perhaps she and Mu Qing will be together in the future. After all, the two have a lot to talk about and have similar interests. The parade of honor guards has gone far away. Mo Jiao and Jing Xiaochen just sat down. A turn of the eyes but saw the side window reveals a person. Mo Jiao face slightly sunken. Shang Yunqi. Jing Xiaochen has seen it. Go and find that indeed. Shang Yunqi, they are the same in this restaurant. Just a few rooms apart. Bus 6. Seeing Jing Xiaochen's gaze, Shang Yunqi smiled. Soon there was a knock on their door. I didn't expect Big Brother to leave the palace today. The first one to enter the door was Jing Xiaoza. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The next person to enter was Shang Yunqi. Seeing the two, Mo Zhao and Jing Xiaochen probably knew the purpose of their gathering today. One was the cooperation between them, and the other was that Jing Xiaoze had come to see Scholar and the others and wanted to use this opportunity to recruit talent. Seeing Jing Xiaochen here, Jing Xiaoze thought that Jing Xiaochen's purpose should be the same as his, but he had already prepared for it. Jing Xiaoze laughed coldly in his heart, without showing the slightest bit on his face. Jing Xiaochen's face was pale as he listened. Isn't second brother out of the palace today as well? Jing Xiaoze was choked for a moment. Big brother was able to leave the palace. Could it be that the poison is resolved? Jing Xiaoze took a closer look at Jing Xiaochen's face. It was rosy and shiny, and his spirit was good. His brow furrowed hard. Didn't you say that only Yin Jie can cure Jing Xiaochen's poison? Mother is plotting with Yun Jie in this way, preparing to arrange a crown princess for Jing Xiaochen. But what the hell is going on here now? Who detoxified Jing Xiaochen? Jing Xiaoze's gaze slowly fell onto Mo Zhao and Wan Yinqi. At the moment Mo Zhao was not wearing a veil. After Jing Xiaoze was surprised by Mo Zhao's face for a moment, he put more attention on Wan Yinqi. I wonder who these two are. Isn't Big Brother going to introduce them? Jing Xiaoze suppressed the displeasure in his heart and opened his mouth. What is second brother asking about this for? Jing Xiaochen's eyes were light, but always made people not dare to look at him. It was as if those eyes were knives, razor sharp. Jing Xiaoze pulled out a smile. Big brother now has been in crown but not married. Father and mother on Big brother's marriage is also anxious. Now Big brother this is their own fine good? In that case, I can also help Big brother give father and mother a word. In the Dezhao country, the man is basically 16 betrothed. 17 or 18 years old can be married. Now Jing Xiaochen has 20 in crown. The pro has not been fixed is a little strange. The most important thing to remember is that it's not just a matter of time before you can get married. Shang Yunqi had heard about the reason for this. Mo Zhao listened and suddenly thought of yesterday when Jing Xiaochen asked her about finding a partner. As far as she is concerned, the lifespan of the demon race is uncertain, but it won't be 100 years in a hurry. So the matter of looking for a partner, things she wouldn't normally even think about. But Jing Xiaochen is a human being. People at most 100 years of life. Basically teenage betrothal into marriage. How Jing Xiaochen to now East Palace and no prince consort? Looking at the curiosity in Mo Zhao's eyes, Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes. The empress is planning to dye his marriage again? He picked up a piece of pastry and handed it to Mo Zhao. His voice low and slow. The reason why Lone has not gotten married. Is second brother still not clear? His gaze sank onto Jing Xiaoze, who chilled and smiled around him. What does big brother mean? How would a younger brother know about this? Mo Zhao turned his gaze. Jing Xiaoze, this answer is a bit of a problem. Bus 6. As a younger brother, why did the older brother not get married and would not know the reason? Since now Jing Xiaochen asked this and Jing Xiaoze answered this, I'm afraid that the reason why Jing Xiaochen didn't get married might have something to do with Jing Xiaoze. She looked at Jing Xiaochen again, whose starry eyes were deep, unable to see any emotions. Shang Yunqi, who was sitting on the side, saw the interaction between Jing Xiaochen and Mo Zhao, and his eyebrows twitched as he landed on Mo Zhao with a measuring and scrutinizing gaze. His breath suddenly caught at the sight of Mo Zhao's dark, glowing eyes. Just touching the face he frowned again. How the prince and Mo Zhao's interaction looks a little bit before the prince and that snake's interaction. This woman's eyes. And why there is no difference with the pair of eyes he saw in the beginning. Bus 6. Eyebrows such as the distant diadem. The corners of the eyes of the slender light hook. Cannot speak of the charm, only accept that the eyes. Pa! The teacup in Jing Xiaochen's hand rested heavily on the table. And the next moment the cup shattered into slag. Jing Xiaochen's dark eyes swept over Shang Yunqi with a chilling intent. Why did the cup suddenly break? Is your hand injured? When the atmosphere was tense, Mo Zhao suddenly grabbed Jing Xiaochen's bony hand. Warm, soft, cold touch. Let Jing Xiaochen's eyes move lightly. The coldness dispersed, remaining a piece of tenderness. Maybe the quality of the cup is not good. I'm fine. Even forgetting to call himself, Jing Xiaoze was filled with surprise. This was the first time he had seen Jing Xiaochen treat someone so gently. Or a woman. On the side, Shang Yunqi's face reappeared with a gentle light smile. The one that can make the prince change his face instantly is that snake in this ugly woman. He slowly lowered his eyes, at the moment becoming immensely curious as to where this ugly woman had come from. Jing Xiaoze and Shang Yunqi didn't stay long. One hot Chinese. The reason why Jing Xiaoze had come over was because he wanted to find out why Jing Xiaochen had come. Rather, I didn't expect any surprises. Jing Xiaoze went back and looked for the empress. You said that Jing Xiaochen brought two women from nowhere. One of them is still ugly and faceless looking and behaves intimately? The empress asked as she trimmed the flowers in the garden. Now in the middle of March, spring is warming up the land and all the flowers are blooming. And there are quite a few famous flowers here at the Queen that are now in full bloom. Bus 6. But the flowers have seasonal. Some as early as January and February will open. Now March, the Queen will be one by one. Those who opened and lost all the flowers cut as flower fertilizer. The Crown Prince is behaving intimately with an ugly woman? A woman walked over to the side, wearing a consort-colored, 100-flower dress, her long hair like a waterfall, wearing a veil, and walking towards them with a lotus flower in her step. Jing Xiao's eyes have been. The Empress glimpsed frowning down at the woman. What are you doing out here? Go back. The woman's pair of watery eyes seemed to speak softly as she looked over, and Jing Xiao's throat rolled to look at the Empress. Mother, this girl is. The Empress stood up. Scissors snapped and threw on the ground full of cold. Still not go back? The woman's footsteps lurched and she bowed distantly, her voice soft and charming. CC excuses herself. After saluting she turned around and left. Jing Xiaozi looked at the Empress in disappointment. Mother, she is? The Empress's gaze was 1 point colder. Put away your mind and learn the way of the Emperor by heart. She is not something you can think about. Jing Xiaozi immediately replied with a start. My son understands. Then he suddenly thought of the Empress's recent intentions and he asked, could it be that this woman is the crown princess that Mother has prepared for Jing Xiaochun? Aha! The Empress nodded faintly. Then it would be better to make do with the crown prince and that ugly woman. Thinking that if the crown princess was an ugly-looking, faceless woman, Jing Xiaozi couldn't help but laugh. The Empress narrowed her eyes. There is no hurry for now. You send someone to understand the woman's background first. Fearing that the woman's background was not ordinary, Jing Xiaochen had searched for the. Jing Xiaozi nodded and remembered something else as he was about to leave. Mother, it seems to me that Jing Xiaochen's poison has been lifted. Today, there are 2 women beside him. The ugly woman has scars on her face, so she should not be a healer. So the person who detoxifies the poison should be another woman. Jing Xiaochen's poison is solved? The Empress uttered in surprise, and her face sank. You go and investigate this matter carefully. Empress Mother, my son knows. By the way, Mother, tomorrow morning at the court I will directly explain the matter of the 30,000 transfer orders, and never let Jing Xiaoyu get this errand. The matter indeed can no longer be delayed. Is the matter of 30,000 tunes assured? The Empress asked after a moment of contemplation. I am going to explain this matter in the morning court. Father will think that Jing Xiaochen and Sheng Yunqi are colluding. The transfer order will not be able to return to Sheng Yunqi's hands, and it just so happens that I have been given credit for providing information on this matter, so I can bring 30,000 people to fight the bandits. As for how many people will be back by then, Jing Xiaozi smiled and didn't say anything explicitly, but the Empress quickly understood Jing Xiaozi's intention. My son is really smart and incomparable. Hearing the Empress' approval, Jing Xiaozi modestly said with a smile on his face, Mother is too kind. When Jing Xiaozi and the others had left for less than half an hour, and their meal was just being eaten, the door was knocked on once again. Wanha Chinese, looking at the 2 of them, one feeding happily and the other eating happily, Ruan Yinchi felt that she had really made the wrong decision to follow out, and she resigned herself to standing up and opening the door. The door opened and outside stood Mu Qing, who was wearing an evergreen-colored robe with a handsome temperament. The moment I saw Ruan Yinchi, joy, guilt, all kinds of emotions mixed together, full of complexity turned into one sentence, Nianqi. Ruan Nianqi thought that Mu Qingnian's late husband had passed away, and now she was just an otherworldly lonely soul, and the original owner's entrustment to her she had sort of fulfilled. So for a while she felt quite complicated. Come in. Bus 6. Entering the inner room, Mu Qing saw Jing Xiaochen's solemn salute. Mu Qing previously thanked His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for his help. He was able to survive, able to enter the capital examination. All rely on the prince's rescue. Jing Xiaochen said indifferently, it's just a show of hands. Mu Qing smiled, although it was a show of hands, but saved his life. I just didn't expect Crown Prince Ruan Nianqi to be with His Highness the Crown Prince. He pushed down the emotions in his heart. At that time, when he came out of the prison, both Jing Xiaochen and Ruan Nianqi had already left. At that time, Beiyu left in a hurry with Ruan Nianqi. Ruan Nianqi left him a medicine, did not even have time to personally deliver it, and then Mu Qing's rapid recovery ran. After catching the Chunin exam, it was all because of that pill. However, he thought it was from the Crown Prince, and the favor was credited to Jing Xiaochen. When he got a little better, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of Ruan Nianqi. Mu Qing is now alone, and the Ruan family is so against him. Think about the world as only left Wan Nianqi is remembering him. He thought to find Wan Nianqi he will take good care of her. After all, now Wan Nianqi is also an orphan girl. But now he was rashly afraid to speak of the matter. He pressed down his thoughts only to ask, "How have you been?" Wan Nianqi poured him a cup of tea and handed it over. "Everything's fine. Congratulations." Gold list. The detached and polite dawning caused Mu Qing to be stunned. A trace of obscurity inexplicably flashed through his heart for a moment before he said, "Thank you." Wan Nianqi was a bit unable to stand the atmosphere at the moment. She laughed and waved her hand. "You're welcome, you're welcome." Mu Qing also smiled when she saw this, but she felt that the current Wan Nianqi was a bit more angry than before. Was it because of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? It's pretty good, too. Mu Qing slowly gathered up his mood and slowly opened his mouth. After Mu Qing won the examination, the second prince looked for once the day before yesterday, listening to the meaning of the second prince, wanting to fight for the Ministry of Works errand for the next minister. After saying that without waiting for a few people to react, Mu Qing continued to speak. The fourth prince has also looked for, intends to let the next minister to the direction of the Ministry of Households. Jing Xiaochen stopped his chopsticks to look at Mu Qing. Mu Qing smiled. There is also the third prince, who is good at elegance and invites my humble servant to go to the Idol King's mansion to sip tea and play chess after tomorrow. Where does your highness want Mu Qing to go? Mu Qing's meaning was already very obvious. He was defecting. Wan Nianqi and Mo Jiao were not surprised by this. After all, Jing Xiaochen had done Mu Qing a great favor, and now Mu Qing was repaying the favor in her own way. Mo Jiao looked at Mu Qing and smiled. Jing Xiaochen now has another talent. It can be seen that Mu Qing is a person with a chest. The other is that now no one except them knows Jing Xiaochen's life-saving kindness to Mu Qing. That is to say, Mu Qing will be a person in the dark. Manhwa Chinese. No wonder when they left, Jing Xiaochen specially sent the green blood to explain the rescue and then wipe out all the news about this matter. And today specially out of the palace. The purpose is actually here. Bus 6. The expression on Jing Xiaochen's face deepened by a few points as he personally poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Mu Qing. Which one does Mu Qing think should be chosen? In the afternoon, the three of them, Jing Xiaochen and Mo Jiao, were about to head back when they were suddenly stopped by someone. Big brother? Warm and clear voice listening to people incomparable comfort. Jing Xiaochen turned to look over, but is sitting in a wheelchair Jing Xiaoyuan. Both are all white clothes, but in the Mo Jiao view, Jing Xiaochen's white clothes on the body, so that he is more like a lofty immortal monarch, indifferent and reserved. Bus 6. Wearing it on Jing Xiaoyuan made Jing Xiaoyuan more elegant, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, gentle like water, so that people would not be able to resist wanting to get closer. Jing Xiaochen nodded his head in response. I didn't expect to run into third brother here. How is your body? Recently it's still okay. Big brother, is this about returning to the palace? Yan Wu pushed Jing Xiaoyuan who had already arrived beside Jing Xiaochen. Aha! Jing Xiaochen has always been cool, so Jing Xiaoyuan didn't have any other feelings towards his attitude. He smiled warmly. The hour is still early. Why don't big brother go to the royal residence for a while? Mo Jiao, who was on the side, touched Jing Xiaochen's hand upon hearing this, and when Jing Xiaochen looked over, her pair of beautiful eyes contained a hint of curiosity, and starlight flashed. Jing Xiaochen's expression moved slightly and nodded when he looked at Jing Xiaoyuan again. Then I'll disturb third brother. Big brother's presence. Brother's fluffiness. Jing Xiaoyuan genuinely smiled and led the three towards the royal residence. On the way, Jing Xiaoyuan looked at Mo Jiao and Wan Nianqi and curiously said, I don't know if these two girls are. Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao. His eyes were gentle for a moment, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. It's a lifesaver. Jing Xiaoyuan's gaze slowly and softly turned on Mo Jiao and Wan Nianqi, finally resting on Mo Jiao's pair of eyes. Mo Jiao's eyes were dark, with a smile in them, casually looking over as if those eyes could talk. Many thanks to the two girls for saving big brother. Gratefulness appeared on Jing Xiaoyuan's face. As far as Jing Xiaoyuan and Jing Xiaochen were concerned, the relationship was still okay, because he is weak, and there are masters asserted that life is not 20, so he is not a threat to those princes. The princes are willing to contact him. In his will be a few points less hooked up, and among them, his relationship with Jing Xiaochen had to be a little bit better because Jing Xiaochen had taken care of him in the past and he remembered this favor. It was the first time that Wan Nianqi had seen Jing Xiaoyuan, but when she saw the gentle smile on Jing Xiaoyuan's face, she involuntarily smiled. It's okay, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Jing Xiaoyuan laughed softly. The girl is interesting. Mo Jiao looked over with a sideways glance, just in time for his four eyes to meet. and Jing Xiaoyuan smiled at Mo Jiao and nodded. A few people soon arrived at the idol king's residence. Just inside the door, a fox with snow-white fur came barreling out. Mo Jiao immediately eyes a sharp stopped in front of Jing Xiaochun. White slender fingers move, has grabbed the fox's hair, then carry it lifted up cold and the fox against the eyes. Jing Xiaoyuan and Yanwu's eyes flashed with amazement when they saw this. The girl is really good with her hands. Xiaobai has always been quick. Usually if it is not of its own free will, no one in the residence can catch it. Jing Xiaochan replied to this. Jiao Jiao practiced since she was a child. Oh, Jing Xiaoyuan was so curious about Jing Xiaochen's name, because normally Jing Xiaochen so called that snake as a Jiao, and now this person was Jiao Jiao, which was really a bit strange. Then it seems that Jiao Jiao girl is indeed an extraordinary person. At Jing Xiaoyuan's name for Mo Jiao, Jing Xiaochun frowned slightly and invisibly. Her surname is Mo. Jing Xiaoyuan's gaze lurched, and he changed his address with good grace. Miss Mo. In his heart, he was surprised by Jing Xiaochen's deliberate correction, but his face did not show the slightest bit. Squeak! Get off me! White struggled violently as he was carried. Mo Jiao slapped her face when she heard what the fox said. What did you want to do just now? Its direction could be clearly towards Jing Xiaochen. Little White called out. This human is so good looking. He has a unique smell. I like it. Mo Jiao's face instantly darkened as she warned viciously. He's mine. The fox scowled at the sudden coldness. Do you like the smell of him too? The pupils of Mo Jiao's eyes were instantly cold. The movements in her hands slowly tightened, and the fox struggled frantically until it came to roll its eyes. Mo Jiao Kai warned in a low voice. If you dare to touch him, I'll kill you. Ruan Nianqi, who understood the words, frowned. What happened to the fox's words? And what's with this reaction from Mo Jiao? Ao Ling answered Ruan Nianqi's doubts. Jing Xiaochen used to have a thick dragon qi on his body, so demons and ghosts didn't dare to come near. This Mo Jiao a snake, I do not know what chance I got, or because she came from the cultivation world. Even if it is a demon can be close to Jing Xiaochen's body. Get Jing Xiaochen's shelter. Get the heavenly way to recognize. The road of cultivation are much smoother. Buzz 6. It's just that right now, the dragon energy in Jing Xiaochen is much weaker, and with less life expectancy, his blessings are much shallower, so the demons and evils will be able to get close to him. Wan Ho Chinese. He was, after all, a royal son, and the dragon's breath was a great tonic to demons, and once they found out they could get close, those demons couldn't help but move towards the lean around him. Ruan Nianqi pursed her lips, looking at the fast counting points for a moment of weakness and guilt, or I will help him more in the future. Anyway, it is likely to stay in this world. This matter A Ling did not refuse. As a prince, especially one who had previously been sheltered by the heavenly Tao, it would be beneficial for Ruan Nianqi to have more contact. Jing Xiaochen, who was on the side, sank his eyes when he heard Mo Jiao's words. What happened to Jiao Jiao? Jing Xiaoyuan also followed and looked over. Why does it feel like this Mo girl and Xiao Bai are having a conversation? Wan Ha Chinese. Ruan Nianqi's eyes turned. Then she spoke. It's fine. It's fine. This little fox tried to bite Mo Jiao, and was caught by Mo Jiao. After that she'd scared. It's the first time I've seen a fox, especially its fur color. It's simply too pure. Come on, I'll touch it. Mo Jiao shoved the fox into Ruan Nianqi's arms in disgust. Here, the fox smells too heavy. What's there to touch? Squeak! The fox retorted breathlessly, just feeling that the inkling was too scary. It looked at Jing Xiaochen again, but was looked at sorrowfully by Mo Jiao grabbing his tail. Little White shrunk his head and buried it in Ruan Nianqi's arms, not daring to come out. Jing Xiaoyuan slightly wrinkled his eyebrows when he heard Ruan Nianqi address Mo Jiao. Mo Jiao? The exact same name as that snake. Why did Big Brother give a snake the exact same name as the girl? He was very confused and curious. Buzz 6. Ruan Nianqi hugged the fox and ravaged it fiercely. Xiao Bai was made to feel unlovable and quickly jumped into Jing Xiaoyuan's arms when Ruan Nianqi let go. Jing Xiaoyuan's body stiffened, and then he gently smoothed its fur and apologized. Little White has always been afraid of strangers, so please forgive me if I bumped into a few of you. Jing Xiaochen said indifferently. No harm done. Mo Jiao turned her head to look at Jing Xiaoyuan and the fox in his arms and turned her head to Jing Xiaochen seriously. This fox has a heavy smell of tartness. It's good that you don't just hug it. White, squeak. You're the... Jing Xiaochen's eyes were full of favor. Good. All listen to Jiao Jiao. Jing Xiaoyuan. His hand holding the fox froze, neither holding it nor throwing it. Ruan Nianqi drew the corners of her mouth, thinking that Mo Jiao was possessive enough and spoke more straight and choked. However, it was quite good to have Jing Xiaochen pampering him. Hearing this, Yan Wu, who was on the side, looked at his master who had a bad look on his face and said, "Your Highness, this fox will also be hungry this time. My subordinate will bring it over to feed it." "Aha!" Jing Xiaoyuan answered lowly, handing the fox over. They stayed in the idol king's mansion for a short while before returning to the palace. On the way, Mo Zhao talked about why she wanted to go to the house of the idol king. "That man has a demonic aura on him, and he wants you to go to the royal residence. So I want to see what his intentions are." After saying that, he added, "Although I can't use my cultivation right now, but with Ruan Nianqi around, I can always protect you safe and sound. Besides, since he dared to call you openly and honestly, drying him out wouldn't dare to do any tricks now. That's why I want to go and find out what's going on, to prevent him from laying his hands on us later and we still don't know anything." Well, Zhao can do whatever she wants. After listening to Mo Zhao's words, a warm current flowed through Jing Xiaochen's heart. Mo Zhao put his affairs on her mind at all times. How could she not let his heart be moved? And how could she not let him fall in love? With pleasure in the corners of his eyes, he gently touched the top of Ma Zhao's head, soft hair brushing against his fingertips. Everything about this snake demon made his heart sing. He figured that no matter how many years it took, he would always catch the snake and make sure she enjoyed the best of everything in his limited years. It's not in vain that she came to this mortal world because of him. Bus 6. Mo Zhao raised her eyes to see that Jing Xiaochen was happy. So she was inexplicably happy. She curved her lips and as usual, her head rubbed against Jing Xiaochen's palm. Listening to Mo Zhao's words and looking at the sticky too, Ruan Nianqi once again felt like a tool person. It's really about moving wherever you need to. When you don't need it anymore you are forced to eat their dog food. Not right snake food. It's just sour. Only the next moment she was ready to move away with a start. Because Mo Zhao suddenly stopped and saw Jing Xiaochen from the beginning to the end. Under Jing Xiaochen's puzzled gaze, Mo Zhao opened her mouth. "Why did that fox say that you have a special smell on you? Did she smell your blood? Or did she want your dragon energy?" Jing Xiaochen was also puzzled by this. In the case of Mo Zhao, the specialness in him came from his blood. Mo Zhao's eyebrows were furrowed together as she continued to speak. "Is it because your dragon chi is weak? But why is your dragon chi weak? Jing Xiaochen. It's not good for Zhao to be too sharp and intelligent." Bus 6. Ruan Nianqi was also startled. Facing Mo Zhao's serious expression, she immediately voiced out with a flutter of her eyelashes, "Is it because he was poisoned before and consumed his dragon energy?" Mo Zhao glanced at Ruan Nianqi and then placed her gaze on Jing Xiaochen. It's logical that it wouldn't be as this. Jing Xiaochen grabbed Mo Zhao's hand. Mo Zhao looked over in confusion when Jing Xiaochen opened his mouth. Maybe it's because Zhao doesn't have any cultivation now that she can't feel clear. "When will you recover your cultivation?" "I don't know. She did seem to be feeling less sensitive now." "Then you drink more. And if you recover your cultivation early you'll be able to help me faster." Jing Xiaochen had already cut his wrist and put it to Mo Zhao's lips as he spoke. Bus 6. Behind him, Ruan Nianqi was filled with doubt and amazement when she saw this. These two. What's going on? Drink what? But this Jing Xiaochen still has a knack for changing the subject. By the time Mo Zhao finished his drink, he had already reached the entrance of the palace. In the face of the palace inquiries, Jing Xiaochen deliberately pointed out the identity of the two people. Mo Zhao is an orphan girl who saved him in the Yueshi mountain. He took back to repay the favor. As for Ruan Nianqi, she is the famous doctor who detoxified him, and recently she has to stay in the East Palace for him to continue conditioning his body. The appearance of Mo Zhao and Ruan Nianqi shocked many people, especially Mo Zhao's identity. Originally a mountain village person, saved Jing Xiaochen's life. This step could be heavenly. Back to the East Palace. Missouri Zhao removed the veil. Jing Xiaochen specially called the entire East Palace people, announced to all the identity of Mo Zhao. Mo Zhao is the second master of the East Palace. As for the snake called Mo Zhao, and Mo Zhao's frightening appearance, everyone was curious but kept their mouths shut. There are also bamboo smoke. A few people in the heart suddenly realized. No wonder yesterday specially let them expedite the purchase of a number of good women's clothing. The reason is actually here. In the evening when the three of them ate, all of them were shocked as they watched their honorable crown prince personally cloth the dishes and serve the soup to that ugly female second master. It was Bamboo Smoke who reacted quickly and came forward to serve the three of them their meal. After finishing his meal, Jing Xiaochen took Mo Zhao for a walk to eliminate food. All the way to the pavilion Jing Xiaochen pulled Mo Zhao to sit down, rest for a while. Mo Zhao sat down and looked at the chessboard that was set aside and her eyes lit up. Jing Xiaochen, you still know how to play chess? Looking at Mo Zhao with a shine in her eyes, Jing Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Ah, Zhao can do it too? Yes, Qian Yuan has taught me so much. Mo Zhao smoothly twisted the ink jade chess piece in his hand and snapped it down. But he didn't notice that Jing Xiaochen's face completely darkened. Buzz 6. It was the first time I had ever heard a man's name in Zhao's mouth. And the tone was so familiar. Who is this man? What's his relationship with Zhao? His eyes slowly turned into a ghostly cold. Voice shallow, Zhao. Who is Qian Yuan? He's my friend. Mojang's voice lowered. Mentioning Qian Yuan inevitably made me think of that promise. It's a pity that I won't be able to see you again. Jing Xiaochen lowered his eyes. Can't you see it? But from Mo Zhao's tone one could hear her nostalgia for that person. His heart tumbled with inexplicable breath. And he was just about to speak when he heard Mo Zhao continue to speak. The wine he brewed was the best. And if it wasn't for him I wouldn't have known that there was such a good thing to drink under the sun. Mentioning the wine, Mo Zhao's eyes flared with light as if they held the entire starry sky, attracting Jing Xiaochen's gaze. His fingers pinched the chess pieces as if they were going to crumble into pieces. It turned out that Zhao's addiction to alcohol came about because of him. So just how long did that guy live with Zhao to teach her so much? One hot Chinese. Make her eyes double at the sight of a chess piece and smell the wine and she can't walk? A hostile aura in Jing Xiaochen's body was frantically up, and a scarlet red swept across the bottom of his eyes. Mo Zhao abruptly looked up. Jing Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? Saying this, she had already stood up and grabbed his wrist and placed it on her pulse. Why is your breath so disorganized? Buzz 6. Looking at Mo Zhao's worried expression and eager eyes, Jing Xiaochen closed his eyes and activated his internal energy to forcefully suppress his body's rippling breath before he said in a mute voice. Nothing, I just thought of something. Mo Zhao carefully checked Jing Xiaochen's pulse to make sure that he is indeed fine before she sat down. Only her eyebrows remained frowned. What did you think of to become like this? A bitter smile spilled out from Jing Xiaochen's lips. Does Zhao know why I haven't gotten married for even 20 years? Ink Xiao full of doubt. He wanted things to breath. What has to do with getting married? Why? Mojo asked as she poured him a glass of water before opening her mouth. Because of bad fortune. Jing Xiaochen said with his eyes downcast with his teacup. When I was young, a monk from Linshan Temple approved my fate. I was born in the emperor's position, but my 6 relatives are weak. So from a young age I was alone. Early prince. Mother not close until the death of the orphan. Father cultivated me but never close to me. When I went to school is also alone. A friend does not have. Then I was betrothed twice when I was of age. And both of those girls died after the betrothal. And my marriage was never spoken of again. Impossible. After hearing Jing Xiaochen's words, Mo Zhao immediately opened her mouth to retort. Of course there was a hint of heartache in there that she didn't even understand. No wonder he hadn't seen any of Jing Xiaochen's friends after being here for so long. The reason was here. Then he grew up alone in this huge palace, with no love from his father and no love from his mother. How sad should he be? Compared to this, she was much better. Before she took form, she was sheltered by Qian Yuan's dragon energy, and had the company of Qian Yuan. And later, after she took form, Qian Yuan named her and taught her to cultivate. She looked seriously at Jing Xiaochen and said, You're not alone. You still have me. You're my friend. Inkpot's eyes were firm, and a bright light shone in them. The corner of Jing Xiaochen's lips lifted, his eyes deep. Well, fortunately, there's Zhao. So Zhao don't leave me. Mo Zhao suddenly felt her face heat up. She blinked. Definitely won't leave. Your heart's desire is still unfulfilled. Your blood is so good. Mo Zhao thought. For now she must not leave. Jing Xiaochen curved his lips with narrowed eyes, but a trace of hot desire crossed the bottom of his eyes. If it's good, you can drink it for the rest of your life. But you deserve to be blessed with this fortune. Jing Xiaochen, this strong dragon chi as well as the shelter of the heavenly Tao. It is also not possible that the 6 relatives are indifferent. Is that what monk said? Mo Zhao frowned. Could someone have done this on purpose? Trying to add flaws to your life and make ascending to the throne difficult? After all, if an emperor with 6 weak relatives and a scarcity of heirs, it would definitely have an impact on the throne. Buzz 6. Isn't the emperor supposed to have many children and grandchildren in order to be blessed? Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen was silent for a moment. Maybe, but listening to Jing Xiaozi today, I'm afraid the empress wants to meddle in my marriage. That won't do. Mo Zhao immediately retorted. The empress has an evil mind. Her meddling in your marriage will definitely not be good. Zhao is right. Jing Xiaochen agreed with Mo Zhao's words. It's just that how should we resolve this matter now? Jing Xiaochen's newly posed question caused Mo Zhao's eyebrows to furrow. Or should I go out and find 2 small snakes to bite her to death? This method is more troublesome. Now where are you going to find the little snake? And the empress side must have capable people. Just like the medicine that was used on you last time to catalyze your molting. Said this matter, Jing Xiaochen's breath was tinted with frost. So what do you say? Mo Jiao for a moment, unable to think of a good way. She looked at Jing Xiaochen, but saw that he had a pensive look on his face, and Mo Jiao's eyes twitched as she asked, "Do you have a solution?" Jing Xiaochen looked at Mo Jiao with difficulty. Mo Jiao's eyes were bewildered. "What are you looking at me for? There is indeed a way, but it needs Ah Jiao's help." Jing Xiaochen's gentle gaze fell softly into Mo Jiao's eyes, and with 4 eyes, Mo Jiao felt as if she had sunk into those deep eyes like ink and jade. Under the dim canopy, the evening breeze, the flower branches, the trees are verdant. He sits backlit, with a glance, the surrounding scenery against Jing Xiaochen's face, like an exquisite scroll. His ink hair is lightly raised with the wind. The corner of his lips are lightly hooked. It's unbelievably good looking. Mo Jiao thought, if there is no that batch of life, I am afraid that this whole Kyoto women want to marry Jing Xiaochen. What do you need my help with? Jing Xiaochen lifted a cup of tea and handed it to Mo Jiao. I need a crown princess. Mo Jiao froze. Prince consort? What person are you going to find to be the crown princess? Mo Jiao subconsciously opened her mouth. However, an inexplicable feeling suddenly flashed through his heart. Jing Xiaochen wants to get married. Jing Xiaochen wants the crown princess. Jing Xiaochunji looked straight at Mo Jiao and slowly said, I think a Jiao is capable of taking this position. Mo Jiao pupils shrunk, lips opened in surprise, and the slender snake pupils all seemed to round up. It's really cute. A hint of a smile flashed under Jing Xiaochen's eyes. Isn't Jiao willing to do this favor? I just need to have a candidate for the crown princess now to prevent the empress from making another move on my marriage. Mo Jiao opened his mouth. Half a day to find his voice some for it, but I do not want to find a Taoist couple now. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaochen heard light eyes. Do not want to find. Is to wait for that person called Qian Yuan? The first time I saw this was when I was a student at the University of California at Berkeley. Apparently he forgot what Mo Jiao said about never seeing Qian Yuan again. Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips. His jaw slightly tensed. He stood up. His gaze seemed to be looking at a full courtyard scene. His voice low. A Jiao should know that I won't detain you even if we get married. I'm just giving you a reason to stay in the Eastern Palace openly and honestly. And also plugging the mouths of the world to dissuade the Empress's calculations. In the future, after I ascend the throne, if you want to leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you. After all, you're so powerful. If you don't want to, then forget it. My destiny was meant to be. Jing Xiaochen finished speaking without saying a word. He stood with his arms folded, white clothes and black hair, as if heaven and earth had lost their color, but his aura was disdainful and lonely. It seems that, as he said, he is destined to have a destiny in the imperial throne, but is destined to have 6 weak relatives and be alone in this life. Bus 6. Mo Jiao looked at inexplicably gave birth to a touch of heartache, faintly lingering in the heart, but difficult to ignore. It was her reserve food. The inkling thought. Originally she was going to raise it until she didn't drink his blood, but as of now, there doesn't seem to be a specific time when one can actually stop drinking his blood. One hot Chinese. Mo Jiao felt that she might have to wait until Jing Xiaochen died and there was no more delicious blood before she would stop drinking it. Thinking so, she stood up and walked to Jing Xiaochen's side. Looking sideways, Jing Xiaochen's side face was still perfectly stunning her eyes. I'll try to project your fortune when I'm better, but the matter of the crown princess. Jing Xiaochen slowly turned his eyes. His eyes were like ink pools, unfathomable. Ah Jiao doesn't have to pity me. I didn't pity you. I promise. The tip of Mo Jiao's ear gently moved, and a blush colored it. Jing Xiaochen was stunned and looked at Mo Jiao fixedly for a moment. A Jiao and really answered? I shall. Mo Jiao's voice was firm. A smile suddenly spread on Jing Xiaochen's lips. Even those nice eyebrows curved up. The coldness around his body receded and all that remained was joy. He turned around and stood opposite of Mo Jiao, looking at Mo Jiao fixedly, reaching out to smooth Mo Jiao's windblown hair behind his ear, and said softly, Jiao, I'm very happy that you can answer. Mo Jiao pinched his fingers. His heartbeat suddenly lost its frequency, as if a stone had been thrown on the surface of a calm lake, and the gusts of ripples did not stop for a long time. Even she didn't realize that the eyes that looked at Jing Xiaochen at this moment suddenly flashed brightly, leaving Jing Xiaochen's shadow alone inside. And even this courtyard full of good-looking scenery didn't make it into her eyes. Since Jing Xiaochen's body had been detoxified, he had no reason to stay idle. It just so happened that that night, Emperor Tianshang got the news of Jing Xiaochen's detoxification from somewhere and allowed Jing Xiaochen to resume his morning court. Jing Xiaochen was not going to refuse. and it just so happened that he also had something to say on top of the morning court. However, he did not expect that before he said anything, Jing Xiaoze threw a big news, like a thunderbolt, which exploded to a large number of people. Above the morning court, Jing Xiaoze brought up a matter regarding the transfer order of 30,000 soldiers and generals between Crown Prince Jing Xiaochen and Prince Bingnan's son Shang Yunqi. Jing Xiaoze suggested that the 30,000 soldiers and generals could be utilized in the fight against the bandits. Bus 6. Emperor Tian Shang's face sank after hearing about this matter, but everyone sensed Emperor Tian Shang's anger, and there was silence above the hall. Emperor Tian Shang's icy gaze hit Jing Xiaochun. Crown Prince, what's going on here? Tian Shang Emperor although so asked in the heart of the matter but no more. The reason has not asked, is waiting for the right time. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaoze had a smug look on his face. He specially found out about that Mei Xiao recently, and after learning that Mei Xiao was dead he came with a move to get rid of him, and at this moment he seems to have seen 30,000 soldiers and generals in his hands, and the throne beckons to him. Jing Xiaoyu didn't agree with this. He sneered and glanced at Jing Xiaoze, then at Jing Xiaochen. He intuited that his big brother shouldn't be so passive. As expected, even in the face of the furious Tian Shang Emperor, Jing Xiaochen's facial expression didn't change a bit. He calmly opened his mouth. Father rest his anger. This matter was also prepared to explain to father. Just that this period of time is not feeling well and this is why it was delayed. Inexplicably a bad feeling flashed through Jing Xiaoze's heart. Emperor Tian Shang's eyes shifted slightly. He wanted to see what Jing Xiaochen was going to say. Jing Xiaochen's voice has never been cold. In the courtroom he solves any problem with ease. My son is on the way back to the capital, encountered Pingnan. Wang Shizi encountered danger. After the hand to save my son to know the matter of 30,000 transfer order. Now this transfer order is indeed in the hands of my son. Big brother, what are your intentions if you collude with the Prince of Pingnan and want to monopolize 30,000 soldiers and generals? Jing Xiaoze immediately seized Jing Xiaochen's words and opened his mouth. When these words came out, the entire courtroom was shocked again. Xinguo Great General Ji Chang stood out and said, Your Majesty, calm your anger. If His Highness the Crown Prince had any thoughts, how would he personally admit the transfer order today? Said this, Ji Chang turned his head to look at Jing Xiaoze. Besides, the Crown Prince obviously hasn't finished his sentence. What is the second prince in a hurry for? Jing Xiaoze laughed coldly. If this prince hadn't brought up this matter today and had no choice but to do so, how could Big Brother take the initiative to admit this matter? Emperor Tian Shang's voice was low as he sat on the dragon chair. The Crown Prince continues. Jing Xiaoze clenched his fist. It was obvious that father was preparing to listen to Jing Xiaochen's sophistry. Jing Xiaoyu stood straight on the side and didn't say anything. Yes, father. Jing Xiaochen saluted again and said, The transfer order was originally obtained by chance by my son, and it is indeed useless to hold it in my hands, so my son will now hand it over. Manhwa Chinese. Jing Xiaoze narrowed his eyes. Jing Xiaochen was so easily compromised? But no matter what, as long as the transfer order is in the father's hands bright and early. Jing Xiaoyu also had a moment of surprise at this. He had thought that it would not be so easy. Father, the royal brother, this 30,000 soldiers and generals is timely. Just can be used in the fight against the bandits. The bandits will be eliminated as much as possible. This matter I am willing to go to share the father's worries. Jing Xiaoze's speed was very fast to open his mouth. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Lao Si had been fighting over this errand, but neither of them had taken the initiative to open their mouths to fight for it. And Father Emperor didn't know what he was thinking, and didn't take the initiative to send anyone. Jing Xiaoze felt for a moment that father was waiting for them to take the initiative, as well as something else. Hearing Jing Xiaoze's words, Jing Xiaoyu's face darkened. He didn't expect Jing Xiaoze to move so fast. He was actually concentrating on waiting for his big brother to open his mouth to submit the transfer order. Jing Xiaoyu is not willing to show weakness. Kneel down. The son is also willing to share the father's worries. This time the matter must be successfully completed. As for the second brother, is not still serving as the Ministry of Works errand? Immediately summer. The Southern Water Conservancy project also need big brother worry. Jing Xiaoze entered the court. The Emperor of Tianshang arranged for him to work in the Ministry of Public Works, related to the livelihood of the people. But Jing Xiaoze wants to work in the Ministry of Households. After all, the Ministry of Public Works, such as water conservancy projects, is the most prone to error. The first time I saw the bus 6 was when I was in the middle of the night. But the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the entire country's financial power. So how could Emperor Tianqing give it to them? But the Ministry of Households is also the most powerful department. So not yet served as a post of Jing Xiaoyu is also thinking about this piece of fat meat. So he did a two-handed preparation. On the one hand, relying on the Ministry of Households have a post outside the group want to pull together Mu Qing, so that Mu Qing in the Ministry of Households to serve as a position in the future for their own use. On the other hand, ready to complete the perfect thing of the bandits, the sealing of the king at the same time his own and then strive for the Ministry of Households to work for a bit of the post. But how could Jing Xiaoza let him have his way? Fourth brother is joking. The matter of construction works has its own Ministry of Public Works and other people to worry about. I in the normal course of time is only to learn how to govern and other things, which does not delay the fight against the bandits. On the contrary, the fourth brother, at the beginning of the year to serve as a patrol in the palace security matters, but did not expect to make a mistake, causing father to be injured, and even to the, now that the assassin's murderer hasn't been identified yet, this ability to handle things is worrisome. So fourth brother should still settle this matter before anything else. Speaking of this matter, Jing Xiaoyu subconsciously glanced at Jing Xiaochun, because at that time Jing Xiaochun was outside that period of time and listened to Jing Xiaozhe said that near the Yueshi he also encountered the Flaming Kingdom people killers appeared, and into the palace assassins died with Flaming Kingdom only have the poison. He guessed that the assassination and the Flaming Kingdom related to the prince, as well as the prince may be collaborating with the enemy and treason. Buzz 6. But this was something he thought about carefully later, and at that time he would have this idea because of Jing Xiao's misguidance. Jing Xiaoyu hate this itchy teeth, two brothers since the Ministry of Works as a matter of peace of mind to learn, or later something too late to solve is not going to make a joke? Jing Xiaoza sneered. Fourth brother is sharp-tongued. But, enough! Emperor Tian Shang coldly interrupted the two men's quarrel. If you have an errand to do and don't work with your heart, are you here to play smart for me to listen to? Jing Xiaozhe and Jing Xiaoyu dropped their heads in unison and said, Father, forgive me. Jing Xiaochun lightly glanced at the two men before he slowly opened his mouth. Father, I think that the 30,000 soldiers can be incorporated. Now the southern border situation is tense. The future will have to conscript. And now the spring farming Gungsang also need labor. And is not a good time to conscript. But with 30,000 soldiers and generals, can slow down a few points of the southern border of the dilemma. And then later on when the agricultural work is completed and then carry out the conscription in an orderly fashion, can also achieve a win-win situation? He said, can also achieve a win-win situation. When Jing Xiaochen went to the southern border to escort grain and grass, he understood the entire southern border's military very thoroughly. He even knew that the southern border was now temporarily stable because of Jing Xiaoza's presence. But once Jing Xiaoza moves against him, he must need to counterattack. By then Jing Xiaoza and the south border relationship exposed. The south border lost cooperation rivals, cannot know the specific situation of the great Zhao country, afraid that can only rely on the constant sending troops to attack the city and other things to try to explore the situation of the great Zhao. What's more, I wonder how much Jing Xiaoza has leaked the military layout of the great Jiashan kingdom to the Flame kingdom, so for the southern border of the army increased a few points of urgency. Hearing Jing Xiaochen's words, Jing Xiaozhe and Jing Xiaoyu were shocked. On the spot, another Xinhua general and the Ministry of War and other officials came out in support. Jing Xiaoza was furious. How could he not expect Jing Xiaochen to be so ruthless? He himself could not get the transfer order, and others were not allowed to get it. Father, the banditry in the river is already serious, has been entrenched in the river for many years. The force is strong, not easily can be eliminated. My son would think that there are just 30,000 soldiers and generals. Why don't we eliminate the bandits in one fell swoop and then the soldiers and generals will be integrated? Several officials who supported Jing Xiaoza also came out to echo Jing Xiaoza's words. Jing Xiaoyu sneered. Could he not understand what Jing Xiaoza meant? Said the bandits are powerful. Then go to 30,000 soldiers and generals. Can come back how much can only he Jing Xiaoza himself know. Really good calculation. Although he also wants 30,000 soldiers and generals. Jing Xiaoza is also too naive. The coldness in his father's eyes is enough to explain everything. And he still thinks that everyone is a little cute. He still thinks that everyone is a cutie. Jing Xiaoyu lowered his eyes. Father, I think my big brother is right. 30,000 soldiers and generals to integrate the matter should be resolved earlier. As for the elimination of bandits, if you have the ability to take the wise plus the siege is also not unavoidable. One hot Chinese. Jing Xiaoza's face worsened upon hearing this as he sarcastically said, outwit? Then fourth brother would like to say how to outsmart it? Hajong banditry for so many years. If the wisdom of the useful early eliminated, which need you here to speak out of shame? My little brother currently has nothing to outsmart, but my great Zhao. So many people do not have a way to deal with the bandits in the river? Crown Prince, what do you suggest? Emperor Tiansheng suddenly spoke out and looked at Jing Xiaochen. Jing Xiaoze and Jing Xiaoyu's words stopped and they looked at Jing Xiaochen in unison. Jing Xiaochen's voice was quiet. The matter of eliminating bandits is inherently dangerous, and it's really good to reduce the loss of manpower if it can be accomplished with wisdom. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaoze's eyebrows rumbled together tightly, and Jing Xiaoyu clenched his hands into fists and looked at Jing Xiaochen nervously. Since fourth brother has proposed the method of outsmarting the others, I think he must already have an idea, so why don't we go and try it? A hint of surprise flashed in Jing Xiaoyu's eyes. He guessed that his big brother did not want Jing Xiaoze to go out and make a mark right now. He smiled coldly at the thought of the empress putting on a good show and forcing that snake of her big brother to turn in on itself. No way! Jing Xiaoze immediately voiced his rebuttal. How he didn't want Jing Xiaoyu to take this matter. A flicker of malice in his eyes. He said, Jing Xiaochen spoiled his good deed 3 times and 4 times. It seemed that he should also act quickly in addition to Jing Xiaochen. Why not? Emperor Tiansheng spoke. Father, the fourth brother had previously failed to even do the job of patrolling the palace's security. So how is he going to be able to handle something as big as fighting bandits now? Jing Xiaoyu clenched his fists and knelt down. Father, I promise you that this matter will be completed properly. If it is not completed, come back and follow your punishment. Emperor Tiansheng had a point of appreciation in his eyes towards Jing Xiaoyu. He looked at Jing Xiaoze again and only felt that this son was now becoming more and more calculating. One hot Chinese. Father, my son is the same, requesting to fight the bandits. And if I can't finish and come back at your disposal. Jing Xiaoze gritted his teeth fiercely and opened his mouth. This time he has been planning for a long time to fight the bandits, and even planned the next step, only waiting to fight the bandits with the merits of the king. In that case, the two of you go down to write a strategy for the strategy, and hand it over to me in the morning. Retire from the court. Emperor Tiansheng waved his hand, turned around and left. It was only that Chief Qian had sent another message to Jing Xiaochen. Watching Jing Xiaochen walk towards the palace of Nourishing Heart, Jing Xiaoze's eyes flashed with a hint of malice, flinging his sleeves and heading towards the Empress's Fengyi Palace. Jing Xiaoyu looked at Jing Xiaochen and Jing Xiaoze's backs, and his gaze slowly sank down towards Shufei's palace. See you. Father. Jing Xiaochen bowed. Where's the transfer order? Emperor Tiansheng sat at the top, his gaze containing coldness. The transfer order is here. Jing Xiaochen took the token out. It's just that with this, my son would like to request one thing from father. Jing Xiaochen grabbed the transfer order and didn't mean to hand it over immediately. You want to use this to negotiate with me? Emperor Tiansheng's gaze seemed to carry ice. His aura changed, and the entire room became oppressive. Buzz 6. Jing Xiaochen's voice didn't change a bit when he looked at him. I wouldn't dare. Don't dare? What else do you, Jing Xiaochen, not dare to do? Emperor Tiansheng casually grabbed the teacup in his hand and threw it over, and Jing Xiaochen did not avoid it. Looking at Jing Xiaochen, whose blood appeared on his forehead, Emperor Tiansheng's anger pressed down a fraction. To be honest, no one dared to talk about taking something to negotiate in front of him. It was simply challenging his authority. Jing Xiaochen pursed his lips and took a step forward. The transfer order is naturally for father. My son did not want to take this for anything else. Then what do you want to do? Emperor Tiansheng's sunken gaze hit Jing Xiao. On Chen. Buzz 6. This son excelled from an early age. So when the high priest said that he was destined for the imperial throne, he made him the crown prince at the age of 6 when he showed a superb mind. He was satisfied with this crown prince. But with a high monk's fortune telling that Jing Xiaochen's 6 relatives were weak, he had trouble getting close to him. And then what he had done over the years was too good, while he himself was still in his prime. But he clearly felt threatened by this son. That's why he slowly cultivated his other sons as a way to weigh them. But now weighing them he realized that his other sons were more than a star behind compared to them in the end. So now after getting those evidences about the crown prince collaborating with the enemy and treason, he had extraordinarily complicated feelings. There was the intention of going along with the trend, but he also hoped that all those evidences were fake. So he had been letting people secretly keep taking evidence. Emperor Tiansheng put aside his complicated and contradictory thoughts and looked at Jing Xiaochen, waiting for his answer, only to see Jing Xiaochen suddenly kneel down. And in Emperor Tiansheng's puzzled gaze Jing Xiaochen opened his mouth. My son asks father to grant the marriage. What? Emperor Tiansheng stood up in shock. He felt that he had misheard him, and Jing Xiaochen repeated it again. Word for word, my son requests a marriage proposal from father. What does Jing Xiaochen mean by requesting a marriage grant now? He is aware of this son's attitude towards this matter. Before the two relatives are he set. But then after the betrothal of the two girls are dead for no reason, those ministers basically do not dare to let their daughters married to the crown prince. After all, compared to the glory and wealth, life is important. Jing Xiaochen attitude towards this is also cold. He also even if it is. But now Jing Xiaochen was suddenly requesting for a marriage, which had to make him think more about the woman's identity and Jing Xiaochen's purpose for getting married. Which girl is it? Emperor Tian Shang sifted through the possible candidates. Most likely the daughter of the Jinghua general's house. Back to Father Emperor. Is a countryside woman. Sun minister in Yueshi mountain by assassins chased almost death to save her. She is now alone. Sun minister then want to marry her in order to repay the favor. Thinking of Mo Jiao. A trace of tenderness flashed through the lowered eyes of Jing Xiaochen. No! How could Emperor Tian Shang not expect Jing Xiaochen to find such a woman with no status to be the crown princess? He already knew that woman today. The ugly girl from the countryside. How could she become the crown princess? Boss 6. This is nonsense.